run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going
Welcome to day 3 of IEM Katowice. It is shockingly a beautiful day here. The sun is out, the crowd is lining up, and yeah, the sun is out. Let's get out of this and go watch some StarCraft. Get out of here with the sunshine.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
All right, urgency is of the essence. This is day number 3 here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and this is where we cast aside so many players here for the tournament. They will be done today, but we will have players remaining to continue the legacy here for Katowice. My name's Kalaris, whatever. Joining me to my left-hand side, we've got Wardy, as well as ZG, to talk about all of the excellent stuff that's going to be coming up today, as well as what has already ensued. Wardy, we had a unpredictable day number 1. Day number 2 was a bit more normal-ish. Let's see what we see for day number 3.
Yeah, we definitely got a bit more on track yesterday after first day was a little bit wild, but it's definitely that first day kind of resonates through the group still because we've got a lot of groups that are very wild and kind of a bit wacky still. So the resolution with this final group stage match in each group is going to be a lot of fun.
I can't believe we almost got to normality as well in Group D, ZG. I mean, of course, Reyna being as far down as he unfortunately is for himself, not exactly the most normal thing, but everything beyond that, South Korea's pretty good.
South Korea's pretty freaking good. But you know, Europe's also pretty good, right?
They're cool too.
You know, we had Hero Marine actually topping Group A, which no one expected. Like, that's official, right? But then Shin pops off at a very opportune moment once again. Katowice is just very good for him. And then, obviously, we had Cyril topping Group C. At least so far. We are going to see the conclusion of that today, so that's very exciting. And then Group D will determine which Protoss will make it through, because it is guaranteed. Thank goodness. We are absolutely going to be getting a Protoss, because so far we have 0, at least 1.
No, at least 2. Group C as well.
Hooray!
Oh, right. Yeah, it's another PvP. Yep, he's right.
We'll look properly at the groups in a moment here, guys, just kind of recap where everything truly is. But yes, Protoss not dead just yet. That's a win in my book, Wardy.
Yeah, you know, we casted 1 PvP yesterday. We said this might be the first and the last. But no, there's going to be more PvP today.
True.
Very unlikely in the playoffs, but it could happen.
I hope. We need a Protoss hope there for everybody out there. That would be exciting. But I mean, regardless of the fact that, you know, that has materialized here, we have amazing Terrans and Zergs across the board, which transcend kind of the realm at which we find ourselves in currently. We had Beyond versus Firefly as well yesterday, unfortunately for Firefly. I think, you know, a lot of expectations for Firefly coming in to see how he was going to fare up against people like this. But in that group especially, Beyond and Cyril just kind of standing above the rest.
Yeah, it really went wrong when he lost against Estrella, right? And if he'd just been Estrella, he'd be in the position today where he could still play to get out of this group, because he already won against Skillus, so it was always going to be tough. This group was always going to come down to whoever performs outside of them Beyond in several matches, unless there was an upset. It has come down to that, and today is going to be that kind of playing for Estrella and Skillus. So, yeah, sad to see Firefly, but I was happy to see Firefly at least win a series, right? And look competent, because it just shows the potential. This is his first big offline event, so, you know, seeing him in the future is going to be very fun.
Oh, definitely. I mean, obviously, we already have some players in the player graveyard, as you can see here, down to my bottom left-hand side. They're already eliminated. But we'll figure out who's going to be able to try and get a little bit closer to that road to the World Cup. We have ourselves the standings as well. Let's talk about Group A. As you already mentioned, ZG, Hero Marine, 4-0 right now. And it's not only the fact that he already has got 4-0, he's already, because of map score, never mind anything else, confirmed himself in the round of 8. He's already on the road to the World Cup.
He dominated the group.
Yes.
This is like, that's a fact. So he is on top already. And now in a qualifying match to the Esports World Cup. Totally unexpected considering the last about 6 months, at the very least, that he has had. So everyone expecting Solar, who is also still going to get through, and that is good news for the Solar fans. But then also interesting about Group A is going to be our first match of the day, which is Gumio Scarlet. The fact that one of them will actually advance is, for some people, expected. And for me, it was going to be Gumiho. But then obviously a lot of Scarlet fans out there are eyeing this and being like, best chance ever. Yeah,
absolutely. Most of the time, I would agree. I would be thinking to myself, it's Gumiho all day, especially because of the second places in 2023, Wardy. But the fact that Scarlet looked great at the start of these groups, Gumiho's not looked as polished, I think, for this group stage. So there is a chance.
It's definitely been a little bit messy for him, but getting a little bit messy against Scarlet early game could be actually kind of good for him. If you can make the game messy and crazy, I think that may be the weakness to Scarlet, so we'll see how that pans out.
Group B, the TVTs have really kind of shaken things up here and molded this group in their image. For Shin, he had one core match to really focus on here, ZG, and it seems to have paid off.
It absolutely has, but not in exactly the way that anyone expected, I guess. Certainly not me, which is that, okay, so he makes top 3. That was obviously very possible, but he is defeated by Bunny and then defeats Cure and Clem. You know, any other guess would have been more accurate.
Yeah.
But no, this is the way that it has gone, and obviously that is still a testament to his practice in this one particular matchup. It's just like, it's just not the ones that I thought was going to happen. We're going to see what's going to happen with him in Oliveira today as well.
No, definitely. It shouldn't... Okay, Ragnarok does sort of seem to me as kind of like one of the hope enders for a lot of these players when it comes to something like Katowice, right? He looked amazing in 2023 against a lot of players. Obviously, there was that weird scenario versus Cyril where, you know, Cyril bowed out a little early, but then against Maru, it looked impossible for Ragnarok. So
he hit his brick wall, right? You
yeah,
know?
Definitely.
It was that moment where it's like, okay, Shin, you can make games weird. You can be a bit funky. You can play well. You can do all the things, but someone as solid and stable as Maru in a matchup like ZVT, it did get to be too much. It was the wall he could not break down, so it'll be interesting to see what becomes his blockade this time around.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And if he stays still at #1, there is a chance he'll get straight into one of those qualification matches for the Esports World Cup. That is big, potentially, for Shin. Let's move on to Group C now and recap what was going on there. As we mentioned, you know, for Cyril and Bjorn, this was all looking absolutely fantastic and continues to look fantastic. There's nobody knocking them really off their perch here, but are they playing against each other today? Is that the match?
Yes.
So that's exciting.
Yeah, it is very exciting, just as a quality TVZ, but then obviously who is actually going to top that group and then get advanced a little bit farther forward. But this is the group that I think played out the most as people expected. Cyril and Bjorn in the top 2. We'll see exactly where at the end of the day, but then an Estrella Skilless match to determine who gets that 3rd. It's not that Firefly and Kellezer couldn't have done something interesting. It just obviously wasn't their 2 days. That can happen, especially for a newcomer like Firefly or Kellezer, who is obviously very good, but has yet to pop off in an international tournament consistently. So yeah, just this is the most normal for anyone. Every other group, people are double checking the facts.
If you had to put down your chips in a smoky casino, Wardy, who would you go for, Astraeus or Skilless?
Well, I think the problem for Skilless is he has to 2-0. Estrella just needs a map, so I have to say Estrella. Like the odds are with him. Like 1 map is easier to get than 2, believe it or not.
You reinforcing that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, but PvP too. It's just like
he's good.
Skilless could literally have up until this point been 20-0 against the guy. Be like, well, now I just have to go 22-0. It's fine. But that's not what happens in PvP.
And nobody goes to no. All right, okay. Let's move on to Group D then to round things out as well. Again, we came in on day #1 with this group being topsy-turvy all over the place. But now we've restored some normality to a degree, Wardy.
Yeah, obviously Reynolds got knocked out early. I think the fact he was knocked out before even playing his 4th match was the biggest shocker, right? But then
catastrophic, really, for him.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, talking to him as well, it's like he's saying like, man, you know, I went into game as A, I hadn't practiced that much, I won the whole thing. Practiced my heart out for this event, put everything on the line. 0-3, right? And I mean, yes, it's the group of death, but this is a group you know Reno can get through. So to see that is just rough. And honestly, it's because the other players have come out really just steaming, right? Like, Hero against him was so good yesterday. Maru had some great builds against him as well. I mean, Reno got the best of Dark, and that's kept this group in contention for the other guys as well. So Reno even causing trouble once he's been knocked out. Just obviously was not meant to be his tournament. Obviously, Showtime getting the win against him means he's still in contention for a straight-up match against Hero.
Yeah.
Turned into a great group.
Yeah, really truly threw a spanner in the works initially. And again, it's not like Reina disappointed in those games, as you say. It's just that for someone like Showtime, some people who would consider him a little bit lower on the totem pole, or higher on the totem pole, because that's technically how it works, against Reina, you know, he played up to him and looked fantastic. Everybody who played Reina looked great in their execution, and everyone's working hard here to win at Katowice.
Yes, they absolutely proved that, but then I would say that Rainer did do maybe like, I don't know, 10% less than he expected. You know, like he obviously could have won even against the other guys playing at their best as well, but it was Rainer not being able to play as good as he thought he could. I also really think you could do a lot of analysis on the way the Group D had started, like how the order of matches actually ended up influencing the series beyond it, because Rainer defeats Showtime like he generally does, and then there's maybe not Hero copying Showtime's defensive style to really throw Rainer off. He tries what they were doing previously. Rainer obviously gets a boost of confidence. Showtime, the opposite happens, and he does a little worse in the subsequent series. So, I mean, that first day, as Wardy said, really does still ripple throughout the rest of the days here, right? So many implications.
Yeah, you're totally on the money. I mean, he beat Dark yesterday. right? Like, imagine what happens if that's the first game he beats him and then you get the ball rolling in terms of, I don't want to say momentum because I'm not a big fan of the idea of momentum truly, but, you know, it does fill you with a bit more confidence to say, oh, I just beat Dark. You know, it would have been potentially a different story.
And Reyno's such a confident player, right? For some people, maybe that doesn't matter as much, but for Reyno, he beats Dark. He's like, yeah, I showed up and showed this Korean
right?
what's up. And he takes that into his other series, and you know that's what he's like.
Well, anyway, by the by, this is how the cookie crumbles here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice with that game order. And speaking of game order, let's take a look at the schedule for today. We've got ourselves plenty of great matches. We have got a guaranteed 8 series here throughout the day. It's going to be best of 3 to start things off in the final match of each group to determine basically the order of the top 3 per group. Now, don't forget as well, whilst those games are going on, we also have other matches being played. We're going to be keeping an eye on them on the laptops here, as well as the other streams are going to be covering them too. But huge implications, ZG, for a lot of this.
I don't know if that last series was the one we're actually doing, but...
We're doing Hero Showtime.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we changed, right?
Yeah,
because we had a discussion last night. We were having a PvP.
You know, I'm not trying to call out, you know, like, you did wrong here.
No, but telling them that wrong. Okay, nice.
No, it's just, it really is important for the audience, right? Because we did have to choose between an amazing potential TVZ, just as the quality, as well as who would make it first versus second, which affects their standing in the playoffs, obviously important, or an elimination match that is also a mirror match.
Yeah,
so it was a really tough decision, and we definitely had a lot of conversations about it, but we decided to go for the PvP, so we at least had 2 PvPs on the broadcast.
Yeah, let's talk about the road to the Esports World Cup as well, because obviously the landscape has changed here in StarCraft. More teams are joining in order to be able to accumulate what is probably points going into those club awards here, Wardy. Of course, we had Clem and Cyril already guaranteed there, so Basilisk and Team Liquid is eligible, but look at all these other teams that are now joining the fray, trying to get themselves there.
Just monumental for StarCraft II, right? You're seeing legends of esports, like teams like Cloud9, Na'Vi, right? Really coming in, and Vitality, you know, coming in, picking up StarCraft II players, sometimes even rosters.
Yes.
It's just fantastic for StarCraft II, you know. It's very difficult to find a teamless player right now because everyone's picking them up, and you're hearing these teams wanting to pick up players who are, you know, not necessarily at the very top as well and really kind of commit to the scene a little bit. You just gotta love it, man.
Whispers on the wind say there might be more on the way. We'll see. But anyway, I don't know why I'm doing this. We've got ourselves more in terms of what's going on for the Esports World Cup as well. This is the qualification process for it. Obviously, already Cyril and Clem, they're at the top of our board behind us. They've already qualified. 4 players will qualify for the Intel Extreme Masters quarterfinals here in Katowice, and then over in Dallas as well. That's going to be a huge tournament, ZG, because 4 spots are from there as well.
Exactly, 4 spots. You know, that's a big difference of the previous ones. So very much something that people are going to be looking forward to, as the results have already been determined for some of the players here that will very much be found at Dallas as well. So that's the next goal for many of these players, if not to actually get the top 4, but then also get just points in general to push them a little farther for the overall standings.
All right, let's talk about Group A. Let's finish off Group A here in its entirety to figure out who's moving through into the round of 8 and round of 12. So far, so good for Hirmarine. He's guaranteed himself a round of 8 spot. Who is going to be able to join him in the playoffs? Solo, Gumiho, Scarlet, Trigger, and Spirit. Unfortunately for those last 2, they are kind of basically done here throughout all of this as we now get into our game on the main stage for this. Let's take a look at the verses as well for these. The tail of the tape between the 2, Scarlet and Gumiho, the head-to-head to try and get into that top 3.
Very exciting matchup because it's one of those ones where ahead of time I think a lot of us would have probably said Gumiho because we felt Gumiho, but now that it's 2-2 and it's all on the line, like this is maybe one of the closer matches you could have had at 2-2 in this group. So a really fun one. Like I said, I think Gumiho's aggressive style can really throw Scarlet off. I've always felt this about Scarlet's ZVT. Those first few minutes are so critical for her. If she can get set up, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with. But if Gumiho can knock her down early, then I think Scarlet might stumble heavily.
There's also 2v2 in terms of their history in 2023. 2 wins for both players and a total of 4 series. That's really quite fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they're also now combating each other in the same score for the The spot in the third place, I mean, before that, Gumiho definitely has had Scarlet's number, but we're talking about a couple of games per year, but they've actually played a supposedly decent amount, and even then, it was a very contentious close 2-3 in Gumiho's favor the last time they played a couple of months ago. So these are really, I think, the closest they've been in a while.
How many of those were WOD tournaments?
One.
Only one. There you have it.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, and it was a Korean Royale.
The WOD TV Korean Royale. Okay.
One of those is
lived
not
in Korea.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay.
I mean, generally, when I would look at these two, I would think to myself, in the past scenarios, that Scarlet would be the more tricky one to try and kind of bring the fight here to Gumiho. But I do sort of feel like in 2024, the roles are slightly reversed here. But I am getting word that the stage is ready. So thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. Let's get it on here. Players are eliminated today. Let's find out who it is.
Thank you so much, Kyle Aris. I love hearing you guys talk about StarCraft, but I love watching it played even more. So let's kick off day 3 here at IEM Katowice with a banger of a match. Let's bring out Scarlet of Shopify Rebellion in her match against Gumiho of C9.
It is time for a very important match of StarCraft II over here at the third day of IEM Katowice in Poland. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Demu. Demu, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, mate. And you know, this feels like a tale as old as time. Like Scarlet going up a Korean Terran. I love it. I can't wait to see what they both pack in here today. Because yeah, they're both playing pretty solidly. I know that they're both 2-2 in the groups right now. This is a pretty damn difficult group. Gabe absolutely messed things up over here. And yeah, this is do or die right now. Whoever wins makes it through. And wow, both these guys definitely went to this group looking at the other one, being like, yeah, I'm going to have to play them. Will it come down to an elimination match? I mean... I hope not. Excited. No, yeah, I hope not. I hope not. Like, you want to coast through this kind of group. I think everybody went in, was like, yeah, I'm probably going to lose Solar. Maybe Gumiho's got a shot, third place. But then Gabe was just like, no, I'm the first place. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, Gabe is looking incredibly confident. We were actually talking to him as well in the shuttle on our way here, and apparently today he's like, yeah, I'm going to test out some new hardware, see if I can maybe make this keyboard work. I'm like, Gabe, really? We're feeling that confident? He's clearly in a great mood, but yeah, I don't think a lot of people would have necessarily expected Hero Marine to be at the top of this group and this particular series to be the deciders match between these two players. Scarlet, though, going up against Gumiho, I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Scarlet has looked really solid, especially when she has a clean early game. Gumiho, of course, a pretty tricky Terran to go up against. He has been playing relatively normal, at least to Gumiho's standard, over the last year or so. He used to play a lot more crazy build orders with Terran mech and battle cruisers and whatnot maybe a year or two ago. He standardized his strategies a little bit, but he's certainly capable of throwing a curveball.
Oh, absolutely. And like, I mean, when he came back from the military and he was like, you know, dancing around, he was doing mech against everything, even Protoss, losing here and there. And it was like, is Gumiho a bit of a meme now? But whatever he's been bringing on in the last year, it's just been like, he's still got it. Like, join Cloud9, massive organization, stepping in, and obviously they want those esports World Cup points for sure. And this man over here, he's a guy that's more than likely to pick some up at some point, whether it's here, whether it's the next qualifier. He's always going to be a scary Terran for anybody to go up against, just because he is still very sneaky, very tricky, has these weird, funky build orders. He can play bio, and of course, he can do mech better than most.
You're absolutely right. Scarlet, of course, known as the Queen of Blades, one of the most popular StarCraft II professionals in the world. We saw her spread that creep around the map earlier in this tournament, and it looked absolutely incredible. I think it all comes down, honestly, to the first 6, 7, 8 minutes or so of the game. If you can stabilize there and be in a good economical position, start spreading that creep around the map, I think this series is, very manageable. Even though Gumiho is a world-class Terran player, I do think Scarlet can do it.
Some weird things to mention is, like, Scarlet was approaching ZVTs against Spirit really strangely, like mass Hydralisk as an opening kind of thing, which we haven't really seen anybody do. Yeah, Hydraling Bane's a thing, but mass Hydras only? Like, it was wild going into very fast Infestors. She went 1-1 against Spirit with that and then was like, you know what, let's bring back the norm. I'm very good at that too. And here we see the players getting ready. They're looking focused. They're looking intense. The Towel Terran on the right has his towel ready and spawning over the bottom left to start things off on Alcyone. It is the Red Zerg Shopify Rebellion's Scarlet.
And her opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of the map, it's Gumiho. Yeah, that series that she played earlier on in this event, as we actually have a drone rush, we're gonna go for a proxy hatchery bet? Okay, you know what? I wanted to talk about Hydralisk for a minute, but I guess that'll have to wait until a later time. Okay, it's not a command center first. That could have been an absolute disaster. We've seen a lot of CC first on the low ground before any barracks without any scouting. That's not the strategy we see right here for Gumiho, but this is still a very scary Zerg opener. We've got ourselves a hatchery, well aggressively positioned close to the natural expansion of the Terran, followed up with a spawning pool.
Yeah, I mean, Terrans, if you are to scout in this matchup with an SCV, you usually do it with your barracks SCV, which is very late. I mean, it gets you to know whether it's hatch first or pool first, then you can like save your SCV back at home, but this is so different. And I mean, this is very close as well. It's not as if it's down in the hatchery and stuff. Like, I remember the old school getting the spines, dealing with the wall at the front, but...
No, this is Roaches. Has to be. I think there's going to be a Roach Warren popping down here as soon as that spawning pool is done. Of course, you do have that spawning pool requirement for it. This is... Yeah, there it is. Okay, it's a little bit closer there. This is effectively like a 12-pool Roach Rush, but then with a hatchery on the other side of the map.
This makes me think that Scarlet might have done her homework a little bit here. And when I say might have done, definitely did. Like, Gumiho without a scout here at all, so...
Is this a Reaper or Marine first? Has to be Reaper. Right?
It's got to be a Reaper. Like, you got to get that vision, got to get to know what you're doing. And depending on where he goes with this Reaper, this could be one of those situations where it's like, does he spot the creep in? Yeah, okay. And then you're like, oh, you saw him on the webcam there. That was like a, what the hell? What's going on here? Yeah, mate, you've got a hatchery outside your base. This is going to be a weird one already.
Immediately, he stopped producing that command center. He decides to go for a bunker on the low ground instead. That does mean that he wants to hold on to this low ground to the best of his abilities. The problem is that he doesn't really know exactly what he's going up against. There's a variety of strategies. He doesn't see any spine crawlers at the very least, so that will make life a little easier. But finishing up that command center and protecting the high ground is massive.
I actually like what he's done here, like getting those bunkers up. Granted, you don't have enough to fill them both up, but it's about just keeping them alive. And against Roaches, you're not going to be able to repair just one against it. And you see the urgency on him here. He's like, okay, I need to get this second bunker. And so far, I like what he's bringing. That Ravager is most likely going to make it, especially with one Roach joining the fray here as well.
Yeah, she's not convinced. So it does pop up with full HP again after it finishes up. It takes about 7 biles to one-shot a bunker, so as long as there are enough SCVs ready to repair, this can buy a ton of time at the very least, right? Cyclone is coming up. There's no reactor or anything available here for Gumiho to really pump those units out 2 at a time. Starport on the production tab too. I guess ideally what you really want to get to is a Banshee, but that feels like it's miles away.
It certainly does, but I got to commend Gumiho for this. This is stellar defense. He didn't get a reactor. It was just like pumping out Marines. He knew the urgency of this. That Ravager count is climbing, but Ravagers, they're squishy, man. They won't be able to stick around, and oh my goodness, losing one immediately, that is brutal. And you see one bunker does fall, but Scarlet needs way more than this. Morphing in a Ravager at front, I think that one's doomed over there, most likely. And remember, every unit counts here. This is a disaster for Scarlet.
Yeah, I think we've now lost about 3 Ravagers here and a Roach in exchange for essentially just a bunker, which is certainly not worth it here whatsoever. That command center, of course, is long done as well. It's, by the way, a medevac first, so Gumiho ready to just do a little bit of that fancy micro. Pretend, I guess, that these are immortals over here and that we have a warp prism on the back of this. Okay, it's the one Roach right there that got morphed into a Ravager that ended up getting sniped.
I mean, this is not what Scarlet wanted. Like, Gumiho acted very, very good. He took he wasn't building the CC for quite some time here.
Yeah.
Just really prioritized those bunkers. Has to keep it alive, though. This is one of those things where if you played against Bly back in the olden days, it was like, all right, I'm out of the woods, right? I'm out of the woods, right? And then it's like, no, because this is never gonna stop. And she is droning up behind this. Does take out the bunker, but at what cost here? This is a absolute disaster for Scarlet at the front here.
Yeah, this is by no means a successful opener here for the Zerg player. Good defense for Gumiho, because he didn't know exactly what he was playing against. Right now, this battle over here, it's looking half decent for the Zerg here, right? Micro maybe could have been slightly better. The problem is that there's no longevity anymore. We have 3 Roaches coming up. There should be more and more Cyclones coming. There's a Banshee on the production tab too. As soon as that one pops, this is over.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least the offense is over. I mean, she is trying to drone up back at home, but there's no natural hatch on the way either. I mean, Cloak coming online now. If you ask any of the other Zerg pros watching this in the green room right now, it's like, oh, how is this going for Scarlet? They're like, she's dead. Beyond dead. Like, absolutely get out of here.
GG at like minute 2.5.
Yeah, because this isn't like there's queens at the front either to do transfusions or shoot up. This is just... This squad over here just wants to buy as much time as possible, but for what? For what? And now the Cyclones go across the map. Brutal, brutal. Gumiho's handled this to absolute perfection. And I like also that he didn't go into tanks, realizing like, hey, yeah, they're good in a position, but...
Yeah, and the medevac first is actually really cool.
It
reminds me a lot of a Prism with 2 Immortals. Obviously, it functions very differently, but it can put on a lot of pressure, and it has a ton of micro potential. Overlord going down here. 2 Rovies here as well. Yeah, this is going from bad to worse right now for Scarlet. She did make a bunch of drones on the back of this, but she's still mining both gases in the main base too, so I'm not exactly sure what the plan is. There's really no follow-up. Gumiho here is dancing with the Cyclones, maybe not, you know, perfect control right here for our Terra player, but the problem is that, well, for the Zerg at least, that this game is pretty much impossible to win.
Yeah, I mean, impossible. One base Zerg, and you see Scarlet looking a bit down in the dumps over there, but it was a nice attempt, just relying on Gumiho to not have such a good response to all this. Gumiho's like, you know what? 3rd CC on the go. I mean, okay, can we have a quick look at the resources lost have as well amidst all of this?
3rd command center, by the way, coming up.
Yeah, I mean, her income, like 21 drones to 37 SCVs. Absolutely brutal. I mean, it's good for Scarlet to stay in to some degree, just to feel the stage, get a little bit warmed up, but I don't think there's any coming back from this one.
The defense was really well handled, though, by Gumi. I loved what he did there. Pulling the SCV that was building the command center away for just a moment. GG is cold, by the way. Gumiho indeed does obtain the victory, but pulling the SCV that was building the command center down to build a bunker instead, 2nd bunker to buy additional time, and then a 3rd SCV ultimately finish that command center. That's the small-level decision-making, right? That is absolutely critical in a game like this, because with only 1 bunker, that would have been a lot harder to handle.
Absolutely, and this like the 2nd SCV that came down, it wasn't to carry on with the CC, it was for another bunker, just...
Yeah, the 3rd one ultimately brought it.
Yeah, like it was just very nice play, very nicely handled. Economically, he realized that, hey, I don't need to pump out the SCVs, don't need to necessarily get the CC up faster against this, because she's already putting herself behind economically. I wonder what he's thinking with the shaking of the head, because I look at that and I'm like, do you think you did something wrong that game? Because I actually think you did a lot of stuff right. Maybe some of the micro, like you talked about, lost a couple of Cyclones with the medevac, but then did the cheeky Warp Prism micro almost with the Cyclone. But yeah, Scarlet, I don't hate that she went for that, because he didn't scout with an SCV, but I'm just...
You can't hope for much more than that other than a command center first, right? And the odds of a command center first, like, they've been pretty big in this tournament overall. But Gumiho, in my mind, is not really a CC first type of Terran. I mean, he does mix it in, of course, but in game number 1 of a series, I mean, maybe in game number 2. Now I wouldn't mind it, but I'm not exactly sure what Scarlet could have really hoped for there other than another command center.
It's just hoping that, like, the bunker's going to be late or there's only 1 bunker.
Yeah.
But Gumiho was very, very, like, safe about that. So nicely done out of him. 2nd map in this series will be on Solaris. Now, I have no idea what the veto situation was like. Alcyone does tend to be a bit of a weird map, can be, absolutely. But when it comes to playing against Gumiho, I think Scarlet just wanted to take the game by the horns and play her game, what she's practiced against him. Because Gumiho can do it all. And that's some, like, even PCs, I know we haven't seen him for a long time, but he can do that too.
I'm a fan of it. Either way, game number 2, we find ourselves on the map indeed on Solaris. And spotting right here in the bottom left-hand corner from Canada, representing the Rebellion, it's Scarlet.
And one map away from guaranteeing a top 12 at this year's Katowice. Spawning over in the top right as our blue Terran, Cloud9's Gumiho.
I guess we will never learn what Gumiho had prepared for us in that game. If there was something cheeky, maybe a battle cruiser or so, we didn't get there.
We did not get that, Loco. We did not. And we've seen a lot of really cool openings from Terran in this tournament, mainly from Maru. Like, he's been beyond greedy. And it feels like him and Bjorn, like Bjorn brought back the Macarax against Firefly. We saw Maru bring back one, like Rax first, no gas, CC, and then third CC against Reyna, which was like, that truly is like
it was command center, barracks, another command center. It was like, a CC first even. It was even greedier.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Like,
no scouting, no. If that would have been the build Scarlet went up against in the previous game, because that was on El Sayani too, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, if that would have been the build that Scarlet went up against, we would have called the strategy absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things where it's like, I love how the meta shifts, the meta changes for a big tournament like this. This is where these builds are absolutely saved up, because you don't see them done. Like, you don't, absolutely. But Scarlet going for a far more normal opener here. It will be Hatch first on the low ground, Pool afterwards, and then drones on the gas.
Absolutely. Reaper first right here for Gumiho. Nothing all too strange. I'm fully expecting for him to just play that standard triple command center opener, so that would be a third command center before the starport. It's going to be a Reaper into a Marine. We'll probably see a factory here in just a moment. No gas taken just yet, so we do expect that third command center to be coming up momentarily.
And if you guys are wondering what that sock puppet is doing over there on the mouse pad, that is how Gumiho flies and always has done. The towel Terran, just keep his hand nice and dry over there. Bit of a sweaty boy when it gets intense and stuff, but he's always done this and still manages to play extremely well with it. And here the Reaper does show up. Just going to tickle these lings, see if it can get any damage done whatsoever. And this is just a bit of a skill check with your opponent. Has to be careful though. Queen will, very close to getting popped over there.
You know, in the early days of StarCraft II, it was only really Gumiho who has excessive sweat in his hands, apparently, who used to play with a towel, but I've seen a lot of the other players also mixing it in from time to time.
Maru now as well.
Yeah, he plays with a little towel, a tiny towel. Not as big as Gumiho's.
Like, okay, Gumiho has his towel like over his hand.
Yeah, this is extreme.
I wonder if he has it all wrapped around, so it's also between him and the mouse. Like, it must be.
It has to be, right? Because otherwise, if it gets stuck
I think
underneath.
It is. It's a little sock puppet playing. This is great. And Maru has like a little fan now as well. That's really cool, I think. But yeah, it's that 3cc that you talked about. So one gas to get all that infrastructure going. A couple of Hellions on the way, getting a Marine out as well. That Marine can be used to deny an Overlord if it is to fly into his base later on. And follow-up-wise, I mean, the world is Gumiho's oyster, and keep eyes on how many gases he takes before he starts throwing down infrastructure, because that can be a massive tell as to whether it's mech or actually bio. Ooh, Viking first.
Yeah, Viking first is a little bit funky. It doesn't necessarily mean all too much, but it is going to be pushing back any Overlords. Luckily here for Scarlet, she doesn't really have any Overlords on the other side of the map that need to be pushed back. But it is going to make that vision a little bit trickier, right? So one thing we'll see very frequently is one of the Hellions actually gets stuck. One thing we'll see very frequently is the Overlords a little bit ahead of the creep spread of the Zerg. And the idea of that is that you can keep track of where those Hellions are located, move your Queens in the right position, and then spread creep in the direction that the Hellions are not moving into. If there is a Viking out, like the one that Gumiho has just produced, it's quite annoying for the Zerg, because you need to pull those Overlords further back. The Queens are going to have to anticipate where the Hellions are going to have to go, and the creep spread, yeah, sometimes it kind of feels like you need to get a bit lucky.
And one thing that's really curious, okay, I was going to say he hasn't taken extra gases yet at all, and it will be a medevac follow-up, so looking to deny all the vision around the base. Hellions will be, I guess, in 2 different locations here, but 2 extra gases, this still doesn't truly signify that it is going to be a mech build or anything like that just yet, but
there's
still,
a tech lab finish now.
There's a lot of Hellions, man. Like, this is going to be a lot of Hellions, and I think it is going to be a mech build this game.
This is a very late Benchy transition, though. Yeah, it is going to be a Benchy here indeed for Gumiho. I thought for a second maybe he can like squeeze out a Raven or something like that. All the Hellions not in multiple locations. We're just going to group them up together, go straight into the third base. So far, not getting a lot of worker kills. In the meantime, there's also a Marine Viking drop inside of the main base. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool, man. That's actually very
I don't like this, though. That's so many of those units going down over at the third. Now the drones are in some trouble inside of the main base. Lynx will be running on over. There they are, but there's really not that many of them.
There's not that many, and this little nook here, this is already quite a bit of damage done. Double armory on the way as well before you add on anything else. So this Banshee also, like, it isn't cloak. It's almost like a safety Banshee here, but I like how Scarlet handled the Hellions, but this drop, this is super unorthodox. Like, Gumiho truly is like a Swiss Army knife. Like,
yes.
He built a Viking, we're like, yeah, it's going to do Overlord stuff, right? It did that, but then it joins this little Marine drop as well. Proper cool.
This is a very greedy mech opener, though, from Gumiho, because he went very late, second and third gas, as we do have the Hellions driving back in. They're hunting for more drones. Will they be able to get them? Nice body blocking there by those workers from the Zerg. A lot of Hellions have fallen in this game already, but they only cause minerals.
Scarlet's in trouble. She's in a lot of trouble.
She's in loads of trouble.
Like this little nook over here that, you know, the Zerglings couldn't get on top of the Viking, which was dealing most of the damage there. It was the Marines getting healed up. And we've got 1-1 mech starting at the same time as +1 melee, +1 carapace. Like,
this is so greedy, though, here from Gumi, because those gases were super late. This is a full mech transition with 2 armories before a second factory. So the amount of units that Gumiho is going to be able to produce is relatively low. If this would have been a Roach opener, I think life could have been, well, very scary here for the Zerg, or for the Terran, because Gumiho doesn't have any siege tanks, any cyclones, none of that.
Scarlet does now know what she's up against, though. She scouted that third base, saw that there's gases on there already. No bio player makes this many Hellions and has gases over there. The Raven's very interesting, though. So the fact that he's going for, like, +1/+1 so fast, getting the Cyclone upgrade as well, getting the Raven online, and now the Banshees come as well.
Wow.
Yumi's just... like, this is not normal. This is not normal play whatsoever. Like, every unit that he's made, he's used it as a way to attack his opponent. And, I mean, obviously you make battle units, but he's just been proper utilizing every unit possible just to slow down Scarlet, and it's working dividends.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is what we were talking about before the game started, right? If Scarlet can defend everything perfectly, then the mid game is incredibly strong for the Zerg. However, Gumiho throwing 17 curveballs and apparently 18 drones? 18 drones killed in the 7.5 minutes or so that this game has been going on for. This was really just the first step, though, in Gumiho's master plan here. As the 1-1 upgrades are finishing right now, we have the speed upgrade for Cyclones as well. There's a couple of safety siege tanks out. Is that a second Raven? I think we saw one Raven already. Yeah, we have Interference Matrix coming up.
Interference Matrix? Okay. I mean, what for? Like, gonna
I mean, it's a pretty cheap upgrade. You're making 2 Ravens, I guess you may as well.
But disabling what exactly? Like, is it going to be for the Queens or, like, Vipers later on?
Yeah,
like,
Infestors maybe could be one of the follow-ups right now for Scarlet, because she is in dangerous waters here. That is certainly a little funky, though. Maybe it's one. I think it's only 50 minerals, 50 gas, right? So you can...
it's super cheap.
Yeah, it's super
cheap. Can be used. I was just thinking, is he going to use, like, not the Interference Matrix, rather, the anti-armor missile, just to help boost these Cyclones and, like, the damage done from his low, because he's not going heavily into tanks here. This is a very mobile mech army, but it's going to be good for clearing the creep, obviously, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got a little bit of first-person view right here of Scarlet's vision right now. Banshees are, well, flying around still. That Spore Crawler moved over. Finally, we get some counter damage done as Scarlet sends those links towards the right side of the map, but I do believe that Hellions are present. Okay, well, quite a few SCV kills there. That's not bad at all, but that Planetary Fortress is pretty much going up uncontested, right? And that's really what Gumiho is aiming for right now. Still, though, as much damage as Scarlet has taken in this game, she's all the way up to 163 supply. She does have some decent tech going. Hive starts up right now. We're going to start up our double upgrades. This is an uphill battle, but it's technically manageable. Oh my god, that anti-armor missile is amazing.
It really is. Like, it helps the Hellions against this as well a lot, and just an annoying army, but to be fair to Scarlet, like, she's playing incredibly quick.
Yes.
Like, incredibly quick. Seeing that first-person view was pretty damn awesome, and she's taken a lot of damage from something very weird and wild, but she's got herself more than into this game, 107 drones. That is absolutely wild. And I mean, at some point, obviously, you can change that into a lot of static D. The creep spread's very good as well.
Yeah.
She's almost playing this as if she's willing to lose like a good 20 drones or so, you know?
Absolutely. She's also going missile and melee upgrades at the same time. So this is basically that full glass cannon approach as we have Gumiho trying to get a good trade. Scarlet's army may not take up a lot of supply, but it's still very powerful. And because of those 103 workers, she can easily remax as well. She has a ton of money coming in. So it's just going to be Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers, and maybe some Banelings in a moment as well, with Centrifugal Hooks finishing up in 10 seconds. This is still certainly manageable, right? Gumiho, he's gotten away with murder at the first stage of this game, but yeah, Scarlet has stabilized.
And we're in a game now, Loco, where there is literally 200 workers on the map just gathering stuff out. Like, this is actually wild on both ends. Gumiho has to be careful because this is kind of like the one moment where Scarlet could potentially bust him, just because of how greedy he's been, and you know, there isn't a lot of tanks in the mix. In fact, there's one in the north there as well, will get taken out, but that's a lot of Banelings and a lot of Ravagers.
A speed zone also helping out the Zerg. Banelings trying to get a connection. In the meantime, Hellions are going across the map, but I wonder if Gumiho needed all of those units at home instead. They're going to morph into Hellbats in the picture-in-picture in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens. This base has to be evacuated for now. Scarlet is just going to bottle down as many structures as possible.
Ooh, I think this is starting to look quite good for Gumiho, though. Those Lings, look, they're single filing into their doom against these Hellbats, trading very, very inefficiently. And soon this is going to be a question of how much lava do you have left, Scarlet? Because, yeah, you're rich, but this army right now that's marching across to your side of the map, it's clearing out the creep for free. You can just continue to mule down instead of scan for this. And that is a lot of Lings, though. But no, they have to run away. This army's way too big. Scarlet's in so much trouble.
Adrenal Glance is about a half-minute or so away from finishing. This is not a high-tech army for the Zerg whatsoever. That anti-armor missile combo, though, is so powerful. Those Queens and Roaches taking more damage than they ordinarily would. The only thing I'm missing here for the Terran is Blue Flame.
I mean, do you need it, though? Like, does it change it from one-shotting or two-shotting? It doesn't at this point, but you're right. And Gumiho, look at that. Ragtag army in the north as well, taking out the hatchery while all this is going off. Scarlet's still 180 supply, but if she could get out a whole army all at once, maybe, but it's all just bleeding on through.
Absolutely. That Banshee just, putting in the work. She needs 3 vials to go down, so not too scared of those two. Scarlet, though, is holding on here, ultimately, right? And she didn't really lose any drones during all of this either. Those went down to a previous attack. Now, apparently, those 2 siege tanks that were used for the base defense, they're going to be killing a hatchery in the middle of the map. The real thing, though, that Gumi has going for him right now is the 3-3 upgrades, right? They are going to hit like a truck.
Absolutely. And the thing is, I don't know how many Ravens he's kept alive either, but Scarlet doing the true thing against mech, which is not getting armor upgrades, but that's against like traditional mech. Against Cyclone mech, they deal so much extra damage to your unit. So these fights, they're not going to look fair soon. They're really not. These Cyclones will start piling on a lot of damage, and this Roach-based army, it's got a lot of work to do because it's meant to always look bigger than your opponents, at least like 200 supply against 160 or so, but we're reaching a point in the game where that's no longer the case, and this is mech. It's very efficient.
Scarlet making a transition, by the way, here to Brute Lords, and that is one of the things that Terrans can certainly be caught off guard with. Against low numbers of Brute Lords, I guess Cyclones can kind of get the job done, but Brute Lords are a bit quicker now since the new multiplayer balance patch, and you do have to respect them as the Terran. That being said, though, Gumiho will obviously have factories with tech labs as well, so he can make a lot of Thors as soon as he sees them. I really love the Raven usage in this game. It's one of those units that I really feel like we have not seen being utilized very much in this matchup. Like, they get mixed in every once in a while against like burrowed infestors and that sort of stuff, but they have been incredibly powerful in this match. Just making those attacking upgrades for those Cyclones even more powerful, right? Because there's just no armor for those Zerg units.
I mean, look how fast these Roaches die now. Normally, it feels like you've got little tickle beams going on, but these are no longer tickle beams, Loco. You're absolutely right. And it is so many Cyclones coming out. In fact, can we have a unit count? How many on the map? 20. There's more Cyclones than Roach Raptor.
34.
Yeah, and
34,
okay, that's a way. Scarlet cannot fight right now. She cannot fight against this. Her whole army is orange, and look how fast these Ravagers start melting against these Cyclones. It is pretty damn rapid. This is looking so dire for Scarlet. She's still maxed out, but that's 28 Roaches in queue, and Gumiho, this is the wildest mech army you can go up against. It's fast, it's furious, it's all over the place.
Yeah, we have a nice little fungal there, but it doesn't really matter because there's no follow-up. 31 Roaches to back up even more Roaches. I mean, that first group didn't do particularly well. The Towel Terran is looking incredible here. He's got more layers to this plan that he's needed, but he does. Yeah, I think he's just gonna overwhelm here. So much.
It's too hard to stop now. It's too hard to stop. Like this damage being done. You cannot fight. You cannot run. What can you do? Scarlet looking dejected over there in the webcam, and GG. Gumiho makes it on to the round of 12 in true Gumiho fashion. That was an absolute stellar performance from the Towel Terran himself.
Absolutely. I really like that game number 2 here. I mean, game number 1 was excellent as well. Obviously, he did not really prepare against a proxy hatchery build from the Zerg. I don't think that was something he expected, but he handled that beautifully. And then game number 2, I mean, that strategy was just really cool. It's very greedy, right? Because the gases were so incredibly late. The mech transition didn't come until we also had double upgrades coming. That is one of those strategies that you have to be very, very confident in, but the Hellions dealt a lot of damage, and then obviously we had that Marine drop that landed Viking in the main base. That was really the start of, yeah, Gumiho's dominance in this match.
Yeah, because the Hellions initially, they didn't get that much done, but no, it was almost like Gumiho was like, okay, you have to respect this number of Hellions, because it's a good like 8-10 running in over here, but continuing to make Marines on a naked barracks for that medevac that we talked about, it's like, I thought the medevac was for like 4 Hellions in the main, 4 Hellions elsewhere.
The tech lab was incredibly late, yeah.
Yeah, and he just was like, no. Make Marines, the Viking, that's not just for the Overlords, mate. It'll clear vision, and this will get in scot-free. Very cool build out of Gumiho, very greedy. We're seeing that from a lot of the Terrans here having success. These very greedy builds that go very unpunished.
Yeah, it's a big eco play, right? So there's a lot of early game greed that leads into a massive amount of economy with solid upgrades. But at the same time, the aggression that they're able to throw is incredible. Anyways, let's hear from the man himself. Let's hear from Gumiho.
Thank you so much, guys. Down here on the stage with the winner of that match, Gumiho. 2 interesting matches back to back. Let's talk about the most recent one. That build there, you came at Scarlet with the casters were calling it greedy. They were calling it experimental. They were calling it interesting. What do you call it?
일단 고변지 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 두 경기 정말 되게 인상적인 경기였는데 역시나 두 번째 세트 경기부터 좀 얘기를 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 캐스터들은 되게 이게 좀 실험적이고 되게 엄청 부유하고 이렇게 욕심부리는 그렇게 빌드라고 좀 이렇게 평을 했는데 고변지 선수는 개인적으로 좀 어떻게 평을 하시나요?
욕심 부린 거 맞고요. 그 스칼렛 선수도 평소에 드론 많이 찍는 선수라서 그냥 저도 그냥 SCB 주구장창 찍으면서 한다 약간 이렇게 생각하고 했습니다.
So yeah, I've been greedy. I mean, Scarlet is also being greedy. So yeah, why not? Well, we'll go to the full resources race. I mean, well, so here we are. I mean, we're both going greedy, and I think I got greedier. I guess I thought I over greedy.
Well, you certainly ate. You picked up a 2-0 there. That first match went a little bit quicker than that. What were your thoughts? No scouting, but you had to recover from that proxy hatch.
1세트 전진 부하장은 사실 못 보고도 좀 막으셨는데 좀 사실 좀 당황스러우셨을 것 같은데도 이제 막으셨잖아요. 좀 어떻게 이렇게 대처를 하셨나요?
사실은 이게 진짜 제가 운이 좋았다고 느낀 게 아래자리에 나오면 그냥 생더블 해야겠다 이렇게 생각을 했거든요. 근데 윗자리가 나왔고 사신 더블로 빌드를 선택했는데 어쨌든 사실 사신 더블이라서 막을 거라고 생각했습니다. 근데 이제 뭐 엄청 딱 해처리를 보는 순간 와 진짜 천운이 따르는구나 이런 생각이 들었어요.
Honestly, I feel incredibly lucky for myself because if I was spawned into the bottom, I would have gone to expand first, I mean CC first, because that way I could play better. But instead I got topside, so I played Reaper expand. So I feel incredibly lucky. And even though I didn't really scout it and I scouted late, I kind of panicked like a little second. But instead, like right after seeing this, I could definitely hold it. I thought myself I could definitely hold it, and I consider myself incredibly lucky. I mean, God help me.
Both of you are exceptionally skilled players. It was a joy to watch you fight it out at this level, but you are out of groups now. You have made it into the top 3 of your group. Does the mentality change for you at all heading into the later stages of the tournament?
이제 12강 진출하시게 되셨는데 이제 플레이오프로 향하게 되신 만큼 또 새로운 마음가짐을 가지게 되실 것 같아요. 12강에 그 임하는 이 마음가짐을 좀 여쭙고 싶네요.
심플하게 그냥 좀 더 잘하는 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
So I'm gonna be rather simple. I'm just gonna do better.
Excellent, Gumiho. If that gets better, we can't wait to see it. We'll take a look at those incredible matches, though, one more time with our analysts.
Thank you. That's right. Gumiho is able to prevail and move into that round of 12. Congratulations to him here. He is one step away from being able to get onto a qualifying match on the road to the Esports World Cup. Joining me, Wadi, as well as ZG, to talk about this one. This one, Scarlet started off very fiery, ZG, with that proxy hatch. Unfortunately, not to be, though.
Yeah, we looked at each other on the desk and we said this actually is a really good move because the amount of Command Center firsts that have been coming out of a lot of the Korean Terrans, but yeah, definitely Gumiho is pretty freaking high.
Yep.
And the reason would be that there's actually very few builds that immediately kill it. You know, and the proxy hatch absolutely would have been one, and technically it is totally doable against a 1-Rax expand, which is what Gumiho did, but less effective, especially with the Cyclone being in the position that it is now. Just being honest, that's the way it goes, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, I think Scarlet was probably already a bit disappointed when seeing that wasn't a command center right there immediately.
Yeah.
But it was a really cool idea. Would have gotten almost a free win, basically, against CC first. It would have gotten her that 1-0 start, and then, yeah, would have obviously swung that in her direction. But Gumiho, pretty freaking good. He's definitely deserving of getting to the round of 12. I just thought he was going to get second, not third. So
Yeah. I mean, there's a potential you're facing
Still
someone
might.
very strong.
Huh?
You still might, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Because
The
Oh,
Solar
you're
game's
right.
still
Yeah.
going on.
So, which we're going to get into, right?
Sure.
But just to clarify here, Marine is out 5-0, 10-1. He did 2-0 trigger.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So, what a performance from Hero Marine. Fantastic stuff. Game 2, of course, in this one. Cyclones was a lot of them.
You know, I think we said it kind of pre-game, right? You get in there early, you get off to a good start against Scarlet, and she's just constantly 10, 15, 20 supply behind. What do you do? Well, especially against Cyclones, which is such a mobile unit. They're always on the map. They can pressure all the time. It's so difficult to really do anything else at that point. So Gumiho played it well. I think he did exactly what he had to not get into a difficult position against Scarlet. And just played out beautifully. Cyclones.
Woo, I don't know how many there were in that last game, but there were a lot. I also, at the same time, ZG, don't mind the high risk, high reward nature of what Scarlet was trying to bring to that, because there are many, many times where you can catch somebody off guard like that, just get that leg up, and then it even has a mental effect on your opponent, being like, well, I've just gone one down in this scenario, this is awful.
If you described that without any names, I'd be like Scarlet.
Yes.
Yeah, so of course, I think everyone is very excited with the possibilities, especially if it did go into then a very scrappy game.
Yeah.
It was so one-sided, it didn't really do that. But if it had been even a scrappy game, people are obviously very excited for the chances there, because Scarlet's been a lot. Not that Gumiho hasn't. They both actually are both, experimental, aggressive at times. But I would say that Scarlet does more builds, especially as a Zerg player, where it's more uncommon, where it is literally all on the line in this matchup. She actually is one of the very few who even does it at all, right? Dark had a period where he was doing some proxy hatches, but it's almost no one. But it would have been a really cool idea if Gumiho had just continued his trend of CC first.
Yeah, a valiant effort from Scarlet, but unfortunately, despite even a great start in the groups, unfortunately, she is done and knocked out here from this. However, we are not concluded with Group A just yet, because we still have the Solar Series going on, which we can actually jump into right now, because it's just entered Game 2, I believe, Wadi.
Yeah, Game 2 is just starting up. You're going to love this. The second map, after they played 30 minutes in game number 1, we're now on Riyadh station, just in case you really want to draw the day out at the start. Yeah, and actually, Spirit is up 1-0 as well. So, Spirit's up a game. Solar's definitely map pick now. He on Riyadh. Interesting that Spirit let it in, but he does like playing these long macro defensive games, and it does impact this group, because if Solar loses, he drops to 3rd place. So yes, he's guaranteed the playoffs, but dropping to 3rd place, that could mean a tougher opponent in that round of 12, of course.
Yep, exactly. Actually, it could mean Cyril, for instance.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Scary.
Well, actually, no, Cyril's probably going to get first.
You don't know that. Don't hate on my boy Bjorn already.
But no, yeah.
Wow.
Or you could get Beyond. That's also really difficult. There you
It's
go.
uncertain.
Everyone's difficult, right? Just there's also something good about like winning your match, you know, especially if you're going to play the round 12 later today. Winning now, get a big confidence boost before you play later on. It's a pretty big deal as well.
Yeah, it really is. I'm really glad we get into Spirit Solar as nothing happens for the first.
Yeah. So
20 minutes. I'm just kidding.
it was like a 25-minute game. It was pretty defensive from Spirit throughout. Solar had the entirety of Alcyone. So he had like so much of the map. It was absolutely covered. Just traded too badly, run out of bank, and Spirit held on long enough. Lib harassed it, locked those drones down, and all of that. So it was a cool game from Spirit, and he's actually opening super greedy here in this game.
Yes.
He's just going one gas, triple CC right off the bat.
Yeah, before Factory, I mean, he went CC first. Again, more popular. Just Yumio chose right not to do it that time. And so the weird thing about Radicet is that we've been seeing a lot of cheesing on it. I think particularly in ZVP, we still see so many Nidus worms. But so there is a chance that you do get bopped. But if you really think that you're both going to be like shake hands, no rush 20 minutes, then obviously the Terran player can get away with a 3cc. Is that a fourth? That's a fourth command center. That is a fourth.
The quad CC.
Hello?
4cc before Factory is finished.
I'm pretty sure most of the time people explain this as it's not worth getting a 4th CC.
I don't know actually how he's even practiced this build, to be honest. This is the first time I've seen it.
I mean, he's fighting for $500, right, for the series win. So I guess Spirit's just like, well, screw it.
Well, I think he's also saying Solar is probably the least likely Zerg to try and cheese me, but I absolutely think that he could. But then Solar is also down a game. So I think Solar's absolutely going to go comfort zone, my map pick, macro game, and I'm not going to throw away to like an 0-2 potentially. So Spirit's playing really.
You know what? You've heard of the 3cc8 racks? It's the 4cc12 racks coming in. Whoa. It's going to be the 80 SCV all in.
Dude, we're going to have to upgrade some of our old school, like who's the greediest guy you could think of who would actually do 3cc before Factory. Some people say Marine King, some people say Bomber. Now it's going to be the Spirit 4cc. It's going to be great.
There's a couple of people who've done this in the past, but like it never really sticks. And your production's just so late off the back of it. I mean, he is going to play Bio as well. Wild setup here for a map that shouldn't even really be in this series. I don't know why he didn't veto it.
Because he wanted to do this?
Because he wanted to do this, yeah.
He was okay with it.
He wanted to get some bang for his buck for being here on the final day.
It made so much sense. Are we going to cast this? Or are we just...
We are sticking in, yes.
Cool, yeah, let's
We
just...
have to have it finished before we get into the next series.
A little, you know, ZG Wardy cast in between the other good commentators in my brain.
Although I did just get an update in that we might not be. So for now, we will take things out and see how things go. And then I will give you an update in due course.
Okay, do you want to cast with us?
No.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
This is the right thing, though. What do you want me to say?
You have plenty to say.
You know exactly what's going on.
You have watched so much StarCraft.
This is like when I listen to the Polish talking to each other and I can understand what's going on, but I can't reply. Yeah.
Everyone heard you cast at Gamers 8.
I enjoyed that. That was a great time with Ben.
That was a great time.
And people were reminded just how much better those days were.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right, I'll stop. Anyway. But, you know, Solar hasn't actually scouted this, right?
He just saw the 3rd CC.
Right.
Now he's going to go in the main, and he's going to not see the 4th because it's flying away.
Perfect timing.
That really is perfect timing. I don't know how much you can pick up on just seeing those couple of racks. Marine stim in, they're going to get the changeling as well. So you see 2 racks building, but I don't think that gives you enough info.
That is actually very ambiguous, right? Because at that time, in the 3cc version, what would be the expectation? I don't know. I don't think you get up to 8
yeah, maybe
that fast.
I was just thinking though, like the Spires on the way down. Like Lingbane Mutas is super popular in this map because it's huge. There's a lot of open space. But Mutas are terrible if your opponent's going to go like super fast CCs. And at the time of it's not like super fast Mutas, right? So you're going to go up to like 4 CCs, have great economy. The Mutas have to do so much to actually have a hit on that economy at all. I mean, it could work out that one big push from Spirit just hits where Solar is really not quite ready for it, despite the fact it's off such a greedy opening.
Yeah.
Once his army starts going, it's going to pop off.
Well, there's definitely a reason being greedy, usually not this greedy, which is that if you get everything out of the way, I mean, yeah, for those moments, you don't have to fear being attacked. But when you are attacked, it's actually quite a bit. So Certainly, Spirit has been rewarded with his opener, and he is going into an aggressive stance. But the Mutas, while they aren't going to be great at deflecting head-on engagements, they could buy a decent amount of time if Spirit's not prepared for it. I would be a little surprised if Spirit doesn't get any cautionary missile turrets, at least in the natural, for instance. But so far, I don't see any.
Yeah, a couple of medevacts heading towards the bottom side, so he's going to start his first little bit of dropping and so on, trying to get active, but actually gets into this base. The Lings were a little slow to get there from Solar. Spirit lifts off, already making his way to Command Center number 5, second factory. He is just absolutely hunkering down for another 25, 30-minute game.
Missile turret is on the way, Thor's on the way, everything you would want. So I think that Spirit, if he just waits until he is maxed out, by the way, he forgot +2 attack, but if he does wait till he's maxed out with 2-2, that is still a very powerful push. Solar is going to move on. Infestation Pit's on the way. Still no +2 attack, and a very interesting decision on the air upgrade as well. That really does show to something that is much more prolonged. Like Liberators, Vikings, basically is what that's what they help.
So they're here to play.
Exactly, super late game.
They're gonna play this out.
Yeah, like if it was vehicle armor, there like that happens sometimes when you don't have a lot of tanks. You're going Widowmines and Medivacs, but a ship weapon, a second starport. Oh boy, that's something. I mean, maybe Spirit identified just how good super late game was against Solar, or maybe even more specifically how annoyed Solar was by it. You know,
that's possible.
In terms of his original wheelhouse, this is Spirit's play.
Yeah.
He loves it. He really enjoys games like this.
Absolutely. He was doing a lot of moving away from it, though. I mean...
Oh, he was, yeah.
You know, it's still something you can kind of fall back on, but even as a fallback, it was starting to falter for him. Just too much of the same thing, too expected. But now, I guess, since it's worked out so far, he's just like, yep, let's do absolutely nothing. The resources lost that you see on the screen right now is comical at minute 9. Hardly anything has happened.
Yeah, Muta going down as like the 4th unit of the game or something is not really, every day. The problem is for Spirit playing super late game, like this map is still just huge, and there's still so much open space the Ling Bane can attack in. Like there's no easily defended bases, right? Like maybe the 4 bases initially, but the 5th is a struggle to get to. You can see Solo just ramming in there, immediately rebuilds into a whole bunch more Lings with 2-2 on the way. It is going to get to that point where obviously it just comes down to how much can Solo mine versus how much does he have to throw away to keep Spirit back and away off of expanding.
There's a decent amount of bases on this map.
There's a lot of bases, yeah.
So,
Solo's going to be rich. Like.
Yeah, I feel like Solar might even be able to get the Spirit's gold base, like for a little cheeky little while, right? And when you're already banking so much, it's almost, it doesn't matter if you do lose the base and a couple of drones. So we could see that. I think we certainly will see the bottom bases taken by Solar before Spirit, as Spirit obviously is struggling to get his 5th base up. This is the current contest, which does kind of feel inevitable that Spirit's going to win, right? Solar's working with a mid-game army, a lair tech army, and Spirit is not going to be able to even make a mistake, really, just because Turtle, Tank Siege. I guess he could still miscontrol his ghosts, but he's really, it's a very easy siege op, it feels like, and now Liberators too.
Well, got to call an audible here, and of course we have other games that we need to get onto on the mainstream as well. Thank you very much for covering the start of that. Of course, if you want to catch the rest of that, that's going on Stream C right now, so you can head on over there and see how that unfolds. But what is for sure is that Solo's already advancing. It just depends on if it's 2nd or 3rd here, Wardy, and unfortunately for Spirit, he's kind of fighting for pride right now.
Fighting for some prize money, man. Yeah. There's a little bit of money. May as well, go home with your bank a little bit chunkier.
Oh, yes. Oh, yum, yum,
Make
yum.
the most of this trip.
Money, money, money. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It's time to go to a break here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We have a lot of very important games to roll into here on day number 3. So we'll see you right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Even though he's only speed 2 in the group.
Everybody knows a lot about Solar. He has been very broadcasted over the last few months, but I still think that the man who won the most recent GSL Codas is going to make it out of Group A.
Gumaho's obviously very strong as well, and he just joined Cloud9, making him a new lease of life, I think, in his play.
Hero Marine and Spirit have a long-lasting rivalry with each other. They play each other time and time again, on the ladder, in online tournaments, but obviously those things don't matter. This one is the one that matters. I think everybody's incredibly excited to see who will come out on top when those two play against each other, and they both look at this group where they probably think, if I bring my A game, I can advance, and that's why Group A is awesome.
Already you've got 2 slots that are highly likely to be taken up, and then it's going to be a real tough battle, maybe 3rd place with Spirit, Scarlet looking tough, even Trigger's on the up and up.
Trigger is a truly fascinating player to keep your eye on in this group. He only has to prepare Protoss versus Terran, Protoss versus Zerg. He's the only Protoss in this group. I actually think that he's got chances here. And then to top it all off, we've got Scarlet. Scarlet's a bit of a mystery coming into this IEM Katowice. We haven't seen that much of her, but we always know that Scarlet can bring it on big moments, and she is not going to be a free win for anybody, but making it out of the group is going to be very tough for her.
The players are very used to facing off against each other in 1v1 in StarCraft, but let's test their general knowledge against one another. But don't land on the X, because that's -1 point.
Hi everyone, this is Scarlet.
Hi, I'm Trigger, and we'll be playing
Wheel of Destiny, apparently.
Wheel of Destiny?
Yeah, Wheel of StarCraft, Wheel of Legacy, something like that.
Sure. Sounds fun.
I'll start.
Okay.
No! The Terran sector? Is that Caprulo sector?
What?
Oh?
You said you didn't know anything.
I don't. That's the only sector I know, actually.
Okay, sure.
That's where the story starts, I think. Not by the Wings of Liberty.
Okay. It's not good.
It's real geography, though, not StarCraft. Yeah.
I'm bad at both. I was even like playing StarCraft then. South Korea Seoul.
I know it. I won that tournament.
Oh, it was
Pyeongchang.
No, now you said it, so I lost.
Well, you said Seoul already.
Well, I could have got a second guess if you gave me a hint. Okay, whatever.
Okay. That's Busan, South Korea. Yeah.
Okay. I honestly don't think I can win in any of these categories. Well, that doesn't help. Please get an X.
No.
Tragic. Were you at 1, 2
Game
points?
was rigged.
You at 1 point or what?
1 now.
I'm at -1?
-1. Lore.
Your turn.
Are you giving up?
I don't even know any single name of a StarCraft planet other than...
Was it Char? Okay, I don't know.
Well, I lost and I got negative points.
Surprisingly, I got the lore point. I wasn't expecting that.
No.
What can you do?
I tried my best. I just played the game.
Just play the game.
know, got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going no, we never ever leave.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We have had a little bit more of an unprecedented situation where the Solar versus Spirit match continues on. However, because StarCraft schedules are quite long, we need to be continuing on things here to make sure we get all the games good to go for the rest of the day. Joining me, Pig, as well as Ro12, to talk about our next match coming up. It's an important one for someone that is defending a title here. Oliveira, our current reigning Katowice champion, goes up against Shin, who for me, I said it in a previous death segment, he's the hope ender for a lot of people. He dashes people's dreams to the rocks and is looking to take a solid spot at the top of this group, Pig.
The Clem Slayer, the Cure Slayer. I mean, Shin's just destroying all the Terrans like they're nothing. A hot knife through butter. The only Zerg in the group, and I think a lot of people are starting to think, was he overlooked? Were the players all practicing TVT the whole time, or is he just that good?
Don't forget that he's also the Serral Slayer. He's the man who knocked out Serral last year of IEM Katowice. And we gave a lot of kudos and praise to Gabe, who absolutely deserves it, as Hero Marine even went 5-0 and has done historically pretty good at IEM Katowice. But Shin, the man who's obviously previously known as Ragnarok, maybe that name rings a bell to some people, also had an absolutely fantastic run last year. Top 4. And I didn't really think that he was going to do as good as he did in this group. That's awesome. But this entire group is pretty awesome. And it's also a bit of a mess. You want to take it, Pig, or do I take it? Where do we start?
It's all over the shop, mate. I think you are just the master of breaking down overcomplicated groups. Take it away, Kev.
All right, so Shin, he's always going to advance, but he does kind of need to do all right to secure first place. Most likely he will, but we'll talk more about it later. Cure is always going to advance. That's where it gets really interesting. Oliveira, our current reigning world champion, needs to win. That does not guarantee him a playoff spot. He needs to win, and then he needs to hope that Bunny wins. But if Bunny wins 2-0, then he needs to win 2-0. If Bunny wins 2-1, Oliveira needs to win 2-1. Bunny is, of course, playing against Clem. If Clem wins, it's very sad, but it actually does not matter what Oliveira does. He cannot advance.
There you are. There you are.
It's a lot of words. So just to summarize that, basically, Oliveira needs a few things to go right, whereas...
That's also a lot of words, Pig. What are you doing here? But sure.
TLDR is there's a lot of chances here.
TLDR, Oliveira needs to win, and he needs to hope that Bunny wins.
Yes. All right. It is time to head on over to the stage now. We're ready for this game. Shin versus our current defending Katowice champion, also that world champion. Let's get to it.
Thank you so much, Kyle Harris. As you said, we have Oliveira coming to the stage, our current reigning champion of IEM Katowice, going up against Shin, the dream killer of Group B. We'll find out which one will be advancing in what position right after this match. But first, let's have him play it. The reigning world champion versus the Zerg that always seems to surprise, always a little undervalued, and then actually shows up, defeats Serral last year, make it into the round of 4, and is actually looking to top this group and demolish some of the dreams of the Terrans. I am Zombie Grub, I am with Wardy, and apparently I'm also with Kolaris, which is actually getting very confusing and very concerning. But we are going to be bringing you this last TVZ match here on the broadcast.
I'm very worried what James is about to do.
There you go.
Ah! Okay, thank you. I see. I am the official supporter. I'm even wearing the same blouse that I was, actually. I specifically wore this so people wouldn't remember that I wore this, you know, because I wore it on Sunday. But anyways, yeah, I didn't actually get this last year. Kalaris took it, so now it's mine again.
He stole it off you?
No, I just forgot to take it. I made sure I got heroes.
Ah, I see. Lovely. That's not nice.
It is nice.
I was so confused. I was getting I didn't realize how easy I was going to be with James stood a meter away.
Right? I was like, he's going to be like a live eel or something. Like, I'm just going to be like, ah! What is happening?
doing? But anyways, that's really nice. Obviously, Oliveira was an unexpected victor last year and managed to avoid, I suppose, the dream killer that was Shin at that time. But still obviously faced the best of the best when it came to all of the races to win. And I gave him a little 100 as he was prepping to face Maru. And at that point, we were still pretty certain that Maru was going to come in as the dream killer of Oliveira, bop him in a 4-0 TVT, and win that world championship that had been missing. And no, Oliveira did it, I believed.
Oliveira got it done. He comes back again. Last year, he also went 2-3 in his group. Right now, 2-2. He just got out by map score last time. It might be this time around he goes out by map score, right? Because it's going to be super dependent on what happens over in that Clem versus Bunny series. All Oliveira knows is that he has to win here. So straight up, just got to do the best that he can. Trying 2-0 just in case Bunny beats Clem with a 2-0, right? So many crazy things on the line here in this group.
Yeah, it is actually a bit of a mirror from last year as far as all coming down to the wire. A little bit in his hands, but not entirely. So got to depend on some other things. And it would be, for the Clem fans out there, I suppose, a beautiful moment of the reverse if he were to advance in the situations we've been talking about. But clearly Oliveira has grown his fan base considerably. The Chinese fans were so happy to have him win, constantly coming up and actually, I think, showing appreciation for every one of the commentators and anyone who actually cheers for him now. It's been fantastic, but I was also there saying that he could do well, even while not necessarily expecting that he would be the world championship, because he is always a solid Terran. This has never not been a fact. He has been one of the best Terrans, but just kind of undercover. He's been one of the best practice partners for a lot of the guys. He's been playing on the Korean server, and so expectations beyond the group stage were totally valid. Just, not the win, which was spectacular, and he is looking to repeat here this year.
Going to be a very fun series as obviously we can get this ready to go. Well, the fans in the crowd got their signs going. Some passionate fans, EG. They were queued up when I walked in this morning to get in. It was cool to see. The StarCraft line was big.
It took me a second to understand that sign, but obviously Neeb is retired to go into a little bit of schooling, so he's right. Teachers will not love him as much as we do. As much as Fear Dragon does, that's for sure.
Okay, I mean, there's impossibilities in the world, EG, and that's more than just one of those. All right, it's time for Shin versus Oliveira ZVT as we get into this important match for these players. Even for Shin, a win here really guarantees him first place. We've emphasized how important that would be. And in the upper right-hand side to start off this series, representing Mystery Gaming, our Red Zerg is Shin.
In the bottom left, we do have the blue Terran, the reigning world champion for DKZ. It is Oliveira.
Excited to see because Shin has obviously had some ups and downs in the ZVT. You knocked down Q, you knocked down Clem, and then he lost to Bunny. In fact, I think he started off losing to Bunny and then did the other two, but that's just a wild set of results because it's back to front from what you expect. It means that he's maybe a little bit volatile in this matchup, and that could be a hope for Oliveira, who probably feels fairly confident going in anyway, I would say.
I think Oliveira should feel comfortable as long as he does, take into account the surprising aggression that Shin can throw at him as far as a build order, but as far as decision-making as well. When one Zerg would maybe stay on creep and a little cautious, Shin would do the opposite. If you have said the best description of Shin this entire event, made a little social media post about it. I'd love to hear it again, Wardy.
That's really put me on the spot. Something along the lines of Shin's playstyle is like rolling a dice. Sometimes it comes up heads, sometimes tails. And dice don't have heads or tails, but Shin makes it happen anyway. Because it is though, right? Like he hits you with all these different things and he gets things done that you don't expect. And then sometimes you're like, heads, and the guy's like, yeah, but you had to roll a 3 or more. And he's like, oh no, and it doesn't work out for him because that works as well. Yeah. It's not always successful. It's a little bit of everything.
It certainly is, and that has succeeded so far for him. Again, he's safe here to advance, but then can he get another $500 in his pocket and ruin yet another dream by actually taking a 2-0 or 2-1 here? Now, we had a pull first from Shin, but he didn't do anything particularly aggressive with it. Wasn't a gas, wasn't a proxy hatch. We did see one already, but rather even just defensive, because he didn't even really make that many lings. Literally just 2. They are going to be a bit of a bother. The Marine, I believe, is out. Yes, indeed, it is. And one Marine, especially with an SCV pull, yeah, will have no trouble dealing with this, but that little blip there is kind of nice. And would be even nicer is if Shin does not take any drone damage to this Reaper, which he just did.
Yep, first drone already going down as this Reaper hops down, now hops back up. Another drone coming across. And we just have this Reaper again pushed away. The Queen there will shove that out. Couple of CCs on the way up from Oliveira. He's very ready to play that macro, but just already off to the nice little start. Dealing with this all nicely. And, well, Shin obviously on his way to that third hatchery as well, as he does not quite know what's going on. He doesn't quite know about the 3CC. Oliveira is just accelerating on towards.
Shin does have a very forward-placed Overlord, a kind of trickier spot, I suppose. It won't see the Hellions or whatever it is coming out of the natural, for instance, but it can get kind of a cheeky scout into the main from a different direction than the Terran might expect. So ideally, it scouts the third CC, but then also scouts the factory or starport timing. Is it a second factory? Is it Cyclones popping out, which currently it is? And obviously, is it stim or not as well? Oliveira not particularly into the mech, but I mean, we have seen some people try and experiment with it, certainly Gumiho. But yeah, there is the stim. So a couple Cyclones could bop a differently placed Overlord. Not going to find it here. They might want to wait for the Hellions if they really want to get aggressive. Speed is close to finishing for Shin.
Yep, Ling speed a moment or two away. The few extra Lings popping out. And the Cyclones will take the watchtower, the little duel over this watchtower. It's so interesting how much this watchtower has been contested because of those little choke points in. As we do have our Reaper showing up. And the Ro12 coming through tells us a bit about what Shin wants to have going for himself in the mid stages of this game. As we have our Queens trying to fight the defense. The Lings get from the back, though.
Yeah, that's not going to be very good at all. It's exactly what you want to wait for the Hellions. Obviously, that was just a really well set up catch on the Ling surround. Seeing Shin go for this Ro12, no evolution chambers, and not that many drones. I am getting some hints of an attack. Some attack is shown actually in many of his other ZVTs, and they have been effective. They'll be doubly effective when Oliveira has less units, and even more effective than that when less units means less scouting. Oliveira needs to be wary of a potential all-in because this is the exact circumstance that it would kill him.
Worst case scenario for being up against an all-in. You've just lost all of your information on the map. The first Cyclones go down. This could not be better for Shin, quite frankly. Oliveira has no idea about what is coming. And even if he blindly sets up a defense, you're right, unit count is going to become a problem for him right here. Shin is going to do what he did against Clem in their series as well, which is just show up with a bunch of roaches, a bunch of Lings, and look for that early game kill.
Exactly, and Oliveira is not going to have very much to defend it, even less with the losses on the front line. No bunker, no Hellbats, as that armory that is quicker than normal just simply will not be done. And even then, Hellbats might not be enough to help out. The Marines move forward and see, well, certain death basically. They race backward to try and stop being surrounded, but is that going to be enough? SCVs do get pulled. Oliveira gonna make the stand, or at least try to, and the wall does come up a little bit more extra time, but this is still really scary for the Terran.
All those depots lead to a supply block right now. We have Marines out waiting for their chance to get going again. Shin just wants to open up this front door. He's got a lot more Lings on the way, as many Ravages as possible. Let's see what he can do. Those Hellbats obviously going to be nice and annoying because they are going to stop you from wanting to send those Zerglings in for a little bit. So it's going to slow Shin down, and of course time is Oliveira's friend. The more units he gets out, the better off this may be. Another set of Corrosive Vials here, just trying to make those Hellbats stay the heck away.
It is actually really nice to officially get to those Hellbats. I mean, this is something that Oliveira does do, the slightly quicker armor, and this is helping him potentially hold this all in, but the Lings do eventually get that surround, and just too many units right there. Oliveira forced to flee with the remaining Marines. A Liberator that won't really help as the Ravagers can three-shot that, and Oliveira's supply is dipping down hard, already losing 24 SCVs. If he somehow managed to make a hold happen right here, there's some recovery hope, but even that's not necessarily guaranteed, as it is literally one, no, now two Marines against the leftovers of Shin's army. It looks like Shin is going to back away from doubling down or tripling down on the aggression. Even a little misrallied drone right there, but Oliveira has a lot to come back.
Yeah, that was rough. In the end, Shin found the surround on those Marines with the Lings, which really enabled the Ravagers to just get in there and fight. He had a moment where maybe he barreled a little bit too early. The Liberator Siege killed off a couple of Ravagers. Yeah. Otherwise, he would have gone even more done. At the end of the day, he did start drone behind it. Otherwise, he probably would have won the game flooding Lings. Now he's likely to win the game off of just an extremely economic, extreme economic advantage. Oliveira just finished armor upgrade, no attack upgrade. That forward engineering bay went down. You can list the problems here for Oliveira. And yeah, Shin, okay, he doesn't have the lair yet. He's not got the 4th hatchery. There's ways back in for Oliveira, perhaps, but it is an uphill battle.
This is almost exactly where it is possible, basically, right? So I like to say if you're on 3CC, 30 SEV kills from that type of attack basically does the Terran in. Anything less, even if it's literally 29 or 28, and there's a certain amount of wiggle room. Do you have the better upgrades? Do you have the superior multitasking since you have Medivacs and Stim to be able to run around? And the answer is kind of yes to both of those things, but it is only one upgrade, not 1-1 at the very least, and not the upgrade you would want as a Terran player either. But there is still hope for Oliveira. It is just a huge hill to climb. He has so much to do before he officially makes the comeback happen, and Shin might just be going for basically a follow-up attack with 1-1 Roach, which Oliveira will absolutely have trouble holding as well.
That's what I was about to point out. Is like, yeah, he's getting those upgrades up. It looks like we're back into unit production after saturating 3 bases. He's just going to make a lot of units and really take away the options for Oliveira to get back into the game. The upgrades are going to be even for a little while during that, and it just means you can go for 1 big attack. Even if there's a tank or 2, you can knock those down. It's difficult for Oliveira to get enough units out to realistically defend this big Roach Ravager force.
Yep. Actually grabbing a fairly fast 4th for the context of this game. And obviously, if he does have to pull SCVs again to defend this incoming Roach Flood, then he has, a few to lose. He's actually recovered the workers, especially as Shin has stopped droning, but because he is going for an all-in here. And Oliveira, he knows about it. He's got a little Sim City. He's trying to get that +1 upgrade to finish, but he just lost on the Medivac, which is not the greatest start. And that Sim City is going to have to hold for a long time to actually allow these 2 tanks to hold against the flood of units. We do have them breaking down pretty quickly, but Oliveira about as well set up as he possibly can be in the situation.
Yeah, you see Shin just poking, prodding, figuring out what the best direction of attack is. Probably wants to bow down this bunker before he truly commits through. As he is ready. I mean, he's getting closer and closer to being maxed out. The longer he waits, generally the better it is for the Terran, because, more siege tank is generally good. He does find that bunker.
Yeah, but that 3rd tank actually in the natural was a real bother. I didn't see that one. That is a nice position. Tank line, but is it going to be enough? Bio with 1-1, Roach Ravager with 1-1, 3 tanks still firing away. 1 goes down, but 2 lives. The SCVs do get pulled. Is it too late, or is it perfectly timed? Seems to be the latter, as that 2nd tank also survived, and the Ravagers are found vulnerable. Oliveira, eager not to chase too much, does fall back to the safe position. Would love to see the repair on the tanks first, then the Medivacs, as Oliveira is starting to really make a believer in me at the very least. Shin, only 40, 50 supply ahead. That's actually not the most competent or comfortable, I should say, Zerg lead that Oliveira did just taste a little too forward right there.
Yeah, the only downside I see for Oliveira is his Medivacs are super drained of energy, so healing is going to start becoming a problem potentially, and Shin is ready to go for another round of this. He really missed the bios on those siege tanks. They lived for so long in that previous fight. That one in the natural survived, and that was the first to get bios, and it never went down. It got so many shots off. Let's see if he's got enough firepower this time around. This time the corrosive bios come down. We do hit 3 on that tank immediately. That's much better, much cleaner from Shin. That's what he needs to ruin Oliveira's first game.
Oliveira now has an upgrade lead, by the way, guys. +2 armor, so again, not the preferable upgrade to have, but it's better than nothing when Shin is still also on 1-1. It is a 60 supply lead for the Zerg, but finding the correct angle here has been difficult. Tank found on siege. No 2nd tank to help out, although now the Roach Ravager is a little clumped up, and once again, he misses the corrosive biles on the tank, but some do hit the Medivac. More Zerg units coming in here, but 2nd tank pops forward. More reinforcements from the Terran on the way. 24 SCVs have been sacrificed into this hold, and now that is becoming a huge problem. 3rd CC has to be lifted. Oliveira has actually snuck a 4th command center down to the bottom right, surprisingly enough, but I'm not sure that's going to be it, as Oliveira's army supply just doesn't look strong enough to actually break out here, meaning that Shin has once again found himself a position where he's done enough damage to be ahead, but not quite to end the game, perhaps.
It's going to be a little bit interesting because you don't really want to dive into this, although it is just one siege tank. You're down on upgrades as well. That's another kind of saving grace for Oliveira here as he tries to hold on at 6 o'clock base. Even if you just mule that location, save some minerals on your other positions. You see Oliveira with the scan. It's like, how dead am I? Do you have that base saturated? And yes, he does. And now Shin realizing as well, hey, what if I just pop down the Bay Nest, the infestation bit? Let's just guarantee I can improve my composition and really get to this next and final stage of this game. Can't believe he whiffed the biles on that tank.
Yeah, that's more than 3 bile attempts, but like 3 phases of bile attempts that went poorly. And I think that actually would have been enough to straight up win the game. Now it is once again a little bit of a question mark because Shin also is not aware of the 4th CC. I don't think he actually even scouted it being built.
Yeah.
Which, means that he's not going to check. Oh, he definitely scouted it being built. Yeah. No, that is the 3rd. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, it's in orbital, obviously. Yeah, so he actually has no idea. He's not even going to bother checking. Now, he might accidentally check with a couple of overlords, and I'm not even sure purposefully rallied.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys are off to. It's the dastardly scouting duo, and they are going to show up and be like, there's a base over here. So they do succeed, and they're going to turn away immediately upon realizing. As we back away, Shin's giggling to himself.
Yeah, he's like, oh, shoot, that's happening all this time? Because if he had known about it, that might have been an easy bot, but it is might have because the minerals were up. Like, that was why it was especially sneaky. This map potentially being the reason that Oliveira brings this back because securing a 4th as a planetary, as you actually have the breathing room to get your SCV count up, to get the saturation, is just so wildly different from the expectation that Shin had.
Absolutely, Shin continues out across the bottom left-hand side once again here. The medevac just scouting, trying to figure out what is going on. We're moments away from a big set of upgrades, right? Banelin speed and so on. We're also getting the Hive and the Hydrogen on the way up too. I do wonder what Shin thinks about that bottom base. It wasn't really mining until just when he scouted it. So if he sees that, he's like, oh, this was mining the whole time. That could be a bit of a misread on the position because then he might really think, oh, you're in a really good spot.
True.
But Oliveira is more so in like an okay spot. So that could change whether you decide to attack or not again.
I do think that is vastly different expectations, but I think both still lead to the current situation, which is that both maxed out. Terran 4 base, Zerg 5, 6, whatever he's going to get to. It's a game, man. Like, it has been equalized. Anyone can win from here on out. And now the question is, who is that better mid to late game player? And I do kind of want to go with Oliveira, but here's the thing. I've constantly been a bit of a doubter as far as Shin goes, as far as his series scores, his map scores, his possibility of advancing, and he absolutely proves me wrong every single time. So, yeah, I say late game goes to Oliveira, but we'll see what Shin has to show.
Oliveira pushing in that hatchery, taking some damage. We are going to see the Ling Bay and Ro12 just trying to hold on. This hatchery is extremely low. Attack on the top left on the same time. On the picture-in-picture, and a bunch of Ravagers going down there. So Oliveira taking some fights as we are somehow taking this fight. Shin on the right side, though, he is able to get through the blinding clouds across those tanks. They finally get free, but we bile them down, and Oliveira has plummeted in the supply counts.
Yeah, I thought the Vipers going down there was a big mistake, but the job was done. The blinding clouds were slapped down, and Oliveira did, I think, underestimate just how much we're behind the initial wave of attacks right there, right? So he stayed in place when maybe an early evacuation would have been wiser. Now, that might not be enough to, again, kill him, which seems to be Shin's problem right now. It's like, I'm ahead, just die already. But it is obviously a situation in which now we, once again, like, heavily favor Shin. It's, it's a great sign for the Zerg player to be in the economic position with the technology and then also take the fights the way that he does. But Oliveira is not done yet. Next time he does move across the map, he'll even have a better position, more splash units, better upgrades as well. And he is on the recovery path to maxing out again.
Liv just going to fly over the Overlord a couple more times. He got this Liv getting pushed away. Nice little bit of harassment, right? Anything adds up, especially if you want to keep Shin back a few moments, regroup your units, get a few more units on the field. That has been the aim for Oliveira as he also presses towards this gold base.
I do wonder if the non-immediate counterattack was maybe a little bit to what you're talking about, his expectation that there is a lot more behind it. There was a heavy dip in supply. Now, even that, of course, every Zerg player has thought that they've got a chance to counterattack, and a planetary with mass repair does hold, so Totally understand Shin's position, but now he has that confidence. Viper's back into play with energy to go after Oliveira. Oliveira's supply not quite maxed out. Blinding Cloud on top of the bio pushes them forward into the Banelings. A last-second split's going to try and help with Little Sim City as well for the Terran player to work around. And that planetary is just not going to hold. It goes down, and Oliveira is forced to flee with the remaining parts of his army, which is just not a lot.
This is a really good moment for Shin because he's denying the gold base from coming up. You knock down the fourth as well. These are big hits to Oliveira's economy, and these are hits which he does not recover from as quickly as Shin does. This is where Shin can rebuild, go again, and absolutely be secure. He's even adding some Hydras on as well as he tries to escape away. Might lose a couple more Ravages in the process, although he mostly has the jump to get out of there. Going to turn around once again. The Bioforce is going to turn away. Shin looking more and more comfortable here in this game one, but man, has it been such an effort after that early lead.
He's tried 5 times to actually get Oliveira to tap out of this game, and Oliveira absolutely refuses, but now in the worst state yet, down 90 supply, technically with an upgrade lead, I suppose, but when you're down 60 army supply, I'm not sure that really matters. Go's not going to really impact this upcoming battle, perhaps the last battle as it is in full swing now, and that is finally it. Yeah, Shin just probably thinking the same thing. Like, man, that took forever to kill that guy.
It really, really did. He's gonna, I think, look through the replay quickly or something because he's probably like, man, what? Why? Like, how, like, what went wrong? And it really was he just whiffed the biles on the tanks. The first fight, it should have been over, right? Like, not this one, but the first fight after this, it should have just been, you bop the tanks down, there's not really a defense there, but this tank on the left side, it survives. Only 2 biles on it. He didn't use any other biles on the tanks. He does here in the middle, and that tank goes down. That's the only tank to fall, and he's biling now as though he just forgot this tank on the left lift, and then he biled the right tank and it didn't die.
Yeah.
And then here as well, he missed a tank.
Yeah. Most likely he had a 3rd corrosive bile set up, but it was like, you know, one of the first units to die.
Yeah, it just dies as it just before it fires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it does happen, but to have it happen 3 times, like that was where you're like, well, maybe also it you know, he's a little off perhaps in his placement. But obviously Shin has done enough damage repeatedly to be in the lead, and then it was just about not throwing away his lead. He absolutely did not. A little bit of confusion perhaps about the actual situation also did give Oliveira more of a chance, but Oliveira, let's talk about it. The first mistake was losing all those units. Not because they had more potential as aggression, which technically they did, but purely because they were the scouting. Like that is like the worst thing you can do against a guy like Shin.
No, it just opened Shin's attack up so much. Like, this really was. And even then, it was a pretty good defense for a while. Like, he held it off for a little bit, and just about as Shin was giving up on the idea, the Lings got in for the wraparound, and it just was enough to then cause chaos in the mineral lines as well. And that obviously led to Shin eventually taking that 1-0 lead. Just before we dive into game number 2, there's obviously a lot of important matches going on. Bunny and Clem currently playing on the B stream, currently 20 minutes in game ZG. Clem was down about 70 supply. He's about to even it up, still behind. That's still game 1. That's super important for this group.
Yes, it is. Oh, man, it is getting very close here in Group B. In the bottom left for Mystery Gaming, now up 1-0. He is the Red Zerg, Shin.
And the top right, our blue Terran player. This, from Dragon Kaiser Gaming, our reigning world champion, is Oliveira.
You can just see the pressure getting to him after that game. Head in his hands, absolutely aware of the mistakes that he made. And the thing is, it really was still subsequent mistakes that really did him in. By that, I mean, yeah, he lost the scouting, he lost a little bit of pressure that he had, but then it was the exact time that he moves out with his Marines that the attack was incoming. Like, if he had had the wall to begin with, that also changes things drastically. So the pressure continues to mount, as he also does have to worry about the result from the second series going on. Also, a third one should be happening. If Group A is done anyway. It's confirmation on that. Oliveira, not going to be the one to usually go for proxy 2-racks or anything, but Shin really likes the pull first against Terrans, I guess.
Just pull firsting it up, I guess, likes the options it gives him perhaps. And in this case, we're still even waiting to see a gas come down. So pull first, hatch, and then no gas at all for a little bit. And this time you see 6 Lings being made, so that little bit of aggression on this pool first.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to get the 2 Lings in last game successfully across the map, and then it was a bit of a bother for Oliveira. Successful delay. Yeah, successful delay on the command center and the kill on the SCV. But this is a nice addition for Oliveira. SCV scouting is going to be worth it, I think, against a guy as aggressive as Shin. And while Shin has proven to be good in all stages of the matchup, it still is something that I think is absolutely worth it, because it does hit your economy a little bit, but you can see now it hits it less, as getting his command center delayed significantly because the Reaper's not at home.
Yep, no, absolutely. So Reaper just chilling. It's going to be happy to be there. And we just get ourselves that hatchery finished. Feeling still going to try and make their way across the map. We just got the factory down from Oliveira as well. Here on Solaris for this map number 2. Anything you'd like to see build-wise?
From Oliveira?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually wouldn't mind him doing the exact same build, honestly. Like, I know it gives him some vulnerabilities, especially if he loses the opening units. Banshee would make you feel a lot safer versus a guy like Shin. But again, say that he is a little more cautious about the Marines or doesn't use the first units and actually scouts what's going on. The amount of Marines that he had with Hellbats, not Hellions initially, comfortably ready to go, would deflect, I think, that same attack in an ideal scenario. It's not 100%. But then he also would get into a place where if it's not Shin attacking him, he gets to do his build order. His fast Hellbats with the Marines have really bopped Zergs. Like, it is, to me, a very Oliveira thing, because I feel like he was the first one doing it. That's probably not true, but maybe first consistent one to do it. And some Zergs really do get tripped up by those 16 Marines having the Hellbat support.
Because you think you can deal with 16 Marines, but then the Hellbats take away that defense of the Lings, and it just becomes so much complicated. A little bit of tankiness to your Marines can go such a long way, depending on the unit comp of the Zerg. As the Reaper comes around the left, just confirms there is in fact a third hatchery there already, so just making sure everything in the early moments are standard. Gonna go Cloak Banshee straight away this time. Oliveira's like, well, if you do try anything Rochi, I'm gonna be ready no matter what.
You really can't blame the guy, right? Like, and it's not like Alien Banshee is a significantly worse build than the 3cc. Faster, you know, he's still gonna get a 3rd CC. But yeah, it's, you know, its likelihood of getting damage is a bit less as far as the Banshee harass, although maybe Shin has shown some vulnerabilities to that type of harassment. I also really like that this is just straight into Hellions. This is totally a ZG biased opinion, and I'm wrong because the Terrans do it and they're much better than I am. But that Cyclone opener seems to suck every time I see it. The 2 Cyclone and the 2 Hellion always gets surrounded and always gets bopped.
It's like the moment link speed is just like, well, Cyclones just suck again, right? Like, just in that early game, and yeah, I'm with you. They're just a little bit too slow moving to, like, comfortably move around with against Zerg, who is such a mobile race that can do so much with so little with good positioning, right?
Yeah.
The link speed lets you do that.
And if you're like, well, I'm taking advantage of maybe a later link speed, which Shin has done in this game, it's like, well, you could also do that, you know, with Hellions in a different way. So again, there are benefits going for that Cyclone opener. But I preface this with saying it's just my opinion, man. But I do like this a lot better. The combination of Banshee Hellion might show some type of weakness from Shin as far as that perfect defense that we would absolutely expect from a Sailor Rainer, but maybe not from Shin, as those drones are found a little vulnerable. Perfect timing. There it is. Feels like justice for Oliveira. He does lose all of the Hellions for it, but for 14 drones and basically a safe game behind this. I like it.
What a sad moment for Shin, because he kind of saw it coming, he pulled the drones away and it just didn't matter because he had nothing there to stop it. His Lings took a moment or two to come across, and that was just very costly. 14 drones. Obviously, you can't do anything with these Lings right now, so the fact he has more army supply currently does not matter. It's all about work count, and he's quickly rebuilding those drones, but it is that lack of economy for a little while that then gives the Terran pushers at first that little bit more spring in their step, and a little bit more spring in your step can very quickly become a snowball effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Oliveira needing that, I think, just to give himself that confidence back too. Still has the 2 Banshees alive, and also as scouted, this is not going to be an all-in. Obviously, the worst thing would have been if he had already been trying to take his 3rd CC on location. Then those Lings would have gotten in. Would have been a disaster, but Terrans are pretty good about not doing that if they know they're going to not have Hellions. Although, yeah. So basically, there's that moment of time where your Marine count's not quite high enough. Well, they are high enough. It's just not in place. So quick stim, quick recovery on the 3rd base. 1 Banshee did unfortunately go down, but as far as what you need in the early game harassment, he's got it from the Hellions. And then as far as a little bit of scouting and a little bit of defense, that one Banshee still helps out a lot.
Yeah, no, the Banshee is just so good to have throughout, right? I mean, they can find so many uses for themselves. It is really great to have them. You see Shin obviously playing very differently with the straight to Hydra Den off the back of Ling Bane, so just going to move him towards Ling Bane Hydra. We'll see how quick he wants to maybe try and get towards Lurkers, but obviously for the moment, Ling Bane Hydra, different comp, very active comp. We'll see what we can do with it. Is that Armory just a tad late for Oliveira for the 2-2 to start up cleanly?
Yeah, just a little bit there. But only a 5-worker difference feels pretty good looking for the Terran's perspective. Now Shin is building more drones. He's getting to 4 bases. Creep is looking decent. It is covering his bases as much as you would hope. But Bailey run by. It is a slow one, and the Banshee did just position itself around that third for kind of specifically things like that. Actually having a lot more success against pure Baneling than, for instance, double the amount of Lings there. So good defense, and now a drop into the main base for Oliveira. Actually a decent amount of Widow Mines, so those Lings have to be careful. The Marines are going to skedaddle, and the Widow Mines don't pop too aggressively. Little distraction, too, though, as Oliveira still has an attack to the top north, but not going to find too much. Just a couple of freebie Banelings.
He's just getting little bits, though, right? He gets in with the Widow Mines, gets a few Lings, a couple of Banes top left-hand side. It all builds up to that bigger picture of, hey, can Oliveira have a larger push here that can be somewhat successful? As we're going to find out soon. I mean, 2-2 just started up for him here. Second factory's on the way, so you can see the intentions that he has just to kind of get into those extra kind of factory units and to really tech up a little further. And then I was going to say that typically is accompanied by the 4th base. It just gets plonked down right now as well, so we are going to continue to move towards the macro game, but he has got a larger force in the center than what we've seen before.
Kind of a scary one. There's nothing currently deflecting it, so we'll be able to clean up all of that creep, and the amount of creep just kind of on the bottom half of the map is now getting very, very low. Top side Marines still trying to bust through that Queen defense that's mostly helping there. Not going to find success. Little hatchery, I think that was a cancel in the Rich Vespian Geyser, but eventually taken back. Yeah, it was a cancel. So Shin not taking too much damage and now more comfortably on a higher drone count, but Oliveira really about to get into his groove. The action-packed multitasking of the Marine forces might catch Shin off guard if he's not careful.
Yep, and we saw Oliveira in the last game really played very well once the game kind of settled a little bit, so we'll see if he can maybe, outsmart Shin, outspeed Shin a little bit. We do have these Widow Mines have already gone off, so Shin can push back up over here. Oliveira just again with units everywhere. And that kind of previous attempt at the Baneling run by, I hope we see more of that, because that's really going to be what slows the Terran down and sometimes gives you the bit of momentum and freedom on the map as a Zerg. Because this is a Zerg that also has just very little creep spread.
Yeah, now it really is getting concerning, because it wasn't, super impressive to begin with, but now it's not even being replaced after being completely stopped. That's maybe a problem in the near future. SCVs being caught, unfortunately, as Oliveira does plan to take the 4th base, but the attention is almost entirely on the front lines, making sure you don't mess up against the massive amount of Banelings that Shin has. And again, Shin is the type of Zerg player that would take this position in which a lot of other Zergs would defend, would pull back like he is doing, and choose to just continue forward. But it definitely would be wiser to pull back, as that is quite a few Marines from Oliveira, and they will actually be able to take down a lot of Lings before finally escaping. Now all the upgrades also completing for both parties. Oliveira very quickly on top of his +3 attack. Shin still waiting for the Infestation Pit, still waiting for the Hive. Obviously falls drastically behind against the 3-3 Terran.
Yeah, the upgrades do typically get to the Terran's favor for a little while at this stage, so that'll be an important factor, as we'll see Shin still just very much so on Ling Bane Hydra, not really ready for that next step yet, but is set up to start moving there. We have the Hydras now shutting down some medevacs, which is nice. Anything you can do to stop the Terran multi-pronging you and just being everywhere is going to be good.
Yeah, nice snipe on the full medevac too. And Shin at least has been trying to recover the creep spread to the north, where most of the action has been. It's just the south now is kind of blind if Oliveira did manage to sneak a 16 Marine, run by, basically, unload them and then run. But Shin is finally ready to be aggressive, and this is where he shines. Oliveira knows it's on the way, has plenty of army now coming over. We'll obviously have to sacrifice the depots and temporarily lose the economy, but High ground, choke, tank setup. Oh, well, third CC also goes down, and that is the biggest bummer. Oliveira going to be looking for a better fight thanks to that, and is indeed looking for it. Banelings get taken down, and Hydra's left all alone.
Yeah, Hydras are not fun units to be kind of running away with because they're not the quickest of the bunch when it comes to the Zergomi. We get back to that creep. This is pretty much the only creep on the map that is really outside of the bases, so it's one of the very few safe havens for Shin. He gets back to it there. Massive supply block for Oliveira, and that's concerning. If Shin builds up and goes again, Oliveira's not really added anything to his army due to the supply block, as these mines just littered around the map are a big problem. And that's a good connection on some Banelings there. We even use Banelings to clean it up, which is even more painful.
Yeah, exactly. That was really nice. Also, a little bit of scouting as Oliveira actually pushing from this point. And this is very tricky for a Terran player who has taken some losses, obviously to the economy, sure, but then even then traded out on the bio. Shin might have already remaxed. You just aren't quite sure, and you know that there's creep spread to get through as well before you really start to interfere with their economy. But this might just be the confident move that Oliveira needs to show. Taking a place outside of creep, all of his siege units set up, and then just kind of continuing to tap here on this base. Shin is looking to get maybe a run by into the natural, if anything. Planetary obviously will stop Lings, and just a distraction as well, as he is getting set up into that hive technology. Vipers are on the way, will be crucial to the defense if Oliveira is able to rally and continue pushing here.
This is just such a good run by. Just so many SCVs for very few Lings that get out and they can come back again later. Oliveira's going to really, like you say, have to rally behind this push at the moment, right? We've got these Infestors and Vipers coming up, but they are not ready yet. This is where Oliveira can absolutely stack the position. Shin just keeps on saying, yeah, let's counterattack, right? He's going to go around that bottom right, or that could be the flank in, depending on what he wants to do. I think he's going to continue for the counterattack. That's so many of his Banelings over here, CG.
Yeah, but Oliveira is not really, he's not engaging so much on this. He is doing the slow push, which Shin seems to be comfortable with. He is forced to let that base go, but now all of these Banelings will find that planetary successfully, the SCVs as well, and a cancel on a new base, so I would say it is 100% worth it. Shin actually displaying a lot of confidence and patience. We see him as an aggressive player, sometimes a little too overeager, but in this TVZ, he has shown really good form. The Vipers do once again get sniped, but they got a couple of spells down, and the Liberators will simply not be enough to hold the line. Oliveira forced to flee back to his tanks.
Yeah, running away there. The units from the right side came back to help for Shin. Just a little bit. It was expensive still at the very end. The Vipers obviously going down there. Were really haphazard with their casting. I think like a panic blinding cloud went down in a corner that didn't do much at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, just having to replace those, that means the tanks may have a little bit more power for a while. You see Oliveira trying to re-expand on the fourth on location. That's going to get cancelled immediately as Shin is over there. So he's not slowing down. He says, right, I'm not going to let you step back up on this position, even trying to long distance mine. And that is the trouble that Oliveira is being pushed into. He feels like he needs to do these things. So if Shin can keep stopping him, it's really going to get more than desperate here.
Oliveira is actually a Terran who's kind of accustomed to these scenarios, which is effectively an all-in. He might be on 3 orbitals technically, but the economy does not truly show it. Fungal on top of the Medivacs, but a really nice concave of bio anchored by these tanks is still a threat to Shin's natural. The Lings have put Oliveira down to a 2-base economy, but if Oliveira's army can actually get into the production line of Shin, there's still a little bit of hope. Oliveira is still up 20 army supply. Upgrades not quite done for Shin. +3 Carapace will finish as he tries to take this on.
Lightning clouds go all across the tanks, but there's a couple on the bottom side that do not get covered. The few Hydras need to close in on the distance, get something done. We throw one final fungal into the center as Shin tries to get rid of everything. There's still 2 tanks, and they're doing so much with extra Marine showing up as well. Oliveira will come through, and Shin needs a few moments, but he may not get them. A Hydra that gets misrallied forwards in a base that will likely go down, and Oliveira is going to tighten the chokehold on the natural.
Shin had never replaced that base in the top center. He is long distance mining from that, and not being able to break a Terran who still has bio, who still has some reinforcements, and who still has tanks. When you are now out of Banelings and relying purely on Hydra, there's no Baneling nest either. Like, that is a terrible position to be in. Oliveira with the all-in might once again hold on here, keep his chances of continuing Katowice, and this might be the start of that comeback, but Oliveira pushed back with the DP DPS of the Hydras. He needs to find more damage. He needs to actually get Shin out of this game, and it hasn't quite happened yet.
No, he actually needs to end it. One of the rare times you really have to end it, but you're so all in. You have basically nothing left. Shin is rebuilding. I mean, look what he's building. Ultra Cap and Hydrogen, Adrenal Glands. So much there isn't army right now, but his current army is good enough. The Widow Mine's going off right there. There's still Widow Mines trailed about everywhere. We actually lost a few links to those mines, so that's painful. Adrenal Glands will make a big difference as well if that is allowed to finish just in what is going to perhaps be scrappy fights. But as Oliveira is still producing a few Marines in a tank, he's going to have one more consolidated push, and it's not like Shin's economy is online to the point right now yet with the lack of bases that he's just going to overwhelm it.
Yeah, he might have, like the natural still had some mining to do, so that would have been helpful. That wouldn't have gone down. But even the 3rd and 4th base starting to run out of minerals. The would-be 5th only just now getting really online. That is going to be such a breath of relief, actually. As this gets injected into Shin's economy, he's now going to feel more and more confident, which is absolutely the correct case here. Like, Oliveira is desperate for the economy. Shin, now having recovered his, he can afford all the upgrades, all the structures, and a couple of ultras. Oliveira purely dependent really on Marines to do the magic, and Marines are terrible against ultras, especially when they have all these upgrades.
Shin with a little smile on his face as he seems to think that it's like, well, this should have never really gone to this point, but I mean, his supply is looking pretty darn good. Again, with Ultras, it's going to be so much tougher for Oliveira to push through, to break into that Zerg army. Even the Baneling that's coming back online, Adrenal Glands finishing. In a way, it's nice for Oliveira to slow down and stabilize and kind of set up some economy. In a way, it's given Shin all the same opportunities.
Exactly. He really needs to be dropping like a madman at the same time and getting into the drone lines everywhere. 2 here, 4 there, 6 there, canceled hatchery as well, but he's just not being able to do it. And sitting back, building up an army is not going to cut it when ultras have been added on. Now, this is before Chitinous Plating, so a little bit awkward. And that is a lot of Marines off of creep. They're going to try and hold the line. The first ultra goes down. The second one decides, you know what? I can't just stop these guys. I'm going to back away. But backing away into more spellcasters, more reinforcements. Oliveira has one more tank back up and running. Another spread as well. Viper's blinding cloud and try and push away the help of that tank. And that is going to be it by the looks of things as Banelings also roll into the 3rd base. Oliveira's supply just does not cut it.
Oh, Shin took his hands off the keyboard for a second just to take a sigh of relief because Oliveira does not have enough, and Shin is realizing that now as he's breaking through, knocking down the remains of the economy, and these last few units will not be able to get there. The blinding clouds across all those Marines were so good as our last year's champion is looking to exit in the group stage.
That is unfortunate news for Oliveira fans out there, but Shin is on an absolute tear when it comes to this matchup. Bunny, perhaps the only other madman here, I suppose, able to take down Shin, right? Where the other Terrans maybe played a little more standard, and Shin just was totally prepared for that. Shin really looking really good in Katowice. We'll continue this year as Oliveira will not get a chance to try and lift that trophy once again. You can just see the disappointment right there.
Yeah, he might not have thought he could go all the way, but out of groups, absolutely. This was a very doable group for him. He's played great TVT for a long time. Shin, I think he came in probably feeling confident against, but it's just all gone wrong. GG well played is called, and Shin, I believe, guarantees himself 1st place in the group. Straight to the round of 8, a match away from the Esports World Cup. What a result that is. Meanwhile, Bunny leads a game over Clem. Now that series becomes straight up winner advances as well, so that's super important. And that could be Bunny going to the round of 12 if that continues.
Wow, this is crazy, man. This is absolutely where we just have to get the numbers crunched, you know, and watch it unfold too, which is exactly what the death is going to be for. But of course, we do have to give Shin his time here as he has won against Oliveira. Seems like he has won his group and just really has exceeded expectations yet again, because he can be kind of a quiet guy in general too. So I think you can watch the Shin games and say, okay, there's really a lot of promise here. That's really good. That's really good. But then as far as the time that he actually gets to shine on the broadcast, might be a little more limited than these other guys. But when he pops up for Katowice, he really pops up. And the ZVT was absolutely what he needed to focus on, and it has done him well.
Yeah, this first game was a lot messier for Shin, and it was kind of set the tone to be a bit worried for Shin maybe in game 2, where What if he doesn't get off to such a good start? What if he doesn't get that lead? And you can see kind of the control Oliveira wanted to set up in the second game as well, but in the end, Shin was able to kind of get going again, recovering from these Hellions, diving through and getting all of those drones early. He was able to start taking some better fights, and it came down to very scrappy situations. It came down to that one big all-in of Oliveira after he lost his economy. But Shin was able to hold on tight with his Lingbane Hydra style.
Yeah, exactly. And the Hydra's really shining as well. They've gotten a little bit more credit, it feels like, in Katowice and all the matchups here, but they were able to arrive just in the nick of time and just the right numbers at the very, very tail end of the fight in the natural to actually keep Shin alive. Because again, if his production is camped and the Hydras are in, you know, they're vulnerable, it's bad news. But he did it, and Shin will be on the desk.
Thank you so much. Down here on the stage with Shin after that impressive 2-0 victory over last year's champion of IEM Katowice, Oliveira. You know, Shin, normally when I'm asking players after a match, what was going through your head, it's a stressful moment. It's when they were holding their head or freaking out. You were smiling so much during that last match. I want to know at what moment that joy came to you and what that felt like.
일단 신이버 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 작년 챔피언인 올리베이라 선수를 이제 꺾고 이제 진출하시게 되셨는데 사실 뭐 보통 같으면 이제 뭐 이렇게 힘든 경기였고 정말 어떻게 신경이 어떤지 이렇게 물어볼 텐데 아까 경기 끝나기 전에 좀 약간 웃고 계시더라고요. 그래서 어떻게 해서 좀 웃고 계셨는지 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 사실 힘든 경기라고 생각을 했어요. 왜냐면은 올리베이라 선수가 워낙 잘하기 때문에. 그리고 여기 오기 전에 레더에서 좀 많이 져가지고 걱정했는데 저보다 그러니까 여기가 아무래도 저는 1등 진출이고 그다음에 올리베이라 선수는 탈락이나 올라가냐 그 싸움인데 거기서 올리베이라 선수가 좀 더 긴장을 한 것 같아요. 그래서 뭔가 마지막 세트도 제가 잘해서 이겼다기보다 올리베이라 선수가 좀 실수를 해서 이긴 느낌이라 그래서 좀 웃었어요.
So mostly I feel relieved and I laughed because of it, but it's not because I played poorly. I mean, Oliveira is a very good player, and I was lack of my confidence was a little down because I lost a bunch of ladder games before I got into this match. So I was kind of worried, but still, in this stage, there's a lot of pressure, and for me, it's about getting the first place or not. But for Oliveira, it's actually for survival. So I think the level of pressure itself would have been kind of different. So I think that made me feel better. And of course, my laugh didn't really come from my confidence. It's actually more of a relief.
I'm glad to hear you're relieved. You should be. You're sitting pretty at the top of Group B, moving into a very comfortable position as we get closer and closer to Championship Sunday. You've done an amazing job in your group. Tell me a little bit about the battles you faced so far, what it was like to get here, who your toughest opponent was.
그래도 이제 그룹 스테이지에서 이제 1등으로 진출하게 되셨기 때문에 확실히 좀 남다르실 텐데 좀 감회가 남다르실 텐데 그 이제 조별 이제 중에서 경기들 중에서 혹시 뭐 좀 힘들었다거나 아니면 좀 기억에 남는 경기가 좀 있는지 말씀해 주시죠.
이번 조별에서는 솔직히 제가 막 정말 완벽한 경기력으로 이겼다기보다 좀 빌드 싸움에서 제가 많이 앞섰던 것 같아요. 계속 테란이랑 할 때, 뭐 클램 선수랑 할 때나 아니면 뭐 올리베이라 선수랑 할 때나 제가 도욱이 형이랑 할 때나 이제 노림수를 너무 잘 통해가지고 그것 때문에 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요. 그런데 8강에서는 좀 완벽한 경기하고 싶어요.
Honestly, I wouldn't feel that I've been perfect in this group stage. I mean, I think I got the upper hand because I think my strategies went well against all the opponents. So I think I have to fix my mechanics in the round of 8.
It's funny that you don't think that was perfect because aside from your loss to Bunny 1-2, it was a 2-0 over Cure, a 2-0 over Stats, a 2-0 over Clem, and then a 2-0 over Oliveira. Very nicely done, an incredible run through your group. And we have to ask you, you've had a bit of a name change. I want to know, was that involved in this power-up at all? Is this a new form for you, Shin?
뭐 그래도 일단 조별에서 이제 이재선 선수에게 1대2로 패배한 거 말고는 다 이제 2대0으로 꺾고 올라섰기 때문에 그래도 되게 완벽하다고 좀 생각이 좀 들긴 했는데 일단 그거 그렇다 치고 이제 다음 이 닉네임 변경을 하셨잖아요. 그래서 닉네임 변경한 게 어떻게 좀 분위기 전환이 좀 많이 되셨나요? 어떻게 좀 새로운 마음가짐을 좀 주셨는지, 어떻게 해서 좀 변경하게 되셨는지 궁금하네요.
일단 변경을 하게 된 거는 이제 GSL 결승 끝나고 이제 부모님이 아무래도 라그나로크라는 닉네임이 조금 이제 외우기가 힘드셨나 봐요. 그래가지고 저도 바꾸고 싶었던 적도 있고, 그 다음에 뭔가 부모님이 제가 꼭 다음에 GSL 결승 올라가서 부모님을 꼭 부르고 싶은 마음에 그때는 또 외우셨으면 좋겠어서, 그리고 그 저희 가족 성인인 신으로 했습니다.
So when I got to my first GSL finals, actually my parents came, and actually they didn't really know my nickname, so like they had to really struggle memorizing my nickname. So like when I get to GSL finals next time, then I have to make it more simple, and of course for my parents and my folks to represent I'm the gamer, like I'm him. So that's why I chose my family name, Shin.
An incredible choice. That's for you, Mom and Dad. Maybe this victory, too. So many incredible games from you, Shin. So many more to come. But let's take a look at that match against Oliveira one more time.
Okay.
All right, well, that is that here. Shin is able to make it happen in what was a 2-0, yes, but really not as clean-cut as that here. Oliveira tried his very hardest to stay in this, but it was not to be. So that means we are guaranteed a new champion here in Katowice. Pig and Rotterdam joining me to talk about this one. Roddy, I think we thought that first game was over about 6 times.
Yeah, it was one of these moments where you kind of thought, the first Ravager Ling attack, he's got so much. Oliveira's not totally ready for it. It's over, right? It's like, hang in there. You look away, you're looking at the TVT, that's very important. You come back, it's like, Oliveira is still battling, but he's losing another 20 SCVs, he's over. You go back to the TVT, he's like, Oliveira is forced to lift up his third base, and he's losing 35 SCVs. And he just went on and on and on. In the end, this wasn't enough. But you can't say that the world champ did not try. He really fought his heart out. That second game, about as crazy and close as that first one, but also he almost had him. He gave it his all. It just really goes to show how magical last year truly was. Because all of these guys are so damn good. No easy matchups at Katowice. And unfortunately, this time it wasn't meant to be for Oliveira.
No, definitely. His run comes to an end. And obviously you could see that in the cameras as to how much that kind of means to him. That, okay, it's kind of over here. Pig. But again, in terms of these matches, he really put up a great fight against Shin. Shin has looked fantastic in this matchup. Obviously, he did falter Bunny, but still looked great in the matchup. I mean, it says on the card, actually, Shin strategy is his top number, so 87 here, according to the pro gamers. They understand, and he understands, where his strengths lie, and he's able to make it happen.
Shin has forever been the people's Zerg because he does just genius build orders. He finds ways to avoid where he's at a micro deficit with his opponents. Guys like Beyond can out-micro him. Other guys are better at macroing than him sometimes. He always has a clever build to play to his advantages, to catch his opponents off guard, and he did that fantastically well. But I agree with you guys. I want to give props to Oliveira. There are times when a player shows up and they just don't perform their best. That is not what happened here. It felt like the build orders did not go his way in the early game. He was fighting from behind, and he showed some real grit to make those games as close as they were.
And absolutely, that is very important there. Shin is able to get himself a top spot here for the groups, but also what's very important is Bunny and Clem is not concluded just yet. Rotterdam, we're in the midst of game number 2.
Yes, well, we're actually in the later stages of game number 2, and honestly, I've got goosebumps. This is crazy, this is wild. It felt that Bunny almost had the end, then Clem started to battle back, just like game 1 was, by the way, but Bunny had the 1-0 lead. And to summarize this real quick right now, guys, as we have a massive drop in the main, if Bunny wins this, Bunny makes playoffs, and Clem will once more be eliminated in the group stages of IEM Katowice. I mean, James, you tell me, 18 minutes into the game, supplies that even 163 supply, it's doom drops. Honestly, insane TVT between these two.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a Bunny TVT, 53 workers aside, you know, it's that low economy, aggressive TVT, and that is a great move. He takes out a lot of Clem's siege tanks there. That being said, the Vikings of Clem get revenge. Bunny, though, with the siege up in the main base, he's in such an awkward position right now, is Clem. Despite that, though, he's holding on to a supply advantage, and he's getting some revenge on those siege tanks in the mid.
And don't forget that Clem did invest in +3 attack on the bio units. A little while ago, he fired up +3 armor as well. That's not totally done yet. I actually believe that Clem has weathered the storm that is Bunny. And this was honestly a severe storm that lasted for a long time. At one point, Bunny took out the 4th base. He took a worker lead. He was sieging tanks in range of the 3rd. It looked like Clem was on wobbly legs, but Clem just refuses to die, refused to give up. And I actually think he's going to send it to game 3.
I do want to stick with this, and just as a PSA here, we're not actually in the game, we actually are on the stream. So if we were to unmute this, it would basically be the other stream. So that's why it's currently muted.
Yeah, we've got the double compression going on for the extra fun there, but no doubt we'll get into game 3 if that does go there. Clem is fighting for his tournament life. You say he's weathered the storm, Roddy, and he kind of did supply-wise, but the fact is he's losing control of his production. The Liberator will finally break him out of there. That's not enough Marines to get that, so well covered by the tanks. But the thing is, if Bunny can make an attack on the front at the same time, he could take advantage of this. He's losing a lot of siege tanks. Bunny's window is closing. He's got to find that damage now.
Bunny is going to try to find that damage, and he grabs a couple of tanks very quickly, but Clem has Vikings, and Vikings are amazing in gunning down medevacs, and of course, if you get a Liberator out there too as well, the Liberators will keep Clem safe. Clem is going to force these tanks on siege. I really think that Clem is doing it. He has stayed alive successfully, and he's going to send this to game 3, and that means that we can join the lobby, and we can give you guys the beautiful audio sounds, and we are going to somewhat do commentary with Colares on our side.
Oh, yeah.
Even though we're not in the commentary booth. This is awesome, man. It doesn't happen often that I watch a TVT and I get goosebumps, but I love Bunny, I love Clem, and to see these two just play a best of 3 like this with Tournament Live on the line, it's very simple, right? Clem wins the best of 3, he's in the top 12. Bunny wins the best of 3, he's in the top 12. It's do or die, and this is everything that you hope for when it comes down to round-robin group stages. I've been absolutely loving this best of 3 so far between these two.
I mean, to reinforce that for a moment, just before we actually come back on camera, Rotterdam is watching this game as it's going down. He's like, I think Bunny might have done it. And there's, oh, I think Clem's holding here. It just kept going, where I'm surprised it's got as far as it has, considering the kind of outlook that we had in the middle of this game, Pig.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting to see. I mean, game 1 was so stressful as well. Yeah. That was, I remember looking over there because I was watching the mainstream mostly, and I was like, oh, you know, Clem's at 100 supply, Bunny's at 180 supply. This game's over. 10 minutes later, it was still going.
And they were both at 185.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bunny just had more bases, and that's maybe somewhat similar to this game as well, but Clem obviously had the better upgrades. Clem has, I think, plenty of bases himself. Bunny is working on his own upgrades, and obviously if Clem can make a comeback, maybe Bunny can make a comeback as well. As Clem actually donates a full medevac there with a couple of Marines inside of it. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to watch this stuff because you love both of these guys. We've seen them for so many years, not just at IEM Katowice. Yeah. Bunny, I think, truly is a foreign fan favorite as well because he's always been cheeky, nice, engaging, and obviously Clem, we saw that emotional win in Atlanta. You root for both of these guys. Only one can win, and yeah, that's the beauty of esports, but it's sometimes also sad.
Wait. Did Bunny forget combat shields this entire game? His Marines don't have combat shields, mate. Look, these are Clem's ones. You see they got those little shields on the graphic. When we see the blue Marines,
there's no way.
They don't have shields. I'm pretty sure of it. We'll need another shot to confirm.
That would be insane.
That would be basically the reason why he wasn't able to, win this game, almost certainly. Across the many engagements you have in 22 minutes, yeah, there's no shields, mate. That is
kidding.
That is heartbreaking for Bunny. That is such an important upgrade. With how close this game's been, that absolutely would have been a deciding factor. Yeah, they're 45 hit point Marines. They're getting one shot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is painful. The siege
no wonder he
tanks
couldn't
huge.
close it out.
Yeah.
I was talking to production. Did you say he has no combat shield?
Yeah.
What? 23-minute TVT.
Oh, he doesn't?
Yeah. That's so rough for Bunny. And it may be the Hail Mary that Clem needed because Bunny has just been swinging at him so hard with the aggression in this series, but it's going to be looking like it's going to game 3. This push is so good for Clem.
Think about the knock-on effects throughout the whole game. That could have been so pivotal
in a game this long.
Many engagements.
Yeah, man. It 100% Bunny wins the game. Like I would absolutely bet money on that if he remembers that upgrade.
Oh my goodness.
Anytime before the 13-minute mark.
I was wondering where Clem got that live line from. Apparently from Bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because we were looking early, and obviously we were walking our way over here, and we are still watching the TVZ, wondering if Oliveira, the world champ, can stay alive, and the game looked very promising for Bunny. He took map control, and the thing is, Bunny's still battling, by the way. Like, imagine what a legend Bunny
would be. If he wins?
If he wins this without... He's about to get 3-3 though, Piggy. Like,
oh my lord. That'd be pretty sick, dude, but... It is a bit of a long shot, those +3 siege tanks. Well, actually, Clem's +3 isn't quite done, but almost. But look at this. Clem coming with the Vikings, taking down the medevacs. He's got tanks on either side, and he's got that forward position, of course, on Bunny's side of the map as well.
This is insane.
Oh, nice cute drop on the left onto that siege tank. He is getting rid of a few of Clem's bases. As long as Clem's holds onto his production, he's still got a big 15 worker advantage. He's got a base on the far right mining. He's bringing his army back from the left.
Clem still needs to be careful, even if these Marines don't have combat shield. They are about to be 3-3 Marines. They have it right now, and there are still a couple of tanks, and it's always hard to run into tanks. This is very stressful for Clem as well, but I think Clem knows that time is on his side. As he took out all those bases on the left side, he's got the bottom right mining. Clem does not need to run into Bunny.
Liberated does siege up. Those siege tanks starting to fall. The Vikings are on the wrong side of this army. Quickly, oh, nice hot pickups by Clem to save a few extra. His Marine counterattack is going to do massive damage, though. That's Bunny's last mining base. Bunny trying to come forwards. The Vikings for Clem are getting some damage down, but the Marines are starting to shave their numbers down. And this is just every single shot from Clem's siege tanks and Marines is so much more powerful than it should be.
We are 100% certain there's no graphical bug or something. It's stunning, right? To think that we had a 26-minute game where somebody did not have combat shield.
Did you just try and press score screen just then? Or was
yeah, I tried.
That's okay. Yes, 1-1. Wow. And again, you know, in terms of like the results or the repercussions of this series, very important at the moment. There is the potential that the players want to take a 2 or 3 minute break here.
Yeah.
So we also may end up going to break. We're not sure just yet, depending on if they jump straight into that match. So bear with us. We're really doing this very much so on the fly. But for Clem to be able to fight back in this, again, maybe not given the details, it's important for him to stay alive.
Yeah, it's very important for him to stay alive. And, you know, it was a heartbreaking one last year when he went, you know, 2-3, and it was the map against Oliveira that ended up costing him a chance through a few years before that as well, where he barely missed out. So I think Clem, it's a big opportunity. But for Bunny as well, a few people were kind of overlooking him in this group, saying, oh, Kua, Clem, these guys are a bit more favorites.
Yeah. Oliveira as well, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, considering that, I mean, Bunny for me has been relatively invisible almost over the last couple of months in terms of like, I didn't exactly know what to expect from him coming in here, but he's really giving these top names a run for their money here.
It all comes down to one final best of one TVT, and in game one, Bunny played legit very good. There was nothing weird, nothing ultra snowbally where he's like, oh, he got the better Cyclone Raven fight. No, it was a pretty straight up Marine tank Raven game, and Bunny just took a couple of excellent engagements, and that man absolutely still knows how to play TVT. And I mean, it's heartbreaking that he forgot combat shield. I can't believe that's something you normally see for like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, by the time the 2-2 finishes up, he's finally gonna get it.
Yep.
I cannot remember for the life of me that we watched the game that long, where one of the best Terrans in the world did not realize. Because even if you, like, it is visible if you look at the Marine, but even if you don't really pay attention to that, you're gonna notice it in some of these big fights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of wild, man.
Hey, we have Sound, hey, because it's a real observing. Hey. All right, let's go.
All right.
Hey.
You're in charge.
Am I actually observing?
I think we have our observers in.
Oh, we've got the observers.
And they're waiting for you to do an intro.
Ah, okay.
I honestly think it's me, mate.
Oh, it is you. Yeah, it's you. We were figuring
out
which computer had the observing.
Yeah, we were.
I think we can lock on the observer's camera, though, if we want to.
Yeah,
so.
if you want to do that.
Yeah, if you want to.
In the bottom left of the map, it's a bunny.
Actually, wait, that's Clem, right?
We're still going to have to jump around a little bit.
I've got 2 different monitors I'm looking at. I'm not sure which one's the stream and which one's the feed.
Top right side of El Sayani. We're looking at the main base of our Korean Terran. It is Mystery Gaming's Bunny. Bottom left side was obviously Team Liquid's Clem. It's okay, Ben. Do you know what you did? Yeah.
I don't know what I pressed.
That's what you pressed.
Okay, right.
So we are now following Mapu's observing, but it's not totally the same as if Mapu was actually observing. Because if Mapu would right now jump, then the camera glides a little bit more. It doesn't really jump, and there's also a minor delay. So I think every now and then we have to do our own observing, even if this mouse without a mouse pad is a little tricky. Not ideal. I'm gonna do my best.
It's okay over here, Kev. I've got one with either 1600 or 200 DPI as my 2 options, so it'll be fantastic.
Oh, we've been having that conversation alternately.
The 2 optimal DPIs, man. It's always one or the other.
You know it is this PC though, right, Picky? Because you're doing a lot of things there, but...
Oh, no, yeah. This is just so I can watch on this monitor, because otherwise I've got a cast on the side there.
Right.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how this TVT goes, though. Alcyon is, of course, a map that plays out in a lot of big macro ways. Doom drops are a big thing that I often see on that right side of the map behind the mineral wall-offs, and especially when you've got Bunny and Clem in here as well. There are big chances of those drops flying all over the shop, trying to get inside those bases. And, you know, either player is prone to just try to shove in if they see an opening.
So hard to imagine that Clem has never made it into a playoffs at IEM Katowice. This city has not been too kind to him historically, and there was always something, right, where it's like, okay, enough day, a very difficult group. Maybe it was a bit too early where, yeah, he's great online, but he still needs some more offline experience, but that's many years ago. This year, we really looked at Clem as not just a guy who's going to make playoffs, but as one of the top favorites to potentially win it all.
Yeah, we do actually have a lock-on on the actual Observer PC now, though.
Okay, so we don't have to do anything?
Nope, nothing.
Fantastic.
Eek.
Enjoy.
All right, well, Bunny there with 2 Reapers, both going into an early Cyclone and a Starport. We know that Clem loves to go for the Cyclone, drop and play that action-packed game. Bunny, though, will be more than happy to match him. What I'm really studying is actually the player's facial expressions in these early engagements. Could see Bunny with a bit of a purposeful exhalation of breath there.
Ooh.
Actually, great fight. Gets himself a Reaper kill.
Yep, Clem actually is a master of Reapers in the early game in every single matchup. So for Bunny to win this skirmish is big. Nice pullback there by Bunny as well. Very important that Clem did not decide to chase there, because if he just gets a little frustrated, a little bit greedy, and he steps forward, the full HP Reaper of Bunny would have actually picked off the second Reaper of Clem as well. And Clem would have been in serious trouble. What are you feeling, Kalaris? This is our one chance to have a little tri-cast.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm almost, well, no, maybe we'll see. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold, of course. The fact that we've got a little bit of Reaper micro here and there. You got those double Cyclones on the way, but already a lock-on, shutting down the Reaper of Bunny. Bye-bye, Reaper.
What is your gut feeling saying, Kalaris? Who's going to advance into the round of 12?
Well, after that previous escapade of the previous game, I think Clem, you know, as much as Bunny's looks good in TVT, I think Clem is able to weather the pressure at the moment just a little bit better.
This is funny, right? Because they both have the same idea. Most of the time that favors Clem, because Clem has excellent multitasking. But if Bunny just turns around, it could favor Bunny, because he's about to have 4 Cyclones here. Clem is going to have a hard time evacuating Bunny with the flank. He's going to get the lock-on. Bunny is not going to get the kill, as Clem will boost. Maybe you should have dropped 1 Cyclone on the low ground.
Yeah.
But you already have 2 Cyclones in your natural, so you don't need that double Cyclone in your natural. Like 3 against 2 will always be a fine fight, and then 1 Cyclone on the low ground would have probably killed that medevac. It's a hard call to make, but obviously Bunny's not done yet. He says, if you can boost, I can boost. It's like Fast and Furious over here, James. It's like you and your BMW on the highway in Poland.
I'm skidding around corners, you know, doing some drifting and stuff like that. It's a good time here in Poland.
I can't believe you have Kalaris on your own license plate.
KLIS.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? You know what they say about people who do that. Word I cannot say on broadcast. I'm not the Muslim.
The Raven does start getting a bit of damage there from the Cyclones. That was a good ambush by Clem. It was a bit of a crazy Clem maneuver, but he does end up trading out the units. His medevac goes down. He doesn't quite get Bunny's Raven. If he got the Raven, that would have been worth it.
Felt pretty even, right? It's kind of felt that we both lost the exact same amount of Cyclones. The medevac went down. Kind of felt like who is ambushing who, who's flanking who. In the end, it was relatively even. Clem has managed to sneak in a tiny worker lead, killing 2 SVs there. Was already 1 or 2 workers ahead. Nothing massive, though. I'd say a very even deciding game so far.
100% mirrored in many regards. The third command center slightly later for Clem, but as you said, he's got the worker advantage already. Usually it's up to about 8, maybe 10 Cyclones before they transition into bio. We've already got those extra barracks building for Bunny, so it seems like his production is just a little ahead.
It is incredibly scary to stop making Cyclones, because you don't want to find yourself in that tiny window where you're like, all right, now I'm going to get that tech lab on the factory, I'm going to try to sneak out a siege tank, and right at that moment your opponent shows up with a 2-3 Cyclone advantage, the Ravens do their thing. Even 1 tank doesn't keep you safe because of the interference matrix.
So much so that Bunny cancelled his Raven to then fire up the 2 Cyclones, because he didn't have enough resources to be able to get them back on the go, so he prioritized that over having the Raven out a little bit quicker. It's very understandable.
It's like the game of chicken, but then it's like who stops building Cyclones. And these fights are just so chaotic. It doesn't matter how good you are in TVT. It doesn't matter how confident you are in TVT. The fights, they happen so quick. Everything locks on each other. And then the Ravens, they just look for real estate. They look for a spot to drop their auto turrets. But if you move a Raven to drop an auto turret and your opponent drops an auto turret there, you can't build the auto turret anymore. And the fight just goes from 100 to 0 immediately. So even if Clem feels great in these games, you play some TVT, it's a nightmare, right? And it feels like it is somewhat random.
It's too fast for your brain to process, right? It's technically not random, but it feels random in the heat of the moment because it's just like, as you said, in the blink of an eye and it's over, and definitely feels very frustrating. Setting up concaves is huge, and obviously pulling units to buffer. If you are getting attacked, pulling a few SCVs to take a few lock-ons, because once you start losing a fight, it snowballs. So you have to ensure you win the fight, much like Phoenix versus Phoenix or Mutalisk versus Mutalisk. You cannot commit to a fight if you're behind.
Seems that Clem is going to try to get adventurous with the Ravens. I hope Clem knows what he's doing, and it's not too early. Good defense by Bunny as he gets the other turrets down before the Ravens of Clem. And Clem was wondering if he can make something happen at the third base of Bunny. That's not the case, so he turns around. These Ravens have a lot of energy. That's a crazy amount of auto turrets. A siege tank is not going to stay alive here. That will absolutely get picked off.
I admire those SCVs. I like that. Trying to take on the auto turret. They said, "We're here for you, Mr. Tank," and sacrifice their lives. He's spending a lot of energy though. You got to be wary. Yeah. If you kill a few SCVs, that's great, but if you spend all your energy, the counterattack is going to lock down all of your siege tanks in the next battle, and you're going to have no energy for auto turrets or anything.
Yep, this is kind of where Clem is finding first blood. Clem is finding some damage, but now he needs to make sure that Bunny doesn't have a devastating counterattack, whether it's with auto turrets or interference matrix or just the first few Marines together with these Cyclones. Clem did make one more Raven in the end, right? Clem went quad Raven and Bunny only made 3.
Yep, I do believe so. And we've now got 8 Cyclones still on both sides. Marine Medevac tank coming out, going towards that more standard mid-game TVT. Clem with a 5-worker advantage. Bunny a little ahead on the production and upgrades.
So nerve-wracking. 1 TVT with your tournament live on the line. And we saw it last year, right? You can kind of sneak through the group stage with the 2-3 record or a 3-2 record in this case. But the beautiful thing about StarCraft is that Clem can go on fire. Bunny could go on fire as well. And a single map win here can make the difference between a bad IEM Katowice, where you get eliminated in the group stage, or you can still make semi-finals or the finals. It is absolutely possible. It is one game with just massive implications for this entire weekend. And even some Zergs will be looking at this, right? And they're like, yeah, Bunny is no slouch in ZVT, but I think every single Zerg in the playoffs would rather play Bunny in ZVT than they play Clem.
Yeah, Bunny's not an easy match by any means, but Clem is disgusting to play against. He makes Terran look unfair in that matchup. And of course, we saw Mapu, our observer over there, zooming in on a certain upgrade that kicked in. Looks like Bunny remembered combat shields this time around.
Poor guy. One Cyclone will get locked on and fall. Clem has a pretty decent lead on 2-2. Bunny's going to stim forward. He's going to try to punish Clem for that move. So in the end, lost 1 Cyclone, kills 2 Cyclones.
Drop in the south.
Yeah, that's a big one. That is a big one.
There we go. It's about 12 Marines and a Cyclone. 1 turret could tickle it, won't actually stop anything getting out of that. There's a few Marines there from a misrally. That's actually a really good misrally for Clem. Oh no, he actually put them there. It's not a misrally.
But he's moving them away right when the double drop is going to sneak in. Clem immediately turns around, stims forward, and keeps his main base safe. Big moment.
Very big moment. Those drops in the main, something like I said earlier, we're going to be looking for a lot. Clem, though, decides to take the defensive stance. You can tell he really wants to shore up his chances here. And he's going to basically say, look, let's not give Bunny an opening. We know that Bunny, he likes to drop, he likes to attack. He very rarely sits back. And I think Clem is choosing to be the more defensive player, waiting for Bunny to make a mistake.
Well, if Bunny takes a big fight while Clem has 2-2, that could be that big mistake, right? Because that's a pretty severe window. So often we see these tiny windows, right? Where can you make something happen with the 15 seconds where you got 2-2 upgrades, the other guy has 1-1. At this point, the upgrades are still even. So Bunny does strike when the iron is still hot. And he actually gets a lot of damage on that command set. That command set gets picked off. 12 SCVs have died as well. I mean, we're talking about Clem's window. Bunny had a very tiny window where these upgrades were still even. And he's finding some really good damage here, Piggy.
Beautiful momentum for him, Bunny. This is where he thrives. He's on 77 workers and 4 bases behind it. Oh, big interference matrixes on both sides. Anti-armor missile lands, but Clem has the 2-2 finished.
Yep, that's a big fight, and all these matrixes doing their thing. The tanks of Bunny are not firing, and that's a painful fight for Bunny, who started off good, but that's probably where he had to disengage immediately, because Clem had that moment where his army gets this massive power spike, and I really don't think there is a single matchup in this game where upgrades matter more than TVT when it's so many Marines on the battlefield. Clem was in trouble, just like he was in trouble in Game 2 and Game 1, but he takes an absolutely fantastic fight in the center of the map, and will it be Team Liquid's Clem for the first time in his career who's going to make top 12 at Katowice? It is really starting to look like it. These TVT fights, Big, are so freaking brutal, and you can see the pain on Bunny's face.
Yeah, we saw it in the little picture there. He really was just making a pained expression. You could tell this is a heart-wrenching experience for Bunny. He's going to go for one last attempt to break it. The grimace on his face, his hands are off the keyboard and mouse. And you know, he realizes that Clem has done it. The relief visible on Clem's face. You can see Clem breathing heavy. And even he can't believe that he's made it through. He knows that he was on the brink of defeat in game 2. He was so close to getting 2-0'd, but he hung on. And you can see that it is such a special moment for both of these players. It would be so incredibly important to get to the next stage, and you get to see that beautiful and terrible dichotomy of competition down there.
All the emotions pouring out. I really have goosebumps looking at this. The relief on Clem's face. He knows that he was in trouble. He was in all sorts of trouble throughout this entire best of 3, but Clem dodges a bullet. And the pain for Bunny, who was incredibly close to making it out of this difficult group and making it into the top 12 of this tournament. This game is over. Bunny is just letting reality sink in. Clem will be making another appearance later today in that round of 12, Claris. Pain, heartbreak for Bunny, but all the relief for Clemo.
You can tell every single one of these series means so much to these players because of even just the GG timing, right? We've seen it multiple times already in this tournament. It's always a lot later than it would normally be in any other tournament because of the prestige of Katowice, because of what it actually means to these players, Pig.
It's just so hard to type in those 2 letters. That's the moment where you kind of fully accept there is no extra chance.
Right there.
Yeah. There's always that delay of going, I really don't want to type this in. Maybe there's something I could do. And you just kind of look around and you kind of cast your eyes about, is there 10 battle cruisers in the corner I forgot about? You know, unfortunately. It's a rough moment for Bunny, but yeah, that's what it's all about, you know. It's who can bring it out when the moment is so tense.
Yeah.
I do think for me, very tragic, the upgrade though. That is such a painful way to lose for getting a key upgrade.
Yeah, but then what makes it even more painful is that in game 3 he kind of recollects himself and he actually finds a great window to fight and deal some damage, and then all you really have to do is just get back safely to your side of the map, and then while you're on the retreat, Clem says, nope, that ain't happening. So you have the heartbreak, you recollect yourself, it's like, it's starting to look good, I'm playing well, I'm getting ahead, and then those 20 seconds he needed to survive, he couldn't survive. It's the ultimate heartbreak and ultimate roller coaster of emotions.
Oh, definitely. Because, I mean, it felt like in Game 3, Bunny was giving him the old rope-a-dope, being able to hit that base, having that drop in the main, but then Clem thrusts the spear through his chest there to be able to take the exact right timing on it, Pig, and make it work.
It kind of looked scary as well, because it looked like Bunny was kind of going, oh, your tanks are out there, let's interference matrix and let's take this fight. He got a fantastic anti-armor missile. But yeah, he didn't quite have the numbers then, and of course the upgrade deficit was massive. Not to mention Clem's reaction speed was so huge. It was like Marines on top of his Ravens, and I was like, oh, they're going to get popped. And you just see like 8 interference matrices go off instantaneously, and you're like, okay, Clem's pretty fast.
Yeah, I actually can't recall a time where I saw almost the entire army all orange, but it still was okay for Clem, all things considered here. But hey, Clem makes it through into that round of 12. As you mentioned, Rotterdam, this is his first time on through. After Atlanta, I imagine he was probably expecting, I mean, even though it's always going to be a tough round, but he was expecting to at least get towards the playoffs.
Of course, but he was expecting that last year as well, and I think even the year prior to that, where he had that very difficult group with Maru and Reina. Even then, we all thought that Clem was going to make it through. So Clem, I do think, is always very humble. He's just a super sweet kid. We've seen it in the interview. So I think he will just take it one series at a time, and it's impossible to completely silence those demons after things go wrong and you lose to Shin. And, you know, you're like, is it happening again? But it's awesome to see that Clem has grown as a player, hang in there like an absolute champ through the face of adversity. And Clem, honestly, like, we're not going to say that he's going to win all of it, but Clem is the kind of player who can have a bumpy group stage. But who's going to say that Clem can't win a couple of best of 5s and a best of 7?
Yeah.
He absolutely can. If he finds that magic that he had a little over a month ago, like, who is a massive favorite over Clem? Some people will say Serral. Well, Clem looked pretty good against Serral. Some people say Maru. Clem looks pretty good in TVT if he's on point. So.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much here. Of course, that does conclude what was going on here in Group B, and I have to say congratulations to Shin, who is now first place in that group, meaning he's in a qualification match on the road to the Esports World Cup. We're going to a break. When we return, more from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We have got ourselves 2 groups concluded. We've got 2 more to do now as well. Before we get into those all-important round of 12s, joining me to my left-hand side, the man who made his own jumper specially for this day. It is Benjamin Baker. And I also have Loco here as well to talk about everything that's going on in Group C, but we don't have much time, so let's talk about it, especially that PvP. What is the reason for that?
Yeah, so we're doing Serral versus Beyond on the main stream, but whilst that game is being played, there's also Estrella versus Skillous, and that's a very important match, because if Estrella ends up winning just a single map, he is the one that moves on.
Yes.
Bit of a tough situation for Skillous, because even if he wins the series, say 2-1, he's still not going to be able to move on in the event, and obviously, well, Estrella is going to try his very best to just take a single map. If you have the potential of 3 games, it should be manageable.
You shouldn't lose in other situations if you're Skillous, especially if you... Anyway, never mind. We've got ourselves big fight feel here for Group C, and number 1 in the group. It is Serral going up against Beyond here, the Finnish phenom himself, against Mr. Beyond Believable, Benjamin Baker.
Yeah, I mean, this group's been very much a 2-horse race, right? Like, Serral's been unstoppable, Beyond's been unstoppable.
Ooh.
They're going to actually clash, and, you know, this is always an exciting one. Even when Serral has looked unstoppable, when he goes up against Beyond, Beyond can really push him, and I'll never forget when Beyond first came back from the army with the Asus ROG and really, like, decimated Serral. It's a classic at this point, and Serral, he's one of the guys that Beyond truly, really respects. It's like, oh no, I have to play him. Like, it's going to be fun.
This is an intriguing map veto here,
Yeah.
not only because Beyond and Serral are going head-to-head before the matches even began, but who is Darth Referee? We'll never know.
It is very dramatic for sure.
Yes.
I like the shots that we have, though, of the players deciding what maps to play on.
I like that they've also put Serral as the Sith.
Oh, yes. He's always
definitely the Sith Lord.
He's always been that way.
Yeah, I mean, he is obviously. I love these color things that they're doing, man. Like the one where they step out the elevator, though, that was one that I was just like, I must have taken a lot of time to get that right.
Where have they been?
You're playing the table football as well. I wonder what the final one is going to look like.
Yeah, ooh, only time will tell. All right, well, I'm getting word that the stage is ready. Let's get this underway. Serral and Beyond.
Thank you so much. As we head into Group C, this match here is between 2 players who have not yet suffered a loss in their group. A difference of 1 map separates them. So now we've got to put them head-to-head and figure out who's coming out on top. Will it be Serral representing Basilisk or Beyond representing Shopify Rebellion? Let's find out.
at this group, we did expect these two names to top them. Now the question is, who will get first and right into that round of 8, and who will be second and only get into the round of 12. That is a big difference as far as the prize money goes, the points, the accessibility to the so-called qualifying match of the Esports World Championship, and it also means that one player gets to take a break. Wait till tomorrow, and the other one has to continue the grueling slog that can be Saturday for Katowice.
Yeah, depending on how those brackets go, you really want to dodge that extra opponent. That one can be tough, especially if you got to stay up late tonight to play it. My gosh, those stats are disgusting for Serral. Always nice to see a couple 99s on your stats there. That's always good fun. But honestly, this is such a big match. We've seen so many close back and forth ones in the past. But of course, Serral has come into this tournament with unbreakable form. He's looked unstoppable thus far. It really is a wonder to see what players will do to expose his weakness. Because historically, when he loses here in Katowice, it comes to as a big surprise. Last year, Ragnarok, now Shin, found that weakness, which none of us knew was there. Is Bjorn going to be able to find the same thing?
He's the one that's gotten close. Another thing that a lot of people were looking at for this group is whether or not Serral is going to drop a map. That is just how freaking good he is. But one of the few guys who actually has been able to do so kind of consistently and fairly recently as well has been Bjorn. He's tried some very aggressive tactics against Serral, things that Serral might even actually see coming, but then Bjorn's multitasking, his micro, his aggression, his tenacity still wins out, and I think we're all looking forward to an epic battle such as that once again here in this best of 3. We're moving on to hard leg for the beginning of it, and it is going to be in the bottom right, the red Zerg for Basilisk. He is Serral.
And his opponent in the top left, a fantastic top-tier Terran player, but he finds himself as the underdog in this match. Representing Shopify Rebellion in the blue, it is Bjorn.
Bjorn was a big fan of the forward 2 racks. He was doing it almost 100% of his games at one point. A little bit different now. But when he was doing that for the most of them, there was one other build he was doing, and that was the command center first, which is what we are once again seeing here on hard lead.
He does enjoy mixing this in. Bjorn prone to going for 3 racks afterwards sometimes and doing a stiff stim push. That is a very binary build usually. It either finds the big damage, gets the Zerg off balance, or they handle it just right and it's a bit of a fall-off point. What I'm most excited to see is when does the 2-base timing attack come out for Bjorn? Because Bjorn's always mixing that into every Zerg versus Terran. Doesn't matter who he's playing. And he manhandled Serral in a single map. I can't remember if it was on Solaris, I believe, where he did that maybe a month ago. And I was just in awe of the fact that he could do that to Serral, because I thought Serral was one of the best at defending the 2-base aggression. But when Bjorn gets going with the Marine tank on 2-base, it's just like wave after wave hits you. Every time you break his push, he picks up almost everything, saves it, repositions, sets up in another perfect angle, and it's so expensive for the Zerg, and they end up slowly just falling behind until he wears them down.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, and you kind of reminded me to look at the map here, and this is the map that I was thinking of when I talked about Atlanta. Bjorn was able to kind of force a map through, and it actually started with a bop on Serral's triangle base, the best way to put it. Opposite sides at that particular time, but the point is. And that was, you know, kind of seemed surprising. But then Serral also, I think, played against Oliveira, actually, but it was another Terran, same map, different build, but same situation. He once again was underprepared for defending the triangle base. So weirdly enough, it kind of seems like a little bit of a weakness, but it's really too hard to say that it is, right? Because Serral obviously still feels comfortable on the map. He knows that he makes those types of mistakes, and he's always looking to improve on the next iteration. I think it just comes down to the Terran's slight tweaks of the timing, their slight different ability to actually save those units like you're talking about, and whether or not he actually is fine against it. But you're right to call the multiple barracks following up his command center first, something that Serral's Ling did see. kind of. It actually only saw a tech lab, but
I think that's enough, though.
I think that is enough, yeah.
I don't think you're going to have a command center first and a factory that's also had time to build a tech lab yet. There's just no way. So timing-wise, that is, of course, a big tell. Beyond unable to stop it because he went reactor first on the barracks, and he's going to have an immense amount of Marines. Now, the double tech lab is great because you get stim and shields at the same time, but the fourth barracks is wild. I mean, this is something Beyond used to always pull SCVs if he went 4 racks. It was always an all-in. I don't know if that's the case here. I know Maru was even using this build against Raynor, a while back earlier in 2023, but it's going to be a Roach defense for Serral, and Roaches, I think, are generally the best way to simply survive the early game.
Yeah, I think they're very safe. The only problem that we see is that occasionally there's just 1 or 2 less roaches than you need when Terran actually pulls the trigger, and then that can snowball very quickly. The thing about roaches compared to lings, and well, particularly banelings, but even lings, is that they're less volatile. You can kind of size up, okay, I have this many Marines, I have this many roaches, I'm going to jump on top of you, where lings can get us around and stuff, so if you're not prepared, you're not prepared. But this really seems like Serral is doing everything to prepare for a push that he knows is on the way. He's getting continuous confirmation on that as well. And we take a look at his first-person view to see how he sets up the defense. This Overlord does seem a little SOL, but it did its job.
I mean, that Overlord is just so annoying. That's such a Serral thing. Gets an idea of the unmassing Marines, buys a lot of time before it goes down, and he's got a lot of roaches coming out. As you pointed out, roaches are not as high damage as the Ling Bane. Tanky, but if the Marines with their high firepower get out of control, they will have, of course, a big advantage as they focus fire down the roaches. Quick Ravager Morphs is a move you can usually use to block that, but without any gas bank, that will not be available to Serral.
He just looks like too many roaches, frankly. And I think Bjorn is about to agree. I mean, the roaches, even if they go off creep, yeah, they're slow, but again, it's just it's math at this point. You know, there's no big surprises for really either side, so Serral obviously feels he's comfortable off of creep, knowing that Bjorn's not going to turn around and try and take that fight, and as he has deflected the initial part of this game, he is going to now go into more of the macro, more drones, layers on the way, Evolution Chamber as well.
6 Marines, a lot to give away for free, but with a third command center not too delayed, at least Beyond does have the economic follow-up. I do feel that Roach styles, unlike Ling Bane styles, there isn't as much pressure on the Terran to keep the Zerg down because the Roaches don't scale as well into the later stages. That being said, this was about as smooth of a, I build just the number of Roaches I need, and I'm back into Zergling play from Serral. You know, he's got Carapace and Ling Speed. No doubt we'll see a Baneling Nest in the near future. You know that I'm a big fan of fast Infestation Pit, squeezing a few Infestors out, but I don't think Serral will need to do that. I think, honestly, just getting control over his 3 bases, establishing the 4th, and then defending that's his immediate goal.
And it's really been a style of play that he's been very much practicing and showing off. In this case, it wasn't, initially about defending, making sure that he wasn't going to die to the build. But in general, he's really been doing a lot of these like safe roach openings into the Ling Baneling. Very just solid way to play up into that hive, and even sometimes like fast ultras. Although again, this game is a bit different because it is also thinking about what Bjorn is doing. But he can get there, and he'll be comfortable getting there with the inclusion of Roach Ravager. Third CC does get slapped down. We got 1-1 on the way for now both parties, but obviously Serral's is a lot later. Just making sure to emphasize that Carapace, which is going to help drastically against the mass Marines. The tanks could eventually be a problem against the Roaches, obviously, if they get into a good position, but we do have that Infestation Pit on the way, which if we do see Infestors, Infestor Roach Ravager, excellent at buying time. A lot of things for the Terran to consider before they can actually go for the push.
You know, I would almost think it's going to be a lurker play, but because he's gone Ling Speed already, I do think we'll just see kind of Baneling Nest, Vipers, and Adrenal Glands, the beautiful things that, of course, the Zerg players love once they get to Hive Tech. Adrenal plus Vipers, a big turning moment. Still a lot of Roaches being forced out, though. Beyond staying active on the map, and there we go, his first good fight, but nice transfuses, patch up 3 of those Roaches in the middle of combat, minimizing his losses. But hey, 4th base snipe would be brilliant. Beyond picking up before it's even dead, looking for more, changes his mind, does pull back. No, he's going back in. Going out, going in, going out. Beyond is one of the twitchiest top players out there, by the way. For those who don't know, some players look really calm when they play. I do hope we get Beyond's first-person view at some point in this series, because he is all over the place. If I was watching an amateur player, I'd say they're panicked and afraid. For him, it's just he wants to micro everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, definitely. It is funny, once again, that triangle base being a bit of an issue, but obviously a different context of the game and an easy cancel as well, not a kill or anything like that. Another 4th base on the way in the center for Serral anywho, and he is is going into it a very safe style, actually looking to attack perhaps into Beyond's third base. The tanks are not positioned to actually deflect the attack away from the supply depots, so a couple of freebies here. Serral, I don't think he's really in danger of being overwhelmed, so him just pushing and prodding and being annoying is really acceptable.
No, he's just running into the discount aisle and grabbing whatever he can and throwing it into his basket before he gets out of there. Just a couple depots, and that one does burn. No, saves it at the last second. Bit of a mistake for Beyond to let the Changeling in before that fight. That was, of course, the thing that gave Serral the knowledge of where those tanks were sieged to poke forwards. Vehicle weapons is finishing for +1. 2-2's almost ready, so Beyond has an upgrade advantage. But I think he is a momentum-focused player. Very few players want to play Serral in the end game. With Infestors out, a Baneling transition on the way, the window is closing.
Does feel like Serral is getting into his game, which basically everyone, including the players, including Beyond himself, has agreed is the best. They all voted for him. So this is really scary. One thing I will say is that hard lead does tend to condense. It is maybe a smaller map, but then also the rocks break down. And so if you gain momentum, you gain it pretty hard, but can Beyond actually do that? Does dodge away from the Fungals on the high ground, which could have started things off very poorly for him, but actually will make a relatively safe transition over onto Serral's side of the map. Serral just shy of having a Viper prepared, but at least have Baneling speed here as he tries to defend his fourth base.
Serral's worker count is very low. As good as the fights have been so far, Beyond can calm down here. The problem for Beyond is I think he feels like he has to make something happen. Serral swinging around with a big Roach counter attack. He's going to hit the third base. Great choice to trade these Roaches off outside of a direct battle. These Roaches at a max battle are terrible. They will block your other units. They don't do a lot of damage, but look at this. They're getting tanks. They're getting Marines. Beyond visibly frustrated at Serral getting value that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's so wise. It's so good of Serral. It almost looks like it's too practice, man.
Oh,
yeah, gosh.
Back as well. Oh. Gets rid of it. Multiple siege tanks in the middle of the map. This is Serral picking it up. Fungal ambush on the Marines. The Banelings somehow don't connect. Beyond's Marines made it something different. But even he's frustrated with how quickly things are falling apart here on hard lead.
Yeah, Serral, depending on his Banelings, creep spread, and Fungals to really stop Beyond from saying, okay, base trade, let's go. Because that really could have been a disaster if he had chosen that. Forces him back home, but then it's such an awkward position. You already are taking the damage. You're already losing your push on the front line. Then you actually lose it because the tanks were left there. I mean, this was just like a scalpel, you know? It was perfect. It was surgical. Serral in a good position, but we can see that the supply Beyond is not out of this game yet. Some miracles can certainly happen. He does have his fourth base, and he is looking to drop, but Serral's Lings will get a scout on that.
The problem for Beyond I see here is psychological. I don't think he realizes how committed Serral has been to Army this whole game. Serral realizes that Beyond's strength is momentum. If he gives him momentum, Beyond will gain confidence, he will micro better, he will find opportunities. Serral has sat on a very low worker count for the entire game. Even as he's gained these leads, he's still only on 71 drones. This is not a massive income, but I don't think Beyond realizes that. And I think, like most Terrans, he's got in the back of his head this idea of Serral's on 85, 90 workers. He's got all this stuff. He's going to go for Infestors and Ultras and Broodlords. I've got to make something happen. But if you look at the supply, this is still a very even game. It's a very winnable game for Beyond. And if he wasn't so upset by those Roaches, he would have known to unsiege the tanks when he pulled back with his Marines as well. He would have been able to stabilize there, but you could see he was frustrated the moment the Roaches ran in. So that led to a little bit of a flow-on effect. He's still not out of this game, but he has to stay calm, and Serral's going to do everything to catch him off guard with Burrow Infestors.
He's just getting it so set up for the game here. Again, this game can quickly change if Beyond manages to find a good engagement, but Serral has set himself in the best possible position. He's got burrowed Lings off to the right side, preparing for a sneak attack. He's got burrowed Infestors. He's got the additional technology. He does have some solid creep spread. Beyond is going to be able to max out. He is going to have 3-3. He is going to have a solid tank out, and he is going to absolutely have a chance to win this game. But his camera really, I think everyone felt the pit in their stomach, including Beyond. That just isn't a good look for him, as he is such a momentum-based player. Hopefully he can actually regain his confidence and show us the late game player that he can be, and here we see it right now, which is very, very good. Tanks in the forward position, Bio trying to utilize the high ground away from the creep, clearing that up before anything further happens.
The burrowed Zerglings are going to return home. Infestors still roaming around the map as the turrets and tanks start to creep forward. Beyond has not been building that much production or tech. He's looking to fight with this sort of army. Ghost Academy does go down behind it, 3-3 against 2-2 right now. It would be a good moment to fight, but Carapace +3 about to finish for the Zerg.
That's Fungal waiting on the army, as well as now a Ling Ultra attack on the orbital that is the 4th. That means it can lift at the very least, but can't help defend. Ultra's going to go ahead and commit to this. No use in escaping. They are finding the trades. All the tanks are going down, and the distraction too. Beyond does respond as quick as he possibly can on the front lines, but Banelings connect with the bio, Corrosive Bios connect with the tanks, and we still have that cheeky Infestor, I guess just in case the amount of bio was misread. It's not even going to be used, despite some opportunities there. Going to wait for a juicier Fungal.
Why force the issue? Cyril's so good at his patience, you know. So many players panic and they look at the situation and they go, I've got to make a play. I've got to use this. And they just use it poorly. And Cyril, if it's not a good fight, he almost always just says, no, I'll wait till later. We'll just save that. He's got this calm demeanor that doesn't seem to crack, no matter what else is happening in the game. Something that I find forever impressive. Beyond's going to keep mounting pressure down the left side. He's still got a big army, but the Ultras have really beefed things out for Cyril, and with the Blinding Clouds and Parasitic Bombs available, big Parasitic Bomb in the medevac. You do not want to pick up into that. Fungal coming from behind as well.
That Fungal that was waiting, that's the one we were talking about, and it is used at the absolute best timing. Ling's also continuing to dig into the SCV count at the 4th base, and of course Cyril is going to look for more. He's got the supply lead, he's got the momentum. You know he's done this game almost perfectly, and he is looking to wrap it up with a nice little bow as the Libra is taken up by the Corrosive Bios. Beyond the supply dipped below 130, and there are just no more chances left for this game.
Ling Bane Ultra on the right as well. Cyril permanently maxed out. Business as usual for the Finnish Phenom.
That was, as I said, surgical. I mean, you're absolutely right to point out all the things that Cyril was sacrificing to be able to play a game like that, but it clearly was the right choice. And you talk about Cyril's patience, his, heat of the moment, just complete nonchalance, I suppose. It's the exact opposite of what Bjorn is. And that might sound like, well, then I guess Bjorn's the wrong guy. He's doing the wrong thing. Well, sometimes. Then honestly, sometimes the fact that Bjorn is not patient or does not think like, okay, I'll wait for this exact moment, does win him games. So do not discredit that. But this game, that never happened. The chances never arrived. The chance to go, you know what? Fine. Trigger pull. Let's go for the stem on top of the roaches. It couldn't happen. Sarah was too well prepared.
Beyond's fiery spirit got him a world championship in 2016. It's got him so many other high placings in many tournaments and wins over the years. It's hard to look at it and say, well, just play like Cyril, play more calm and defensive and reactive. No, I mean, what's got him as far as he is playing that fiery, opportunistic style where he's looking for the momentum. And I've always admired this about Cyril, where a lot of other players, I feel like sometimes they just play against Terran. They play against Protoss, they play against Zerg. Cyril plays against the opponent on an entirely another plane. He realizes that beyond with momentum, with multi-drops, when you're on the back foot, oh my lord, Beyond's micro starts to get him insane value. If you're ever outnumbered in a fight, let alone say you're outnumbered in 2 or 3 positions, Beyond is just going to turn the game upside down. He will out-trade you 5-1, and it's over. Cyril's like, we're sitting on 69 workers. I'm making a giant army. I'm just going to be really careful. And every fight that happens, I'm going to have more units than I need. The Terran players are not used to playing against this. They're used to the Zergs being greedy. They're always like, no, I got to fight now. I got to fight. And that was stepping into Cyril's trap.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best Roddy impression and say directly that there is a comparative replay you can see from last year's Katowice, Lambo versus Bjorn. Lambo got very far ahead. Bjorn was managing to come back because of that tenacity, because of his aggression, because he was confident in his multitasking, and Lambo could not hold on. Cyril just is the one that always does it. But all right, so let's get into game number 2. In the bottom left as the red Zerg for Basilisk, he is Cyril.
Now down 0-1, he's going to have to win 2 games in a row here to get that first place group and the spot right to the top 8. In the top right, representing Shopify Rebellion, it's Beyond.
Obviously looking to gain the upper hand in the beginning for Cyril to respond to him, which actually did happen. I mean, Cyril did have to respond to what he scouted in the aggressive maneuver that Bjorn was doing. The problem is that, again, a lot of other Zergs would have said, oh, okay, now I don't get to play my game. That is very uncomfortable. I don't like that. I can do it. I don't like it. Cyril, it looks like he can do every style and just not care. He's like, oh, you forced me to do that. All right, cool. Like, I'll do it. It's fine.
The biggest range of any Zerg out there. I think very few people would disagree with me there. when it comes to timing attacks, early all-ins, but also just small opening variations. Serral is incredibly well practiced. Sometimes it's the the fast pool and hatchery. Sometimes it's just a standard hatch gas pool, and there's about 50 variations off of those openings. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does. It is a faster gas this time, showing he wants to be prepared against the 2 racks or 3 racks Reaper that Bjorn is so famous for. Of course, we know that's not going to be the case. It's once again a command center first into multiple barracks.
Yeah, 2 racks coming down for Bjorn. He's going to stick to at least the very, very beginnings of the opener, but might change the follow-up in the way that he actually uses his units as well. And that's the thing, if Serral didn't get such a great scout, if there was maybe a little more confusion as exactly what it was, his roaches are a little bit later, maybe, in the best world he doesn't even get roaches, he's completely blindsided. The Marines usually at least do a better job of making the Zerg second guess themselves. They say off the creep and the Zerg's like, well, maybe I need more army, maybe I need more drones. Oh, I chose wrong, this sucks, no matter which way I chose wrong. And it just wouldn't happen when Serral was so prepared, so right off the bat. So if Bjorn can just get a little bit more of that confusion from Serral, a little bit more denying, and it really was just like one little pixel there, then he will already have a better chance.
100%, and it does inspire confidence as well that Bjorn's doing the same opening, but of course we can see it's not quite the same opening, because instead of a 3rd and 4th barracks, that's a very quick 3rd command center. So Bjorn's going to try and deny scouting and go a bit greedier this time around. Serral's Overlord, of course, that normally sees just about everything, is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, the question is if Serral tries to save the Overlord or decides the sack is worth it. Because I think if he sacks it, then he would see the 3rd CC. If he pulls it back, or just keeps it stationary, there we go, then yeah, he will see it, but controlling the Ling right now, the Overlord is like, do I not, do I not, and decides it does not. So yeah, if he had sacrificed it, pretty sure he would have seen it. And if he doesn't sacrifice it, well, then there is that little start to the confusion.
I like this by Bjorn going up to the Overlord's absolutely worth it. That is a very valuable pick-off. He's got plenty of Marines. Now, you know it's a multiple barracks, or at least a reacted barracks, of course. You've seen that one. You've seen quite a few Marines. For Serral, it's just figuring out, exactly what it is. I would imagine Serral plays the exact same opening from last game, and then he builds a bunch of roaches, but as I say that, Serral says, no, second gas Baneling Nest. Very fast Baneling Nest as well, like incredibly early.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is incredibly early. It might be that he is, there are 2 options, or well, 3, I suppose, really, for the defense of a possible mass bio, but Lings are on the way.
He's going all in.
Yes, he is.
He's going all in.
Absolutely. He is looking to actually attack Bjorn to really flip the script here, and will Bjorn now be the one who gets the scout? I do not think he is actually even thinking about that. He is 100%. Serral can't see what I'm doing, and he's just doing whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Serral's not going to Bane bust you. Serral's a macro boy. You got to remember, Serral's the best macro player in the world. It's not all he does. He's a timing attack master. Bjorn has no idea this is coming. We're on his first-person view. If he does not get back up that ramp, if he doesn't start a bunker or a wall off, he's screwed. If these guys get surrounded, Ling speed's finished. Zombie Grub, it is finished. The Banelings are morphing. They're just out of vision. Serral poking in with a Zergling to see where those Marines are. The Marines need to get further back and wait. He does have Stim, right? I think he's got Stim finished now.
Yeah, he does. Combat shield to start it up. Not going to affect the upcoming battle, I believe. But, what's for Serral is that he can also do is that he knows that the Marines will be sharking around for the Ling Scout to make sure that he gets denied, and he can actually kind of be building Banelings just outside to then use the Ling speed to get that surround on the Marines looking to deny the Scout. Currently, the Marines are actually choking up the supply depot, but they want to be behind the depot. That is currently the problem, as Serral is prepping his army off to the left.
Ling pokes in on the right. If he can lure these Marines out of position, this could be great. The Banelings are being spotted. Bjorn pulling back. Oh, you could see he looked a little frustrated there. He doesn't get the deep up. Oh no, he's got to get away from those Banelings. Good micro so far by Bjorn. Is it enough though? He's spreading, but a little bit of an awkward spread for a moment there. That's a lot of Banelings.
Yeah, the spread at the last second is just picturesque. It is beautiful. The problem is there's already a lot of damage done. 17 SCVs have gone down, but of course more still to come, and that is actually now really important. Serral did not get the Banelings or the Lings into any other mineral line. Only the natural went down when there is in fact a 3rd CC. A 2-worker difference is actually not enough damage. And the Marines going down are also quickly replaced because Bjorn does actually have a decent amount of production. He did save some of those Marines. Serral going to double down on the attack, however, and will Bjorn expect that?
Here we go. Stim and Shields is done. He's got Medivacs as well. There is a wall off that he could raise up and pick up to the high ground. He's not picking up.
Wow, that's actually... I actually don't know why he didn't do that. Did he already think that he was dead? Was he already giving up the game? That might have been the problem.
Yeah, I think he felt like he was overwhelmed there. Cyril does manage to get just enough damage, I suppose, but definitely surprising to see him not pick up to the high ground. I gotta say, a great call though by Cyril. He didn't see the third command center, but he inferred that the third command center was there. He kept poking in. He was like, come on, are there really like 3 barracks hidden behind this barracks? No, you might hide a third command center back there because you're not going to do 4 racks 2 games in a row. And of course, Cyril was able to read into that. Bjorn was doing something that was kind of logical. He's saying, okay, if you do the same thing, I'll react with this greedier play. I'll get ahead. And of course, Cyril here, just masterful play. Does not let his opponent even play the game. That's the sign of a master.
Yeah, that was very, very well done by Cyril. There's really no other way to put it, you know? Like, Bjorn didn't even really get a chance to shine. I'd love to be talking about some of his micro, and actually that last second split in Game 2 was pretty cool. But still, I'd love to talk more about it, but it just never really got to happen. Every time he tried to move out on the map, Cyril was already prepared, trying to go for a run by, trying to get the fungal down. So we don't get to talk very much about what Bjorn can do, because Cyril was just on top of him every single time.
This parasitic bomb into that fungal was just absolutely deadly to finish off this game 1. There was a swarming style, never had a huge economy, but pretty much every fight went his way. And then the huge surprise Ling Bane bust here, of course. Previous wave did a lot of damage. You got to realize with this style, he had a tank on the way, but he only had 2 barracks building Marines. 3 Marines at a time is just not that many, and that is hard to survive.
Hey everybody, down here with Cyril after a quick 2-0 and what we thought was going to be a knockdown, drag-out match, considering both of you. Oh, I clearly ran here because we thought this was going to be a long match. No, you wrapped it up so quickly, but we knew from the very beginning, Cyril, that this was going to be a different match against Bjorn because he shook your hand. He stopped down. He offered you his hand. So did that register in that moment?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. I was thinking if I'm going to do the fist to counter his scissors, but I went for the standard approach, and it worked out well this time, so that's good.
Well, tell me a little bit about how this match with Bjorn has been building up as the week has gone on for you. Have you put any special importance on this?
Yeah, this is the matchup I planned for the most, but at the same time, I don't think you can plan insane amounts for CVT just because you kind of have to react to your opponent's play. But I wasn't exactly sure what to expect from him, and these weren't the builds I was expecting. But these are some of the Bjorn classics, so I kind of knew what I wanted to do. And I have to say the bailing bus wasn't really a plan of mine, but I thought it could work there, even if he goes with the regular Rex, and I would just catch him on my side. But he ended up doing a 3 CC build there, so I won on the offense. But I don't think that was the best strat ever, but it was good.
Hey, if it works, it works, and it is taking you straight into the quarterfinals tomorrow. You do get that little break for the rest of today, and you are very well set up on that road to Esports World Cup. But sir, you were already going, so are the rest of the players pretty excited that you might fill that spot and thus leave it open for somebody else? Have you talked much with the other players about Esports World Cup?
No, not much, but they usually are happy if they get some extra slots. So I think a lot of people want me to make it, maybe grab one of those extra spots for them. But at the same time, I want to do good for myself as well and try to win. It's for my own pride.
Absolutely. A lot of pride at stake here. A lot of fans out there looking to see you succeed, Cyril. So thank you so much for those incredible games. We're going to see more from you tomorrow, but for now, we'll take one last look at him back at the desk.
Cyril, you're just too good. The Finnish phenom final flourish flings Bjorn into the fire, and now he finds himself in the quarterfinals, as if anybody's really surprised. Joining me, Ben as well as Loco here to talk about this one. He just looks kind of merciless, really, does Cyril here, Ben?
Yeah, he's just really good, isn't he? Like, you know, he plays roaches in that game, and I was speaking with Rainer a bit in the green room, and he was like, I was with him before, and I was like, you're just going to play roaches, aren't you? He was like, maybe. And then it's like, he's very safe with it, and then the second game, he whips out that Ling Bane all in. Like, the first wave hits, does a lot of damage, but Bjorn's got 1-1 up, and he's got stim and combat shields. So we looked away for a moment, it's like, Bjorn's got a way back into this, hasn't he? And then it's like, yeah. But then it's like, the second wave comes, and it's like, wait a minute, Bjorn's dead. But there's also been a pretty big
result happen over on the B stream, or the C stream even. Skillus did manage to take out Australia 2-0, meaning that he's actually through as well.
Yeah, I was so hoping we'd be able to get a chance to jump into it, but we're obviously not. So Skillus has been able to make it through. Congratulations to him here, Loco. You were keeping an eye on some of those games.
Yeah, we thought it was about to end about the last 8 minutes or so of it, and we're like, oh, maybe we can jump into it, and then it turns out it ends right as we switch right here to the disc.
Of course.
Either way, though, really good series right here by Skillus. Him winning 2-0 over Australia is a big result. I know there's a lot of Australia fans out there, but I'm happy to see Skillus doing well.
Yeah,
Talk about Cyril, though. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, Skillus actually played very confidently.
Yeah.
And apparently, like, yesterday, when he knew of this match happening, he was already kind of planning, like, oh, in the round of 12, I'll have this opponent and stuff. So, like, that just shows that he was feeling good about it. So, and, I mean, after a terrible day one, he brought it back. He's through.
Yeah, no, very impressive here. I think for... Is that Skillus's first round of 12 as well here in Katowice? I mean, we had Clem's first round of 12. And
you got to ask Roddy. He's got like a full memory of every single one of those games.
Yeah.
But
there's been quite a few Intel Extreme Masters Katowices, I'm going to be real. This is like our 12th time here, guys. I can't remember every single one, I'm sorry, in terms of like the minute details of what was going on in the bracket at the very beginning of it. But anyway, that is that. So, yes, but Bjorn obviously also through here, Ben, as much as, okay, you weren't able to beat Cyril here, it's not too much of a surprise from this group that Bjorn was able to make it.
No, I mean, they were both 4-0 going into this match. It was kind of like, oh, who's going to take first? Cyril kind of knew he might take first, and Bjorn was very much like, okay, Cyril's going to take first. Bjorn now just has to be worried about who he plays, because they're not easy opponents in third place in the other groups, are there? Like, especially that Group D.
No, definitely. And of course, all of this would not be possible without our fantastic sponsors joining us here, as well as we have Intel for the Intel Extreme Masters, Blizzard for StarCraft II, we have Monster, because I don't have one to hand, which is a concern, but he does. Yes, good job. Good job, Wardy. We like the white.
Wardy, hold up right now.
Loco. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay.
And I'm thinking about, obviously,
you can't stop thinking about Wardy. I understand.
I like him. And the US Air Force, of course, as well, joining us here for the Intel Extreme Masters as well. So thank you to everybody joining us around the world, tuning in so far. We actually are on cruise control at the moment here, Loco. The fact that we just got this group done pretty quick. I was just expecting maybe a little bit more of a longer drawn-out one, considering A and B, but C just went boop.
Yeah, Cyril going for a cheeky little bailing bust. It speeds things up a little bit, right?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, though, like, maybe a year ago or so, Cyril looked a little bit more mortal. But right now, he's got this like aura of invincibility where I'm wondering who can even stop him, right? Obviously, we keep talking about those few series of Zerg versus Zerg that he lost against Ragnarok last year at this tournament, and then against Solar at Gamers 8.
Even that Ragnarok one really shouldn't have been a loss to
and it's like his Zerg versus Zerg right now is also incredibly powerful. It wasn't particularly weak a year ago, but he's really been working on the small, minute details, and honestly, I have no idea who can stop him here.
I actually have to agree with you. It's getting to the point where he looks so scary. It feels like an almost foregone conclusion that we're seeing a very deep Cyril in this tournament. But
But he also looks so comfortable, though. Like these interviews that he's doing, and the fact that he's analyzing his pre-game handshake. He came in with a prepared build order.
He's like, concern.
Should I be going for the rock instead of this? It's a complex situation against Bjorn, but he just looks, very mature, very comfortable, and confident as well.
You're smiling, Ben. What's up?
I don't want you to jinx it, James, because like we've been here before, where like, that was like IEM Katowice where he got knocked out by Sue in the 3-2, but like that one, we also thought Cyril's the best in the world by far, and then it was like the closest series of all time, and then fighting back the whole time. I want Cyril just to go forward, because so far he's the only player that has shown no kind of like dent in the armor, right?
No. All right.
He's just playing amazing.
I've never been a jinx. What's this? Why am I so high-pitched? Anyway, we're done. It's break time. All right. I don't know. All right. Break time. When we return, we have got Group D on the way. Just a few more matches to determine who's going to be in the round of 12 as well as round of 8. We'll see you soon.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up, going up, going up, going up.
just one more group to conclude, and then we know into that round of 12 as well as the round of 8 who is going there. I'm really looking forward to the bracket. I want to see the bracket reveal personally, but we can't get there just yet. Here in Group D, we have two very important matches. We're going to be covering the PvP on this one. However, there is also Dark versus Maru to solve, and the riddle will be solved very soon. Joining me, Wardy as well as Loco. Wardy, Dark versus Maru for, I think, it basically #1 spot in that group.
First place in the group, super scary, because if you lose that, you're second place, but someone like Clem could be your opponent.
Yeah.
Dark has not had a good track record against Clem lately, right? So this is a super important series going off on the B stream. It's going to be great. It's Dark Maru. They play great series against each other lately. It's going to be great.
Just have all the streams open at the same time, watching these fantastic games go down. However, let's move to the PvP that we're covering on this stream, as it will be Hero going up against Showtime here to determine who survives. Loco, obviously very important. Showtime had a blinder of a start to this group. However, going up against Hero in a PvP can get a bit volatile.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these players currently 2-2 in match score. So the winner of this one moves on in the tournament and the other is eliminated. This is, of course, the group of death. I think a lot of people looking at the group before the tournament started would not have necessarily put Showtime in this position.
We're on the escalator.
Oh, that's where we went? We were asking about it earlier, right? Are we at the football table? Are we in the elevator? No, the escalator is the place to be.
What happens if they finish before they... Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. Well, we're about to find out.
It's an important game, though.
We're gonna go down! All right, sorry. Anyway, I was a bit too excited about that.
That's one way to do it.
This is finally a way to get people to care about the map vetos.
I mean, you're not wrong. This is tantalizing stuff, Wardy.
Especially for a Protoss versus Protoss, Wardy.
I'm glued
the
to my
maps
screen.
matter the most.
I'm genuinely worried about them getting off at the bottom, though.
Hard lead, Alcyone. And okay.
Oh, it just ended.
Oh, it's okay.
You know why? They probably fell off the end.
We never knew what
They had to cut it short. If they make it to the stage, we know that they made it off the escalator, but at this point...
All right, well,
no way of telling.
Our hard-hitting analysis for that game leads us to we're already ready, so we're not even going to really talk about it. But the map veto was fantastic. Let's head over to the stage.
Oh man, Loco, you kind of put the fear of God in me. I really hope they come out after I shout their names. But we have the last match of Group D here on the stage. Winner stays and moves on to the round of 12 later on today. Loser, well, they're going to pack it up and they're going to be watching from the player lounge. But that's a fine place to be, full of lovely StarCraft players. Fortunately, the two on the stage today, you are going to see Hero from DKZ Gaming and Showtime from Big. So let's enable PvP and get them on out here.
Let's get ready for a PvP do or die. It is that simple. You win, you're going to advance into the round of 12. And you can still dream about lifting a trophy at the end of this magical weekend. You lose, it all ends here. Two of the best Protoss players in the world going at it. Both, of course, having 2 wins and 2 losses in the group, but that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this best of 3 right here. You win, you advance, you lose, you're done. I'm Roddy, with me is Ben. I'm mega excited for this one.
I'm really excited. And when you think about this, like say Showtime wins this group, he's over Raynor and Hero, gets to go through, but 3rd place. In most other groups, if you finish above Raynor and Hero, you're finishing first in that group any day of the week. So that just shows how hard this group really is.
I mean, this has been awesome so far. We kicked the day off with Gumio versus Scarlet. A do or die best of 3. In the end, Gumio won. Then obviously we had that crazy conclusion to Group B where it could have been Oliveira, it could have been Bunny, it could have been Clem. It looked like maybe Oliveira, never mind. It looks like it's going to be Bunny. In the end, it was Clem. We just ran into him, mega relieved, obviously, smiling ear to ear. He knew that he got got away with murder in that game too. He got a bit lucky, and we just had the craziest conclusion, in my opinion as well, in Group C, as of course watching Zero against Beyond is fantastic. But then, not just because I love PvP, I kept my eyes on Skillers versus Australia, because there was a proper story there, right? Skillers wins 2-0, he advances. After that horrible day one that he had, where he only won one map, lost 6 of them, Skillers had a fantastic day. He won his series. He wins this one 2-0, and he actually advanced into the round of 12. For these guys, it is very simple. They don't have to worry about map scores. They don't have to worry about what happens in other games. No. The only thing that matters is what happens in this best of 3.
Absolutely. And to start things off here on hard lead, spawning over as the red Protoss in the bottom right-hand side, playing for DKZ, it is Hero.
Gold chain is baller, by the way.
He is just baller,
Gotta say it. Top left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who has great posture, looks incredibly handsome, and is amazing at StarCraft II. Representing Berlin International Gaming, this is Showtime.
Whichever player makes it out of this group, man, they've already done so damn well at Katowice, but neither one of these guys wanted to just make it out the or rather out the group stage. They wanted to go very far. Hero, it's been a while since he won a big major tournament here already. Some little sly shenanigans going on with the probes.
Yep, PvP obviously is funny because it comes down to scouting, comes down to proxies, and honestly, getting into this, the reason I'm mega excited, Ben, is I believe this is a true coin toss. I can see Showtime win it, I can see Hero win it. I kind of feel that Hero has more ways to win because he sees crazy timing windows that we even think don't exist, and he can have a bad start and still make something out of it. But I actually believe that Showtime, and this maybe is a hot take or not, but I think Showtime has a greater understanding of PvP. It's just that Hero is incredibly clever and is incredibly deadly. He can be in your face, he can end games when you don't expect it. But I think if games ever slow down, I think Showtime knows exactly where he needs to go. And that's why I think this is a mega exciting series. We can talk about the other Protoss that is obviously on the big international, not quite stage, but online stage very often. And that's MaxPax. They both play against him very often. They have very different approaches of how to play against him. We can say that Hero does better against MaxPax than Showtime does, but I don't know if that really matters, because obviously then it's cross-server, there is a higher ping that gets involved. So I don't think you can look at the results that they have against other great Protoss players and be like, well, seems that Hero is better in PvP. No, I don't think that matters. That's online, ping is involved, this is offline. I think they can both beat each other, and we ran into them. Hero knows it's going to be very difficult. He even said that he was very scared for this best of 3. Showtime is obviously scared as well, but I'm sure both of them are confident.
Yeah, I mean, going up against MaxPax, like, I know it's funny that we're not casting MaxPax at all and we get to talk about him, but he is a player that if you derail him in some way, you make the life so much easier of yourself. And Hero, he is the greatest derailer of all time in PvP, I have to say. And Showtime, he does have a great understanding. We already see some deviation in what they're going for early on. Hero with a much earlier natural.
Yep, Showtime to me has always been the ultimate couple stalkers into a couple sentries, or double stalker, double sentry. Sometimes goes for a very quick sentry. Save is good for Showtime. He is very good in defending all ins. Hero is okay with being in the dark a little bit longer, and he actually kind of gets away with a minor lead, right? Because that Nexus was a tiny bit quicker. The Twilight Council is going to be quite a bit quicker, but Showtime is going to have more information that he can work with. Is there a world where Showtime now goes Robo? No, I don't think so. Because if you go Robo against Hero, you give up map control. And that is incredibly scary, because Hero is so good in finding value out of fast-moving units. So I don't think Showtime would ever want to do that. We do have a pylon in the top right side. That Twilight Council is already done. He fired up Blink. I don't know if that got scouted, but he's going to cancel it for a second and go for an incredibly quick Dark Shrine. So I was talking about a Robo. Oh, this is gnarly. And I mean, Showtime needs to scout it, or he needs to be laser sharp with his next hallucination scout and be like, something is just kind of missing. It doesn't feel quite right.
Oh, that is huge. And he does get the scout on it. And that's wonderful. Hero, he was playing mind games there. He was producing a Zealot and a Sentry, anything he could afford on those gateways and getting the Blink, as you said. But then he was just like, you know what, cancelling it, because I've seen you scout it, tried to provide so much false information, but Showtime, he's having none of it. He's absolutely ticking all the boxes right now.
Yep, the Dark Shrine is actually still building, and you can warp in DTs, by the way. You can kill this Python all you want, but that Dark Shrine will continue to build. And if that Dark Shrine ever comes online, you can warp in DTs immediately. That is something something that Showtime knows. Showtime is now working on that Dark Shrine. It's a very tanky building, especially for sentries. 2 Adepts can deal a lot of damage, by the way, in the natural. Dark Shrine in the end gets cancelled, but Showtime could be in a tiny bit of trouble. Can he keep the Adepts out? Yes, but I would still let the Shake finish up any day of the week. And that's exactly what Hero is going to do as well. Lost mining time, a little bit of economic damage. The recall is technically some economic damage as well, because that could have been a Chrono boost. In the end, excellent start for Showtime, but believe it or not, Ben, I still think kind of even.
I don't know where I see both of them. I mean, the blink is still very fast for Hero, probe count very similar, and he does have that Forge online, as you just pointed out, way quicker as well. How many gateways is he going up to, by the way? That seems... All right, 4 gateways before a third. I mean, he does know how to switch gears, doesn't he? And when I say switch gears, between 5 and 6, he's just all about the go, go, go.
Yep, Showtime is warping in a third Nexus. Non-stop hallucinated Phoenix Scouts are important. This is not a move out that Showtime should make. That's not something he knows. Because he might think like, Hero is going to go up to 3 bases just like I go up to 3 bases. But I've killed your Adepts and you invested in a Dark Shrine, so I can make this move out. But I don't think that's the move out he should make. Because Hero has pretty quick blink as well. And you mentioned those 4 gates, Ben. Hero can soon warp in 4 Stalkers. And that means retreating is going to be very difficult for Showtime.
Nice little force field so far. Is able to maybe clinch 1 Stalker, maybe 1 extra. Did get a Sentry as well for his troubles, but yeah, the warping potential here is pretty big. Shield battery overcharge is pumped out, but those Sentries, I'm not sure they can get out of this one.
I think those Sentries are kind of dead. Hero is obviously going to have immediate warp-ins. He does not have a pilot on the other side of the map. Showtime is now just going to try to make the most out of those Sentries falling, but this is just not a position I think Showtime should really be in, even though he's been doing pretty all right. But you cannot chase because Hero has 4 gateways, Showtime only has 2, and Showtime has no way to reinforce on this side of the map.
Oh, and you see this, he's losing a lot of Stalkers for his trouble. This, absolutely, you were right. And look at his bank, Kev. He has a lot of minerals to use, but...
He has never made those gates. He has never made extra gateways. Showtime is now going to warp in all the extra gates, and he is going to get that safety immortal. So I do think Showtime will live. The main reason he will live is because Hero was never able to sneak a pylon and a gateway to the other side of the map. If Hero had already 1 pylon and another gate, somewhere in the center, somewhere on the left side, Hero could have just continued attacking, and with 5 gates against 2, there's a real chance that Hero could have killed Showtime.
Yeah, and you could see that Showtime was kind of careful there with his obs, because he's like, you must have an observer. He blinks right on in here. He's picking off Stalkers before they can even do anything here. The one-shot potential very high with this number of Stalkers. And Hero, oh my goodness,
so crazy.
I did not expect him to go in again just then.
And it actually worked out though, right? Even though he lost initially a few too many Stalkers, in the end he killed 2 more Stalkers. He's got more production at the moment, as Showtime is still waiting for those gateways to come online. And battery overcharge got popped, and it did absolutely nothing because the Stalker count was high enough to one-shot a unit. But most importantly for Showtime here is obviously just stay alive, right? Don't do anything crazy. Keep those 3 bases up and running. Eventually, you get your own gateways online. Even a second Immortal by the looks of it. He's going to head into charge. Meanwhile, Hero is like 4 more gates. We're going from 4 all the way to 8 gateways. Did Hero ever get charged, by the way? I don't think he did, right? It's a very cheap upgrade, but he never invested in it.
Yeah, he has no intention of going there by the looks of it, but that'd be an absolute great addition for his army with these Immortal count going up for Showtime. But he's ahead on upgrades right now, which is great. He's taken a 4th base as well. He's really, really setting the pace of this game, isn't he? And this is exactly what we thought we were going into when we knew it was going to be Hero against Showtime.
Yep, Showtime taking the defensive 4th base, Hero taking the center 4th base. Hero wants to be the aggressor. He's going to get a cannon somewhere as well. I'm curious about that cannon. Okay, just in the main. Maybe worried about a Dark Shrine and a War Prism, dropping a couple of DTs in the main perhaps, or a DT just kind of strolling casually into the main. Showtime has now dropped the Templar Archives, as Mapu is showing us. I do think that Hero is going to be in a tiny bit of trouble if he wants to stay... Hero, you still don't have charge, mate.
He must have forgot, right? He must have forgot.
It's so cheap as well. Like, even if your plan is to stay on Stalkers for a while, he's making 4 more. He absolutely forgot. Uh-oh. Hero's pulling a bit of a zest over here, as he's going to make a lot of Zealots, but the Zealots will not have charge. Like, there are moments where it's okay not to go for charge, because you want to go only Stalkers, you want to play the mobility game, but if we're wiping in 8 Zealots, obviously we do want to have charge.
Absolutely. You can tell that he's really primed and ready to get something done, to be in the face, to get 2 attacks going, but you're against charge lots without your charge lots. Both these armies, in fact, did that War Prism die in the main?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my. Okay, so Showtime so far, absolutely living to his
Zealots.
name.
Sorry, Benny, but 7 more Zealots.
And look how many probes he's been cranking out as well, Kev, here. This is so many charge, still not started. Like, you must be looking at these boys and you're like, hey, wait a minute, why aren't you guys like Usain Bolt over here? They're freaking, that's me and you running across the field right now. There we go, he starts it finally.
Mostly me. You're pretty quick, Ben. I've seen you.
I might be a bit of a Marine without stim these days.
I have a question for you though, Ben, because what do you think Hero is going to build out of double Robo Bay? I actually think he's going to go Colossus. Am I crazy?
I mean, Disruptor's an obvious choice, but the Stalker count isn't insane. I mean, this army's incredibly clumpy, right? Like, there's so much power in these Zealots. Colossus wouldn't be a bad choice.
I think Colossus are very good in PvP against everything that's not a Disruptor or obviously that flies. And Hero likes his Colossus in PvP. It could, of course,
+3 as well. Yep. Great. He's going to go for the Disruptors, and I mean, that's all right as well. Obviously, getting map control, making it difficult to go down certain avenues and corridors. I mean, Hero definitely playing a solid game here. Macro-wise, he's far ahead with his eco.
The one beauty of Disruptors is that they don't need extended thermal lens, they don't need any upgrades, they come out a little bit quicker. And Showtime, obviously, at this point, has a much stronger army than Hero because we've got those Immortals in the mix, we've got those Archons in the mix, so maybe Hero just feels that he needs something that's powerful too. But this was a terrible fight. Those slow Zealots could never survive. Hero could fire 2 Novas in the near future. He's working on Disruptor number 3. He's going to have to give up on this base, so there's no way he currently stops this mighty fine army of Showtime. Showtime is going to be surprised to see Disruptors, as Hero is not quite known as the Disruptor master. Showtime, on the other end, I think is actually very good in Disruptor Wars.
Certainly is. Hero has full vision of the Showtime that's patrolling around his base, and Showtime's army far bigger, far better in a straight-up fight, but will Hero give him one? So far, he's taken the defensive posture now, and he's got a lot banking on what these Disruptors can do.
Yeah, this is risky though by Showtime, attacking into batteries, cannons, defensive reinforcements, and rocking into Purification Novas. I think it's a very risky move by Showtime, and so far it's not working out at all. He has lost, I think, 8 or so Zealots. He has not killed a whole lot, and every second that goes by, that Disruptor count keeps on going up.
He has forced the overcharge though, so it's not going to be available for this fight. Now there's 2 fights on either side. First Disruptors do go off, but the connections aren't what he wanted. Honestly, without them here, Showtime can get a big hug going on in this army, and honestly, supplies are dropping for both of them. But I think the bulkiness, these Immortals though, they're kind of dilly-dallying at the top there.
Yep, the Stalkers blink towards the top side of the Nexus, and that means that Blink is on cooldown. That means that these Immortals can just stand there and wail away. I actually think Hero's army is just a bit too fragile. All the Disruptors were exposed, all those Disruptors have gone down, and look at how tanky these Archons are. The Immortals in the back still doing their thing. Game 1 is gonna go in favor of the German Protoss, and what a spicy start that is to this best of 3. It started off with a Dark Shrine. Hero did have his moments in this game, but he got an upgrade, and in the end maybe he got a bit carried away, going 5 bases, double Robo Bay, Templar Archives. He basically went from Stalker only to all the great things in Protoss Live, and Showtime says, nope, I'm not gonna make it that easy, you won't get away with it. Hero does have +3, but I'm afraid he just doesn't have the army anymore to really get any value out of +3.
Yeah, I mean, Hero was a kid in a candy store that just wanted a bit of everything, right? And then he got fat and just wasn't able to hold off anything that Showtime threw at him. I mean, this counterattack's huge, the Immortals going in. Hero's just getting absolutely slammed in this game. Showtime with absolute stellar defense.
Yes, Ben. That is exactly what happened over here. GG gets called. Showtime with the fist pump takes the 1-0 lead. I have no idea how you come up with those things, Benny, but all right, back on track. Showtime with a solid game, great scouting obviously, not just with the hallucinations, but you can really see that Showtime is not a lazy player. Even if he has all these sentries, he's still gonna send a Stalker to the corner of the map, and he found that Dark Shrine. I thought Showtime was in a bit of trouble here. Initially this went alright, but it was obvious that he couldn't stick around too long, because Hero would have more reinforcements and he had more gateways. But in the end, Showtime got away with it. He stabilized with those Immortals, the 3-base setup. And yeah, Hero went from Stalker only and a couple slow Zealots to double Robo Bay, Templar Archives, +3, 5 bases. And Showtime says, wait a minute, mate. Meanwhile, I've been making all these expensive units that can fight all along. You made nothing, and now you're trying to go from nothing to everything. I've got something to say about it. This was not an easy way to close out this game, because running into a Protoss that's ready for you is always scary. But hey, those balls did get a tiny bit smaller, right? And where in the old days, maybe you get multiple Archons and Immortals, now you got a few less. Beautiful engagement by Showtime as he takes the very important 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't easy. Like, going into a series like that and your opponent's been taking a Dark Shrine in a corner of the map. He's been showing you that he wasn't doing it. He was going Blink. Then it's like, oh, he eventually goes Blink anyway. I mean, Hero's playstyle is difficult, but Showtime had good reads on what was going on in that game, and honestly, forcing out the shield battery overcharge with those kind of scrappy before the engagement, but then going in and getting the big hug around, that was key.
He lost a couple Zealots, but that's okay. If you have a Warp Prism sitting there, you can warp in 10 more Zealots and just immediately go for round 2 with a tiny window where battery overcharge, believe it or not, guys, can be on cooldown. In the bottom left side of El Sione, Katowice, if you want him to advance, you need to make some noise for this man. He needs your love and your support, because he needs to win 2 PvPs in a row. This is Dragon Kaisi Gaming's Hero.
And one map away from making it out of the group of death. If he wins this one, he's above Hero and Reina to make it in 3rd place. It is big showtime!
We had dinner with him on the opening day of IEM Katowice, even way before any of the games were done, even before the media pieces were made. And he said, man, I'm actually feeling really good about my play. I'm very happy with my level. He said, any other group, I'd be pretty confident in making a statement. I'm going to advance. Group D, he's like, obviously a bit unlucky. He's like, but I'll tell you guys one thing, and he said it word for word, I won't make it easy on them. And I think no matter, Ben, what happens here in Game 2 and Game 3, Showtime has absolutely not made it easy on anyone in this group.
No, he's absolutely been delivering, and he's been playing so damn well. Like, he's stepped it up a bit, hasn't he? Like, that series against Reina was absolutely fantastic. Didn't go down fighting at all and actually managed to take him out in what most would see as a very big surprise. But every player knew that this wasn't just a 4-horse race in this group with the big dogs. Showtime also has something very big to say.
Yep, and then Cyan showed up his phone. He's like, hey, Maru.
Take this.
Welcome to the tournament. It was like, well, okay, we expected craziness in Group D, but nothing that crazy. In the end, unfortunately, did not work out for Cyan. It definitely is working out so far for Showtime, as we've got an interesting start here to this super important Game 2. Both players shying away from those Stalkers, those Sentries. We're opening up with 2 Adepts. Hero is actually going to go for the in-base Robo. Could be all out, like Triggered Robo and try to end it. Showtime, if he stays on 1 base, man, I actually think Stargate openings very good against Robo openings. Not as good as they were in like Heart of the Swarm, Wings of Liberty, where it's like, okay, this is a monstrous advantage. But I think there are some ways where this will go well for Showtime. However, if Showtime expands quickly, and by the looks of that probe, I have the feeling he does want to go up to a natural quick, then it could be hard, right? Because if you make an Oracle, you open up with multiple Adepts and an Oracle, you're not going to be able to defend the natural Nexus.
Oh, Hero gets the better exchange here in this little Adept skirmish. Gets the first shot and gets the same 2 shots on the Adept. So already a big deal, because you've got to remember, Showtime didn't scout with a probe.
Nope.
So he has absolutely zero idea. It's very important for these Adepts to survive. And while they can't survive here, can they get the info?
Well, the Adept is close to the natural, and I think Showtime is just going to try to send a Shade into the natural to confirm whether or not there is a Nexus here. At this point, he's going to see no Nexus, and if I was Showtime now, I would never ever drop a Nexus. He hasn't done it yet. He was going up the minerals, and there you guys can see it. High ground battery. Battery in the main too. That is not something that's really going to come into play in a very useful way immediately. That almost gives me the feeling that he's worried about a proxy Stargate or something, but that's not what's happening over here, man.
It's not what's happening at all. And is this Oracle number 2 that he's making here? I mean, he's going to get confirmation on what he's up against. And at least the army's on the other side of the map, so he doesn't have to truly worry just yet. But Hero's doing a good job of just utilizing these 2 Adepts on the map very nicely.
Yep, what is very big though for Showtime is that he has decided to drop a robotics facility. If you have your own defensive robo, even if it's a whole lot later, if you're defending on 1 base, you should never die. If Showtime would have warped in the Nexus, he could have been in all sorts of trouble. Now it might get uncomfortable, and there is a world where Hero stands at the bottom of that ramp, kills that pilot on the low ground, starts chipping away at your gateways. But if you're Showtime, losing your gates is annoying, but if you have 2 Oracles out, it's also very scary for Hero to expand. And even though this is 1 base against 1 base, Showtime is actually gonna mine a little bit more because he has full saturation, all 24 probes. Alpha Star in the house, anybody?
I mean, all right, Hero's moving out across the map with a decent squad here. That 1 Immortal really packs a punch, and there's quite a bit of infrastructure here that... Oh, lost an Oracle. That is brutal. I didn't expect him to lose either one of those.
He should have never lost it because there were only 2 Stalkers in the main, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Stasis Trap on the natural, but will this game get there? What was that?
Stalkers, but still a bit of a mistake. As we have this Shade, Hero trying to figure out what is happening here. If I was Hero, I mean, you can do 2 things, right? You can either try to Just take down these gates and then just send it into the main, but it's so risky to fight near a shield battery. Adepts can go through force fields. We're gonna see a Stargate with a Phoenix temporarily in production as well. Phoenix can obviously put a tiny bit of pressure on the War Prism, can also lift the Immortal. I think Hero should expand. It wasn't his plan initially, but I do believe that expanding here is the right call. Hero does not want to expand. Hero just wants to send it. I mean, that's kind of how we know and love Hero. It's hell or glory. He doesn't want anything in between, and he's gonna go for Resonating Glaive Adept, and that's actually a very cool call.
It's a really cool call, especially as he's just taken out all the gateways of Showtime. Like, no longer can get chunky boy units like your Stalkers on the field. And if this game keeps on going, you've just got Immortals to deal with this. They don't actually deal that much damage to these Adepts. And this is always nasty to be on the back foot in this matchup.
And this is going to surprise Showtime as well, because I don't think that he's going to expect it in Adept Glaive. That's just such a bizarre call. There are some builds out there where people like to go Glaives, and then it's like 2-base Immortal Glaive, War Prism, Sentry Immortal, that stuff is cool. But normally if you're a Hero here, you either go into Blink Stalkers or you expand. I think those are the things that Showtime is worried about. It is normal that a bunch of Adepts are there, because Adepts are those tanky units, like you said. Immortals, it's not that they die immediately against Adepts, but Adepts just survive for a while, and Adepts do kill other Adepts very quickly. Maybe at this point, Showtime's like, man, you're making a lot of Adepts. Like, I know that Adepts are good in tanking and everything, and they kill a Sentry, they kill Adepts, but this is a ridiculous amount of Adepts. And I think if he spots those three as well, Showtime might start thinking about it. But it's one of these things where even if you know, what do you do if you're Showtime here?
I don't know what you do. I mean, he can't re-wall off or anything, so those Adepts are easy pick, or easy to get through. He could start using his own Adepts to use the Shade at the ramp, just to hold it off, just to stop the swell, right? Because you don't want the Adepts to get on top of you, but even that, it's just kind of a bandage on the wound when the wound's already there.
Yep, Hero could obviously always fire up Blink as well, but I think Hero doesn't want to make the same mistake as he did in Game 1, where he just got a bit over-eager, a bit excited, did too many things. As Showtime has dropped a probe probably with a War Prism. Does he have his own War Prism?
Yeah, he does. He was using the War Prism down on the ramp here for the Immortals, so use that probe to shimmy on over, and as if he's taking an Island Expo here, getting a lot of his own Adepts as well. And you might be like, well, they're just significantly worse, right? He has a lot more meat to tank for them, so they can still deal a lot of damage to the Adepts without necessarily dying instantly, but
Adepts with Glaives are sick, though.
They're super sick, man. They're like stimmed Marines as how fast they attack, but that is so many shades just constantly going up, and Hero's been very patient about not actually sending it.
Yep, it is important that Hero eventually maybe hallucinates a Phoenix or an Oracle and takes a little look, because obviously Showtime should not be this chill with being on one base. And if it was one base, then he should have something that's incredibly scary, like a Robo-Bay going down for Disruptors, because that is the ultimate answer against Adepts. Archons are kind of good, but Showtime doesn't have an Archon economy at the moment. He doesn't even have a Twilight Council to begin with. So I actually think the best building that Showtime could drop here, even if it would feel uncomfortable, is a Robotics Bay to warp in 1 or 2 Disruptors, because Adepts, they just don't split very well against Disruptors, or Protoss players are just not good at it.
You can see Hero looking for something, by the way. He checked that gold base. He's like, have you got a cheeky gold here? And Showtime's like, no, I don't have that cheeky gold. Then he can maybe check the other gold, but so far, I mean, Showtime's going to get away with it. Do you think he's going to use a recall as well over that base? Because right now, there's nothing for Hero to really say, like, hey man, I've taken something very cheeky over there. Like, he checked the 1 gold and that was it. This could be something that really bites him in the butt.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little while, though, as we have a stasis trap here. That one leftover Oracle still being a bit annoying. Whoa! He let the Shade finish up. That was not on purpose. We could see that as well. He's like, wait a minute, all my Adepts are there, because the rest of the army was still so far away. I think Hero just wanted to scout initially. He did see not everything there. As this one Oracle is going to get picked off. That's a big pick-off for Hero. He finally doesn't have to worry about that Oracle anymore. I think it is just a matter of how many Adepts did he lose there, though? Like, I feel like he lost a decent amount, right?
It must have been like a good 5 or 6, right? Okay, 7 Adepts have fallen so far. I mean, resources lost have incredibly even between them, but now Hero doesn't have that contain anymore. Showtime's free to roam the map, but the economy still from both of them is incredibly low.
Yeah, it's very even. It's low, but it's very even. Showtime obviously should know that this was Resident Glaive Adept, because all these Adepts were in the main and they fired and they were orange. I don't really understand this move out of Showtime. I don't think Showtime has the kind of army to fight here.
I don't think so either, you know, like...
Hero has more, and Hero has a very important upgrade.
Yeah, and there's no Blink available, and even if you did have Blink, it's like, Well, good luck getting away from those adepts with your big boys.
I would let Shade finish up if I was Hero here, and let's see if Hero does it. Hero is going to do it. There are a couple of force fields. We're going to have some War Prism Micro on both sides, but there are so many adepts in the mix of Hero. There's a couple of Stalkers as well. These Stalkers do need to figure out what they want to kill. Nice pick up there by Showtime, but it just feels that it's a numbers game, and I think the numbers are still in favor of Hero, as he's got the better adepts. Why did Showtime take this fight?
I have no idea, Kevin. I mean, the Immortals still kept alive for Hero, and I mean, the War Prism will run away, but he took a much better trade there, and rightly so. He had much better upgraded units.
There were 3 Immortals on the side of Showtime against 1 Immortal on the side of Hero. Like, that's the only thing you can say that Showtime had going for himself. But there were so many adepts with glaives, and the armies were incredibly similar. And then one person having a big upgrade is most likely going to come out on top. I even think that Shade could have been a bit better, right? Because
yeah, it could have been on the army instead of to the side of it.
Yeah, and then he only got the Stalkers. Imagine if the Adept Shade finishes up and it's right on top of Immortals. It's right on top of the Adepts of Showtime. I think that Hero messed it up a tiny bit and he still won the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's the one with superior attack as well. He's got that Robo Bay online, which is going to be pretty good in these low eco situations. But Showtime's not down and out just yet. And look at Hero here. He's like, all right, what's actually happening here? Have you gone behind this wall? And it's like, well, yes, I have. And I think Hero's starting to sniff something out here.
Did he already scout it? Did he confirm it? Or is he just thinking about it? No, he's just thinking about it.
How do you like this switch into Phoenix, by the way?
I think it's one of these where Showtime feels he's got no choice. I think he thinks it's too late to go into Blink Stalkers. So then he's going to play Phoenix Immortal. And Phoenixes are pretty good against Adepts, by the way, in high numbers. But Hero is about to scout it. Hero made a Robo Bay. It's absolutely not the moment for him to make Disruptors. Could have been the other way around, right? Showtime making Disruptors to deal with the Adepts. Hero has a Robo Bay. I don't think he's going to use it. All the Hero should do is spam Blink Stalkers and Zealots. Maybe get Zealot charge or just keep on making Adepts and Stalkers. That's fine too, but that's a lot of guess.
4 Immortals still out for Showtime. Like, that's definitely a good bunch, and he is getting ready to fight here. Did take out those minerals nicely, and oh my goodness, that is a big blink onto these Immortals. There's no Warp Prism for Showtime, right? He can't keep them alive against this much blink, but is he getting too eager here? I mean, even the Disruptor going down, this is huge. This is like throw for throw going on over here.
That wasn't the blink, Hero. Those are the blinks we've seen him make many times in the past, but as you said, that was 4 Immortals for Showtime. Hero had 1 Disruptor, but Showtime kept on lifting up that Disruptor. He's now making a 2nd Disruptor. I really don't think that's necessary. I think there are other ways to deal with Immortals. Just Zealots and Stalkers, I think, would get the job done. Because I feel like Showtime already has the answer for your low Disruptor count, because he's got those Phoenixes. And you could see that he lifted up the Disruptor, lifted it up again as well. Not a single Nova was fired.
And the Immortal as well. The one Immortal in the mix of Hero just got no damage done. I mean, those Phoenixes were absolute kings in that match.
That was definitely not the fight for Hero, who's now going to take the top left side. We've gone full Clown Fiesta PvP. I'm taking a look at Kalaris. He is loving life. This is everything that he has missed. It's like, is this my boy Haas? No, it's not Haas. It's Hero. I don't even know why you want to take that base. It has a rich Vespian Geyser, Ben, or as you would call them, the very rich Vespian Geyser, but does he want to spam some Arclones? Would be pretty good, to be fair, but it's going to take a little while.
Oh, I'm scared for Hero here. I mean, both... Okay. Hero does return with all those Stalkers, just leaving 1 behind. I like that play. But these Disruptors have pounced on here, Kev. This is a huge attack, and there is a shield battery overcharge.
Showtime!
Yeah, he can kill that so easily with these Immortals.
He's not doing it.
He's not doing it at all. I mean,
my goodness,
Hero just blinked forward, but... At what cost? At what cost? They're both absolutely annihilating each other. 10 supply in it. Lots of probes falling, though. I mean, Showtime at this point is actually sort of winning the fight.
No. That was not good at all. If he would have gone down that battery, I was with you, Ben, then I think it would have been a perfectly fine fight for Showtime. But he did not see the battery, or he thought he killed it, and he didn't kill it. So after Hero makes a big throw in the top right side, it is Showtime who makes a bad attack into the natural of Hero. If he would have gone down that overcharged battery with his Immortals, they were hogging the battery, then he would have taken a perfectly fine fight. Now, sure, he has a worker lead, but I think he's in trouble against all these Blink Stalkers, because what saved him previously were those 4 Immortals. Currently, the Immortal count is 0 on the side of Showtime. His Stalkers don't have Blink, and Phoenixes, you know I love them, but they won't cut it against all these Blink Stalkers. Katowice just hits different. We had a conversation with Rainer earlier, and he said, guys, even at DreamHack Masters Atlanta or Yon Shopping, you play there, it's not the same as playing in Poland. And you can see it, even the best players in the world are making some mistakes. Hero dodges a serious bullet. after he was on the verge of being eliminated there after that bad blink into all those immortals. But it's Showtime who runs into the natural and does not gun down a battery. And battery overcharge is big in every matchup, but it's bigger in PvP than in any of the other three.
I mean, that was amazing. Like when I said like Showtime won the fight, he killed so many pros, but it was Hero obviously getting the better end of it, because this game, it's so low economy, keeping your army alive. I mean, this had so many funny moments in this one single game. Like, Hero's not making it easy for Showtime. I mean, Showtime's doing some solid stuff, but still, I really feel that if he just killed that battery right there and then...
He takes an amazing fight, because he had a bunch of immortals with Stalkers only. Maybe in the end Hero stabilizes, but he stabilizes with a lot less, so he can't immediately run to the other side of the map. I mean, this was obviously the blink that did not really work out. That Disruptor was flying, that Immortal was flying. This was not the attack for Hero, but in the end he gets away with it. You may not like it, but this right here is what peak PvP performance looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be so good in so many freestyle situations. And if there's a freestyle Protoss god out there, it's this man on camera. Like, he's just so good at going on the fly, making your life so damn difficult, being in your face. And that's what he did for a long time in that game. Showtime, with a pretty clutch play of going for that kind of Island S expansion below his base. And he got away with it. He got away with it for a long time. And he made a game out of it. But what is going to happen on game 3? I think it's Hecate to finish things off.
Yeah. I believe you're correct. It was definitely one of these moments where you could see Heroes like something just doesn't feel quite right, but the minerals have not been mined out, so how can you possibly have that base? And I think eventually the Spidey sense are like, obviously he had a War Prism, he was saving those immortals. Is there a chance that he picked up a probe and he dropped it on the right side? And that's how he got the Nexus there. That is what happened. That was an incredibly fun, entertaining game. You can see, obviously, both players very stressed. Hero also with that accidental shade finish up.
Oh, yeah.
While we were enjoying his first-person view, you could see him as well. He's like, whoa! He's like, well, I was there. How am I doing? It's like, not that bad, actually, but probably not the play. You can really see that these series hit hard, and even the most experienced players, Showtime, he's been at it for a very long time, and Hero, he's been around since the dawn of days, won plenty of IEMs. You can see that Katowice does something to these video gamers. Top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who dodged the bullet there in game 2. He's still alive, and if he wins this best of 3, he's gonna make it into the playoffs. This is Dragon Gaizy Gaming's Hero.
And one map on the line to guarantee a spot into the top 12, where 10K is guaranteed. Spawning in the bot left, representing big, it is Showtime!
That game 1, I think, is really the kind of PvPs that Showtime likes to play, even though he was playing with fire, right? And he made that move out with only 2 gateways, but that's the stuff that he practiced, that's the stuff that he feels is okay. You go up to 3 bases, Archon, Zealot Charge, Immortal. He's like, nice, everything kind of went according to plan. Game 2, that's not a game that anybody plans. Like, there's so much weird stuff happened there in that game. And it's kind of like, before you know it, you're playing Hero's game, where we're 10 minutes in and the work account is like, what, 34 against 33? And you're like, wait a minute. Showtime's like, this is not what I practiced. This is not what I wanted to end up in. And I think because of that, he's going to go back to Stalkers here in game 3. Because the adepts, they open the door for those weird PvPs. They are incredibly fun for us to watch, but I think in anything that's weird, not totally standard, Hero just has the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good at freestyling, man. Like, whenever you watch Hero, sometimes, you know, he can look amazing, that series against Reina, or he can look like he's just doing whatever. Like, it doesn't look practiced at all, but you know what? He's so good at it. He's so good at making his opponents uncomfortable, and that's why he has the highest attack rating score, equal with Clem, in this tournament.
Yep. Hero is forever a mystery, but he's the mystery that we love, and he's the one that gives a lot of Protoss players out there a crazy amount of joy, excitement, and every now and then a little bit of pain as well. Seems that Hero is up to no good, because he opens up Zealot Stalker, but nobody really opens up Zealot Stalker. Then he cancels it, and he goes for the Sentry. I guess he didn't want to reveal to Showtime that he's opening up with a Sentry, but if you only use one out of the 2 gateways, that's kind of a bit of a tell. So in case that probe was around, he's like, oh, look, 2 gateways are working, not a big deal. And then right when that probe is out of vision, you cancel the Zealot, you make the Sentry, and yeah, it's the little things. Is this going to have an impact on this game? Most likely not. But yeah, every little inch matters, right? And if Hero feels that this is going to give him the tiniest of tiny advantages, it is okay. He has now cancelled that sentry too, is that correct? No, it's on the corner of his main, right?
Ooh, where's that Robo going down from Showtime? Because now he's the one with the very early Robo and a third gateway, Kevin.
Showtime doesn't trigger Robo very often, but hey.
When he does it maybe some of the best in the world. And I mean, how these matchups collide, I'm kind of liking the build order for Showtime, right?
Absolutely, especially if Hero doesn't scout a whole lot. If Hero goes for a Twilight Council, Hero is going to go for extra sentries. And you could say that if there is ever a build that you should be able to hold this with, it's maybe this one. It'd be a lot worse if Hero would have gone for a Stargate or something that doesn't really come into play. It is going to be couple Stalkers, couple Sentries into a Twilight. Here, Showtime lost a big PvP in Game S8, and I forgot who it was against, but it was basically in this scenario. And he said like, it's just kind of a builder loss. I was like, yeah, but you have the Sentries, the Stalkers. I thought it's doable.
I think it might be Hero, actually.
Yeah, I think it might be Hero. And he said like, nah, he's like, it's just, if the 3-gate Robo player does it properly, there's not a whole lot I can do. Did he cancel the Twilight? Hero scouted with the Hallucinated Phoenix, cancels his Twilight Council, goes for his own defensive Robo. So he gets the scout, and at this point, he's just going to try to buy time. This is most likely going to be a very short game. Will Showtime break Hero, or will Hero survive on 2 bases, get an Immortal out, after that Immortal will War Prism, and then he is cooking. Every single unit is incredibly important here. This is so stressful to watch.
It's so stressful, because these sentries, they have a big job to do to keep those Stalkers at bay, to keep his units alive. And remember, every second that goes by, if Hero can get out either an Immortal or a Warp Prism, he makes his life so much easier. And honestly,
I think Immortal first always, but after one Immortal, I think you want to go for the Prism.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing just that. But this amount of Stalkers, I mean, Showtime's really on a clock. He's on a massive clock.
Here come the force fields, and Showtime actually has a lot of Stalkers on the other side. Does Showtime think of elevating the rest of the Stalkers across those force fields? Showtime says, no, I am not going to do that. So he picks up. I don't think Showtime lost a unit there, but the problem is that Immortal is about to come out, and killing an Immortal is going to be very, very difficult.
It certainly is, but now he's on top of these units, and he's actually getting really big volleys off, and I think he's got a good number to one-shot, but Big Daddy Immortal's coming in from downtown over there. He has potential to kind of get stuck in that area, but tell you what, Showtime's getting a lot of damage done.
Yeah, but he needs to kill the Immortal, and I don't know if he's going to kill that Immortal that quickly. He really goes for it, but he's losing so many units, and Showtime has not killed Big Daddy yet. That Immortal is just firing away for days. In the end, it does go down, but I'm afraid that Showtime has lost his critical mass of Stalkers. Is that Robo producing something of Hero? Yes, it is producing a War Prism. I think at this point, Hero was wishing, I should have got double Immortal.
Yeah, he's getting another Immortal now, so realizing that he needs the firepower. But yeah, I mean, Shield Battery Overcharge is going to be online again fairly soon, right? And I mean, the numbers are fairly even here, and lots of those Stalkers are very, very bruised from Showtime.
An incredibly big overcharge there by Hero, and that Immortal stayed alive for a very long time. I don't know how many shots it got off, but it's a crazy amount. And Showtime knows that it's so hard to run into that natural again because his units are already a bit battered and bruised. But he also knows every second he waits, it gets worse and worse. Showtime might be thinking of an expand, but he might feel that it's just too late. I think expanding is better than losing everything. Like maybe just, yeah, you have to think desperate times call for desperate measures. A proxy nexus, a Stargate transition, right? Anything you can think of, but I don't think Showtime is going to break Hero here.
No, he definitely isn't, and Hero's feeling confident, right? Moving out to the map, takes out this proxy pylon as well, getting more Immortals, but the thing is, if Hero, I mean, Showtime goes for a
doubling
expand.
Down.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can feel it. You can feel it on his face and here, in his body language.
It's risky though that Hero is here. It's actually kind of risky that Hero is here. Imagine if Showtime goes down the Prism, but he won't. Hero with double Immortal saves, cancels the Twilight, builds the Robo, dropped that Overcharge, and it almost felt, isn't that a bit early? But it wasn't early because it forced those Stalkers to run very deep into the natural, and that's when that Immortal showed up and just started firing away. Showtime realized, I can't ignore that Immortal. He went for it, and those are those ultra close calls in PvP. Sometimes you just have the right amount of shots to kill it quickly, and sometimes you almost get it, almost get it, almost get it. And while that's happening, you're losing Stalker after Stalker in the process, and that is it. Hero will be your Protoss advancing into the round of 12. The second Protoss to do so after Skillers secured a slot earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played a good series in yet again. He made it very tricky for his opponent. First game started off with some shenanigans, constantly got scouted out by Showtime. Showtime just played a solid game against him. Game 2 was obviously very wild after this one as well. I mean, Showtime can't walk away from this series feeling too dejected. I mean, it's always going to be brutal when you pick a strategy in third game, right, and it goes awry. But this first game he played absolutely amazing. And I mean, this group really was the group of death, Kev.
Showtime is going to be heartbroken, mate, about that Immortal that was so close to falling, or even this attack, right? Obviously, game 2 got bananas, it got wild, it got crazy, but it wasn't really needed to attack here. This is the kind of moment where the adepts with glaives can still shine. While if Showtime would have just tried to slow the game down a little bit, there was no reason to make this attack. The numbers were very even across the board. He had a bunch of Immortals. There were definitely some opportunities. Showtime said he wouldn't make it easy on the guys, and he absolutely didn't. In the end, unfortunately, he barely falls short. Showtime is eliminated. Hero will move on. I mean, this is an Immortal for the ages, mate.
Absolutely is. I think we're going to close in on it, right? Like down there, absolutely going to town on these Stalkers. Did get a little bit locked, got a bit crazy out there, but keeping it alive, that was absolutely brutal. And we'll get to hear from the man on the stage himself. It is Hero.
Thank you so much, guys. Hero picking up a victory after 3 very varied matches. Going down in the first one, the second match, a bit of a toss-up, and then some very nice, clean play from you in the third. We saw a bit of emotional reaction at the end there. Big sigh of relief, I imagine, but why don't you tell me about it?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 단두대 매치답게 정말 치열한 경기였는데 마지막 이제 경기 승리하시고 나서 정말 안도의 한숨을 크게 되게 내쉬시는 그런 모습이 나왔거든요. 이 경기를 마치신 소감이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 현재 감정으로서는 수명이 한 5년 정도 준 것 같고요. 전체 수명으로 봤을 때 일단은 한국에서 늦은 시간까지 지금 응원하고 있는 가족들이 많이 생각나가지고 꼭 이기고 싶었고 일단은 지금 늦은 시간인데 이렇게 승정보를 올릴 수 있어가지고 정말 다행인 것 같습니다.
Well, first of all, I think my life has strained like for 5 years, honestly. But still, I feel very relieved. And for my folks, actually, they're watching live in the middle of the night, almost midnight, I guess. So I thought of them. I thought of my folks. So I tried my best to win. And I think I repaid them.
I would absolutely say that. If you're still watching out there, he did it. He's amazing, and he's yours. But Hero, everything turned on game 2. Tell me, what was your original plan going into the second game, and at what point did you throw it in the trash and just YOLO it for victory?
일단 두 번째 세트 경기 때 사실 김준호 선수가 전략을 좀 짜오셨던 것 같은데 뭔가 좀 경기가 잘 안 풀렸잖아요. 어디서 좀 잘못됐다고 느끼셨는지, 그리고 그런 순간에 또 어떻게 대처를 좀 하게 되셨는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
사실 제가 준비해온 전략은 완벽하게 먹혔는데 제가 이제 또 이긴다고 생각하니까 이게 중요한 경기다 보니까 시야가 엄청 좁아지더라고요. 그래가지고 그냥 진짜 경주마처럼 앞만 보고 게임을 해가지고 몰래 멀티를 못 보는 바람에 큰일이 날 뻔했는데 다행히 그 추적자를 돌려가지고 급하게 만드는 판단 하나 때문에 다행히 역전할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, my initial strategy actually worked perfectly, so I thought I was very ahead. But you know, this is a very important match, and when the nerve kicks in, you have tunnel vision. So like a racehorse, you only see in front of you. So definitely, I missed there. I missed his, the pocket base, hidden base, and that's why I tried to YOLO it. And actually, speaking of that, that little run by of the Stalkers, actually that made me win that game.
Beautifully done. Way to adapt in the moment. Even if you're a racehorse, you ran straight for that finish line. Now you get to stick around, stay in this tournament. You're heading on into the round of 12. So tell me a little bit about what it means to you to move on in this tournament and how hopeful you are about getting to the Esports World Cup.
이제 그래도 12강 진출하게 되셨기 때문에 이제 앞으로 e스포츠 월드컵도 진출도 노려보고 싶으실 텐데 좀 어떻게 각오를 하시는지 궁금합니다.
네, 일단 오기 전에 자신감이 너무 넘치는 상태로 왔는데요. 조 때문에 약간 힘들긴 했는데 이렇게 일단은 조별을 둔 것만 해도 우승할 수 있는 자신감이 생기는 것 같고 다음 경기는 방금처럼 너무 쫄지만 말고 잘하면 될 것 같습니다.
Well, before the tournament, I was my confidence was all-time high, so I was pretty confident to get through. But still, it was a very tough group, and all the games were very tough for me. So getting to round 12 was really, really hard for me. But still, I got out. I got out here, so I survived, and I'll try my best to continue to survive here.
Well, Hero, the journey continues. If your parents are still watching, if your loved ones, your fans, your friends, everyone out there, anything you want to say to them?
그래도 이제 가족분들도 이제 보고 계시다고 했기 때문에 가족분들과 이제 팬분들께 혹시 마지막으로 하실 말씀 있으신지?
네. 늦은 시간까지 한국에서 응원해 주시는 가족분들 정말 감사드리고 일단은 진짜 너무 힘든 경기를 해서 보시는 팬분들도 많이 힘드셨을 거라고 생각이 들어요. 다음 12강부터는 좀 편안한 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 집중해서 잘 해보겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
So obviously, thank you all of you to watching, especially in Korea, in almost midnight, late of the night, and I'll try my best not to, be in the name battle fight because not to scare you all. So I'll try my best.
That's all we can hope for. Your best is pretty damn good, Hero. Thanks for the games. Let's check them out one more time.
Oh, Heroes had a sweating here for this PvP. Commiserations to Showtime for being now eliminated here from the tournament. It all started off so good for Showtime, but just falls at that last hurdle. Wardy and Loco to talk about this one. Wardy, it was kind of down to the wire. A lot of aggressive moves, a lot of holdouts here to try and keep things going. Hero victorious.
Man, that final, not the final fight, but that fight in the natural for Showtime, I was like, if he goes upwards and maybe walks away from the Immortal a little bit, it misses some shots, the super battery expires, maybe that could have been it. Maybe if Hero missed micros ever so slightly on the Immortal and you just get that final shot, it was so close. It was a nail biter at the very end. Hero gets it done in probably the way he likes to get it done. A bit crazy, a bit chaotic. But heartbreak for Showtime, and he was so close.
Yeah, really, so much so. I mean, considering it's Group D here, Loco, honestly, I'd be surprised if many people out there really gave Showtime the time of day in order to be able to get this close to qualify, never mind qualifying, considering the likes of Reina, who has also not qualified in this group. But Showtime fought valiantly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, obviously, congratulations to Hero, but I think this is one of those series that's going to haunt Showtime for quite a while. Because going into this tournament, like you already mentioned, I mean, he started off taking down Raynor 2-1. His group is incredibly difficult, and he got so close to moving on to the next round.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one, especially since there were moments in this series. Like game number 2 was really solid as well, of course. He switched to Phoenixes, right, to counter the Immortals and the Disruptors that he was going. I mean, honestly, really, really well-played series, but it just barely fell short.
I know, absolutely, absolutely. So now that means we know all of our round of 12 players, all of our round of 8 players, which is an exciting thing to behold. We're waiting whilst we formulate the brackets and crunch the numbers here between all of these players. But we do still have, somehow, some way, 2 Protoss alive. Wow.
Well, they scraped through 3rd place of that group.
in both of them.
In PvPs.
Wait a minute. Okay, I don't like this narrative. I don't like
you didn't really set it up very well, James, but we do have 2 pros alive. I feel like one guy's going to have a bit of a tougher time. Skillus is definitely the underdog in the round of 12, I have to say, out of everybody. Hero, I think he looks good. You know? I think he has a good chance of making a run, but at this point, every opposition is difficult. It's going to be tough.
Well, let's find out who is going to be facing off against one another in the round of 12, as well as where those feed into our round of 8. Remember, those round of 8s are qualification matches into the Esports World Cup. Here is the bracket. Round of 12. Clem versus Solar. The winner goes up against Cyril. We have Dark versus Skillus, the winner going up against Shin, aka Ragnarok. We have Gumiho Bjorn, the winner going up against Maru. And Kyo versus Hero. Oh, congrats, Hero. And the winner goes up against Hero Marine. So that's a bracket. Interestingly, Clem ending up in that same section as Cyril means we guarantee 3 new players into the Esports World Cup body.
Well, yeah, maybe 4 if Solar can go on a run as well, right? No, I looked at that as the first thing I saw. I was like,
If Clem beats Solar, he then has Serral round of 8, probably opening match tomorrow. My goodness, what a crazy series that could be, but obviously first has to go through Solar, who's not been perfect. The other thing I really noticed about this bracket, I really like where Hero Marine is at. Cure versus Hero, the winner plays against Hero Marine. I think Hero Marine could have come up against a bunch of tougher opponents for himself in particular. Whether Hero or Cure, I kind of like Gibbs. I'm not going to say he's necessarily favorite, but I think he's got an okay shot at it, man. Like, that's what stood out to me.
Your thoughts, Loco?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If Hero Marine would end up winning it, he would go up against another Terran in the next round too. That would be Maru, Gumiho, or Byun. I mean, we're at the stage in the tournament, where none of the games are easy, but it's a manageable bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is our bracket here, as things do sit, as you can see, in the Pro Gamer Graveyard. Unfortunately, a lot have fallen
down, yeah.
Some now all sit on the line there to determine who's going to be able to take those spots already. As we've mentioned many a time, Serral and Clem are already at the Esports World Cup. So now we'll figure out on that line who's going to be able to move on forwards. I will say, Skillus is the most surprising name for me to be able to get to that round of 12. Do you think that maybe he can cause a cheeky upset here and there? It's going to be a tough road, though,
Against
Waddy.
Dark?
Yeah. Dark's ZVP
It's going to be a tough road, though, Waddy.
Crazy.
Probably is it the worst opponent he could have got? I mean, Dark just monster mode. When Dark's a favorite, he doesn't hold back, you know? Like, I feel like Dark...
Unbelievable confidence.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
And it's so different from European Zerg versus Protoss as well, right? Because the Europeans that Skillus mostly practices against, it's very different than the way that Dark plays the matchup. Dark just kind of does whatever he feels like is the perfect move in that given moment.
Yeah.
And it's, at least if you compare it to, for example, like a Serral or a Raynar, it's a lot crazier, right? You can throw all the numbers in an Excel spreadsheet, but the way that Dark plays ZVP is not something you can really prepare for very easily. So I do think it's going to be a tough one. But honestly, seeing Skillus over here in the top 12 is already really cool.
Yeah, I think he was always going to be the underdog in his matchup, but
for sure.
I just feel as though there was more chance of the upset against anyone other than Dark. So Dark is just an absolute beast. That's going to be really tough for Skillus. I'm excited to see what he tries to bring out. But man, it's going to be rough.
It is going to be rough. All right, well, we are going to a break. I need to sort out my board on the road to the Esports World Cup. I'm going to jostle around some places and things like that during this break. It will be around 11 minutes here. We, of course, have a bit of time before we get into those round of 12 matches, just so that all of the players are rested up a little bit and good to go for those. So about 11, 10 minutes break here, and then we'll be back to be able to show you some interesting, cool stuff, as well as get into those round of 12 matches. So stay tuned, stay awake. It's time for more Intel Extreme Masters Katowice right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Group A is going to be really tough. I think Solar's probably the big dog favorite, even though he's only seed 2 in the group.
Everybody knows a lot about Solar. He has been very broadcasted over the last few months, but I still think that the man who won the most recent GSL Codas is going to make it out of Group A.
Gumiho is obviously very strong as well, and he just joined Cloud9, making him a new lease of life, I think, in his play.
Hero Marine and Spirit have a long-lasting rivalry with each other. They play each other time and time again on the ladder in online tournaments, but obviously those things don't matter. This one is the one that matters. I think everybody's incredibly excited to see who will come out on top when those two play against each other, and they both look at this group and they probably think, if I bring my A game, I can advance, and that's why Group A is awesome.
Already you've got 2 slots that are highly likely to be taken up, and then it's going to be a real tough battle, maybe third place with Spirit, Scarlet looking tough, even Trigger's on the up and up.
Trigger is a truly fascinating player to keep your eye on in this group. He only has to prepare Protoss versus Terran, Protoss versus Zerg. He's the only Protoss in this group. I actually think that he's got chances here. And then to top it all off, we've got Scarlet. Scarlett's a bit of a mystery coming into this IEM Katowice. We haven't seen that much of her, but we always know that Scarlett can bring it on big moments, and she is not going to be a free win for anybody, but making it out of the group is going to be very tough for her. Group B is just one big Terran party. I hope you guys like Cyclones, because Group B is going to have non-stop Cyclones. Of course, a lot of eyes will be on the world champion of StarCraft II, Oliveira. I think Oliveira can do well in the group. It's not going to be easy for the world champ, but if there is one thing that's for certain, is that we know he can do it.
Clem, that's an absolute beast recently. He won the most recent LAN in Atlanta. Pure, his teammate, very solid in TVT, and that's what you're absolutely going to need in this group, because it's got 4 top stellar Terran.
Stats is one of the most legendary Protoss players we've ever had in this game. If you play Protoss, you've watched this man in the past. And I'm excited. I want to see what that old man can bring. If he makes it into the playoffs, that'd be an amazing story. Bonnie has always been an amazing Korean Terran player, but it kind of feels to me that he hasn't been totally the same ever since he lost in the Grand Finals of Atlanta a little over a year and a half ago. I, however, will always believe in Bonnie. I believe that he still has that fire, and Bonnie can absolutely make it through.
The other players in this group, such as Shin, he's a solid Zerg player, and mechanically, he's actually very fast, he's very good. I know his ZVT is fairly solid overall, so I just hope that he can really tango with the Titans.
Group C, a very fun group.
Cyril comes in as a massive favorite in Group C. He's been looking absolutely unstoppable lately.
Historically, at least last year, he had a little bit of trouble with Zerg versus Zerg. This time around, he doesn't have any Zergs in his group, and yeah, clear favorite going into this one.
Beyond's going to be hot on his heels, and Estrella looks like the favorite for the 3rd spot in this group, but he's going to have to fight hard to defend that spot.
Beyond, of course, a previous world champion of StarCraft II. I mean, in my mind, he is certainly going to move on out of this group. There's a chance he could move on out of 1st place if he manages to take down Cyril. That's going to be a very tough match for him. Now, who's going to be taking 3rd place? Any of the other 4s? I guess if I had to pick a favorite, I would go with Estrella.
Kelazur, Skillus, and Firefly all have actually been stepping up their game massively lately, and these are all very dangerous opponents, so no one at the top of this group can sit pretty until they've got at least a few wins under their belt. It's hard to pick a dark horse for this group. Kelazur has been looking really successful in the Americas region, just falling short to Australia over there, and he's going to have another chance to see if he can make up for his losses to Australia in the American regionals. Firefly comes in as a big underdog, but a player who had some great success in the World Team League series recently. So if Firefly can step up and show what a lot of his fans have been expecting from him for a while, there's a chance to have a new Chinese hope enter the scene.
Group D, D for death. We have Maru, who's a favorite. We have Hero, who's on fire right now. We have Dark. He's been looking incredibly strong for a very long time, and maybe this is his final tournament. We have Raynor, of course, incredibly strong right now. We have Showtime and Cyan.
This group is ridiculous. It's really hard to pick a player that's actually going to come out of here in 1st place, because Dark, Maru, Raynor, these guys are all of such an intensely high caliber. It really comes down to who's going to perform on the day. Raynor has some absolutely ridiculous Zerg versus Terran, and we know he's been practicing in Archon mode, trying to become as unstoppable as possible. I think it's almost unfortunate for Raynor that he doesn't have more Terrans in this group to display that. He's going to need to show top tier Zerg versus Protoss and Zerg versus Zerg to get out of this group in a high seed.
Now, I think Showtime and Cyan are going to have a very difficult time in this group, but I can definitely imagine them taking a series, especially, for example, Showtime going up against Dark. I do think that's a match that Showtime can definitely win.
It's Dark's last opportunity as a big tournament before he has to go off to his military service to show that he can become a champion.
For him, if he can make it out of this group in first place, he's going to be setting himself up for a historic run and a beautiful way to cap off his career. This is Maru's big shot for a return to form. He barely fell short at the finish line last year, and that's a loss which he said will haunt him for the rest of his career. This is his chance to make up for that. If he can get out of this group in a high spot, he absolutely wants to take that trophy home, and he will not be leaving any opportunities on the table.
This group, I mean, it's almost a little bit disappointing that we're gonna have to say goodbye to 3 of these players already, because at the very least in my mind, 4 of them, they could easily win the entire tournament.
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down. We don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet, and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
Welcome back. It gets serious now here because we are in the round of 12. And of course, those matches will lead into the round of 8 as well. Joining me to my left-hand side to talk about everything that is going on here to get things going, it's Wardy, it's Loco. It has been a road already. Never mind the road to the Esports World Cup. It's already been a road just to have to get to this round of 12 here, Wardy.
Yeah. You just really caught me off guard there, James. Yeah.
Factual,
it's true.
Yeah.
Most tournaments do, in fact, go on a road through the group stages to get to the playoffs.
Wow. Hard-hitting stuff here, Loco. As we... All right, you know what? I'm going to just cut you all there. Let's take a look at the bracket once again, and we can actually focus on the matches that we're going to be covering here throughout the afternoon. We have got ourselves Clem vs Solar. We are not going to be talking about that just yet, because that will be our first match. Dark versus Skillers, Gumiho versus Bjorn, and Cure versus Hero. Loco, what sticks out to you? I mean, it's going to be hard for Skillers going up against Dark, but what really jumps out to you when you look at this round of 12?
I think it's really fun. I think Clem versus Solar is going to be a banger of a match, but we won't be talking about it all too much because we're already going to be talking about it in a little bit. But honestly, these are really fun games, right? No potential for a Zerg versus Zerg finals, it looks like. Yeah, could be, technically speaking, a Terran versus Terran. But honestly, this is a lot of fun. So we're playing all of the round of 12 games today. Quarterfinals and onwards is going to be played tomorrow. So the matches here on the left, we've got those coming up soon.
As is also important, as you say, when you look at this, if you win a quarterfinal, you are qualified to the Esports World Cup, most importantly. For Cyril and Clem, they do not need that. They're already there. But if they do make it, then they effectively add another global spot, right, Wardy?
Which is amazing, right? I mean, a lot of players will probably look at it and be like, man, it's really hard to top 4 Katowice. It's really hard to top 4 our summer event this year as well, right? But hey, if there's one more global spot, if there's one more chance on the rankings, like, that's reachable for some players. Some players are kind of cheering for that. Some players might be a bit sad to see Clem and Cyril kind of stacked on the same section of the bracket. So something to keep in mind. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of very intense round of 8 matches tomorrow. And I think when you look at the bracket, like a lot of very doable matches as well. Like I said before the break, Hero Marine's matchup is seemingly to me like it's doable. Right? Maru against Bjorn or Gumiho. I wouldn't kind of say that that's a definite shoe-in for Maru right now. Shin could upset Dark in his EVZ, or if he ends up playing Skillers, then I like that for Shin as well. You know what I mean? Like, all of these matches seem like the underdog has a good shot at it. So it's a very exciting potential round of 8 once you get through that round of 12.
Yeah, given someone like Hero Marine, I mean, I feel like he could actually make that occur. He could actually be moving on to the Esports World Cup via the path that is laid out before him here, Loco. And I don't think anybody was really talking about Hero Marine coming into the tournament compared to all the other huge names that were existing in this sphere.
I absolutely agree. I don't think a lot of people would have predicted that Hero Marine would be topping his group and that he's been looking as dominant as he has been. And the thing that, I don't want to say it surprises me a little, but the thing that really impresses me the most is that he is very comfortable and very confident. Like, he is just smiling the entire time. He's having a good, just a good time at the tournament so far in general. Apparently checking out some different keyboards, some different mice as well, just to get as comfortable as possible for those future games that are going to be coming up. I mean, he's in a great mood, and I know there's a lot of Big Gabe fans out there. I hope he does well.
That being said, let's address one name that has always gone far in Katowice, but never been able to clinch it, and was so close last year as well. Maru, the guy that almost always is able to attain those top spots. It has been rough since 2023, since that loss against Oliveira. However, it's still Maru. He was able to top this group, and he's potentially going to be able to move on to the Esports World Cup as well.
And of course, he just took out Dark, so he's looking good there, but now he's going to have his TVT tested against either Bjorn or Gumiho.
Yes.
Maru, we know how much we love his TVT. His TVT was undeniably the best, but there are players who've gotten the better of him over the last year. Bjorn and Gumiho are some of those players. So at the end of the day, like, it's always going to be like we expect Maru to do well. We want to see him get there. But man, I actually don't know if I love his potential opponents because the way he's been playing like TVZ, TVP, I feel very confident for him. I think TVT's a bit more volatile, and against the guys he's already lost to a little bit this last year, like, you know, Gumiho knocked him out in a ridiculous series in Jönköping, right?
Yeah.
So, honestly, that's kind of an interesting matchup in tomorrow's round of 8 as well. Like, I believe in Maru, but I ain't gonna give it to him easily.
Yeah, I think if you asked us this question 6 months ago and the cyclone change hadn't occurred, etc., and things like that, it's Maru all day, every day. Like when it comes to TVT, he was an absolute mastermind when it came to the matchup. And now, as I said, a little bit more volatility there. So we'll see how that goes. He does sit in the round of 8 though, ready to await his opponent. One more member in the round of 8, of course, somebody who I think a lot of people just don't really give much credence to. But hey, he's back here again. It is Shin, aka Ragnarok here, Loco, who did make round of 4 last year and does have the potential to do it again, considering he is, I'm going to keep calling him it, he's the hope ender at the moment for a lot of these players. He will smash you against the rocks and smile whilst doing it, seemingly.
Absolutely. No, he's been feeling good for sure. So that is, of course, Ragnarok's new nickname. In case you haven't been watching a ton of StarCraft 2 as of late, he decided to change his ID. Absolutely, he's been coming to this tournament with some lethal timing attacks in particular. He's been bringing a lot of very aggressive Zerg build orders to the party, a lot of roach rushes, a lot of Zergling pushes, and in general, he's been catching players off guard, but also playing a lot more late game, right? He's been playing some of the spellcasters that Zerg is known for, and he's been looking solid overall. I don't know if he is quite at, say, for example, Serral's level, but if he goes up against Serral, say they both move on, right, to the semifinals. In a Zerg versus Zerg, I mean, all-ins can certainly work well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, those are 3 big major competitors to try and qualify on that road to the Esports World Cup. Regardless of those 3, though, a lot of our players are going to have a potential uphill struggle to try and get through all the other names that are available here. However, whilst we are still waiting for all of our players to get ready here for the round of 12, let's send our players downhill as we throw them into another game and see how they fare in there. Let's take a look.
StarCraft II is pretty old, but I'm sure Deluxe Ski Jump is even older. Let's pit some of these players in a retro game against one another to find out who's going to be the winner. Let's do it. All right, I've clicked down the slope. Not a bad jump. Can I land it? Yeah. It was all right, but I'm sure some of these players are a lot better than me. Let's put them against each other for the most coveted prize in esports.
So much pressure.
No!
Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
52. Not bad, not bad.
Not very far, not very far.
Ooh. Yeah, this time it's the best time.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ah.
What the?
Not bad. Oh, at the landing? Nah. That seems decent to me. I mean, it's my best one yet, so.
Oh, at least I survived one time. That's enough for me.
아, 너무 안전빵했다.
Wow. I think I moved too much.
Okay, not bad. 69. Nice.
아, 망했다.
오! Oh, okay. Okay. I crashed. Okay, that was a bad one.
아!
아, 이번에 다리 부셔야겠다, 그냥. 아씨! 어려운데? 처음에 점프를 잘해야 되네.
너무 낮았다, 이거.
Oh, hey. But that's a good one. No, I didn't land. Okay, I need to land a bit later. Okay, I see how it is. Fully focused. I hate this game. I'm done.
All right, well, there was the Deluxe Ski Challenge. Just in case you've never played this game, it's actually very simple. You left-click to release from the top, you double-click to jump at the very end of the jump, and then you left-click once you're about to land. That's it.
A lot of APM there,
A lot of APM.
How does it go so wrong?
Huh?
How does it go so wrong?
I don't know. Showtime tried to land when he was like, you know, about 20 meters up in the air, which is not optimal.
I'm going to tell you, my jump was 84 meters. That was my third jump ever. It's not too complicated, but there you go. So anyway, I suppose we can actually find out who actually won. There were some big jumps in there. Kyo almost hit a 117. I can't believe I'm analyzing Ski Jump Deluxe. Anyway, we're going to go and take a look at the awards and see who was able to win. Honestly, fantastic to see that if Deluxe Ski Jump is at the Esports World Cup, Talon Esports does not need to worry. They've got the guy ready to get them the points there, Wardy. Dark. That was, what, 113 meters? That was huge.
That was a huge jump, James. Based on my extreme knowledge of this game, very impressive.
Proper analysis right there by Wardy. I like how he said as well that he wasn't doing so well. He's like, oh, no, I messed up. And then he lands the first place.
I just love the fact that he must have left-clicked, double-clicked, and left-clicked perfectly.
Very dark.
What talent.
Yes, what talent.
I mean, you can summarize most games like that, though.
I fully appreciate that Solar was ambushed with the award ceremony.
He was so confused. He's like, what's going on? Sorry, guys. What just happened?
He's like, I won something? What?
Lost Travolta. What's going on here?
You know who I am?
So good. All right, down to serious business here. Let's talk about our first match in the round of 12. We hope you enjoyed that. It was good to see our pro gamers trying something out a little different. But here we are. It's the round of 12. It is Clem going up against Solar. It's our recent champion over in Atlanta going up against our most recent GSL champion. It is a dream round of 12 match here, Wardy, to get things rolling.
It's a really good matchup, and boy, it's not an easy section of the bracket, but I think it's a section of the bracket that Clem looks like, and he's like, yes. Finally, all the Terrans are on the bottom of the bracket. He has Solar, then Serral. No one likes playing Serral. Let's be realistic.
Nobody.
We got to put an asterisk there.
You think he's happy that he's facing Serral next if he wins? He's like, yes, I did it.
But do you not think he likes playing that TVZ?
The alternative is Maru.
And then if he gets through, still no Terran. All the Terrans are on the other side of the bracket. So I think Clem's got to look at this and be like, cool, this is the kind of bracket that I made my run at Atlanta with. So there's a lot of familiarity there. Solo's a tough opponent, but boy, has Clem had his number lately.
I mean, it's not just the fact that he made his run in Atlanta there. It's the fact that he was forged in the fires of Europe, where if you were not good in this matchup, good luck against Reina, good luck against Serral. And every time online, when he came up against them in the European regionals, he was able to beat them quite handedly in a lot of scenarios. So this is where he was forged. He was made in TVZ, Loco?
Yeah, let's hope this is not Mount Doom right over here then, because he'd be returning back home. That's not really where he wants to be.
You know, actually, something that's really important to mention about the vetoes is that after one veto, you get a map pick.
Good point. Yeah.
Which is really not good for Terran in a best of 5, because you just want to get rid of Raduset, you just want to get rid of Equilibrium, but Solar gets to pick Equilibrium.
Yes, correct.
So if that's the case, then that's a huge deal, because then you're starting on a map which, for Terran, is very difficult to win on. And if you start 1-0 down, it's just that little scary. Now, Clem's won a lot of games on Equilibrium against the Zergs.
Yeah, absolutely.
It ain't impossible, but it's definitely a first hurdle to get over.
Solar on the opposite side here, Loco, though. Talk to me, because, again, as much as I say, you know, Clem was forged in the fires of TVZ, Solar's confidence in this matchup has fluctuated from time to time, but more often than not, it's like, I'm really confident in this matchup. I'm really good in this matchup.
Yeah. No, he's been looking excellent. He's been really strong as of late. Obviously, he won that GSL Code S at the end of 2023.
Yeah.
And overall, I think Solar doesn't really have any real weaknesses, other than maybe if he takes damage in the early game, right? And that's the one hurdle that I think Clem may very well run into. Clem generally plays a very normal early game where he just goes for the standard aggression with Hellions and with a bunch of Banshees. Solar seems to be in some trouble, especially when he loses drones early on, and that's going to be pretty difficult if Clem does play a standard build. For example, players like Gumiho, Maru as well, they've been going for some crazy build orders, but we'll see.
We will see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head into our round of 12 match. The winner gets the privilege of going up against Cyril in the round of 8, so let's see how they fare against one another.
Thank you so much, Kylaris, everyone on the desk. As you said, we're about to head into the round of 12. That means these next 4 matches will send the winner on to Sunday and the loser home. But these 4 matches are also best of 5, so get comfy, stay in your seats, grab some snacks at home, because we're in for 4 incredible ones. The first up pits the champion of DreamHack Atlanta and the ESL Masters SC2 Winter Tournament, Clem from Team Liquid, against Solar, our current GSL 2023 champion, and someone who's already claimed a trophy at this tournament. So cannot wait to see if that puts an extra bounce in his step. But let's bring them both out and get these matches underway.
The unofficial finals back in Atlanta. One of the closest matches there that did end up deciding the championship. We're going to run it back here with bigger stakes, a bigger trophy, and a whole heck of a lot of prestige on the line.
That's very true. This was the match that led to the eventual Clem victory, as Clem had to defeat a nemesis at the time, which was Solar. He had never defeated him in an offline match before Atlanta. Was able to do it there, took that, rode the momentum, rode the good TVZ, obviously defeated Cyril, his best performance yet, and in the finals did defeat Dark as well, so kind of went to the gambit of the different styles of Zerg players there too. Solar is going to be looking for that revenge and start his own road to those finals by defeating Clem and then possibly defeating Cyril and whoever else comes after. So this is a bit of a mirror from our last premier tournament, and I could not be more excited to be casting with you, Big.
I mean, it was such an awesome time last time. I really just feel like this is such a fascinating match because Clem is just unadulterated aggression, pure attacking power. He's, of course, added a bit of strength to that, a bit of diversity by being a better late game player, being better at defending. But Solar is the one who really pushed him to his limit. Everyone talks about the crazy map against Cyril on Alcyon from Atlanta, but I really do feel that Solar was the obstacle. It was the closest series. It was a 3-2. It was down to the wire. And, of course, if he could do it again, it may be the beginning of Clem going from being the kind of victim, Solar being the nemesis, to a complete reversal in that matchup.
Might just be, but it actually is very hard to say who is going to take the victory here. Clem's typically the best in TVZ, but has been showing some real shakiness all over the board the last couple of weeks leading up to Katowice. Worse performances than the weeks before online. Obviously, having the WTL run was quite good, but then online cup's not going so well. And then he only barely made it through here to begin with, thanks to, well, unfortunately, Bunny forgetting about combat shields, where Solar has had about as good of a run as we expected. Not quite, as we did think he was going to top his group. You hear me with the surprise after all. But he is one looking stronger at this particular moment, but did lose to Clem when it mattered most in Atlanta. Let's get into game number 1 of this best of 5. In the top right of Equilibrium for Team Liquid, he is Clem.
A massive match and a great map to start off on. In the top left side, he is Solar. Representing Vitality and looking absolutely rock solid. Did have a little bit of a struggle against a Marine Surprise Mech, as well as a fearsome 8 racks push. Those are the 2 games that Clem could have potentially studied, but I think they're so far out of Clem's wheelhouse. I'm not sure if he's really going to be choosing those build orders just because Solar happened to fall to them in the previous round.
That's exactly the point that I was going to make. Basically, build orders you do not see from Clem anymore. He very rarely mechs, even when he's experimenting in some of the smaller tournaments, and he hasn't been an 8-raxer in years at this point. But that said, 8 racks was definitely a dominant meta at some point, probably 2 or 3 years ago. I do recall one of his first victories against Cyril, for instance, had a couple of 8 racks in it, as well as at the time a couple of Hellbat attacks too, which again, he also doesn't do at this point. Now, for Clem, it's basically 3CC. Then what beyond that? Well, a lot of the time, Hellion Banshee, but sometimes into the barracks. And then maybe, depending on the map, depending on the scenario, depending on his feelings, maybe a forward 2 racks into something as well there. But generally, 3CC is this guy's comfort zone.
3 command centers and a whole lot of biomine parading across the map. It's his specialty, and I'd advise he do it here against Solar. I think you want to get in your element. And, you know, it's interesting because Solar is just so rock solid on the defense. I actually think it's stylistically, I think Clem's style is one of the best ways to take advantage. When I look at Maru, when he does well versus Solar, it's almost always off 3CC into just, you know, good multi-prong, biomine all over the place, but it's off the back of greed. Solar's very defensive. Solar doesn't do a lot of all-ins. He usually mixes 1 Baneling Bust into a best of 5, and that's almost predictable at this point. It'll come out in game 3 or 4 usually, so you got to keep your eyes open for that as Clem. But other than that, he's going to be very defensive, and you yourself can take advantage of that by being greedy.
Yeah, and that's something that Clem is very familiar with, even on this map. The Death talked about how it was kind of unfortunate that a Terran has to let it through, but you know what, as Terran player, we kind of got our map pool last season, so it's okay. There's a little difficulty. But seriously, it seems like this is a map that generally Terrans don't want to play, so they do veto it whenever given the chance, but then Clem has actually even let it through in best of 3s, where he could have vetoed it. So he seems comfortable than some others, or just, you know, obviously, like Riyadh said, I guess, you know, less. But the point is, he has had some really spectacular games on this map, forced to play it in many of his other best of 5 TVZs. Solar definitely getting a good start, though, with the map choice. Also, of course, going to the potential gold base with the drone. Actually ends up taking kind of the regular 3rd base.
Starport and the 2nd gas on the way, looking very standard for Clem, but he's not able to get scouting. And that's good that Solar, right from the start, is denying a lot of information of diving in the main base. If he is wanting to do an all-in, he can make it look identical to this. And then, of course, surprise with Lings flooding out or Roaches and Ravages coming across the map. Hellion production 2 at a time. The Reaper now looking to delay the creep spread, but 3 Queens up front will easily shoo that Reaper back. Unless he catches Solar sleeping, he's not going to be able to get in there. I definitely feel like a frontal push is so hard to force in with. As Clem, it's almost always a mixture of dropping the northern angle into the main and pushing that far south, and it really is thriving in the chaos, finding a way to out-multitask Solar. That's the advantage on Equilibrium, but frontal dedicated tank pushes are definitely not the play here.
Viking is popping out from that Starport. It's not the Banshee play, and it's very rare nowadays for the Terrans to go Banshee after Viking, so it is going to be for clearing up the Overlords. You do have that north side path with drops that can be abused. We used to call this close by air once upon a time, but it's never close by air, even at this stage, this map. And that first Overlord is going to be victim to that Viking. Liberator harassment going to be added in as well. It is worth noting that their most recent best of 3 was won by Solar. Again, Clem's online performances not being up to the expectation in the last few weeks, but he has made it here in the round of 12. He has been given a matchup that he's typically comfortable with, and he's also once again offline in front of the wonderful crowd. We'll see if that does give him the advantage or Solar feels more comfortable as he is going into the macro here.
Double evolution chamber, the option for Solar. That's going to be fast upgrades. It will delay his baneling speed. Some fast pushers can take advantage of this. Generally, if the Terran does commit to a really committed, maybe 2 siege tank push, the late baneling speed really costs you. But against Clem, who very rarely does that, it's a great choice to start off. Clem's engineering bays are, of course, a little bit later, but Solar didn't have the money to start 1-1 straight away, so slightly mistiming his gas income.
Liberator is not... Oh, yeah, actually, that was pretty safe. I almost ran into the Spore Crawler range, but that was almost as perfect as it gets for deflecting the first aerial attack on that top side. So far, perfect defense against the Hellions. And we got ourselves a good old-fashioned TVZ macro game. And both players definitely highlights of their playstyle when it comes to macro. We got the expansive map with a split down the middle, a lot of contests when it comes to taking the 6 o'clock bases, for instance, a lot of run-bys from the Zerg to the 12 o'clock. Both players extremely good at that. I mean, we could even be getting into easily a 15-20 minute game with this type of setup.
The gold base is being taken, though, and that's the big feature of this map. That's what we've got to keep our eyes on. It's a purple gas, double mining. Every gold mineral patch plus 40% mining speed. That's the scary thing, and that's what, of course, puts a timer on Clem. It says, hey, if you just let Solar drone up and do what he wants to do, he's going to get ahead. So not only is it a big map where it's hard to finish off the opponent, naturally bad for Terran, you add to that this gold base with the purple gas, and suddenly it's like there's a fuse. You can hear it burning away, and you're like, I need to get in here and defuse this Zerg economy before it explodes.
Actually, a scan going down in the natural. Wants to know exactly what Solar's plan is. Drops finally getting involved as well. However, heading towards the south, going to begin some creep cleanup. And this is just the appetizer to hopefully a very interesting and entertaining entree. A couple of drones going down. Lings not going to be enough on their lonesome by the looks of things.
Notice the way he stutter steps away from the Queens, trying to target the Zerglings, but the Queen micro was great. That was really well done. The Zerglings kind of went in and out a few times, almost got a medevac down. So what do you lose? 2 drones, a couple Zerglings? It's a good initial hold.
Yeah, that's exactly what he lost. And the units to the top side might be looking for a distraction. It's unlikely they'll get a lot more damage done, but then you have that, plus the Hellions, maybe 2 different sections of bio as well, now pressuring Solar's side of the map.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 different squads out there. Solar's multitasking about to get tested. He's one of the best players at absorbing these sort of moves. Was kind of jokingly calling him the sponge earlier in this tournament, but his ability to absorb aggression is second to none. He really is just so hard to take down. Hellbat Marine coming in on the north side here. That base is going to take some damage. The drone's not fully evacuating. There we go. Solar starts evacuating, but look at the spreading. Wow. You ain't hitting anything clumped with those banelings. And remember what we talked about with the slow speed for those banes. This moment is a very scary one, but look at that. The Liberator goes down. Clem's going to be kicking himself for that. He rotates the drop into the main. Meanwhile, boost those medevacs back individually on the south side. The speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, the speed is absolutely impressive, but you can really see why he has the highest precision score in the stats we were given at Atlanta. It was just so freaking precise. We'll see Solar's point of view a little bit later and see exactly how good he is as we witness his micro come into effect. Saves the Queen, gets the Lings on the bottom side of the map. Only a single drop now to deal with there, but still a double drop to the top side. Solar does have some drones, but obviously a lot of Ling Baneling. Now the Banelings with speed as well will be extra good at deflecting. Clem now ready to do a real push though as he takes his 4th base back at home. Starts up 2-2, plus 2 armor, a decent amount late.
Clem's sinking right now. Solar's economy is crazy. He needs to get going and he needs that damage. This push needs to find the mark because Solar has 90 workers in a gold base. Big Widowmine lands, but a few Banelings connect on the Marines as well.
Yeah, he is going to be able to snipe those last few Banelings, but that wasn't exactly it for Clem there. You know, the Widowmine was good, but then there was also really good Baneling connections. Clem is not going to find a lot of room to the top side or the bottom side of this map. His macro is still fine at home, of course, but Solar, man, he is really kicking into high gear. He's got his Hive on the way. He's got a Lurker Den on the way, and he was dealing with these drops. Looks to still be dealing with the drops very, very well. Spore Crawler is going to position itself to, again, help out against that. Clem going to be okay, keeping them in the corner for now as he focuses more so on the south side.
Medevacs rotating around, being annoying. 5th Command Center and Ghost Academy's on the way. Clem's trying to make his way to the late game, but Solar has a head start here. He's got a massive amount of money. but Terran still has forward position on the map. He's keeping Zerg in his corner. The Widowmine's looking for those big hits. These Queens have been a big obstacle. They just keep absorbing so much damage and buying so much time.
Yeah, we do have some micro and counter micro with the Widowmines there, and Solar's Ling splits, really high skill action happening. It is Clem, though, not able to find any of the little pricks that he usually does. You know, usually there's a couple more Banelings that Zerg doesn't want to lose, or a couple of more Queens on the main base, or even sometimes a structure. The Infestation Pit was under fire, but wasn't really a great goal. And unfortunately, as he comes back in and maybe pick that off, he basically loses both medevacs, one barely alive. Another drop into that triangle base, is still trying to find some form of distraction, but Solar seems all over this. Down on the south side, only going to be, oh no, that wasn't a cancel. That was a lost hatchery right there. I thought he was only going to get a couple of creep tumors. That end up actually being quite good. Now Solar does have a maxed out supply. He does have a little bit of banks. He'll be able to replace that, but finally Clem finds a bigger mistake from Solar there.
Solar has honestly been near flawless. This is insane. You're not meant to be anywhere near this clean against this level of aggression, but he is showing why he is the best defensive Zerg in the world when it comes to Zerg versus Terran. Solar is famous for his ability to absorb and weather the storm in this matchup. He has practiced thousands of games against Maru. He's played him dozens of times in the last year alone in tournaments, and when you play against that opposition of Terran all the time, you are ready for anything. Clem, though, good focus fire, finds some Banelings, but that hatchery's getting rebuilt in the bottom. Solar's lurker upgrades are on the way. He's +3 carapace coming in, which means there is no upgrade advantage for Terran. One of those things we normally see in a high-pressure game is Terran's got like a minute or two where they have a +3 advantage. Nothing like that exists. Yes, Clem's up on 5 bases, which is great, but he doesn't have mass command centers. He's in a much more fragile position, whereas Solar's got that bank building up, those upgrades coming in. It's a scary next few minutes for Clem.
And he once again has forgotten his armor for a substantial amount of time, but echoing what they just said, it was the Clem forge in the fire of Europe for TVZ, but the opposite is true for Solar. He absolutely is in a dominant Terran region, and it is showing here as he handles the multi-pronged aggression with class. Not going to be able to get anything on the other side of the map, but actually a couple of Widowmines not taken down, not accounted for, do pop off. But you're absolutely right. Clem is not in that really amazing position he likes to find himself in, where he already has 6 extra orbitals done and adding some SimCity, but we are getting to that point. And with a decent amount of ghosts already on the way, I'm really not as scared about this Lurker addition as I was previously. The Lurkers might still be a surprise as far as their positioning. They might be in a Nidus Worm later on. They could still do good work, but this would not be the first time that we see Solar specifically over-rely on Lurkers against a Terran who does have 5 bases and who does have ghosts.
Already 10 ghosts on the field. I love that analysis. Zombie grab. The ghosts have already got a fair bit of energy. 3 or 4 ghosts ain't dealing with that, but 10 ghosts, they're going to be okay. They're going to stall things out. And a second starport and a fusion core are on the way. Range Liberators will be next on the menu. Nidus Worm in the main.
Okay, that actually is a lot of Lurkers popping out right there. Clem thought he had enough units to stop the Nidus Worm from coming up entirely, but he was wrong about that, and the rest of his army is very much out of position. Yes, eventually the Ghost will come up here and take care of it, but will Clem then be too distracted, and will he be popped on the 3rd base? This is the exact scenario that Solar is looking for. Clem, very late to the pull back there. The Widowmine's not going to pop off. The Marines get taken down by the Banelings, and Clem supplies 6.
There weren't that many Zerglings, but there was enough to wrap around and stop that bio from pulling back. The Marines, the Marauders were trapped, the Banelings hugged them. And when you've got a Baneling hugging you, it is a terrible time. It's basically a water balloon filled with acid, and when that lands on you, things are not looking good. Clem, the Nidus Worm, bringing back all of his ghosts and distracting him. That was exactly what Solar needed. It looked like Clem was about to get out of the woods, and just when he's about to do it, Solar strikes. Look at that bank advantage. 5k in the bank for Solar. He's got so many bases mining. He's remaxed and he's ready to push again.
He is still holding on to about a 5,000 resource loss. That is the expectation in this matchup, of course, but we're going to keep an eye on that as the game goes. As long as Solar has this nice blue graph, then it's totally fine. But if he ever starts to run low, or if Clem gets some counter damage done, things could change very quickly. Clem, not yet maxed out again, is once again going to be under pressure from the Zerg.
Oh, good defense there for Clem, and a wise pullback for Solar as the Lings run in and find a Planetary and a pack of Bio Ghost there ready for them. Looks like there's no spotting unit to keep putting Niduses in the main. That's going to give Clem a brief moment of calm. And notice he's building Vikings and Liberators right now. the Viking edition to try and take down the Vipers, something that Clem always mixes into the late game and sometimes has some great success with it. He's getting close to maxing out. I think Solar might be giving him a little bit too much time to recover here.
Yeah, that might be the case. I mean, you always look at the overall supply. It looks a little scary for the Terran, but then you do have to really keep an eye on the army, specifically a little sword right there, as the Zerg player is going to naturally have more workers. But even then, it's a lot about the tempo and the momentum of the Zerg player, and that is something that Solar still does have, even if he is a little bit late to this push-in, which is going to find the third CC a little vulnerable. The save on the army units is good, but those poor SCVs, well, they're dead and gone. 15 of them down.
Luckily, the factory survives. That is one of the most important things. Losing that second factory is a nightmare, but keeps it alive, still has one on the reactor in the main base as well, which is also important. And that Widowmine getting a single Zergling as he tries to get out, but the activity level is just great. Solar's keeping that massive bank advantage, and he's just attacking the north, then he rotates to the south with the Lurker Nidus, and then he's going to go back in the north at the same time. Too many different angles. Clem's going to struggle to defend everything at once.
Yeah, he is responding as well as possible, but you can see miscontrolling his ghost a little bit there. The Lurkers are not taken care of to the south, but I would say absolutely more importantly, no breach into the natural. No chaos really started on the attack to the north side. The Lurkers will eventually be taken care of, and it wasn't like it was 30 SCVs all lined up in a conga line. So although Clem was a little late to the killing of the Nidus Swarm, a little late to that potential attack in the middle, it was a very fine defense indeed. I also love that Clem was able to get the Caduceus reactor, so the medevac energy really should not be a problem, even though he's continuing to stim and run around as he defends against Solar's aggression.
That's 100% extra medevac energy regeneration, a fantastic late game upgrade. It's been added in the recent patch. New Nidus Worm going up in the back of the natural. Clem is showing his firefighting pedigree right now, his ability to put out fires all over the place. But another attack on the front. Solar is not making it easy. And remember, Solar's got room to make mistakes. Clem does not. Clem is still up against the ropes. He's got that planetary getting exposed. That one's going to go down. Good evacuation with the SCVs for now, but Solar is making ground. He's getting in and denying Clem's territory, and it's just so much damage. For Clem, I think what's been really impressive is he is not just select all armying, he's kind of splitting things up and dealing with it, but that's still so difficult. Solar's making it micro so hard. That's a great hold in the middle, but there's damage being done by those Lurkers in the natural.
Yeah, a little backstab right there. 9 SCVs go down. Lurker still has to be taken care of. And another Nidus Worm, actually, which Clem is not quite equipped to deal with, but not enough of a fast pull on the unload there, as there were some units in it, not sure which one. The Viper comes in, is going to get a great parasitic bomb, but great split as well from Clem, as he will hold on to that gold base, which is now an orbital, so you can lift it, you can save the SCVs, hopefully, but you can't rely on it on a back to defend back at home with it. Ooh. Something that Solar might take advantage of, but Solar did just use Banelings on rocks there.
Yeah, I mean, Clem is just rock solid. He just is not taking, he's taking damage, but he's not going below max supply. He's trading at a 12,000 resource lost advantage. That is massive. Clem is not getting knocked down. You're meant to be able to use the Zerg supply and production advantage to push in. Perhaps Solar has built too many Hydralisks. They are kind of running around in a big pack, unable to get a surface area. You see, whenever he comes in, it looks like he's breaking, but then the rest of Clem's army comes from the south, and Solar has to get the heck out of there. He's got to pull back.
Yeah, there's, again, also that kind of lack of volatility when it comes to these very consistent DPS armies. The Ling's going to surround, the Banelings pop off, big damage, big numbers, but if it really is only Hydras, you can kind of size that up very well. And again, it seems to rely a lot on Hydras. We even had the EMP come down and take the Viper out of the equation, and Solar, I would say officially for the first time, has overextended, as now he is on the run. More Ghost Snipes popping off here. A scan ahead to see if Clem could really give the chase, and he also is very accustomed now to scanning ahead for the Burrow Infestors and for the Burrowed Banelings. That's what the European Zergs have been throwing at Clem to try and tackle him in the late game, something that Solar actually has not yet added, but may in the future.
Clem is rebuilding 8 workers at a time whenever he loses them. It's the Zerg economy, it's Protoss economy. You know, Terran normally takes a long time to rebuild. Clem not having that issue. He's getting the last upgrades as well. High-sec auto-tracking, the building armor, ship weapons to round things out. Another Nidus Worm going up at the back of his natural. That one will also be defended. His multitasking is impeccable right now. But I've got to say, props to Solar for continually getting changelings in. The fact that he's able to get any vision to pop those Niduses is an achievement in of itself. At this point, most Terrans at the top, they're denying your Overseers. You just can't get Overseers or Overlords in the back line. Solar would like to mine out the resources on his side of the map, of course, and deny him future income.
Clem's already at 10 command centers. I think he's got at least 8 orbitals. We can see in the structures tab in a moment. But I think he's got the Iron Bank. Almost, actually, only 6 orbitals for now. So he's a little shy of Endless Mules, but he's getting close.
Yeah, he has 2 extra just plain command centers right now. He's going to let this orbital to the top side. Solar was hoping to find Clem out of position because clearly Clem is going to try and take the base down to the south. Hasn't necessarily worked out. Ghost on the run. Liberators covering their escape will eventually go down to the mass amount of Hydras. But Baneling's roly-poly on in here to the natural. Going to look for a lot more damage, but there's actually only so much even here. Where is Clem's army? There it is! From behind, coming in, Snipes going down. Baneling's not going to make the connections, and Clem once again holds on his third base.
In the rear with the gear. The classic SCV line there describing Clem's engagement flawlessly. That was so good. He's up 18,000 resources and units lost. This map, you can get to late game. You can weather the storm. But what can you do there? This is the new Clem. A year ago, I don't think he would have survived. I think Clem would have rolled over under this pressure because he used to panic in these high-pressure moments and he'd select all army and he'd get caught out by run-bys. He just doesn't do it anymore. He's so good at controlling things all over the map. He's so manual in his control. There's no point where he panics. He's just so experienced as a player. And Solar's been throwing the kitchen sink at him. He's still getting lings in the natural, but it just doesn't seem to phase Clem. At no point is he getting that panicked reaction that he's looking for.
Since that +3 armor was late, we haven't really had Clem making any big mistakes. The only one was the Marauder Slow, which just recently finished, but he really has been playing a fantastic game, really displayed in the resource lost there. That's so much better than it was 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. It just continues to get better. Now, Solar finally being really obnoxious with the cracklings is going to once again distract Clem on the top side. Great split away from the parasitic bombs. The Vikings will go down, but I mean, this is not quite going to be enough, and actually Baneling's rolling in here to the Liberator, to a lot of chunky bio units. The Planetary might go down, but it actually is going to be at a huge cost. SCV is still repairing. No, it is not going to go down, and the other command center was canceled.
He canceled the command center. He was scanning to clear up Burrowed Zerglings, denied a Nidus, split units sniped at the same time as macroing perfectly. That was an inhuman piece of control, and guess what? Solar, that was his big push. He's out of bank now.
Yeah.
He's out of bank. He's down in supply. Solar has thrown everything he has at Clem. Clem has survived. He is over 20,000 resources more efficient. He has 7 or 8 orbitals. He's got a planetary up in the south that will not go down. Solar is continuing to try and throw it in, but Clem is maxed with a 25 army supply advantage. He is playing out of his mind.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular display of TVZ from both parties, but it feels like Clem, since he dropped down low in supply very much earlier on in this game, he has actually found himself in the swing of things. He's reminding himself of how good he was against Cyril in Atlanta, and he's bringing that back after a bit of a rocky start, a rocky mid-game. He is looking bulletproof in the late game, continuing to increase his lead in the resources trade, while also getting that ever important expansion up on the 6 o'clock. But Solar is relentless about attacking into this third base. He's going to try once again, but there is that army coming in again from the south that Solar has to respect.
Watch out for the fungal, Clem. Oh, Solar with a nice ambush. Does chain fungals on the ghosts. Parasitic bombs on the Liberators. But there's so many more Liberators behind that. The Bio pulling back. The Hydra's trying to get on top. Can he clear that front? He does break the northern line of Libs. Nice move by Solar. The Banelings crashing into the natural. The Marauders barely hold. There's a pack of Hydras behind it. Juicy orbitals. That's a nice pick off. Solar finding some value with that push. Really digging deep. Solar may have been less efficient this game, but look at this. He's mining the top base. He's mining the bottom middle base. He realizes he has to try and steal these resources from Clem's side of the map. Solar is doing everything he can right now.
Yeah, I would love to see more Liberator harassment, as he does have Lib range. So yeah, you can actually outrange that Spore Crawler. Also on 6 o'clock for Solar, but we're not getting there quite yet. Obviously, Clem is trying to also hold on against the relentless Solar. He was urgently microing clearly in that last battle, so like 6 or something Liberators pointed the wrong direction, at least 3 at the very least, which also impacted how well that looked for Solar. But Clem is back on the rise for supply. Their worker count's actually very much evened up. Clem just a little bit lower on the army. It's all going to come down to control right now. Woodamine hits big and is going to scare Solar away temporarily.
Clem struggling to remax right now. Solar He's up in between the rallies. Solar obviously doesn't have any extra resources to draw on either. So, oh, this Liberator harass is brilliant, though. This was so integral in Clem actually winning back in Atlanta against Searle, against Solar, against all of them. It was how, when I'm stuck on the defense all game, can I exert a bit of counter pressure? And this is exactly it. My only fear is that's like 6 or 7 libs that are on harassment. He doesn't have them at home.
Yeah, exactly. And they have been a crucial addition at times. They will hold some of these chokes, just 1 or 2 of them very, very well. But when he's caught off guard, that is the different situation. Here, caught off guard, completely not able to defend that base, is going to be able to replace it. And in terms of the worker losses, it was actually a trade thanks to the offensive Liberators. Clem going to take a more forward position as he does prepare to take the base back. Liberators still completely denying mining from many locations, almost from here. That's to be moved forward a little bit. And Clem is actually the one who is remaxing faster. Solar, he had a little bit more mineral bank. Now that's also gone.
Oh, he's so low on supply. The Infestors, if they can land some good spells, maybe, just maybe, Solar can keep denying his space and get this to happen. Double EMP lands on the front Infestor. The other ones are burrowing. He's looking for a flank. He's going to pull back and Shark in on the north. Nice Infestor split. One good scan on those, and this is game over, but one good fungal on all that bio. And the opposite might be true.
Oh, it was the last second of the scan, and now that also tipped Clem off to the strategy. So he sent the scan to the north as well. Speaking of the north, we do have a drop also impacting the hatcheries and mining of Solar. As Solar goes in for a potential final blow, it's not going to happen. Parasitic Bomb injuring some of the medevacs. That command center might be a goner once again, but Clem has the Ghost Army looking for the revenge snipes, going after this army, and Solar will not be able to replace it.
Dead even in supply right now. 137 for Solar, 135 for Clem. Solar knows he needs to deny this base. The pressure's on him. He knows if mules get dropped on that base, he's screwed. He's running out of bank. He's running out of money. He's going to take out all the SCVs. Look at that. Clem's economy's getting shredded, but the Hydras get sniped. A line up there. It's a shooting gallery.
Wow, absolutely incredible display of TVZ from both players. But it really felt like when Solar had gotten that 40 or 50 supply lead, that was his moment. If he got it right then and there, Clem is broken in that game and might have been too disappointed to really carry on his best in future games. Instead, he rallied, he came back in the supply, and then it felt like he was playing at his absolute best. Everything he was doing to defend Solar's aggression worked out well for him. He played the late game so freaking well.
What a fantastic display. I'm so pleased. You know, in these big tournaments, you see a mixture of players just absolutely falling short of their potential, and then players stepping up and playing above what you've ever seen from them. And I really feel like a lot of players, you know, would have been frustrated that they couldn't really break in and kill Clem with the early game that Solar had, because it was an advantaged early game for him. He was definitely a little ahead. But he actually gritted his teeth, spread creep right into Clem's base, non-stop Nidus Worms, non-stop multi-prong, the Infestors and Vipers both being used. But honestly, there is a pace that Clem set here. His ability to hold on and defend was insane. There was a few sequences where I couldn't believe my eyes. There would be multiple parasitic bombs in the midst of like a pack of medevac Liberator. You'd see the exact 2 units that got hit, split from the packs, while spreading bio, while sniping units, while pulling SCVs away from Banelings. And it's just this combination, this flow in the heat of that on your opponent's map pick. Absolutely impressed. I barely have words to describe how impressive Clem's form is after a shaky group stage.
This is looking like Clem back in a championship winning form, but do not count Solar out. His play was also amazing, and just a little bit more at the right moment would have gotten him the first win. As it is, we now spawn on top of the guy who did take victory for map number 1. Now onto hard lead in the bottom right as the Red Terran for Team Liquid. He is Clem.
His opponent in the top left. He's a great dancing partner, but he's going to need to step it up. He's now in the Terran zone, and he needs to bring beyond his A game. He needs to step up and find a way to take down his opponent. Representing Vitality, it is Solar.
You're going for an extractor trick.
Nothing like the old 15-15 against Terran. Get the 2 Lings across the map potentially to try and delay the command center. Definitely get the Queens out early to defend the Reaper. Always not a bad way to open up, but
it's always interesting to see because every player has their own twist on how to follow it up. Some are just like, hey, you watch a Dark play and he's like, I'm going to take a third hatchery and we're going to take gas at 4.5 minutes for the first time. And you're like, okay, that's insanely greedy. Solar's a bit more conservative. He likes to have his link speed, but it just doesn't mesh with this build order if you're like rushing it. You can't really get, you can see it's already, 10, 15 seconds later than a normal gas. And I would be interested to see if he's going to open roaches because that's just so smooth off this opening.
A hard lead does seem to be a map for roaches. What comes to my mind is more of the 1-1 roach attack, but earlier one could be it. Also can be a map that is chosen by Clem a little more to low ground 2-racks, but hasn't been really the go-to for him as far as build orders go, and hasn't been so much on hard lead, actually. So if that's what Solar was anticipating, that's not the case. It is a 1-racks expand. Also, Clem going for an SEV Scouts, which does take away your economy a little bit, but if he was worried about an early pull or any type of early aggression, whether it is light or very heavy, this SCV is now able to scout it. And then as a Terran player, yeah, absolutely, you could go ahead and say it's worth denying the hatchery too. Solar can take either one technically on this base, but then obviously he prefers one over the other. This Reaper is going to come in for the Lings, not for that third drone, which you could absolutely kill at this point.
Yeah, Zerglings can't turn into an extractor. It's kind of this funny thing in the meta at the very top these days where players are so good at doing spore tricks and extractor tricks. The players almost always target the Zerglings over the drones. Whereas I think for normal players, the drone is of course the higher value target and players are more prone to make mistakes, so much better value going for it. The way Clem kind of moves that Reaper, you could see he does like the weird hold position before when he was looking to deny the creep shimmer. It's almost off-putting as a Zerg when you first see that, because you realize he's basically just waiting for the moment you put that creep shooter down, and if you do, he will dive on it and snipe it. Solar, he's wise to it, he doesn't take the risk, and only when the Reaper jumps up into his main does he start putting the creep out on the natural.
Yeah, there's actually a fear for that creep tumor. That's a very good control on Reapers can instill. It is once again 3CC from Clem, and the question is whether it's that Viking Liberator. I would say if it is going to be Liberator, it's literally just Liberator on this map, but we'll see. Or is it Banshees? And again, considering how more often Roaches can be played on hard lead, I feel like Banshees could be a safety pick. I think Clem does have that supreme confidence now that he's taken map number 1 in a very stereotypical fashion for him. So now playing a little bit safe with the SCV Scout, with the Banshee opener, that's pretty good. And it's not like it can't do a good damage harassment either. It's just kind of unlikely.
Hellion Reaper on the left, having a bit of a poke around. First Banshee has started up. Cloak will usually come in soon afterwards, as it does cost 100 gas. There we go, starting it. Very standard play for Clem. And I think he feels really confident here. You know, after game 1, you win their map. It just feels so good in these series, and suddenly takes away the fear of, oh, I have to finish them off, which feels like for years Clem was nearly unstoppable in the early mid game, but the only thing that caught him out was that he felt like he had to win there, because once lurkers came out, he'd often just get overwhelmed.
Yes, there's a lot of examples of him not necessarily being the best late game player. He did a lot of experimentation. Nice block there from Solar to not those Hellions tag the drone line. There was a lot of experimentation from Clem like a year and a half ago, I feel like at this point, where, you know, there's also Maru really leading the way as far as that late, supreme late TVZ. So he was doing it, he was playing with it, but obviously his mid game was still the really terrorizing force. Now at this point, especially when he's clearly on top of his game, as game 1 displayed, his early game can be very scary with all the little pokes and prods and potential Hellion run-bys. His mid game can be terrifying and actually kill you if you're not careful, and his late game is as obnoxious as Maru was, even though it's not quite the same turtle aspect.
Definitely in that vein as we get Solar's first-person view. You can see his control groups on the bottom of the screen, 3 separate Queen control groups. One of those is for injecting, and one is for defending the right, one is for defending the left. It's such a cool evolution of Zerg vs. Terran we've seen since 2021. Rainer revolutionized it that year when he won the World Championship in Katowice, and every top Zerg pretty much uses this now. A triple Queen split gives you a lot of flexibility. If a Banshee's in the back, you only need to split 1/3 of your Queens to defend it. Case in point.
Yep, the Banshees do arrive. There is a Spore Crawler, but just nothing to scout on the, you know, on the go, basically. Queens do have transfuse. Yeah, just barely as well, but it still is going to go down. Important thing was they were also still body blocking against the Hellions. Lings are also prepared in case the Hellions try and dive. Not something that Clem is going to try and do. And oh, the miscontrol. Oh, losing both Banshees because the Overseer time was just that perfect. That is a mistake there from Clem.
You could tell the moment the Overseer was getting close, those Queens were like moving forward, started stepping up between their shots. They wanted to make sure they could seal the deal, and losing your Banshees is terrible. I'll never forget Laser kind of breaking down Banshees and saying, you know, people are always asking, how many drones does a Banshee need to kill to be effective? Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 5? And he said, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is keeping the Banshee alive so it can stop run-bys for the rest of the game and deny creep. If you keep the Banshee alive, it's like an Oracle. It gives you so much value over the course of the game. Losing it that early is a disaster for Clem, not to mention the fact that he has barely scraped Solar's income. Clem showed he could win late game. I thought that was a big confidence booster, and it definitely will be for the late game, but getting there is another story. Solar is once again destroying the early stages.
Yes, the loss of 2 Banshees is a little bit too much. Again, that one is kind of like, it sucks, obviously, but the one still alive can help defensively, can help with run-bys, can help a little bit still with the distraction, and now it's just nothing. But Clem seems to have already moved past it into the medevac drop phase with the same confidence we would expect. 4th CC on the way, about 7 minutes, so really the typical now, I think, for Clem. And we have his upgrade just a little bit faster, and the armory is done at a very appropriate time. Clem just doesn't have the resources for 2-2.
Indeed, with the 4th command center on the way in the Widowmine's building, Clem here just looking to clear creep, bit of a skirmish. Solar keeps instantly replacing that creep. It's a lot of Lings, Banes, and Queens. Solar's having none of it. He has the numbers where he knows he can't be bullied here. He's like, come on, mate. I've got plenty of units. And he's got a 5th base up in the middle as well. Overlord speed on the way. Solar not showing a need to rush to Hive. I have a feeling he may do a giant Lingbane Hydra swarming attack because he's just going to max out so very early.
Clem pick up on that. An aggressive maneuver with the maxed out army. Can catch him dropping to the left and to the right and not having his army consolidated. And we do have the exact thing I was talking about, left and right attacks. On the right side, we have those Hellbats. I think the army already being done. 2-2 also did start, still faster than Solar's. What am I going to burrow on the offensive? Solar has to be worried about that, as it is also microed away from that Overlord. Plenty of Banelings leads me to believe that Solar will hold, but as far as the resource trade, well, let's witness. Oh, yeah, that was still pretty nice for Clem as he does evacuate with the Marines. Also on the left side, jumping after those Queens. They don't quite have a lot of chance to uses, but just enough to buy the time. Also great focus fire from Solar to once again almost get the 2nd medevac, just not quite.
Solar has the money maxed out. He's way ahead in supply. I would love to see him go right now on the aggression, whether that's just a big Ling Bane run by, denying the 4th, anything like that. If Solar lets himself get pinned back in this period when he has a material advantage, that's going to buy Clem the time he needs to get to late game. So you can see Solar's stuck in the defensive stance. I think that game 1 taught us that even if you get a good start, if you don't use it to really capitalize fast, Clem is going to sneak his way back into the late game.
There's some really awesome Baneling snipes going down, continuing the effectiveness of Clem's army trades. Widowmine does splash back on the Terran a little bit there, and Solar's going to pounce, get rid of that, nip it in the bud. It's going to go ahead and tuck itself into the corner and wait for another moment with this left side attack coming in. It will be very, very soon. Meanwhile, Clem having all the rest of his units back at home. 4th CC turning into a planetary 2-2 almost done as well, as Solar actually never started any +2 melee or +1 missile.
That is very unfortunate. Only +2 carapace. It is the more important upgrade, but it is definitely huge to be missing those as these upgrades stack up. 2-2 now coming in for Clem. Clem just keeping that pressure up on both sides. If it was any other Zerg, I'd be really worried about the way he's letting himself get pinned. I do feel he could have done something more with the supply and income money that he had, but Solar's so comfortable waiting for Hive Tech. That is his comfort state. So it's definitely not something where he's like, oh no, I've got no idea what I'm doing. No, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's waiting until he gets Viper's Hive, Adrenal Glands, Carapace, +3. Oh, and he can ambush some Widow Mines while he's doing it. That's a big bonus.
Yes, yeah, those were a lot of Widow Mines going down, but still a decent number in the army that ends up spreading into a nice concave off of creep. But at the same time that happens, we also have a Ling Baneling run by on the right side. Not going to be able to stop Drilling Claws, but able to get a decent amount of SCVs. You would think it's distracting Clem as well, but no, apparently not. Clem goes down on the right side with a drop, might be actually able to get this hatchery. Left side also going well for Clem, and Solar needs to get his army back on the defense.
Oh, I was wondering where Clem's army was. Well, it's all attacking right now. That's why.
Whoa.
Oh
my lord, a big misstep. Clem trying to micro 3 places at once. This command center almost going down to the Hydras. That's what drew his attention. He's attacking the right, drops into the Spore Crawlers, loses that drop as well. Clem is getting a little bit scrappy and sloppy right now. He has done a lot of damage to Solar, but he's taken a lot of damage as well. As the dust settles, we have to look at this and say who's ahead, who's behind. Well, with the third being forced to lift, I definitely think that gives Solar a slight advantage, but I'm not sure if it's as big as it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of them getting some blows in there, right? Like, Solar just chose to be very offensive, so there were some opportunities to a well-controlled Terran force still on his side of the map, and then Clem did have to look away at certain points, so they both got a little done there, right? Now, Clem was actually not able to take down this growing base as the medevacs no longer got any units on the evacuation, but they have rejoined with the main army. So Solar is up onto 6 bases. Clem is going back up to not just 4, but actually a 5th. Is turning into a planetary right now. Once again, starting his +3 attack, way ahead of his armor, but still ahead of Solar's, as Solar's made the same mistake. Great anti-micro there on the Widow Mines, and he is going to be able to back away off of Creep. He'll be right back on there given the opportunity.
This is a very tense game, and it's these tense games where, the drop in the top does get picked up and saved. See that in the picture-in-picture. Attack in the front, never back it off. I feel like even when Clem's looking at his base to do something, he still just lets his units run forward because he trusts his speed well enough to get back there and pick them up if he gets in trouble.
Yeah, that's the insane thing, man. Parasitic Bomb does help take down some of the medevacs as well as an Abduct, and actually it's still in the Parasitic Bomb right there, so the third one did go down. That is a pretty brutal loss because it does mean this army has to completely evacuate. It actually already been simmed so many times. I think his medevac count is maybe still good, but he does not have those late game armies. Yeah, still 7 is pretty good.
The big problem Clem's having right now is he's swapped to a Marauder Marine mine army. This is an amazing army. Part of the reason is the Marauders slow down the Ling Bane and they all kind of get stuck on each other. To do that, you need concussive shells. This is a hectic game. He's completely forgotten concussive shells, and I don't think he's going to be... Actually, did it just kick in? Maybe it was there the whole time. We'll need to see the upgrade tab. It is there. Was. Okay, there just weren't that many Marauders there.
Yeah.
No worries. A missed call by me there. Hydra Baneling coming forward in the north. Those Marines are getting out of there. Clem's still just not letting enough units go down. Solar's looking for the big catch. He's not letting him get it. The Fusion Core transition's on the way behind this. Solar's going to be making a Lurker transition, but he just doesn't have the room to morph.
Yeah, and I wonder about the timing of this as far as having the completed upgraded Lurkers in a very good position before the Ghost count gets high enough and the Terran gets comfortable enough to tackle that. We're still kind of at a question mark phase for that right now. Again, Clem's upgrades will be superior. +3 attack is down. +3 armor will still be ahead of Solar's Carapace. And yeah, Clem did make that Marauder slow mistake last game, but he has at least fixed that. I do also expect those late game upgrades, the building upgrades, the Caduceus Reactor, once things settle down a little bit. But now as Clem has backed away to his 5 bases, Solar gets a little time to breathe. Maybe also gets his 7th up to the top right.
Yeah, it's all about getting the command center count up while continuing to trade. The more small trades, the more favored Clem feels it is, and that's due to his insane micro. But so far, Solar's been doing a great job of keeping that gap very close. He's got a bigger bank, he's got a good army, and he's looking to strike. Solar going to go into this base. Parasitic Bombs landing on the medevacs. Widow Mines unable to find the heart of the Banelings. The Marine Marauder getting rolled over by the Banelings, but there are so many more behind that on both sides. So decent little trade for Solar, but he has to back off.
I do love the almost instant transition, or addition, whichever one you call it, of the Lurkers, because the Ghost count still isn't amazing, but we're producing 4 at a time, so it's very quickly going to get there. Lovely idea if you could do it instantaneously, but not actually the case, but there is a cheeky Nidus from potential, as the Observer is showing us. Lib range is on the way. Liberators being added on, of course, too, is going to help Clem with the multitasking quite a bit. It's actually helping even here on the 3rd base, as Solar once again looks to dive in.
This is crazy right now. It feels like Solar needs to get damage done. He does take out a Lib and a few SCVs, but the orbital lifts and pulls back. There we go, Nidus in the back. That's where the damage might happen. Solar has a sense of urgency right now. He realizes he's got to do more. He's going for it. The Lurkers in the back of the main base starting to cause some big damage. Infrastructure taking some damage. The Ghosts are actually walking to the Lurkers in the picture-in-picture. 4 Ghosts just got blasted.
Yes, exactly. Clem was once again trying to take this cool, calm, and collected like the last game. He was putting his Ghost back in the main base, letting the rest of the army be controlled on the front lines, except this time he lost the Ghost. So he was doing the right thing by being patient and kind of letting the damage that he had to take happen, but now it's even then some. The loss of the Ghost, the loss of the production, continued chaos as he still has yet to clean up his main base.
Beautiful play by Solar. Look at this. He's just hammering at the door, slowly breaking the hinges off. Clem did not want to let him in here, and just as Clem's getting to that mass command center, thinking about all those extra upgrades you were talking about, like building armor and things, he's just getting hit so hard. He doesn't have a chance to get there. He's only got 5 orbitals. He needs more than that to be playing at this stage of the game, because every scan he uses to see where the army is or to spot the lurkers, that's less income. So that normal Terran income advantage you're used to, it just does not exist here. Right now, Solar is keeping Clem in a dirty stage of the game that Terran does not like to hang in, and he's just keeping up that aggression. Hydralink Bane rolling forward. There is so much of it. It's a crazy attack for Solar, but if he can break this base, it'll be game-ending.
Yeah, Parasitic Bomb on Medivacs that hardly have energy anyway. So much of the army is overstimmed, unhealthy, and the Planetary does go down. Many of the SCVs might be saved, but nonetheless, 17 still going down. And again, not the additional orbitals and command centers that did put Clem in a comfortable position last game. But this is kind of like mirroring that last game as far as the tempo, right? Solar had a really great resource trade up until a certain point. He had the potential to overwhelm Clem before he got to those massive amount of command centers up until a certain point. And Clem basically held on stubbornly, and then it really flipped. So now the question is, can Solar actually decapitate this guy, or is he gonna keep on living like the Headless Horseman?
Yeah, I definitely feel that hanging on to the cliff face right now. Solar is trying to step on his hands, and oh my lord! That'll get him out of there.
That is it. No nearly headless Nick this time around. That is one dead Terran thanks to that last second fungal. The 1-1 has been achieved by Solar. I do actually believe, in a funny way, that map choices and the way the games have played out actually favored the opposite, as you expected. Solar not able to quite get his units across the map in time to really take advantage of that moment in Game 1 at Equilibrium. This time around, he was able to be so insistent on his aggression that not only was Clem having difficulty catching up, but Medivac energy actually became a really legitimate problem.
This was a huge mistake for Clem. Those Widow Mines all getting caught. Even though he killed a lot of Banelings, he loses quite a lot of Marines. I think it's the Widow Mines losing momentum there. And from there, even though he got some good counter damage, Solar was all over that third for the rest of this game. The third base of Terran never has a planetary on it, and he just kept making it lift over and over. This was such a good decisive finishing blow. A minute or two before this, before that Nidus got in the main, I was actually looking at it going, man, Solar, like, he's got to find a way in because he's almost out of time. And just on cue, he ran into the third, got a good little skirmish, popped a Nidus in the back, kept attacking the third, and already having the Infestors in here at the finishing, that's really nice. It feels like going from oh my lord, I lost my own map, how am I going to win this series, to destroying him on the Terran map. It's a match made in heaven. I really do feel Solar may be the best Zerg in the world when it comes to facing Clem right now.
He might be. Cyril did show some vulnerability in Atlanta, but then again, so did Solar. So, I mean, basically, Clem's going to have to run through the gauntlet of proving that he is good at every single stage of this matchup. But we have an even tied-up series right now, guys, and we are going to go ahead and take a little break. So check out this video while we wait for Game 3.
The players are very used to facing off against each other in 1v1 in StarCraft, but let's test their general knowledge against one another. But don't land on the X, because that's -1 point.
Hey, I'm Clem, and I'm here today with Oliveira.
Hello, Aaron.
And we're going to be spinning that wheel, I believe.
Maybe I first?
You first? Okay,
yeah,
you start. You know, taste to this?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know this question.
All right, let's do it. Oh, I got the same one. Who is? Is it the guy? Okay, I'm not sure about it. Is it the guy from Harson's video that got like gem with only cyclones? Is it this guy? Or am I mistaken? If it's not him, then I have no idea who it is. Oh, really? Okay, then I was completely wrong. Okay.
So we're same, right?
Yeah, we both lost. We both lost. Okay.
No. What?
All right, my turn. Jim Raynor is the main guy. Nice, that was an easy one. That was an easy one. All right, you go.
I will do.
Yeah. Oh.
Alpha Star.
Nice.
Easy question.
All right. Oh, no.
Okay, I think it's difficult.
I was dreading that one. I believe it is in the US, United States. Nice. Okay, well, I believe I won 2-1.
Yeah.
That was spinning the wheel with Clem and Oliveira.
Yeah, I'm happy to today, and I hope we this time match can play a good match.
And we're back. Solar there, looking focused as ever. After that last match, we saw him kind of push himself up out of the chair. I always love seeing a player where you can tell they're so in the moment, they're kind of getting tense and focused, and then they kind of just release and have a bit of a stretch after that match. So it's such a hard-earned victory, and I do feel that if he didn't put the brakes on Clem there, it was going to be a runaway train.
I think so as well. It was really sizing up to be a very similar game, down to us pointing out how effective the resource trading was. So that's something we did in game one, and then suddenly it went the opposite way and then kept on rolling the opposite way. But Solar was able to put those brakes on. And now we head to game number 3 with it all tied up. On to Solaris in the top right for Team Liquid. He is Clem.
And in the bottom left, fighting back from behind. Now going onto the map that is his own namesake on Solaris. In the bottom left for Vitality Esports, it is Solar. He has great memories of winning the GSL, finishing off that series on this map. And it's a pretty balanced map overall. There's a few nasty tank positions that can push into a few of the bases. But other than that, you've got speed zones that, of course, make Ling Bane much scarier to engage around these pillars, those green areas. Unfortunately, no Protoss on this map, so we don't get to see the comical disruptor shots flying a screen across those. That is one of my favorite interactions. But it's mostly just you don't really want to fight near those with Marines when the Banelings can just get to you a bit quickly.
Yeah, I have seen some comical play around Reapers running away from Lings. Like they go zoom, and then the Lings go zoom. But I'm not sure we're going to see that here, as once again, Clem goes for the 1 Rax expand, so at most basically 1 Reaper. As far as these two and their history of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, we have talked about it before. For Clem, he has, for some reason, just really had not the best luck. Coming into 2020, he was, really hot topic, and people thought he could do well. Really didn't. And then subsequent Katowice is also not really doing as well as he expected at all, sometimes narrowly missing out, like last year. This time, he's in the round of 12, for the first time ever. And so that is big news for him, even though he's been in other tournaments. This is very, very prestigious. Meanwhile, Solar is on the opposite side. He almost always does well at Katowice. He just doesn't win it. So he's actually pretty much second in consistency at this tournament, only to one other guy. It is another Korean Zerg, and it is Dark, who is still in the tournament.
I feel like Solar's results, they're not as deep as you'd expect with how well he plays.
Yeah.
And in the last few years, Maru is the reason. Basically, it's almost always a teammate so much. Like it's always quarterfinals or the semis or the round of 16. They run into each other, and Maru has an insane win rate versus Solar. Even though they're really good matches, it just feels like that obstacle he has mentally with not being able to really beat Maru in the head-to-head very often has held Solar back. But as long as he doesn't face Maru, I think Solar is almost always like a very heavy favorite to make it all the way.
The only other person who gives him trouble at this tournament is, in fact, Dark. If it wasn't for that guy, Solar would be like the farthest advancing consistently player in the tournament. Now he doesn't really have to worry about that. If he does defeat Clem, he's facing Serral next. And actually, I think people look at Solar as a very promising competitor to Serral in ZVZ. A little bit of micro back and forth. You see Clem with an effective first Reaper.
Yeah, you often think it's fine. There's 2 queens and 4 zerglings. We're guarding our little child here, the creep tumor. But I tell you, I mean, he's more fierce than a dingo that's been hungry for a few days. That Reaper of Clem gets in there, just destroys the creep tumor, even when it's fully guarded. He's so frustrating to play against.
He actually taught at least one Polish person what a dingo was.
Yeah.
Last night, yeah. Playing some heads up. Good time.
Fantastic red doggo from Australia.
They're actually super cute, but definitely don't pet them. I might have been tempted at a wilderness zoo, you know, maybe.
Hey, Americans getting their fingers bitten off by wildlife is one of our favorite things.
We are the reasons that there are signs up saying, don't reach over the fence. Yep, that's us.
Look, it's a cute emu. It's a 2-meter tall dinosaur. Let's just give it a pat.
Actually, they did allow us to pet that.
Oh.
A little wilderness zoo.
Must have been a nice, friendly one.
Well, Fear Dragon refused, because it is literally a dinosaur.
They're so scary.
Yes, they are. But anyway, meanwhile in this game, another Hellion Banshee opener from Clem. Solar adding on that speed, finishing at 410. Actually almost perfectly timed with the Hellion Reaper run by with just enough lings to interfere with the Hellion shots. So this actually could have been much worse if these were still slow lings.
Yeah, he was looking for the late ling speed here. Clem, this is a bit of a late run by. I mean, he was really hoping that Solar was sleeping on his defense, and an ill-timed Hellion run by gets shut down. Fantastic defense for Solar. Of course, Clem's still microing the Hellion because he's Clem, and APM costs him nothing. He has it flowing out of his reserves, endless attention and ability to multitask.
I remember there was a period of time where I think, you know, Tasis and Artosis were kind of just, and I don't think they were wrong necessarily, but they were like, there's a certain amount of time that you don't give to a drop once you realize that it's being taken down. Especially because that was a Muta-heavy meta back in the day. But if it's Clem, he's like, no, down to the last Marine. I don't care if the Medivac's dead and also have another Marines. It's going to try and damage one of these mutas.
Like, yeah, Clem and Beyond, I feel like kindred spirits, you know? I always feel those are the two guys will have one Marine left in a dropship, and they'll actually kill 6 more SCVs, but more importantly, they will tilt their opponent, because they'll be like, no, you were meant to stop looking at this. Stop being so annoying to play against. Hellions are still alive. It was 2 Hellions and a Reaper. It's not like he threw away 4 or 6 Hellions, so he's still got a bit of, you know, creep denial ability here. But Solar, I love his choice to go for the Baneling Nest rather than the double Evo Chamber. That's going to allow him to get a quick Baneling speed. He will get the double upgrades, probably closer to the 6.5 minute mark rather than the 5.5 minute mark.
Solar pretty supply blocked, actually. 90 out of 90, and he's 2 of alerts is still over halfway done. So, I mean, I just kind of pointing out the Hellion harassment's being annoying, and it almost got that drone. Almost. Fortunately, hatcheries are very sturdy. Last game did start off rather poorly for Clem, if we recall, even though it seemed like he was bringing it back. It did start off with both Banshees dying, which is just a little too much, especially because they really didn't do anything besides die.
He's got 1 drone and 1 transfuse, so no real damage to be spoken of, but he keeps them alive, which is much more important. We've seen that Clem doesn't necessarily need to race to the finish line. He's a player who thrives on momentum, so it's not like it's really in his nature to just sit back, but he definitely doesn't need to feel an overwhelming pressure to put Solar behind in the game, as he himself has had a few. I would say Solar beat him in the early game, 2 games in a row so far, but the score is nonetheless 1-1.
Both Banshees still alive. Yep, there's one finally going down. But seriously, having at least 1 really is a massive difference. Having that still at the 3rd base to help out against Baneling run-bys, but also Lings. And then also as spotters, it's just an excellent addition. And Clem, I mean, still probably unhappy at the loss, but now we got ourselves a little tank push coming along. Not just the 2 Medivacs with Marines that really isn't looking to anchor itself. This with a tank wants to actually get up to one of these ridges, be really annoying, and now in Solaris, it's absolutely this one we're seeing here from the Observer. Yep, this is very annoying. Actually kind of a conservative place, but also outside of creep.
Yeah, this is a very common move on this map. We've seen Maru use this a lot recently. Solar is ready for it with those Lingbane on the top right. He's going to come through the speed zone to flank this. Clem, got to be careful. Cannot let those Marines get taken out. The tank, single tank dying is not the end of the world. Hellions in the back trying to guard it. Marines quickly pick up. Hellions trying to kite away on the right side, but they're going to get surrounded.
Yes, they are. And finally, they are let go because we have to focus on more important matters. So the medevac drops to the main base. Overlord goes down, Spore Crawler goes down, but so does 1 medevac.
This is beautiful. That double Spore so early. Solar not letting Clem get momentum. And 8 Marines. There's only space for them. The rest do get left behind. Love to see the units lost up after all that interaction, as I do feel it was pretty close, which is, yeah, that's great for Solar. Only being behind a couple hundred resources is great. On the other hand, the work account for Clem is very nice. 71 versus 73. His 4th command center is finished. He is heading towards the later stages of the game very quickly. He's got Widow Mines and Marines coming on out. What I felt afraid with in that last game before Solar cracked him open was the way it felt like he was just stuck playing Clem's game for such an extended period, just defending here, defending there. it feels like breaking out of that is something you'd want to have more urgency for, but I know Solar as a player, he's just going to keep doing this, just absorb punch after punch, and he'll bide his time and he'll wait for the one moment, and it'll be much later than we think it would be. But once he sees that opening, he'll take it.
Yeah, we have Clem trying to be aggressive on the top side, but the Widow Mines aren't really getting the best shots or any, and only 2 medevacs. Oh, 3 actually, sorry about that, but they would have to pick up all of them.
He has to get out of this third now.
Yeah, he has to completely evacuate and then unload potentially in the midst of a battle. Wouldn't have been ideal, but the Banshee being alive, a very well-placed tank, and some great SimCity really helped there.
Yeah, the Banshee and the tank scared him off. Otherwise, I think an opportunistic dive would have been well in order. And in those scenarios, you have to get the SCVs out quick, fast. But Clem, even though he's being held back, he's got a 5th CC on the way, 3 more barracks. He has forgotten that +2 armor for a while, though. I thought he would have checked on it and remembered that by now.
Yeah, I have to apologize. I literally told him in Atlanta as he sat down to talk to me prior to his first series versus Solar. He was like, you know, like, do you have any advice or something like that? Actually, I don't know if he asked me because that would be absurd, but I was like, I'm going to give you advice. Here it is. Don't forget +2 armor because Bjorn does it all the time, and I feel like since then, he's forgotten his +2 armor every single time. Sorry about that. But seriously, it's a continued problem in this series, and absolutely is affecting some of the power spikes that a Terran would usually have. And it looks like this time, once again, Marines are going to be pushed away, and of course, they're going to try into the main base. I think there is only 1 Spore Crawler still since losing the second very much earlier on, but yeah, the turbo is already done, so maybe wait a while.
Indeed, he's in a position where he can strike 3 different locations, but he's got to be careful of the Hydras that are now out. Clem forced back into the dead space. A Biomine army on the north is going to divert a lot of Solar's resources up here. Solar has to stay calm, split his army very well. Solar's got a bit of that bank building. He's been very good at defusing the Widow Mines for the most part this game. You know, tanking single ones on Overseers that don't die from that, splitting off Lings and Banes, and really just pushing Clem far out of his territory. Clem's going to dive the main. This is what happens. You push Clem back on one side, you know you're going to force him to dive in the other side. And there he is, a lot of Marines, but they're not being very active right now. The Lings on their own cannot defend it. He needs the slower Banelings and Hydras to get up here. Clem's just going to... Ooh, he takes it free! He focuses down all the Banelings. Uh-oh. Oh, no. This is a disaster for Solar. He's got the Hydras trying to focus down the medevacs. The Lings coming in. This is going to be a big trade. Oh, 3 medevacs actually getting out with 11 Marines. Not a bad fight at all for Clem. He's got Ghosts on the way. 2 command centers building as well. He's racing to late game. It feels like we're in a similar match again. This is the sort of stressful, tiring, back and forth macro Zerg versus Terran that is going to really put these players to their limits.
Yeah, this has absolutely been tested by both of them. This map gives such great extended TVZs. Clem slows the drop on the bottom side, but that one very weak medevac almost gets targeted down. Not quite. Speaking of, 2 medevacs on the top side almost get taken down. Not quite. Actually, many medevacs injured up there. Clem on 5 bases, adding on the command centers, as you said, finally completing the 2-2. But, you know, in the previous game, he was actually pretty good about the +3 attack. He's basically forgotten it in this one, although now he might be able to start both at the same time. That means he actually falls behind to Solar's +3 Carapace upgrade.
Indeed. Very impressive upgrading from Solar. Does manage to start closing that gap. Adapter Talons is almost there. So much infrastructure on the way for Clem, but that purple gas base does stick out. It's such a big target. Zerg always wants to get rid of that if they can. For now, though, the trading has gone from almost dead even at the start of this game to much better for Terran. We'll see if that continues as time goes on. Oh, that'll help.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And Clem is now microing both sides of the army with Ghosts. So every time we see a little bit of this, you know, really tug of war, the Ghost snipes are looking for the shots. Clem a little late to the pickup, but does save a lot of the expensive units. Once again, forced to retreat back into a defensive setup while unloading, but a Planetary and SimCity once again helping out tremendously there. So not feeling comfortable actually pushing forward from that point. Not quite comfortable overall, perhaps, although his bank now is growing to that comfort point. I wouldn't be surprised if next time Clem is forced to evacuate like that. Solar does go for the attack, and now we have the top left under fire. That hatchery might just be a goner, but that's not the worst thing for Solar to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's good value for Clem. It's nice value, but it's not like you're doing a crippling blow. This is just shaving away at your opponent, which, to be fair, is most of Clem's game plan. Small skirmish, take a good trade. Small skirmish, take a good trade. Drop here, drop there, drop everywhere. Drops. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh.
The Viper.
Ducks. Ooh, I think Ducks would have been a better choice there. Solar falling back on his muscle memory, lets 3 full medevacs escape. Bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, and generally I am going to be keeping track of the legitimate medevac kills. Like a lot of near misses for them, which again did influence a little bit of that last game. Let's say medevac energy was the entirety of it. Absolutely not, but it does impact things. Attack on the planetary on the Rich Vespian. Geyser SCVs are there to repair, but the Banelings have to scare them away. And with that, it looks like the planetary goes down. But again, the question, how many Hydras are able to escape? Well, actually all of them but 2.
5,000 resource lost advantage, a good 50% better on the trading. Fantastically done there by Clem. But, of course, Solar still has more bank. Zerg naturally builds less infrastructure. Terran has a better endgame than Zerg, I would argue, though there are cases with guys like Serral that sometimes turn that upside down, but it costs a lot more to get there. And there's so much time in this early late game for Zerg to just swarm over and deny bases over and over, and that's exactly what Solar's looking to do. He doesn't want to let those building armor upgrades, he doesn't want to let 10 command centers get built. The Widow Mines on that front line looking to fire, they just are not firing, they keep changing targets.
Yeah, that wasn't it, so it's potentially juicy. He doesn't hit anything at all, now forced to completely evacuate from that position, also not canceling another command center, but now using the ones that are finished to try and get that filter through. Solar can only go so far from this point, but what he has done is killed 2 command centers, 16 SCVs. Okay, maybe make that a 3rd command center. Hello, Cracklings. Clem not quick enough to the pickup.
This is a huge problem now. This is getting out of control. The Nidus Worm's coming in. He's already been traumatized by those Nidus Worms in game 1 and 2. Blinding Cloud on the ramp there as well. The Bio running down into an Arca Hydras. I don't even know if there was enough Terran to take the fight, but definitely Solar says, I'm not going to gamble. I'm just going to pull back from there, wait for more Banelings. There's no reason to fight. His Lings are doing so much damage. Clem, he's letting the Chaos get to him a little bit here. This style, this Bio Ghost style, it's all about maintaining control in hectic situations. You cannot let yourself get frazzled, but it seems like Solar right now is just sticking his head in the washing machine. He's putting him in a blender right now. You can tell Clem's getting shaken up because the pressure is just so great.
Yeah, he's making big mistakes, like once again, not canceling and then lifting a command center. Now, if Clem draws a line on the sand somewhere with some siege units and says, okay, we're just going to really slow things down, it is possible to recover, but Solar really is gaining strides in a way that he wasn't even able to do on Equilibrium. There was more of a stop that eventually happened. This time around, Clem continues making mistakes, kind of caught off guard a little bit here, but does react in time. At that 3rd base, though, how many SCVs are going to go down?
Oh, this run by is brilliant. Another 15 to 20 workers going down. He's going to attack down here at the same time. Hydras will bust through the Liberators. The Bio goes turning, but there's no planetary to fall back on. Those SCVs are getting blasted. Devastating damage. Solar finding his way into the heart of the Terran economy. It's not done yet. Even more going down.
Yeah, that is all the SCVs, basically. That is why Clem's supply is especially in the dumps. He is down to 27 SCVs. Now, he has still a decent amount of command centers, but putting all of your resources into rebuilding SCVs, that's quite a bit. So that's going to take way too long. Clem absolutely in a disastrous state. Really has to hope for a miracle here. Has to hope that Solar puts his foot elsewhere, you know, not on the gas, or that he is so busy putting his foot on the gas that he starts to make huge mistakes against Widow Mines and Liberators. And I just don't see that happening. Solar's late game was almost pristine. Clem's is a little bit more in the first game, but now Solar has everything going for him. So why would he mess up now?
I feel like that ledge just to the north of the purple gas base has been such a problem. It's really split up his ability to deal with it. Finally, some counter pressure gets in there with the Widow Mine drop finding 9 drones. That's what's been missing this whole time, is Clem has had nothing putting Solar on the defensive. It's all been Solar on the aggression. Nice EMP does hit the Vipers. The Bio trying to push forwards, but Clem is down 35 army supply. He's down 40 workers. Solar has plenty of resources left to mine on his side of the map, and now he's added the Fungal Boys.
Yep, now it's going to cost scans to make sure that you're protected in multiple scans at that. One to the left, one to the right, one behind you. You know, it gets really scary now. And not really any missile turrets coming down because there's not really any minerals. There's also not time to put down missile turrets to stop some of the burrow shenanigans or the burrowed infestors. Clem is in a lot of trouble. He has to play impeccably from here on out to take no unnecessary losses. Again, it looks very unlikely. Ooh. Good fungal on the backside. It does get EMP'd after that and does die, but that infestor was very much worth it. Now that is a ramp, that is a choke, and that is a Terran army that is not going to flee. But Solar is the one that is mining so much more than his opponents. And unless, oh no, okay, Clem does pull back. Clem does pull back, but those are obviously still 2 shark festers that are really looking for a pop-off fungal.
Yeah, I mean, remember that's how we got him out of the last game. Solar massively ahead. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. There we go. Massive fungal from beneath him. And that does take down a bunch of those ghosts. Some of the Marines do get out. They take down the Infestor on the way back, but Clem knows he's out of time.
Yeah, Solar just looks so freaking good, man. It really seemed like equilibrium ended up being a problem because of maybe the distance of the reinforcements. Perhaps there was a little more choking in around that third base, a couple of pillars that were very annoying, and perhaps just more of a split map, left and right. These other two maps have really had a lot more like vertical problems as well as left and right problems, and Solar's aggression that didn't quite work out in game 1 has worked out beautifully for game 2 and 3. And I think he actually has been adding in faster Sharkfesters too, which I really enjoy.
I think what you're trying to tell me is that basically Clem shouldn't have vetoed Radhuset Station.
Yeah, apparently not.
Should have just played all the Zerg maps. No, this is of course Solar's pick, and I really do feel that even though Clem did really well, the purple base, there's that cliff above it, and it felt like because Solar had such good creep in the middle, Clem kept struggling to defend here and get to like the north of the base, and he was kind of getting caught rotating north and south. And then every time, whenever Clem got defended on the south, Lings would hit the third base in the north. That was always only defended by a Liberator. Obviously, this was the finishing below there. The Banelings finding their way in. Infesta was really just there for good measure. It was already pretty much done at that point.
Yeah, it really was. We also, I think a lot of the time, see most Terrans, and sometimes Clem, sometimes not, as seen here, most of them would have at least 1 or 2 tanks, and then that ledge behind the Rich Vespian Geyser base is really obnoxious. It doesn't hold all forms of Zerg attacks, but it is always there, and that just didn't occur there either, because the tanks that he did build were traded out earlier on, didn't want to add anymore as he headed into what was supposed to be still a very back and forth, very action-packed game. But once again, Solar's aggression is just too freaking consistent. Once he opens up a little bit of a problem for Clem, then he adds on a few more small problems, and then a big problem, which is actually usually how you would describe a Terran winning. First it's the drops, the Hellions maybe first, then the drops, then another drop, then another drop, and then boom, suddenly the 2-2 attack, you know? But Solar's the one doing it and actually getting the completion as well, getting that GG from Clem, and now being 1 map away from moving on to the round of 8.
Solar's already in the lobby, eagerly saying, go, go, ready, 1A, 2A, 3A. And of course, the admins there just saying, hold on a sec, he's just Clem's in the replay. He'll be in a moment. We'll be starting that next game. But that's what you need is a moment to check what the heck went on there. And of course, Solar is like, I'm on a roll. Let's keep going. Let's play the next game now. I'm up 2-1. I only need 1 more. But the next map will be Site Delta, a map that we rarely see in this matchup, actually. I feel like we don't see that much Zerg vs Terran here, but now that we get to the big best of 5 series, we're going to start seeing it more and more.
Let's see if Clem can bring it back to a 2-2. Both players still playing amazing TVZ, but this man in the bottom right has fallen to his last life. Give him your energy, guys. Get those cheers going for the bottom right Terran, Team Liquid's Clem.
Some beautiful art there as well, supporting the players. But this man is going to be in such a good position. His mentality is looking great. He looked really composed in his seat. Let's see if he can finish off this series on Site Delta. In the top left side, the best defensive macro Zerg in the world. It is Solar. I should say specifically Zerg vs Terran. I give him that title, and I feel like Serral and stuff maybe a bit better at just purely defending than Solar. He's a very attacking Zerg when he's not playing against Terran. Against Zerg and Protoss, it's in-your-face timing attacks that are some of the sharpest in the game, but purely defensive all the way until the late game in this matchup. He's so solid, and the fact that he's going toe-to-toe with these, what do we call it, a tug-of-war with Clem? It's basically a non-stop mechanical battle for a good 5, 10, 15 minutes. It's very impressive that he's weathering that storm. And I wonder if endurance starts to come in for either of these players, if one of them starts to get worn down after all of these long games.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Something that it felt like a lot of the Korean players, as they are generally older on average, we're talking about at some of the interviews at Gamers 8, actually, especially Dark, but the other ones also started to mention it. And, you know, at times they would compare themselves to specifically Clem, maybe Raynor, maybe even Serral, and saying they're just so freaking fast. I'm not sure I can, you know, always keep up, so I start to rely on my brain, my strategies more often. And that works too, but Solar really looking like he can match the speed, multitasking, and precision of his opponent in this series. Now, Clem really mixing things up. Was this his plan for Site Delta from the get-go? Very possibly. Again, he does throughout the 2 racks occasionally. Or is he now trying to change things up, really get something more started in the early game? Or more importantly, adding some confusion to the early game. When you see a 1 racks expand from Clem, it's almost always 3cc basically, but the 2 racks? I mean, generally it's going to be 3cc, honestly, from Clem, but it's still more obscured. You don't know if it's 3-4 racks. He's taking some inspiration from Bjorn. Bjorn's whispering in his ear, 4x, 4x, 4x. You don't know. So that might be something that Clem's looking to take advantage of.
Definitely interesting to see what he can get done here so far. Fantastic micro on the Zerglings. The Queen pops out, deflects the Reaper. Now, Solar's been big on spreading creep between his bases usually to defend this, but with such a fast link speed, I don't know if he needs to. We'll, of course, keep our eyes on how he deflects this. The drone has hidden up north, so he's ready to take a 3rd base when he feels it's safe to do so. With such a quick link speed, I feel like it's not a particularly difficult defense of these Reapers.
Oh, I was going to say, especially if one goes down. Fortunately for Clem, the Queens were not quite in position, slow off that creep. It is, in fact, a 3rd CC, and that factory alone at the natural was already hinting, you know, more than hinting, was telling Solar that it wasn't going to be multiple racks. And generally, again, with this opener, as the Overlord of Solar can see it, we'll say, oh, okay, it's 3rd CC. A little bit of a more aggression very, very earlier on, but then into the Hellions. At least I personally hope it's right into Hellions. Clem has been kind of the poster child for me of doing that Cyclone edition and then not having it work at all. So yeah, it's Hellions. The Reaper's trying to escape, and maybe 1 or 2 might survive. Oh, the jukes, the jukes, the jukes! Oh!
Nicely done.
That was very nice.
Reaper's picking off a few Zerglings, all escaping with their lives. And Clem looking rather nice so far. Stim and Hellion production on the way, as you pointed out. The Starport beginning behind that. Solar has been purely mineral focused. You know, I was thinking we're about due for a Baneling bust. You know, I was actually worried about the low ground barracks because I was like, hey, it's Solar. Give him any excuse to all in. He usually does one in the best of 5.
Yeah.
It's other than that, he's very predictable, but he'll mix in that one. You know, that one all in just to keep his opponents guessing, as any high level player has to do. He's not doing it here. He feels very confident playing stock, standard, and defensive against Clem.
Yeah, he should be really feeling it, man. He clearly is playing at an incredible speed. He's always been very good defensively, but the fact that he's been just so consistently aggressive has really been impressive and has actually caused Clem to tap out. Now, the Hellions have joined up with the Reapers, and because the Reapers survived, they do add a little more complexity to taking on the Hellion squad. They can try and crowd control a little more with their grenades, a little more fearsome, a little bit extra DPS against the Queen. It is something to consider as a 2nd hit squad alongside the upcoming medevac drop as they are on the way. Stim's going to finish, combat shields will begin. Not the greediest build a Terran can do. 3rd CC was a little bit later after the 2 racks, and the engineering bay is also a little bit later. But Solar has once again opted for the faster Baneling Nest.
Indeed, he's looking for the Baneling speed for the safety. A great choice here. Keeping himself away from Clem getting any early momentum advantages, or at least most likely to be able to. A couple gases down as well. 3 or 4 gases going to allow you to get double upgrades and Baneling speed at around a similar time. Engineering bay is now finishing for Clem. His marine production still non-stop, and we do expect those medevacs to be moving out.
Well, they first got to take care of this Overlord, which has been spotting pretty much everything. That will go down, and actually will supply block Solar. Kinda, yeah, a little bit, you know. One more is already on the way. Baneling speed does begin as a couple of Banelings are also forming. We do have a scan into the natural until, I guess there was a gap from the Reapers pulling back and the Hellions reappearing and the drops reappearing. Clem wanted to make sure nothing particular was happening, or the double evolution chamber versus the faster Baneling Nest. He actually did spot that. Now double medevac into the main. Spores are not ready to go quite yet, and while not even being produced, nothing in fact up here except that one Queen right now.
Ooh, good pullback below. Doesn't lose even one drone just yet. The Zerglings, well, Banelings are a little behind, but Clem does have to pick up. Good defense for Solar. Of course, good micro for Clem as well. He's getting some value. Oh, he's continuing in.
Wow, that's actually a really bold move, because usually you'd expect the Ling Baneling to be able to respond to this very quickly, but the reason he's doing it is because he went back in with the medevacs to the main base.
Yep,
so Solar, he's actually not being able to handle this in the natural. The Hellions end up doing far more damage.
Yeah, the Queens were blocking them, which is why they couldn't get out. I think he would have turned around and left, but they were blocking the ramp, so he hung around, he got a few more drones, a lot of lost mining time for Solar. But Clem does give up his Hellions, so I think it kind of ends up settling and not being a crazy advantage for either side.
Yeah, I say far more damage if it's 10, 15, 20 drones. I mean, it was 4 compared to none.
Yeah.
So, you know, actually ended up being a good defense. I'm just surprised that Clem was as aggressive. Catching the drones on the rally, yeah, okay, that happens. But then actually even leading into the natural was a bold move that didn't really pay off. Could have been Hellbats now included with the armory on the way. Actually a little bit late, so 2-2 won't start up as fast as it should. Nice, wouldn't mind to take down any Baneling roll buys. Not going to be a concern for Clem, as he has now added on his extra barracks. No 4th command center quite yet. So we're going to finish up as his army now moves to the south.
That 4th command center that wasn't there does start up just after you said it, as if you summoned it into existence, Zombie Grub. And it looks like there will be a progression, but right now, Army's ahead for Clem. He's got a good push. Solar's kind of in this position where he's just built 10 to 15 drones in the last minute. And he doesn't have that big of an army just yet. Widow Mine there, he's got to watch out for that. Does detonate the Baneling on it. Doesn't let that Widow Mine fire. A good choice for Solar, but his numbers are low. Does need to shut this down and get a bit of room. But oh my, in the top, the Queens are on their own. They need support to defend this, but all of his forces are in the south.
Yeah, the Widowmine's going to pop off and help as well. They're already out of transfuses. Ling's now responding, going to be able to take care of this. But oh no, there might have been a technical problem, guys, or a wrist. Yeah, a technical problem. It must be. Absolutely must be. Solar finally getting that pause. His keyboard might have stopped working, honestly, at some point.
Yep, something went on there. We don't know what that is. A stuck key, perhaps. I don't know what was going on, but definitely seeing that reaction. That is not just, oh, I made a micro mistake. That is something is not working the way it should be. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the resolution is there with the referees and everything. But sometimes you get little bits of lag, spikes, little glitches in game. Things can happen, so no doubt that'll get sorted out momentarily. But, oh, what a tense moment in the series for this to happen. It's a real test for the players to not get too frustrated and keep their kind of focus going, remember exactly where they were in the heat of the game in case we do just resume from a few seconds earlier. And most importantly, just kind of not let it disrupt your mindset, which is a very hard thing to do.
A big skills fan here. Yeah, that is a really important thing. I'm kind of nervous laughing because obviously this is an extended problem. So if it was a pop-up, something happened there and you're just like, oh, that was the exact wrong moment, that fixed, right? And now they decide more so whether they should, resume here or not. But
you want to schedule your Windows update? It's time to update.
Yes, exactly.
You're like,
that's exactly what I was thinking. Yes.
Why?
But yeah, they will have to, hopefully fix whatever it is if it's not already fixed, but then actually probably have to start a recover from replay because it obviously happened at a very critical moment. Solar's probably explaining that right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. Usually something that's pretty easy to track. And I got to say, by the way, sometimes when you have these situations, there are famous moments in different games over the years where players have had huge arguments over this. Where the other player says, no way. Like that, there's no proof that they didn't do this. And from this point, there's a lot of contesting and a lot of fighting and jockeying for advantage. I can guarantee you when Clem is the opponent, he will be he'll be overly gracious. Even if there's no evidence and the person's doing the dodgy, he's such a nice guy. I'm almost convinced he would just be like, oh, no worries, we can go back a full minute and resume from there. That's fine. He's ridiculously sportsmanlike. And for him, I don't think he ever wants to take an advantage for free or anything like that. He always just, is there for the love of the game.
Yeah, he's definitely given like a server priority away, in some of the qualifiers. He's personally messaged commentators after accidentally leading them out of lobbies.
Yeah.
He's extremely nice. So, but I do think that basically all the competitors here would do something similar. And, it is just about making sure that you get it as fair as possible, right? So I'm actually even wondering what happens, because he also probably wants to determine exactly where they are going to start. And so we'll see if he has anything to add, but I do really doubt it. The recovery from replay is happening, by the way, guys. It was just too pivotal a moment, and it also seemed like it lasted a long time. That you can't just let that go. So not sure exactly when we are going to be getting into it, but of course, if you don't know what happens, if the last time you watched StarCraft II was 2012 and they were shouting, we want land, we will be able to get back into the game and no one can see what was going on up to that point. Obviously, we need a little bit of time, guys, so hold on while we take a little bit of time to fix everything. When we come back, it is the continuation of Game 4.
run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going, sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going up. Going up. Going up. Going up.
All right, and we are back straight into the action. The Marine drop down there in the south. We've resumed from the replay just a few seconds before the pause, which means the Widowmine still went off. Everything that you saw happen basically ended up happening. The glitch was fixed on Solar's computer, and we're straight back into the heart of the action. How the players handle this extreme jolt in the action, it's going to be a very big test for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. But honestly, it's a bigger test for Solar. Like, he's the one that just had some mistakes happen in a row and is actually now dealing with a Clem who's obviously still on point about his multitasking. Main base, once again, a bit of a problem as Solar takes losses on Hydras that are not easy to replace. He is trying his best right now, but also having to make sure that he defends an attack on the left side. Clem is going to be pushed back temporarily. He has once again forgotten his +2 armor. That might not get fixed anytime soon, but he has the control over the game, the supply over the game that he really hasn't been able to have in any of the first three.
A bizarre moment to choose to resume the game, honestly, Zombie Grub, in that a lot of mistakes happened that were very weird for Solar, and then they still, he still resumed after that, and he agreed to do that. So I don't know what the glitch was. Hopefully we'll get info on the desk for them to break that down after this game. We'll see what happens. The Hydraling Bane here in the south, the Marines down there dancing back and forth. Clem has massive momentum. Solar has not been this far behind in the mid game so far in this series. For him to hold on here, it's going to be a true test.
Yeah, the Banelings are stuck behind the Hydras. Whenever they're unstuck, they're rolling in a single file line, exactly where Clem can do that focus fire. It's not even his entire army, though. We have another army to the top side, once again tackling those queens that are barely alive from the earlier attack. Widowmine's planting everywhere, being micro. The Lings trying their best to clear this out. A couple of Banelings left over might just do the trick. Yes, one does get the last connection, but Clem's supply still at that steady 20 above his opponent while he grabs a fourth, while he grabs a fifth actually on location. He's recognized how in control he is in this game. Very different from the first three at this point, seeing a command center building on location. It's almost sneaky, but there's nothing that Solar can do about it. He's under so much pressure.
Indeed, this is Clem in the driver's seat. 2-1 and the units lost. When Clem's ahead, it gets better and better because suddenly his Widowmines start landing bigger because the Zerg doesn't have the swarming numbers to really force the Terran to just run. And then the Widowmines start getting big hits because the Zerg has to clump up more. As they clump up more, the Widowmines get big hits. If you don't clump up, the Marines are going to gun you down. There's a drop in the north, dancing around the back of the base. These units in the south dancing in and out, and Clem is permanently max on 5 bases behind this.
If Solar managed to bring this back, it will be a titan of a comeback or potential throw for Clem. Which one will it be? Will it be either one, or does Clem actually have it here to bring us to a game number 5? He is trying to get the kill on Solar, but Solar refuses to let this go. He doesn't have a lot of creep spread to work with. His Baneling count really isn't very satisfying, and the Lurker addition is going to feel much less strong compared to the last games. These are almost desperation Lurkers. They're hoping that it puts the brakes on Clem.
That is, there's no Banelings left. There's so few. There are only like 2 or 3 stuck in the back. Hydras are fragile, expensive units. Zombie Grub, and they're taking a lot of damage. A few Lurkers are here, as you said. Emergency, desperation Lurkers. They'll hold off the advance here momentarily. But of course, Clem will keep going. His 3-3 starts behind this. He clears all the creep in the center of the map, and he's got a new army coming forwards.
That 3-3 starts as if he was 100% determined not to let himself miss any of these upgrades. That was completely on time. But like I was saying, the Lurkers are almost desperation at this point. There is something that he wanted to go into, as we've seen in the previous games. He was clearly going to it in this game, but the scenario is drastically different. They're now being used to defend bases, so he has a little less multitasking to do, but it's kind of deceiving because honestly, 3-4 Lurkers are not enough to defend a base against a Clem that is really good at controlling, that might even eventually have Ghost on the front line as well. Now, we're not there yet, and so Solar is getting maybe a moment to breathe, but he's still in a very desperate scenario as he is on the back foot heading into the late game against the Terran.
Clem, he needs to keep up the pressure though. He's had such a big advantage. You don't want to just let Solar hang on and start building up a bank and all that. Solar shutting down the drop in the north. He's stabilized really well considering the position he's been in. He's almost maxed out. His +3 carapace getting very close. But these Marauders on the front line, they had extreme efficiency to this army. They ignore the banelings. They slow down the front line. Solar's splits have been fantastic, though. The Widowmine's not finding the big mark. Pulling back and using just Lings and Hydras to take out those Marauders wherever possible.
Nidus Worm finally coming into play. Solar's now just going to sit back and be picked apart. Oh, it's the Widowmine splash back on Clem right there. He is forced to flee. His supply finally dips below Solar's as well, but he does take care of the Nidus Worm so he can regroup on the front lines. And while he might not be back on the front lines of Solar's bases anytime soon, he has so many bases. He is going to have so much of a bank, so many obstacles before Solar can really dig in and do some serious damage to the guy. It is still troublesome for the Zerg, but he is making those moves to make the comeback happen.
Lingbane, Hydra, it's a composition that can go pretty far. From down 2 to 1 in the units lost to only a few thousand difference between them. Solar's fighting incredibly well from behind. Clem, though, has built about 5 extra command centers. He's already on 6 bases. He's got 5 more orbitals coming in the near future. I mean, he's just got a crazy amount of income. I have noticed, though, it is interesting. The moment the Niduses start popping, feels like the first 1 or 2 Niduses kind of panic Clem a little bit because of how instrumental they've been in Solar's success this series. When he sees those Niduses, he seems to kind of drop what he's doing at the front and almost panic a little with focusing them down. And he is taking bad fights on the front when Niduses distract him.
That is a very good point, and we can see that Solar is really getting more than just one thing on the other side of the map. The Nidus Worm, that was eventually taken down, but now some lurkers that are causing problems. The attack also could have swung the other direction on the top side, as Solar might have saw an opportunity. He did not. He does pull back. He's going to wait for those lurkers to also have their additional upgrades. So the ones on the south taken care of eventually. Clem back on the attack to the north. Now his 3-3 is also done. Solar was very mindful to get +3 carapace at the very least, but this is a very good moment for the Terran. Vipers going for the parasitic bomb. Widowmines this time around not splashing the Terran as much.
Quite a few medevacs fall there. Nice play for Solar. I like that he's not overextending. The fact that he's holding his own against Clem in this game is very impressive. But of course, Clem has a lot of room to breathe. Triple Widowmine drop going across on the south. So many command centers. They just keep getting built. And Clem is continuing to build up his Bio Ghost mine count. He's got the advantage. Solar is going to need to dig deep. It looks like Infestors may be next up as Burrow is almost finished.
This is actually kind of the opposite scenario here. The Zerg is usually the one that you can feel that they're getting ahead, even though the supplies remain kind of similar. The banks look okay because they have the hatcheries all over the place. They have the creep spread all over the place. They have the run-by set up all over the place. No, it's the Terran that does it now. They're the ones that expanded on location with way too many bases, but of course very on point actually in today's meta. And so Clem feels like he eventually is going to win, but actually defeating Solar is still another question. He is going to hold on as long as possible. With another base coming to the bottom left, Solar is trying to get his own economy up and running, but Clem is the one building the bank.
Clem with the majority of income advantage over the last 10 minutes of this game. He's got Cloak on the way for his Ghosts. Advanced Ballistics, that is the Liberator range upgrade. Trying to defend bases in all corners. Is the Planetary behind this? It should be.
Yes, I think so. Yep, and indeed it is. And it really should be, right? Because this is going to be difficult to defend all the bases as a Terran. They are still overall the less mobile race, although, you know, Clem doesn't really make it look like it. So the Planetary is going to be instrumental for small packets of units to defend if the other units are elsewhere, as we see here. But of course, ditto on Solar's side. He could have a little too few as far as the units to defend this base. So now those go down. The drones will go down. The reinforcing Lings will just go in a conga line and get obliterated. And this is how Clem kills a hatchery potentially. He's actually going to skedaddle. The scan revealed the rest of the army coming through. Focus to the top side at this point, where lurkers are doing a great job helping Solar defend.
Why kill a hatchery when you can hold it hostage and get Solar to trickle his units in and just bleed them dry? I feel like every time Solar's army kind of comes in a line like this, the Bio guns down the front units very efficiently before picking up and pulling back. Great Widowmine hit as well behind it. Turrets taking out Overseers. The Nidus Worm, I think, got shut down behind this. There's so much going on, though. It's hard to keep track of everything. Looks like indeed that Nidus Worm went down. Only 7 SCVs falling on the defense for Clem. And he, of course, has got so much money. He's sniping so many units every time as well. I feel like that unit's lost tab has got to be going way back in his favor.
It's kind of crazy seeing the Terran with so much more bank. My goodness. Still dealing with the Nidus Worms as well. A couple of SCVs did go down, but that still means Clem is at 79. So I think he's okay. He's getting up to +3 armor, which is going to help the medevac, sure, but then also the eventual Liberators that are usually usually an addition at this point in time. There we go. Exactly that. They'll go for harassment. They'll draw the line in the sand on the offensive. Maybe they won't even have to if the Marines and Ghosts can stand their ground. Oh, Vipers, hello. What were you doing?
Getting caught out there. There's so much going on. Solar, of course, losing track of his Vipers in the midst of it. Finally, Infestors are being added, and not a moment too soon. Solar is on the ropes. He's out of bank. He can't quite remax just yet, and Clem is all over him. Clem has so much insurance. Solar's going to have to kill him 4 times over to really get him out of this game. Clem's just got so much money, so much production. He's got 1 billion bases, and his upgrades, of course, outstripping, not to mention the Liberator range transition, just adding problems, stacking them on top of each other, and Solar has to solve a near impossible problem in this game.
Things have been able to slow down a little, but it's just such a different pace. Clem is not all over the place, clearly struggling and suffocating. Now he's able to get to that point where he can be the attacker, he can be the aggressor, he can be the macroer, he can also be the scanner. No longer needing to desperately mule drop because all the SCDs are dead. He's scanning every which way you look to make sure that the Infestors do not come up on him when he's least expecting it. Now this is a continued chase from the Zerg. It's actually looking pretty good for Solar as he does want more. Clem forced to completely flee to his third base, losing some SCDs in the process, but he is getting revenge. Topside, Ghost and Bio taking down the hatchery, potentially taking down the lurkers as well, and they could find more onto that triangle base.
Looks good until you get the bill at the end of the day. Solar is paying so much every time you push Clem back because Clem is just kiting for screen after screen because there's no creep spread. 2 of the 3 Infestors already got taken down. There is a 15,000 resource loss advantage for Clem. Oh, Fungal does come down, does get rid of 1 full medevac, can't get any more, and even the Liberators there making him pay a tax for it. Solar just unable to actually punish Clem, and every time he crushes one side, he gets crushed on the other side. And it's not really a crush. Every time, I should say, he chases Clem back on one side of the map, he gets crushed on the other side. He's never able to find a big victory.
7,000 mineral bank right now for Clem. And I think the only reason they doesn't have gas, actually, no, he does have all of his gases. So gas could still be a problem. Yeah, Terran doesn't need it as much. He could go Mass Marines, good unit. Yeah. But Ghost and Liberators, Widow Mines, and Medevacs are still important. So that is maybe a limiting factor, but let's be real. 7,000 plus minerals in the bank of Clem. He is feeling confident. He's maxed out. He's got the additional Liberators with a hell of a lot of armor as well. He just sniped all the Vipers. The behind Infestor is great. It just isn't enough. Oh, and the misclick. Ugh.
Yeah, that is the panic accidental burrow there for Solar. He is getting run over. It's just too much of an advantage. Like we said, we haven't seen Solar this far behind in the mid-game against Clem all series. The fact that he fought and survived this long shows that Solar has massive skill. He has the ability to dance with Clem because very few players are able to dance this well from such a bad early game. And yet Solar has really made a game out of this despite his hardest efforts though. It does feel like Clem is one good fight away from getting the Zerg out of here.
Clem is doubling the army supply. The Fungals don't even seem to matter anymore. So despite a lot of them being very good, there wasn't any reason to hype him up. Clem looking very chill actually after a very important win. He was on his last life. Now it is both him and Solar down to the wire. Who will advance to the round of 8 and face Serral, and who has to say goodbye today?
What a great prize waiting for whoever can win this series. Very curious about, of course, what exactly the tech issue was and that sort of stuff, but I'm sure we'll be able to fill you all in later once we get all of that information. And it is one of these series where, what a crazy back and forth it's been. I mean, Clem snatching game 1, I thought may have been the start of a runaway train, but of course Solar fighting back so hard in game 2 and game 3. It looked like things were about to go his way, but of course Site Delta going there. We're going to be going to game 5 in just a moment. We'll be right back with the rest of the series. Welcome back, everybody. We've had a short break there, but we're going to be going into Game 5, the deciding game of what has been a wild series. The first best of 5 of the tournament, and it has truly delivered. I'm very happy as well because, you know, I feel like these players bring the best out of each other. Clem is pushing Solar to the absolute limit of defensive play. Most players buckle under that pressure. Solar has not so far. On the other hand, I mean, Clem's not really getting any value in his early mid-game. Feels like he's getting stopped for the most part. Other than that last game where obviously there were some extenuating circumstances, he's been unable to get that big momentum we sometimes see.
No, it's exactly right. But you can see what happens if he does. If Solar makes one little mistake, the cracks begin to show, then Clem is going to be all over that. The last map will be Alsani, or however you want to pronounce it. That'll be our final battleground in this first round of 12 best of 5 TVZ. Clem and Solar delivering some of the best action we have seen in a while. And now it all comes down to this. Bottom left has the red Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem.
And in the top, Rungy, a Zerg player here who is showing his mettle. Severely underrated. I think he is just an absolute monster, and I truly believe he has the fortitude to get it done. It's Game 5 in the top right, representing Vitality. Give it up for Solar! I think it's all about that mentality at this point, Zombie Grub. We can talk about strategy all we want, build orders, Alcyon and how it plays out. Honestly, I think there's only one thing that matters with how they've played, and that's just going to be grit, determination, and the ability to stay calm under pressure.
They both have displayed great attributes in every aspect of StarCraft II, including the mental game, you know? Like, even though Solar did not get the best game 4, he did end up losing it to take us right here, he did not at any point give up. Except when he had to point out that there was the problem. And after that, it was right back to it, blazing fast speed, trying every trick in the book to come back in a game that was absolutely Clem-sided. So even though he did let that game go, I'm not thinking about the momentum for either player. I'm thinking about just how much they clearly are in the zone, playing the best StarCraft II of their life.
We did end up getting the information, by the way, that it was an FPS glitch where basically his screen kind of locked up and he couldn't really do anything for a few seconds there. So that is why he wanted that, recovered there after things went wrong. He did, in my mind, choose to resume replay from a bit later than he should have agreed to, Solar, as it did seem like a lot of Widow Mines had landed and stuff right before that, but it is what it is. And at this point, you find yourself in Game 5, you've both fought your hearts out. You got to both just clear the slate. Whatever's happened earlier in this series doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You have to just keep your eyes on the prize and stay in the moment. It's not about Serral. It's not about the round of 8. It's not about the extra $10,000 or whatever crazy amount of money it is between each stage. You just have to focus on this map and stay in the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully both players really are pushing, well, Solar specifically is pushing that last game out of his mind. It is tied up. The games have been equal at many, many parts of them. Clearly, they are both equal contestants, so either one can take this map number 5. Clem is back to his old standard after a little brief deviation with the 2 racks. He goes back to the 3cc.
It's a good choice. The 3cc, it's given him a lot of value. He's very comfortable with it. And he makes it look rock solid as well. I've seen all-ins just crash into this 3cc defense like waves onto rocks, really making no visible impact. Clem has become so well-rounded at executing it. And likewise, Solar, protecting his creep tumors. You notice he put the first one very far back to make sure the Reaper couldn't get at it. And he's just calmly and methodically defending so far.
He almost got the Reaper earlier, but Clem was able to escape that time anywhere close. This map does have that other Reaper hop up that can be very annoying. Hellions on the way as the starport is looking to finish. Probably going to be, well, I say probably in a Banshees, but again, a single Liberator option is absolutely available, even though Solar did a wonderful job defending the very first map of the day. At a Hellions, they did try and skirt on past what they hope are still slow Lings. I wonder if that would happen again, but yet again, it is actually Solar with a well-timed Ling speed. Although I don't see any Lings currently. 6 drones on the way, many more Queens, getting that solid set up. Okay, like literally 6 Lings are there, but they are going to get barbecued, and those seem to be the only ones, and Clem is going to once again enter into the main base, this time with everything alive. 2 drones, 1 drone getting caught on the transfer, but more drones going to fall.
No creep between the bases, big mistake there for Solar, but he focuses down one of the Hellions, which is nice. Lost mining time, and 4 drones is more than enough. The fact that he got 5-6 Zerglings as well, massive damage here for Clem. Remember, he did almost nothing in the last game, but now Clem's got some momentum. Solar has to calm things down. He can't take any more damage here.
This one Reaper has such high hopes. It might actually get another drone. It's certainly distracting the guy. That third hatch also under fire. Hellion does fall on the escape, but 9 drones earlier on. That is absolutely a good start for Clem.
Solar has to go Super Saiyan now. This man needs to rebuild drones like a mad lad, shut down the Lib, shut down the future Hellions, and get that 4th base up. He has no more room for error in this early game because Clem has confidence. Clem is a real momentum-focused player, both physically but also mentally. If he starts getting ahead of you, he's going to try and get more ahead, and that's annoying.
Seriously, though, because the Liberator really is unlikely at this stage, and with Solar's defense, Hellion's try, but that's going to be a failure. Is it too big of a failure? Okay, only 1 Hellion went down. But the Liberator probably isn't going to find anything in the main base, even if it wasn't necessarily something that Solar knew about. It's just unlikely. But to go ahead and annoy that 4th base drone, absolutely love it. Continuing to micro it too, of course, as nothing else is going on. Just that single Liberator, now all the barracks completing, all emphasis on Clem's micro, and whether or not he once again escapes into that natural, slips on by the Lings. So far, so good on the follow-up defense.
Solar staying focused under pressure as he needs to, deflecting that Liberator despite Clem being a massive nuisance with it. Clem is forced to withdraw. and pull it back to repair. Solar now moving the drone out to take the 4th base. He's going to have to get that up, but of course being stuck on even workers with a Terran whose 3rd is already landed, Solar will be playing this game from a rather large deficit.
Very concerning, actually. I mean, I'm not the one playing, but I already kind of got like a pit in my gut here as I think about Solar's situation. Yeah, always so tempting, but you know what I really like is that Clem might also be very aware that he needs to keep these alive for a scout, right? Because he didn't know exactly what was going on. It's becoming more and more evident, of course, that it was a macro game. That scan just revealed the exact intentions, the evolution chambers first in this game compared to the last 2. But the Hellions, the temptation to dive multiple times was absolutely there, but they were deflected, or they decided to be wise about it and not go for it. And now they can also join up with the main army once the armory is done. They'll be especially helpful.
Clem's only behind a few workers, and he's got momentum on his side. 1-1's on the way. Second factory there.
Oh, no.
Oh, 3 queens caught out in the open. We've already got a problem for Solar in that Baneling speed is minutes away. It is so far away in this game. It's going to be almost 9 minutes by the time Baneling speed is here. This gives Clem a large window to get his work done. And he's in the kitchen and he's cooking right now. He is ready to cook up a feast. A lot of drones on the barbecue menu for tonight. Solar has to do anything he can to stop it, but the Liberator's back for more, denying that right side. The Marines going after the Queens. Already losing 3 of those Queens is massive.
Yeah, he has been focusing so intently. Okay, he does remember combat shields, so he is just so on point where Solar obviously making more mistakes, not letting the Hellions in, not defending his drones, and then letting those Queens die, just not realizing the army had arrived. Very, very unfortunate stuff. And Clem, he is going to continue to be aggressive. We got an army coming to the middle of the map. Yeah, combat shields isn't as fast as maybe it could have been, but ideally he does take an actual fight with them. Although, no, he is actually going to choose to do so. Hellbat's forming in, so combat shieldless Marines still going to be looking for any snipes they can possibly get, or just the ability to stand strong against Lings and slow Banelings.
Oh, big spready for Clem here. He's got such a fearsome force. This is so hard to deal with without Baneling speed. Good in and out micro for Solar, not overcommitting yet. He feels he's got to get rid of it. Widow Mines do some friendly fire, but the Widow, they don't finish the Marines off. The Marines pick up, they get out, which means they can live to heal another day. More Widow Mines on the front. The Marines still ready to work the right side. Drops picking up and moving out the left as well. Clem's got momentum. He's going to keep it going. His 4th command center is on the way, going up to 8 barracks as well. Clem sees a victory within his sight. He's not that close to it yet, but you can tell he senses he's got the advantage, and he's going to lean on Solar and push him right to the limit.
He does pick up once again as Solar's Bane speed has finally finished up. However, a very bold drop into the natural from Clem. Just single Widow Mine trying to help out. Spore Crawler trying to reposition. Oh, sorry, 2 Widow Mines. 1 does pop off, not hitting a whole lot. A big, bothersome drop that doesn't end up actually doing a lot of damage and might even get punished. Ooh, last-second pickup. But again, it's all about keeping Clem in control. This is the momentum that he loves. He's got the mid-game, so he once again is going to go ahead and get his base. Not on location this time, but 4th base is moving over to the location. 5th, a little more safe this time around, but he is absolutely feeling it. Solar has to display that world-class defense to bring him back in this game, and he is trying his hardest to do so, but Clem is relentless.
Oh my lord, that Marine count, Zombie Grub! That is way too many Marines!
That is so many, oh my gosh, where did they all come from? Solar must be asking him the same thing, man. Like, the Banelings come into the last second to try and help up, but they cannot go off of creep. Solar supply just not looking strong enough. Where are the Banelings once again? How many are left over as Queens are also falling to the drop in the main base?
Oh my lord, that Marine drop in the back just took out a Queen. It's about to get a second one. Solar's anti-air is dropping like flies. He's got very few Lings and Banes left. These Marines may be overstimmed, but they sense a moment where they can find damage, and they're going to take it. The Queens and the Hydra's crumbling. Solar does not have the numbers to hold on anymore. Clem relentless. He's in on the left, the right, and the north at the same time.
Oh man, that was not what Solar was hoping for his final game, but Clem, you can see, is ecstatic. He played a wonderful game number 1. They both absolutely did, but then started to falter in game 2 and 3. Found a moment in 4, and then just looked like the overall better in 5. Solar, he really proved how good of a Zerg he was for most of those games, but when it came down to the final match, he couldn't really do it again.
Clem just made, Solar just made Clem play one of the best series he has in a while. That was an intense series. You can see it on his face, the relief of having weathered an experience that was a true test of his skill at every stage of the game. That final game really was the only one where the opening went really well. I mean, Clem was just defending and surviving for over 20 minutes. on Equilibrium at the start of this series. What an absolutely amazing series of holds. I was floored by this game. This was, in my eyes, probably the highlight of the entire series. Clem barely managing to withstand Solar there. And then to go into game 2, and after what could have been a demoralizing experience, to see Solar just regain control and be so decisive, that Nidus with the 7 lurkers in the main, instrumental in taking this map.
And then Solar did take his first game in map number 2. And the next game after also looked very much good for Solar. The final fungal is always going to be a highlight. But this game also really looking spectacular for Solar, even looking like perhaps the ball had started rolling. Clem just could not keep up on Solaris. Solar was dismantling him. And so it seemed like going into game 4, Solar was just moments away from actually advancing on. Again, a highlight fungal to end this game. But then there was some awkward moments on site Delta. And of course, finally getting that final game. Solar, I mean, it does feel like he is unlucky. I am actually going to say this seems to happen a lot, you know, that the bracket draws, the nukes, maybe a couple of problems with the computer. I mean, he did seem like he was willing to go ahead and play beyond it, right? He played a spectacular end of Site Delta, but maybe it did affect him for game 5.
Yeah, definitely a factor. I mean, everything is a factor at these tournaments. You can't rule it out. And I think those 2 aliens and that Reaper catching the first 6 Zerglings clumped up, such a small detail that you almost never get punished for. But in this one final game, they caught the 6 Zerglings at the start. And once they were into the main, that was just game away for Clem. Lovely play.
Thank you so much. Great analysis of those games. And Clem, a fantastic series. We really got to see so much of you, so even though I'm sure it felt a little bit long on your end, we were having a blast out here watching you all. And Clem, congratulations once again on picking up the W here, on moving on to tomorrow, on moving into the quarterfinals. So many good things. I have a question for you. It's coming eventually. It's this. How does it feel, dude?
That was amazing. That's my best IEM performance so far, and yeah, by quite a bit.
Well, let's talk about some of the things that made it so great. First off, first map, you picked up Equilibrium. We're expecting to do that. Did you have a strat in mind?
Well, so how vetoes work is that I have one veto and then one pick and then vetoes again. So I either have to play Ro12 set or Equilibrium, and I much rather play Equilibrium most of the time because I feel like on that map, if I can take it to the late game, pretty much until his gold base is pretty much out of money, then I feel very confident. But I just have to go to the late game without dying, which is sometimes a bit hard. But yeah, I'd much rather play this map.
Well, in these much larger maps, it seems to give you almost no trouble as far as getting around, being where you need to be. Is that something you feel is particular to your skill set or something you prepared for particularly?
I think that's just kind of how I play. I like to just play Widowmine into Liberators and Vikings and stuff. And I just feel pretty good in the late game in general against Zerg, because yeah, they usually try to kill and take like more bases than you, but if you can kind of secure your bases correctly and get a really good army, like a lot of Ghosts, a lot of Liberators, some binds of Vikings, then I feel really good. So.
Well, the second map, as you described, the pick-ban process, actually went to Solar. So how are you feeling after that?
I think it's fine. It's a bit annoying in some way if he's DDA for vetoes, because we played 2 of his maps in the first 3 maps, but as long as I can survive long enough in the series to play also the last few maps, then I feel fine.
Well, you won the war of attrition. You're going to be moving on to tomorrow. Tell me a little bit, what are you going to do preparing yourself tonight, getting ready, getting the right mental space for this?
Probably just take it pretty chill. Just try to get some good rest and be ready for tomorrow.
I thought the answer was going to be party all night, but you know what? That sounds good too. I do know a bunch of people in this room who would love to party with you, though, based on the cheers I heard throughout your match and based on the cheers I heard even as you just stood here catching your breath. So all the fans out there cheering for you, I know it means a lot. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, it does mean a lot, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed the games, and yeah, these CVTs were pretty exhausting.
Well, thank you so much, Clem. I know you left it all on the floor and you spent some extra energy to talk to all these people. Is there anything else you want to say, or should I let you go chill?
Well, just thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the matches for today, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you, Clem. Back to you guys on the desk.
Is it getting hot in here? Because an absolute land scorcher of a game there here as we have the Terran committing exterminatus against all of those Zergs. They are gone, but Solar put up a huge fight, but this went the distance. Ben joining me as well as Loco. First game happens, I'm like, oh my days, this is a fantastic game. And then we keep getting them and keep getting them. They brought one of the best series of the tournament thus far.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was amazing. And the way that it started off as well, Equilibrium, very much a Zerg favored map. Normally in the normal veto system, you get rid of that one, you get rid of Radhuset. But here, having to play on it, that was a really terrible start for Solar. Like, if he didn't win that one, it was like, oh my goodness, it's going to be very hard for you. But then he swings it back and wins on the very Terran-favored map. And it's like, oh my goodness, we're 1-1, 2-1 for Solar. I mean, honestly, great series. I'm just so impressed. That first game in particular with Clem holding on for dear life. There's very few Terrans on the planet that can do that. Like Clem, maybe Maru, but even then, it's so ridiculously difficult.
Constantly back and forth, and Solar here, I mean, as much as he does bow out and is eliminated from the tournament with that Loco, still looked fantastic in defeat. A little bit of unfortunate happenstance that we do have that kind of small blip mid-series, but beyond that, he still played a phenomenal one.
Yeah, phenomenal series of StarCraft. I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that, right? If you're a fan of TVZ, that's basically as good as it's going to be. Both of these players playing like 2 hours, right? Like that was a very long series that we just watched. And at that point, to still be playing at more than 500 actions per minute and to constantly keep going, because that's what Clem does, right? He forces you to play as fast as possible. And I think Solar did a phenomenal job holding on, but then ultimately he crumbled, under a bit of pressure here, a bit of pressure there, and eventually it's Clem who comes out ahead. But great stuff.
One very fun thing was the fact that Solar, for me, he's normally playing the punching bag the whole time, you know, taking lots of damage, lots of hits, recovering, and then he'll come back and it's like, oh my God, you're doing so well. But here, you could really feel that Clem was often the one being the punching bag, having to take Solar. So I feel that Solar definitely stepped it up a bit and changed his whole ZVT playstyle against Clem. And you could tell that Clem wasn't comfortable.
Well, let's check in with the bracket then and see where that leads us to, because now actually there's quite the interesting notion we have. Cyril versus Clem is our quarterfinal. And guys, that qualifies someone to the esports, but no, they're already qualified, both of them. Both of them are already there, which means we are guaranteed one extra global slot, which means we only know 3 new names from this tournament here, Loco, that will be going to the Esports World Cup. So, you know, damn, they're so good.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait until tomorrow for Cyril versus Clem, but I'm already looking forward to that. That is, I was just saying it doesn't get much better than Solar versus Clem. I guess Cyril versus Clem may just be one very small step above that. Yeah, that was, no, that's going to be really fun.
No, absolutely. So that is how that all breaks down here. We'll do some speculation later on the board. Not now. But yes, we'll talk about how those qualification matches are going to go once we actually get to those quarterfinals. For now, though, we are waiting for a small, brief moment. We will have a break in a bit. But before that, of course, we got to mention Dark versus Skillus is coming up here, Ben. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck indeed. I mean, Skillus is like in a position where it looked terrible from day one. We all heard like, oh, he's been playing a little bit of Stormgate as well and stuff. And then it's like, he's got the lowest rating of the players left as well. Very important, those ratings, by the way. Yeah. And you're going up against Dark. Like, the fact that he still made it through that group, he had to win both maps against Australia to make it. Now you go up against Dark, who in some worlds see it kind of doable for him. I know that's crazy, but I do see a world where he can do it.
And this reminds me, the way you're talking about it kind of reminds me of that run from last year from Oliveira, right? Like he wasn't really supposed to make it out of the group and then ultimately he takes down everybody. I think it would be kind of crazy if Skillus ends up doing that too, but he's set up for it.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go to a break here. And yeah, we will be back after this. I am scared for Skillus. We will see how this goes, but we'll be back and we'll talk about that series right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Welcome back. All right, we've had our one round of 12 match done, and we've got another one on the way. However, before we talk about that, Zombie Grub and Wardy are having a signing session, so you've got a few minutes, so maybe go do that now here. I was told that I should do that, otherwise they may kill me. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have ourselves Ben as well as Pig to talk about what is coming up. So far, so good, as we already know one of our round of 8 matches, and now we get to find out another one. Who am I going to start with? It is Dark versus Skillus going up against one another. And during the break, I may have said, you know, us Brits, we like rooting for the underdog here. But then I led into it with, but it is sort of kind of a puppy going up against a monster truck. This is a bit difficult, I feel like, Ben, for Skillus going up against someone like Dark.
You're a little bit rough, James. A tiny bit rough, you know, and I almost started feeling a bit sorry, you know, because you can't help but feel a bit sorry. I mean, Skillus, he's had a bit of a miracle comeback into this tournament because, I mean, day one started off absolutely miserable. Then it was a loss to Firefly. I think he was 0-3 in his group. Yeah. But he's here. And, you know, as Loco pointed out on the Other Desk segment, it's like we had a miracle run like that before, which ended up in a uber miracle. And I mean, Skillus is the lowest rated player by all the other players left in the tournament. But going up against Dark, he can make even the best players look absolutely silly. I think Skillus has a chance, but he really needs the stars to align.
Pig, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, the small car needs to drive into the mouth of the monster truck and then explode it from the inside. I don't know, he needs to shoot the single scale that's missing on the dragon's belly, essentially.
Yes. Smaug.
Working in Skillus's favor, he's managed to beat him twice. He's beaten Dark twice. So Dark's beaten him 4 times. 2-1 is actually a better record than you'd expect. Of course, though, they have not played on a big stage before, and Dark is known for bringing out his A game when he's on a big stage. He's such a scary player. We see guys like Estrella, like Hero, these very high-ranked Protoss players like Classic unable to get a handle on Dark because he's so highly unpredictable. And I mean, I can bring up his stats card while we're just kind of chilling here during this veto process. I really feel like the 95 strategy is probably the most controversial stat that we've actually got here, because a lot of the players will say Dark strategies don't make sense. But I think what they've said is there's sort of a begrudging, but they work, and therefore they must be good. I think what it is no one can actually comprehend his strategies, only he can, and that's why they are so highly rated.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking on a different plane of existence. What do you think, Ben?
I think to some degree he is. You know? Like, I can't really argue with it. The fact that he makes stuff work where you're like, oh, he's so dead, isn't he? And it's like, hold on a minute, he's actually going to win this game. Like, Dark is, he's an absolute magician. He grew the goatee just to extra live up to that image.
I love it.
But yeah, it's going to be ridiculously tough for Skillus, because I mean, Dark is one of the scariest Zergs out there just because of how quickly he can mow you down. He's a raging bull of a player. And he can also do the thing where he turtles up if things are going wrong and make a game out of not a game at all. Like that first game against Showtime where it was like, did that Nidus all in? He's like 30 supply behind. He's so did a 20-minute game and it's like, how?
We were watching that in the green room and we were just like shouting at the TV like, how is he still alive? What is he? Like anybody else should be in the ground. He's got Hive Tech. He's got Lurkers now. Now he's got Vipers. He's still on 4 bases. He eventually loses, but he makes it so hard. It's like drawing blood from a stone.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Let's head over now to the stage. A South Korean that was synonymous with usually eviscerating non-Koreans is now going to be going up against Skillus, the plucky underdog, to see if he can make it. Let's go.
That's right, it's time for our second match of the round of 12. We have from Talon, Dark, and from Liquid, the Dark Horse Skillus. Let's bring him out and get this match underway.
It is indeed time for our next round of 12 match, a best-of-5 series of a Zerg versus Protoss. Dark is taking on Skillus. Oh, good fist bump over there. No handshake, no rock, paper, scissors. But I do agree with the guys at the desk. I think that this is going to be a tough match for Skillus, but it is doable.
Yeah, it's weird because I do agree, obviously, with that sentiment as well. Dark is the favorite here. In any way you look at it, Dark should be the favorite. He's the more experienced player, he's the more accomplished player. He's looked pretty damn good in this tournament so far. Meanwhile, Skill is like, yeah, he had a success in his PvP there against Australia today. Found a lifeline to stay alive, but I've also seen some absolutely fantastic PvCs coming out of Skillers. The most memorable one, the one that he had on Oceanborn against Rainier, where he just hang in there forever, had a great cannon battery defense, and the man loves Immortals. And Dark actually loves ground units. Of course, he will sneak in Aspire as well if he feels like the time is right, but Skillers is not bad in PvZ, even though he said he actually prefers playing PvT at the moment than PvC. But almost every other Protoss will be like, PvC is pretty alright, and then the Zergs will kind of complain, so that most of the time means that things are probably kind of alright. It's a mystery, right? Because we can say that we believe all this time, and we can see maybe that Skillers believes, and he might have his moments. He could still lose 0-3 and be like, yeah, we saw it coming. But did we though? Like, I kind of believe in a competitive series here.
No, I am absolutely with you. I mean, there are those series, right, that we see Dark play, where he goes for crazy strategies and the Protoss players have no idea what to do against it. I think overall, Skillers, I mean, he goes into this series expecting weird openers from Dark, and at the very least expecting not a standard match. I think that is something he can prepare against, right? He obviously has already shown a lot of Protoss games. I mean, Dark is not somebody who will skip online events before there's a big tournament coming up. He's got dozens upon dozens of replays floating around on the internet. Skillers has had a little bit of time to prepare here. I guess we'll find out. Game number 1, we find ourselves on the map El Sayani, and spotting right here in the top right-hand corner from South Korea, it's Dark.
A man who has won pretty much everything besides IEM Katowice, so I'm sure that he's got his eyes on that. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who found a lifeline. He is roommates with one of the best Zerg players on the planet. That should help him a little. This is Team Liquid's Skillers.
Well, I don't know about a cannon rush. I would be very surprised if that ends up happening.
Tiny chance if Dark would have opened up at the gold. That's actually something that makes you see gating forwards, and seems that Skillers has done his homework. He knows that Dark likes to take hatch first at the gold, and I guess Skillers does not want to cannon rush it, but what he can do is obviously warp in a pile, and that is what he's going to do. It's kind of annoying for Dark. Dark's like, alright mate, you have it. I'm just going to take my natural then. But this is still nice, right? Because Dark sent this drone all the way there. Now he can take the base. I do think that Skillers should cancel that pile. Absolutely. I don't think you want to let it finish up.
No, that hatchery needed to be taken elsewhere already. If Dark still had that drone around, maybe he would have kept it. But I don't think keeping it around will work out positively most of the time. Already though, right, StarCraft II is very much so a mental game as well, especially when you're playing a long series late into the day. Just getting that small edge right at the very start, that haha, I got you now moment, it's a nice way to begin a match.
Especially because Dark probably plans something that comes into play with this gold, where you got your creep spread out a bit earlier, Queens, Roaches, Ravagers, or Queenlings and Banes. That's something that Dark is very fond of. Could have just waddled to the other side of the map and potentially tried to all-in the Protoss, while the Protoss is trying to stabilize on 3 bases. So whatever Dark had in mind is going to be very different here. That's not necessarily bad news. What I'm just very curious about, Loco, in this best of 5 is Dark going to do some of these weird attacks where he's very low on drones and he just rallies everything to the other side of the map and be like, I don't think this can work. And then it works anyway, and that's incredibly impressive. Or are we going to see a little more macro-oriented Dark, where he is willing to be a bit more like Serral, where he goes up to 4 bases quickly, 5 bases, saturates them, rushes out Hive, because Dark is an incredibly good Hive tech player. I love how Pig mentioned that game 1 against Showtime. He went for the Queenling Nidus all-in, and I want to say it went about as bad as it ever could have, because he killed basically nothing, and obviously Showtime had a lot of static defenses, Showtime had a 25 worker lead, and then Dark still managed to survive for a while, drag it into the somewhat later stages of the game, and sure, he ended up losing, but I looked at the game and was like, man, Dark, if you're so good at this, if you're so good at surviving, imagine if you would try to play this game while not being that far behind. Then you'd be an absolute animal. So I kind of hope that we get to see a bit of both. I love crazy Dark, I love aggressive Dark, but I kind of want him to show us as well that he's perfectly capable of playing a defensive style of Zerg, and yeah, just kind of sit back, retreat, defend properly, macro up, and take it from there.
No, you're absolutely right. That is certainly a theme we've seen over the years in Dark's games, where when he goes for an aggressive, strange push, either it wins the game and he looks brilliant, or he falls pretty far behind. And whenever he's in a situation where he's behind, it kind of feels like he's going Super Saiyan, you know? He powers up, he gets better when he is in a situation that he's not been in before. He does a lot of strange strategies for sure. There are games where he does play very normal, especially when there's a lot of prestige and money on the line. Like, for example, for IEM Katowice. A couple months ago, especially in the weekly cups, he was going proxy hedge every single game, and he still could mix that in, as we do have a
nice timing here.
Going around, he actually gets the wraparound on one of the adepts for just a moment, but that third is dead.
Yep, Void Rays don't kill Lings as quickly as Oracles do, as the Oracle is in the main base on the other side of the map. Can we confirm that this was a cancel, by the way, for Skilless? Yes, he did manage to cancel it, so he only lost 100 minerals there, but this is already dark. He shows up on a moment where Skilless does not want him to show up, and that Nexus could have been 40% done. Now it's just being warped in, and Skilless is already pretty unhappy with this. I guess he's not too happy that his Oracle didn't find any damage either, because normally it's a bit of a trade-off, right? It's like, okay, if you make a lot of links to cancel my Nexus, then at least my Oracle on the other side of the map should be able to find something. Well, it found something, Loco, but 2 drones, that is not enough to justify temporarily losing your Nexus.
You're absolutely right. About a 30-second delay right there on that third Nexus from Skilless. Stargate opener not really achieving all too much. One of the main advantages of going, for example, double or even triple Oracle is that you can deal damage on the other side of the map while also take your third freely. And well, in this particular instance, that Void Ray had killed an Overlord, but I don't think that quite makes up for that forced cancel on the third. It's going to be a charge load follow-up, by the way.
Well, I mean, Skilless maybe took a look at some of those games of Hero and he's like, all right, so 3 bases, 8 gateways, Zealot charge +1. I think I can do that. I mean, that's the ultimate ladder build, right? And I saw it a few times in the Masters Colosseum. I was like, yeah, but there's no way that Dark's going to die to this. And then he did kind of die to it. But eventually, Dark obviously started to do better against the build. And I think overall, the Zergs in general started to do better. But Hero often did this build with a perfectly clean start, and he would cut like a little corner here and a little corner there. I have the feeling that Skilless is almost doing this more defensively than he's doing it offensively. But you can obviously always warp in a few Zealots and at least send them to the center of the map and maybe get on top of a Queen. Hopefully get a cancel on the 4th hatchery, but I really don't think that is even going to work out for Skilless.
Yeah, it all depends on when Dark decides to make units. Now, there is a Templar Archives with this as well, so Skilless will have the option to warp in High Templar and morph them into Archons. Archon Zealot is a banger of a unit composition, but yeah, Roach is already coming up, that +1 Roach speed as well. Dark making a few Roaches just for safety. The thing is, he's fully saturated now on 3 bases. He just started up the 4th hatch, so he's going to be making non-stop units pretty much regardless.
Dark is one of the few guys out there that absolutely loves Roaches and Hydras. The most bizarre one was the game on Oceanborn against Showtime, where he dropped an 8-minute Roach one and went for Roach speed. He's like, yeah, Roach Hydra over here. I'm like, no way.
Should have gone Hive. No, everybody's shouting in the green room, we should have gone Hive. He's like, no, no, Roaches is all I need.
He made it work, but here I do actually really like it, because I believe that Roach Hydra is actually better than people give it credits for. It's just not good in slow games. If the Protoss can sit back, get double Robo, get a whole bunch of High Templars, cannons and batteries, of course Roach Hydra is incredibly timing sensitive. If it just battles Archons and Zealots, I think Roach Hydra is fantastic. Archons, Zealots and Immortals, a tiny bit more complicated, but I still think Roach Hydra is fantastic. If it's double Robo, Colossus, Disruptors or Storm, yeah, then it's not that good anymore.
This first little bit of harassment from Skilless, not achieving all too much. A couple of the units end up dying there on the side of the Protoss. Well, I guess on the side of the Zerg, but the Protoss units end up falling. It's a Blink follow-up right now and 13 Hydras coming up. It's a strange unit composition. Used to be very popular in the early days of StarCraft II. Oh, don't lose the Prism. That would be extremely costly. Queen's waiting, though. At least getting a bit of damage done, forcing that transfusion. And a bit of a warp in.
Skilless needs to be very careful that he doesn't throw away too many units here, and he's actually going to cancel that warp, and I think that's good, as he dropped the Revelation in the Natural as well. Makes the call right now to drop the Robo Bay immediately, but I'm just wondering, is that already a little bit too late? Because Dark is not like some of the European Zergs, and it doesn't matter if you think of Serral or Raynor or Lambo or a Laser, all of those guys like to go up to 80+ workers. No, Dark is like 69 workers, that's fine. That means I've got way more army supply a little bit earlier than they expected, and I personally don't really see the value value in that Blink upgrade. Because Blink Stalkers, I don't think are going to cut it in low numbers against crazy amount of Roaches and Hydras. That Bar Prism is very close to Hydras, and that is a disaster. Skillers is going to shake his hand. He was already down a lot of army supply, and it just got a whole lot worse, Loco.
That fourth Nexus is certainly going to go down. One thing that Dark has been doing a lot in this tournament is go mute us, so maybe that's something that was in the back of Skillers' mind, but this push over here at the third base is way too big, Losing the two Archons there, I mean, even with the two Archons, this would be a very difficult attack to hold.
Absolutely.
You have two Zealots dealing some damage, but that's not enough.
Even with that Bar Prism and the best Bar Prism micro, this would be difficult because Dark shows up with a way bigger army than most Brothers players expected. If Nurture was in the building, he'd be proud of these Roaches and Hydra shining, as Dark will take a 1-0 lead in a very typical Dark way. Dark does not rush up to 80+ workers. He does not feel forced to drop an early infestation pit and it's hive stack or nothing. No, Dark loves Roaches and Hydras, and yeah, I think Skillers obviously didn't do a lot of things wrong, but the Blink upgrade, it didn't really make that much sense to me. The biggest mistake is without a doubt losing this War Prism, but I think overall, even with that Prism, it'd be damn difficult, man. You look at the army supplies, you need great force fields, and then need to buy time with cannons and batteries. It's just so freaking hard.
Yeah, so what really went wrong here for Skillers is just that overall his early game was not quite as strong as Dark's. His third Nexus ended up getting cancelled once. That really slowed him down. And at the same time, he also really didn't deal any damage on the side of the Zerg. So, I mean, he killed an Overlord or two, right? That was really about it. A few drones ended up falling, but Dark going for what I almost consider to be a bit of a skill check, right? Just a good old Roach Hydra push. You send everything across the map, see how your opponent can handle it, and
it's different though, right? Because like obviously a lot of people love playing Roach Hydra for a while, and it pretty much completely disappeared from the ladder. And there's a reason for that, because like, all right, it is just not that good. Roaches are kind of cheap, Hydras are not cheap, so you need a lot of drones for Roach Hydra. At least that's how people look at it. And it's like, well, but if you need a lot of drones, it's going to arrive very late. And Hydras attacking into Storm, up ramps, disaster. Attacking into Colossus, a disaster. Attacking into multiple Disruptors is normally a disaster. So Dark clearly does this incredibly well. I do still think that if you're Skillers and you open up with charge, then you need to play with a bit more heart and commitment. You need to find something. And if you don't want to play Zealot charge, then you could have gone Blink immediately. But to have Blink as a follow-up on charge, where charge didn't do a whole lot, yeah, I think that's already too much against a man who will just show up at your front door and is going to punish you for it. In the bottom right side, taking the 1-0 lead, the favorite in this best of 5, it's Dark.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of Golden Aura, representing Team Liquid, it's Skillers. All right. I don't think Skillers is really going to make any drastic changes in this game. I'm thinking he will probably try a similar opener, but then, well, get more damage done while also at the same time not getting that third base delayed. It's little things in a game of SC2 that really add up over the course of a match. And it's not that, like, other than that Prism snipe, right? But before that already, Skillers was in a pretty rough spot. It's not that anything monstrously went wrong for him, it's just that everything combined, it wasn't a brilliant position, and Dark just had way too many units.
Well, we made it 2 Oracles, didn't do too much with it. We had a Void Ray that sure picked off Overlords on Skillers' side of the map, so it kind of kept Dark in the dark, no pun intended. But obviously Dark was kind of ready for it, because Dark loves building safety roaches pretty early on anyway. So yeah, if Skillers tried to surprise Dark with that hero build, well, Dark was not very surprised. The Archon harass attempt in the main, it didn't really do a whole lot. It's not necessarily that a lot of things went wrong for Skillers, but also nothing went truly right.
Exactly.
And then it kind of felt he went down multiple paths rather quickly. He's like, all right, fourth base. I had Zealot charge, now I'll go Blink. I should drop a Robo Bay and I already have a Templar Archives. And Dark is like, yeah, that's a lot of things, mate. What happens if I just spam Roaches and Hydras of 69 drones? A lot of Zergs will look at them and be like, yeah, but that's an all-in, mate. Like, if your first attack doesn't work, what are you going to do? You can't go hive tech of 69 drones, and then Dark is just the Giga Chat. It's like, yeah, but what if I don't have to worry about that because it will work? And it's like, well, then it's just a great timing attack, I guess.
Yeah, now Dark definitely a player with a massive range of strategies, right? I wonder if he goes into these games already with his strategies prepared. in a lot of the games that we see him play, it seems like he's exploiting a weakness that he's discovered in his opponent's games. Like, for example, in that game you brought up against Showtime, he saw that there was tons of static defense at the 3rd, tons of photon cannons over at the 4th as well, but the natural was pretty wide open. He's like, yeah, I guess I can just do a cheeky little attack in that direction. And yeah, maybe he does have a specific plan of something that he thinks would be good, but as soon as he sees an opportunity, he will grab it with both hands, be it a Nidus Worm, a Muta transition. There's so many options once Zerg gets up to that lair tech that Skillers has to be prepared for all of it, and that's what makes PvZ so difficult.
I think what makes Dark as well is that he's so damn decisive, right? He just goes down a certain path and he says, this is my way. He makes Mutas and it's like, oh, a lot of Zergs will stop after 10 Mutas because the Protoss has kind of warped in a couple of cannons. They built their first 2 Phoenixes and that's it. Dark is going to double down, triple down, and every single time you think he's going to do something else, he will still go further and he's going to be able to overrun you. I'm very curious to see what the plan is here on Golden Aura. A big map. A lot of people will tell you that this is a very good Protoss map, just because you can actually get some pretty cool wall-offs going with a pylon and a couple of gateways. So a 3-base setup is incredibly easy to defend. Thinking of the 4 bases and obviously 4-base Protoss. I mean, the world is your oyster as a 4-base Protoss. You can do whatever the hell you want and then eventually, slowly but steady, take a 5th. And even if the Zerg takes all their bases very quickly, as a Protoss player on Golden Aura, you're not stressed about that, because there are only 2 bases you truly worry about, and that's bottom left and top right. And the only thing you really need to do in the late game as a Protoss is make sure you get one of those 2, and if that's the case, you're fine, because a Zerg can never really take that base at 9 o'clock, can never take the base at 12 o'clock, so you can chill on 4 bases forever, as long as the Zerg does not mind too much from the corner bases.
You're absolutely right. Dark, by the way, opening up a little bit differently this time around. It's been a 15 hatch, so the 3rd Nexus is going to go up unhindered because link speed is only, well, just now about 90% or so of the way done. That means that Skillers gets to find his groove a little bit more, right? Flying around with these oracles already. Not finding a ton of damage just yet, but at the very least, he's not been slowed down in any way, shape, or form.
No, that is nice, but that would also be very hard to accomplish, I guess, on Golden Aura. And maybe he did respect that idea, right, of Dark again showing up with those links. That's why he made an earlier battery. I do think as a Protoss, you want something. Whether it's a random queen, a couple of active creep tumors, or a drone in transit, right? A drone that's being sent out to morph into a hatchery. Just to drop a couple of revelations is, in general, I think not something that's going to spark a whole lot of joy. This Oracle is in the middle of nowhere. Skillers with a big mistake. Oracles are expensive, and they are more important than I would almost say that any other unit he has, definitely at the moment, especially against a man like Dark, because you already mentioned the Spire. You already mentioned those Nidus networks, those timing attacks that are so devastating. Like right now, everything looks normal on Dark side of the map. Yeah. But if you lose your Oracles, you lose sight of Dark for a split second. He can drop a Nidus and he's at your front door with Queens, Roaches, Ravagers. And if you're not ready as a Protoss, it is just the end. If a Spire goes down and you're not ready, that too can become incredibly painful. So you can't lose units like that.
Well, here we go. We are at Lair Tech. For now, it's just a Roach speed upgrade, so nothing really being rushed out. Dark scouting around a little bit, sees that there's nothing all too fishy going on, as we do actually have a pretty quick Psionic Storm research right here for Skillers. Not messing around with that charge research this time around. He's decided to go straight into Blink. So this is Blink with +1 together with Storm. What do you make of this build?
Very strong defensively, like seemed like a nightmare to attack into, right? Blink Stalkers.
Mutas.
Yeah, no, it would be good against Mutas. I guess Skillers just wants to actually play a game. Because game 1, El Cyane, Skillers will look at that and be like, yeah, that wasn't a game. Obviously, it counts in the tournament. You're fuming over it. There's your Nidus network and an infestation pit, by the way. So this could very well be Roaches, Lynx, Queens, and Swarmos.
Yeah, exactly. Swarmos immediately come to mind when I see that combination of units. Not a very commonly played unit, though, in SC2 in general, and that is because it does have quite a few weaknesses, but there we go. 8 Swarm Hosts coming up.
Oracle takes a lot of damage.
Yeah. So, the main problem...
Oh my, no!
High Templar getting surrounded. They just about had their Storm upgrade done as well. They had a lot of energy available. That's exceptionally expensive for Skillers. Losing an Oracle, losing those Templar, it's the little things. We already brought it up. It adds up over the course of a game. So Swarm Hosts usually have a timer, but that timer, well, it's going to be a lot longer in this game.
Yep, Swarmos' weakness in general is a bunch of Archons and batteries and Immortals as well, right? High HP
Storm
units.
also works.
Storm is kind of good to buy time here and there, but eventually you run out of Storm and you don't want to storm 3 units forever. I'm afraid that this is just not the best of 5 so far that Skillers was looking for at all. It kind of feels like it's turning into a bit of a disaster. He is getting extra batteries, he is getting cannons, but the first wave of Locusts are here. A couple of Stalkers are really not going to battle this incredibly well. Dark should probably gun down that battery immediately. That's going to happen. A Storm does land on this wave of Locusts, but it's just the first of so many waves. And without a Prism, it feels that it's inevitable that these Locusts will find their targets. Whether those are High Templars or Stalkers that have nowhere to blink to. Skillers now goes triple Robo, by the way. He's on 44 army supply, Loco.
Yeah.
And he's warping in 3 Robos at once.
That is going to be something he will barely be able to, well, make units out of as well. Hive coming up. We have a Hydralisk Den. Dark will probably be transitioning from here, if he needs it, into Lurkers as well, which is going to make any sort of follow-up attack here from the Protoss very difficult to execute. This Nexus is honestly very exposed. I think you could target it down. I guess there are quite a few storms here, but...
And there is a battery as well, and that battery could get overcharged, I think. Nope, there's a couple of Roaches and Lings getting on top of High Templars. One of the High Templars died. The Nexus is going to fall as well. The only saving grace here for Skillers is that he hasn't lost a lot of probes yet. You can recover from losing an HC. You can recover from losing a Nexus. What you in general cannot recover from is if you lose an entire mineral line. Because by the time that you have then resaturated that mineral line, it's going to happen again and again. I love the Immortals because I do think having some high HP units is incredibly useful also to deal with those Roaches. But you need a War Prism. Without a War Prism, I think the Locusts are simply too scary.
You're absolutely right. So Skillers probably aiming to go for a big attack towards the other side of the map. That's usually one of your best chances against this particular style. Dark, however, not planning around on sitting on Roaches and Swarmos for a super long time. He can transition towards Lurkers, and even though Immortals can sort of work against low numbers of Lurkers, it is not really the weapon of choice in most games, and I think Skillers really only has one choice now, right? He has to go for some sort of attack, and there is a window for him.
It's going to be difficult. There's a couple of Lings just got unstuck. Should have gone for the Immortal probably. I'm not sure if it would have died because obviously Immortals have a barrier and it takes a little while. I think Dark should try to indeed attack the main or just go for the main altogether, and I hope that Skillers for his sake is paying attention. Dark did just use all of the Locusts though. As the Lings and Roaches get on top of the 4th base. That is indeed a kill, Loco. No cancel on that. One of the Immortals is going to get targeted. For Dark to free up a tiny bit of supply, it's not that bad. Locusts are in the 9 o'clock base, but keep an eye on the main. I think that Nidus is up.
Yeah, I think there's well, I thought it was going to be Lurkers, but it is indeed Swarmos, ready to pop into the main base. Skillers is being overwhelmed. He does, however, have one shot. This is an army that has to be respected from the Protoss. It's about 100 supply, which is similar to that of the Zerg, and a lot of that Zerg supply is caught up in Swarmos, which are a very supply-heavy unit. Problem is, you brought it up already, no Prism, no Observer.
Oh
my Templar! Oh no! That's by far the most important unit here in my mind.
Yep, well, he's got one left, Loco. Let that storm count. The Lurkers are here. I believe Seismic Spines is close to finishing up. We don't just have no War Prism. There's one unit that's even more important, and that's the Observer. Maybe there's one left over Oracle, I think, right? Then we have, yeah, we have 2 Observers, Oracles even. So there is some detection, and Skillers does find that Nidus. One of the Immortals just got picked up by a bunch of Locusts. This game is getting very hectic, very scrappy. Skillers trying to go up to 4 bases one more time. He has warped in a few more High Templars. He's got a big army, but it also feels that that's the army that really needs to get the job done. And now Dark's army is about to get a whole bunch scarier. We have another Nidus attack in the main. This time around, okay, 3 Stalkers on top of it, that's good. Dark definitely missed a little opportunity not using that Nidus earlier, but I think he fired all the Locusts right before that Nidus came online. The biggest thing that I see are the Lurkers. It's not just your standard Lurkers anymore. Seismic Spines is done. Adaptive Talents, aka the speed upgrade for the Lurkers, is about to finish up, and I don't know if Skillers can really deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Previously, this Protoss army, well, I was thinking about moving across the map. Now it's Dark who goes with a similar unit composition that he already had towards the Protoss' site. Skillers is double expanding. If somehow, some way he manages to survive this push and he can keep those bases around, this is recoverable. This Protoss army is big. There's even a fleet beacon right now, which may be a little bit ambitious. Lurkers get underground. They're starting to shoot their spines at the Zealots. Immortals coming in from the side. Swarmos are going to be able to, well, unleash another wave, but those storms are good. Immortals are trying their best to get rid of all of those Lurkers, and they are disappearing.
That's actually a pretty good fight. We had one Stalker in the bottom side of the map, soaking up a couple of Lurker shots. Slow Zealots coming down the ramp of the third base of Skillers. So those spikes of the Lurkers were kind of going in many different directions, and that made it an okay-ish fight for Skillers. Kind of felt that he needs a bit more than okay-ish, but it is important to mention that Dark is not mega rich. Dark is kind of rich, but this is also it's kind of Dark's comfort zone, right? 70-something workers, no money in the bank, barely maxed out, not even maxed out. It's okay. It always feels that Dark is right where he wants to be. It feels risky because like, Dark, you're like one bad fight away from losing the game. And he's like, I know, but that bad fight won't happen.
Lurkers, by the way, unloading in the main base right now, or at the very least they could have. Luckily here for Skillers that did not happen because he doesn't have detection nearby. Second Stargate coming up, so Skillers trying desperately to go into a Sky-Toss transition, which is a decent answer, of course, versus a Lurker-based army, but Dark could always just add on Vipers as well if he really needs to. Carriers coming up. Charge is, well, finished at this point.
There's a big problem with carriers, and that's that the build time is incredibly long. A War Prism is going to fly on top of Hydras and it will die. Skillers has a lot of supply. It is definitely not here. He is going to storm a couple of times. We have some picture-in-picture action, and he gets some of the Lurkers, but he doesn't get all of the Lurkers. The Immortal dies. Now High Templars with auto-attack and trying to kill the Lurkers. It just kind of feels everywhere we look. It's Dark taking absolutely fantastic fights, and Skillers is starting to fall apart here. Put up more of a fight than he did in game one, but Dark is just a master of ZVP. He does it in his own way, and he looks damn good doing it. It's a 2-0 lead for Dark.
Absolutely. Fantastic play right there from Dark, right? He loves these chaotic situations. A lot of players, especially when they are thrown into a spot that they haven't been in before, that's where they feel most uncomfortable. But, well, you already brought it up earlier too. Whenever Dark is behind, he seems to power up. Whenever he's in a scrappy situation like the one we just witnessed, the man is incredibly good. And honestly, it's not even one thing, right? It's nice when you can point at one thing that went blatantly wrong for you in a game of SC2, but Skillers had loads of little moments, like for example, those Templar going down. Overall, he did not play poorly. He held on for a long time, but there just wasn't enough here. He needs to tighten it up if he wants to obtain a victory against Dark, and Dark just looks supreme here.
What's kind of interesting is that if you think about this game, you think of it as a bit of a train wreck of a game for Skillers, where he definitely did not play poorly, but every single opening he gave to Dark, Dark bounced on it, capitalized on it, punished him, yet the numbers were actually always kind of close, and the strength of the armies was somewhat comparable. And I think there are a couple of moments where if you resume it from replay and say like, hey, if you do this slightly different, and that slightly different, this game could have had a different outcome, yet it did not feel like that at all. It really felt we are just watching a Dark highlight reel over here, right? Where it's like, look at Dark's finest moments in IEM Katowice. He kills High Templars, Knight is here, Lurk is there. Like, it felt that it was all Dark, and that's definitely what it looked like as well. Yet, if you analyze the numbers, you analyze the strength of the armies, it's like, actually, somewhat of a close game, but why did it not feel like a close game?
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you throw in the mutas from some of the previous games, and you would have a perfect highlight reel just from about 2 matches. With a few small adjustments, I think this game could have definitely looked different. When those first 2 Templar went down, that just made everything after that so much harder. Either way, game number 3. It's loaded up. It's gonna be Solaris. Spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner. Playing with the Red Zerg drones, we have Dark.
The man who has won pretty much everything besides IEM Katowice, and honestly he's starting to look like one of the main candidates to potentially lift the trophy in the top right side. One of the 2 remaining Protoss players who is going to try to prevent that from happening. He stayed alive with a miracle in the group stage. He needs another miracle to break into the quarterfinals. Can we turn things around? This is Team Liquid's Skillers.
Yeah, just staying here in this series mentally is very critical for Skillers, right? It's easy at this point to throw the towel in the ring and, well, to tell everybody, look, I tried my best, but this is where my journey ends. Skillers is a phenomenal player. He's been practicing a ton over the last couple of years, and he's made significant improvements as well. Nice little scout right there. That triangle location is apparently visible if you get that probe right in that little nuke.
What about this spawning pool location, Loco? Analyze that.
He just wanted to make sure that the probe was right where he expected it. He may have actually had a glimpse of it with the Overlord. He's like, wait a second, are you maybe making a pylon over there in the corner? Ah, nah, I guess I'll plant it over here.
This is definitely a more unique spawning pool location.
It's like a Zerg versus Zerg spawning pool right now, but then a little far from the ramp.
It also feels that it's inevitable that there won't be a Warp Prism warping in 6 Zealots and killing this spawning pool eventually.
Well, if Dark is that far into Skillus' head at this point as well, he'll probably be pretty happy with that pool placement. But yeah, it is definitely in a bit of a funky spot. Either way.
Also, whenever a player like Dark takes the triangle, whether he's forced to or he did it by choice, as a Protoss, I would always start worrying a little bit.
Queen Martin, right? It's scary.
Yeah, just one of the many things. Like, there are so many different things that Dark could do. Dark is the kind of guy to randomly link flood you, and if he gets your first adept, you're going to be in trouble already. Dark is the kind of guy to rally a couple of queens and roaches to the other side of the map early on. Even just queens and links to the other side of the map. Like, Dark can do so many different things. I would find this scary. Like, on one hand, as a Protoss, you're happy. You're like, oh, okay. It means that his economy is like slightly slower than it could have been, because the drones that are built in the main, they can't immediately start mining. They kind of have to go all the way to the low ground. But it's also scary because any unit he produces is closer to mine natural than it normally would be. And Dark can be so aggressive. He doesn't have to be.
It's intimidating, right? Because normally Zerg players expend away from you, and now he's expending right next to the green zone in the direction of where the Protoss is at. It's a bit scary for sure, especially when you're 2-0 behind. Doesn't necessarily have to mean anything, but Dark is certainly aware of that mindset, and we'll see if he decides to bring the heat. So far, I mean, you mentioned it, right? His late game has been phenomenal lately. He's been looking very strong in that department of the game, but in a lot of matches, he doesn't even want to get it to that point. He's trying to end it as quickly as possible, and he'll only really play it if he needs to. So even though this hatchery positioning doesn't have to mean anything, it is something that goes through Skillus' mind.
That is a mega quick Twilight, by the way, while also opening up with a Stargate. So we have one Stargate into a very quick Oracle, and the follow-up is going to be a Twilight Council. I assume this is going to be for Resonating Glaive Adept, as there are a couple of Zerglings here, saving that Overlord for now. Imagine if one of the links would have split off, by the way, and ran into the main. That would have been very bad news for Skillus, because he's not even building a second Oracle yet, or a Void Ray, or anything out of that Stargate. So this must be for very quick Glaives, and he's going to try to surprise Dark with it. And anything else would kind of surprise me, but he is not happy. His Skillus is kind of fuming. It's definitely been... Oh, it's actually super quick blink. Yeah. Maybe this is the Goblin. Goblin had a build for a while where it's basically a 2.5 base pure blink stalker all in. No forge, no robo, you just spam stalkers forever, and it's actually pretty good against Zergs, especially Zergs that don't always check what you're doing and kind of just form their own game plan, but they're like, hey, I'm gonna build units on this specific moment. These crazy all-ins could work. What I do think is going to be very important if if Skillus is gonna go down that right, like Goblin went many times, is that he eventually sneaks a probe to the other side of the map to build a pylon and a gate. If that's actually what he wants to do, you need those warp-ins on the other side of the map.
So one way in which the Dark can pick up on this is seeing the amount of oracles, because in the previous game at this point we already had multiples, and it's just been a single one. That is a little funky. Dark actually queued up that Overlord right as that first Overlord in the natural was being attacked. So he is sending a scout, but it's going to be super duper late. He's not going to get any vision anytime soon, but he is already a little bit suspicious as we switch it over to the first person view right here of the Zerg player. The big question here for Dark is, when do you stop making drones and when do you start making army? He sees a lot of stalkers here. That's a bit weird.
No, he definitely sees way more stalkers than I think he would normally expect. He didn't really scout too much around his own main bases yet, but we know he's safe in that regard. What he did do, by the way, is build a couple of Spore Crawlers, and that's not necessarily needed against a single Oracle. So Skillus is here. It's going to drop a Revelation on the edge of creep, but obviously this is not a Stalker count that's really going to win this game, and Rico is going to be forced immediately. The Oracle took a lot of damage, but I don't know if it went down. Whatever Skillus so far had in mind with this build, it's not really working out yet. At least the Oracle survived. That is a lot of Zerglings, and I hope for Skillus he's got units on hold position in the natural. He's now going to build a Robo. The Forge apparently was warped in as well during that move out, but whatever that move out was intended to do, Loco, I don't think it really worked out.
Absolutely not. Dark right now gets to play his own game again. Skillus is going to be forced into a defensive position for at least a few minutes. Lair tech at this point is done. Okay, tech of choice for Dark this time around is once more the Hydralisk Den. Yeah, there is a Robo Bay coming up nice and early here this time around for Skillus, though.
That's a very early Robo Bay. Like, that could really come into play early enough. Also, you open up with Blink. So I actually think making a couple of disruptors here would be good against the man who loves Roach Hydra so damn much in this day and age. I'd say maybe out of the 3 games, though, I still like this start the most for Skillus. The work accounts are pretty even. Yeah, that move out wasn't fantastic, but I like where he's going. Second Robo Bay, +1 is on the way. He already has Blink. Blink defensively is incredibly good. He didn't lose any oracles yet because he only made one and it's still alive. But actually, it looks pretty alright. 67 workers against 67 workers, as long as he doesn't take any damage from these links here. And he realized that half his army is bolted up in the natural at the moment.
We're actually going to go into Colossi here, which I don't mind at all.
It's also good.
Yeah, especially against the Hydralisk-based style. So I don't know if Skillus had vision of the Hydralisk Den. I don't think so, because it is tucked away in the natural expansion. Although he's going to see it right now. Perfect revelation after he started up the Colossus. And that's a nice confirmation right now. Colossi are awesome against Hydras. They are not very good against Roaches at all, so you gotta be careful. If Zerg decides to double down on a Roach tech and you're just stuck with Stalkers and a bunch of Colossus, it can still be very, very scary. But I'm with you, the economy here for Dark is really nothing to write home about, and he is very committed.
We're gonna sneak in and disrupt it there as well. I think 1 or 2 Colossus also nice because Dark still has a lot of links. And those links can trip up the Blink Stalkers quite a bit. You're spot on about the Roaches, and I guess that's what the Stalkers are for, but then support the Stalkers don't die against the Zerglings, right? That's where the Colossus comes into play. Love these kind of games because you see potential both ways. I can see a way where Dark just survives for a while, goes into Hive Tech, drops the Lurker, then sneaks out a couple of Vipers, take it from there. That is exactly what Dark is going to do. There's also a world where Skillus is perfectly fine defensively, and then he can go up to 4 bases, and he can just kind of play the nice PvZ that he had in mind. For the first time in this series, I feel like we're 9 minutes in, and it doesn't feel like it's all Dark. It's actually a very competitive game that can go in many different ways.
No, absolutely. Dark has decided I think originally wanted to go for a big attack, but then he noticed that something set him off to play defensively instead. So he's going into Hive together with the Lurker Den. We'll probably get to watch a little bit of that Hydra Lurker Viper Zergling-based composition. As one of the Colossus, you're supposed to counter the Zerglings. Okay, he backs up to the safety of the shield battery. A lot of Stalkers in the meantime in the middle of the map. These are the types of moves, though. I mean, he escapes just barely here, but those are the types of moves that Skillus cannot repeat.
Nope, Skillus needs to be very, very cautious. He had a bunch of disruptors who are all just still near that Nexus. So far, he kind of get away with it. Blinks forward now. This is going to be, I think, a very nice engagement for Dark because links come in from every angle. Roaches and Hydras surrounding this Protoss army. And the balls were okay, but in the end, all of these Robo units are so exposed. Why did Skillus move out there when he's got so much going for himself? Double Forge, double Robo, going up to 4 bases. He just exposed all those key expensive Protoss units. And for what, Loco? What was there? There was nothing to gain.
I think he saw 2 Lurkers or so being warped in. He's like, ooh, don't mind if I do, because they were in a very exposed location, but Dark immediately bouncing on that opportunity. Now that 4th Nexus is in a world of trouble. You said 2 minutes ago that this match at the very least wasn't all Dark. Well, maybe Dark thinks otherwise now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a perfect engagement by Dark. It's a perfect surround, but there was no reason for Skillus to be there. If Skillus waits a little while longer, all these upgrades kick in. Sexy Hydra split here by Dark, by the way. The second one is going to connect with a couple of Hydras. Shield battery overcharge is somewhat exposed. Dark could gun it down, and if he wants to take this fight, he absolutely should. Skillus is counting down the seconds for a few more disruptor shots available, but it feels like these seconds are taking forever. The Lurkers are here. They're going to get on top of the Nexus, and just like that, it's Dark who punches his ticket into the quarterfinals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. From the beginning to the end of this round of 12 matchup, it really was all Dark.
Incredible performance right there by the South Korean Zerg player. He's going to walk on over to Skillus and shake his hand, but Skillus with a solid performance overall at IEM Katowice, but top players like Dark just one step too far, looking so incredibly strong though.
Dark's just terrifying because he can all-in you at minute 1, he can all-in you at minute 4, he can play a very good macro game, and he's always looking for these timing attacks, these little windows where he feels the Zerg army is just a bit bigger and a bit stronger than the Protoss army, and if he sees that window, he's gonna dive right on in it. Snipes the Prism in game 1, some Swarmos Nidus attacks in game 2, and in game 3 it felt like it was going to be the most even game, the most competitive game. I don't know why Skillers moved out with 1 Colossus, then a bunch of Disruptors. Maybe he saw Lurkers morph. So what? Like, let those Lurkers attack into you. Lurkers are incredibly good if they are sitting somewhere, but if they have to run into a Protoss with Stalkers, Batteries, Disruptors, like, Lurkers are not that good. Zerg needs way more time. They need Spellcasters as well. Like, I think it was a very silly moment to lose the game.
Obviously, Skillers, he'd been punched like 7 times already up to that point in the series, so maybe just feeling a little out of it as well. But Dark, very well known for punishing mistakes, and this is that moment you were talking about just now. Those Disruptors are so good into choke points, down ramps, right? But when the Zerg is coming in from every angle, it is incredibly difficult to hold. Well, we're gonna hear it from the man himself. He's on the main stage with Rachel.
Thank you all so much. I'm down here on the stage with Dark, and of course my translator Maddox. And Dark, we've got a lot to talk about here, despite those games being very fast. So first of all, thank you so much. That was really quick. But second of all, Dark, tell me a little bit about what it's like to be at this stage in the tournament and to have the 3 games you had and that W come to you so easily.
일단 방영호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 지금 되게 이제 치열한 경기가 계속되고 있는데 방영호 선수는 굉장히 지금 스피디하게 경기를 좀 진행해 주셔가지고 일단 먼저 감사하다는 말씀 드리고요. 그리고 이렇게 쟁쟁한 선수들 상대로 이렇게 또 경기를 펼치는데도 불구하고 되게 빠르게 이제 3대0 승리를 거두셨다 보니까 되게 좀 기분이 남다르실 것 같은데 좀 어떠신가요?
우선 조별 조 리그에서 그룹에서 시작이 좋아가지고 자신감이 차 있었는데 레이너와 마루를 연달아 만나면서 젊은 놈들한테 좀 많이 혼이 나면서 자신감이 많이 없어진 상태였어요. 그래서 경기에 임하면서 많이 무서웠는데 이렇게 좀 자신감을 되찾을 수 있는 경기를 해서 다행인 것 같습니다.
So first of all, when I was first in the groups, I got off a good start, so I was very confident. But facing Rainer and Maru, actually, those youngsters actually gave me a lot of hard time, so my mood was pretty low. But still, these W actually gave me a confidence boost.
I was hoping this would send you into a good mood for tomorrow. You head on into the round of 8. You are 1 match away from punching a ticket to the Esports World Cup. Tell me about what it would mean to play at that tournament and to reach for something as big as that.
이제 8강 경기를 앞두고 계시고 이제 진짜 한 경기만 이기면 이제 바로 e스포츠 월드컵에 진출하실 수 있는데 그 매치를 앞두고 좀 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
우선 뭐 카토비ce 와서 당연히 목표는 우승이겠지만 이제 2차적인 목표는 4강에 올라가서 e스포츠 월드컵에 진출하는 게 목표이기 때문에 내일 컨디션이 굉장히 중요할 것 같아요. 좀 걸려 있는 게 많다 보니까 희범이랑 좀 하게 됐는데 저저전이라서 좀 어떻게 될지 모르겠어요.
So of course, many of people, I mean, the ultimate goal is actually winning the whole thing, and the second goal I think is going to be the Esports World Cup. That being said, there's a lot at stakes tomorrow, so it's going to be dependent on the condition tomorrow. So I'll be prepared very much.
All right, Dark. Well, we'll give you some time to prepare. It's getting late in the evening and the games start early. So thank you so much for your wonderful matches here on the stage. I have one last question for you, though. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans who have stuck it out, who are cheering for you, who are so excited to see you move on to tomorrow?
이제 마지막으로 팬분들께 한번 감사 인사 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 이제 메인 스테이지에서는 승률이 100%로 알고 있는데 제가 그 B 스트림에서는 좀 실력이 안 나오더라고요. 많은 분들 앞에 서야지 이제 실력이 나오는 것 같아서 내일도 많은 분들이 와주시면 그에 맞게 제 실력은 더 상승하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있으니까 내일도 많이 와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So far, I have been 100% win rate on this stage, even though I've been underperforming on the B stream out of the stage. So I think I'm performing well in front of the crowd, so. And I think I perform better in front of the crowd. So please cheer for me, and you guys are wonderful, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, you heard it, Dark fans. Make sure you show up tomorrow if you want to see Dark take it home. But let's send it back to the desk and take another look at what Dark brought us today.
Thank you, guys. Honestly, a brutal showing coming out from Dark here, like a bird of prey circling a field of rabbits. The talons come down, and then all of a sudden, Dark is there. 3-0 for him in this round of... How else am I supposed to describe that, Pig? That was... Dark looked insane.
Well, you know, yeah, I guess it is like those videos where people kind of raise up the rabbit or something and they nurse it back and then they release it free and they don't realize what the wilderness is like. It's brutal, man. Dark is, you know, he makes it look so simple. It's very effortless. It's like, oh, I'm going to max on Roach Hydra and then we're going to go. And it's like, oh, okay, well, the stars seem to align for him. I don't know if it's something about his kind of calm, casual, just rocks up. Oh, there's a Warp Prism with 2 Archons? Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, there's a 3rd Nexus. I'll cancel that. A few Full Energy High Templar. I'll get those just before Storm finishes. It feels like he's so relaxed when he plays. He's so aggressive, and he just finds lots of openings.
Yeah, never mind game 2 where he goes Swarm Host, and I feel like he's almost bullying him. Ben, he just looked like a killer in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those series where we all hoped this wouldn't happen, and kind of really rooted on Skillus, and then...
I know you did.
It happened, right? Like, Skillus just got absolutely manhandled. And I mean, this is one of the things that Dark can do to even the best players in the world, where it's just like, you don't look like you have a chance, you never really get to get going. In that 3rd game as well, with Skillus moving out when he did, that was very, very weird, you know? Like, he didn't need to do that, and maybe it's because of the situation, he's down 2-0, and, you know, he's been just getting absolutely blitzed, but, rough series.
Well, there you go. There you go. Let's take a look at the bracket then, as we now have another name in the round of 8. Dark is now 1 series away from qualifying on the road to the Esports World Cup, and he's going to go up against Shin, aka Ragnarok, in a Zerg versus Zerg to determine who takes a spot. So that's going to be our first new name, actually, Pig, that we know going to the Esports World Cup. One of those 2.
Indeed. I mean, I'm excited. That's really cool. Obviously, it's a very Zerg kind of heavy top side of the bracket, but on the other side, you know, you've got all this these other names that could make their way in that we're all very excited to see, because obviously it's going to be a stacked tournament no matter what, the World Cup, but you're kind of looking at it and you're going, oh, surely this guy's going to make it, surely that guy. But there's wild cards, like obviously Shin. At the start of this tournament, a lot of people were like, oh, he might make it out of groups if he has a really good run, and he's been dominating so far. And I actually kind of feel worried for Dark going into that ZVZ. It could be a very scary match.
Yeah, potentially a vulnerability there. We will see. We will see. Thank you very much, boys. Time for a break. When we return, we are really switching gears here, as we're going to go over to the TVT side of the bracket to figure out what's what over there for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I sift through the cards here and we take a look at now the upcoming TVT that's on the way. It will be Beyond versus Gumiho here. These two, it's a fantastic matchup to say the least. Joining me to my left-hand side for our next round of 12, it is going to be ZG as well as Rotterdam. I am excited, I am pumped, because that previous match was a little bit one-sided. Here are some cards to take a look at, but now I don't think this one might be as one-sided here, Rotterdam. This is going to be a nice one, as both of them quite adept at TVT.
It should not be one-sided at all. It's also a rematch of the most recent ESL Masters Winter Championship, where Beyond did knock out Gumiho in the final round of the knockout bracket. It was a best of 5 that went on for a very long time. It kind of delayed that part of the tournament, I feel like, a little bit. We had a couple of those long TVTs back then. I find it incredibly difficult to predict this, because Gumiho is always the one Terran that's a bit different. Beyond in TVT has been historically a little bit different, where he's like, yeah, I know that certain late game things are really good, but I am very good with Marine Tank, so I'm going to stay on Marine Tank. I find it very tough to make accurate predictions about these two.
That's fair. ZG, any thoughts?
Yeah, a few. First of all, the amount of times that they have played in 2023 is kind of insane. They play so often against each other, and it is pretty decisively in Beyond's favor, but then there's the caveat of the patch, right? So I probably could reduce it down to, like, let's say October, and it still would be Beyond-sided, but obviously Gumiho can do well against him. Then there's also the question of the patch, the Cyclones, right? Well, actually, it feels like we've kind of forgotten, because the TVTs we've had have been pretty good. No Cyclone versus Cyclone. Yeah. And these two guys, I would say, if you asked me to bet on who wouldn't, it actually would have been these guys. Because they did not seem to really appreciate it when they were doing it in Atlanta, kind of like almost forced to, like, I guess we have to try this. And then they really aren't doing it in their TVTs played at this event or the upcoming event. So that's one thing I don't think we're going to see experimentation with. But Gumiho obviously can do mechs, so that might start with Cyclones. It won't be the Cyclone thing.
Sure. I really enjoyed that Beyond-sided moment there that you actually threw out at us as well. That was good. But, I mean, looking at the numbers, I mean, they don't really lie for these two as a whole here, Roddy. I mean, 87 versus 86, very close in terms of those, in terms of how the other players have actually rated them here. So I know that you're having a hard time on calling and kind of thinking about how this might go, I suppose, Roddy, but...
According to the pros, Beyond has the better micro, but Gumiho has the better strategy. That's basically what sets these two apart. And honestly, I can kind of
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, that's actually not too crazy. That makes some sense. But who do we prefer then? Do you read a micro with the wrong strat, or do you read a micro poorly with the right strat?
Damn, that's hard hitting. I like that.
Yeah, depending.
Chicken or the egg?
Yeah. I would say like one would prefer the Cyclones, right? The other one wouldn't?
Yeah, maybe. All right. Well, I'm getting word that our stage is ready here as we have got our penultimate match for the tournament. Well, for the day even, I should say. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Calm down, Kalaris.
Jeez, James.
Calm down, Kalaris. All right. Cheeky. Let's head over to Rachel here to get the TVT underway.
Thank you so much. A lot of history for this TVT here, going all the way back to 2011 when they first faced off. And of course, that recent battle in the best of 5 at ESL Winter at DreamHack Atlanta. But now it's a whole new ball game and a whole new best of 5. So please welcome to the stage and give them your energy, Gumiho and Byun.
It is time for our next round of 12 match. It's a best of 5 series of Korean Terran versus Terran. Gumiho taking on Byun. No rock, paper, scissors. We're even getting a little bow, just like against Serral, what we saw earlier today as well. This should be a really fun match. Both of these players, of course, incredibly experienced, and they've been around for a long time. Now, my name is Loco. I'm joined here by Wardy. Wardy, what are you thinking of this match?
Super excited. This is a TVT that's going to be an absolute slugfest, I feel like. It's going to be fun. There's going to be a bunch of different openings. I think we're going to proxy each other a couple of times. Reapers, maybe even Marauders. It's just going to be a good bit of TVT, and I do think there's going to be some Cyclones, but not an overwhelming amount of them. I think we're going to see a bunch of different openers. I actually just think it's such a cool match between them, and one that's wide open to be won.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When the patch was first introduced, the new patch, so that's already a little while ago, the Cyclone got a complete overhaul, and, well, all the Terran players were messing around with them, and for a little bit, it kind of looked like TVT was just going to be Cyclone versus Cyclone about 80% of the time. That usually happens whenever we have a significant overhaul to a StarCraft II unit until players figure out how to manage it and how to open up differently. Now, I do expect to see at least, well, some Cyclone play in this series, but I guess we're already about to find out, at the very least when it comes to map number 1.
Yeah, we are going to be diving into Hecate to start off this series. Gumiho and Byun, it comes down to this for these two in the tournament. We'll be starting off in the top right-hand corner with the red Terran player representing Cloud9. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left-hand corner, likewise also from South Korea, representing the Shopify Rebellion, we have Byun. Both of these players, of course, absolute fan favorites. When do you think is the very first time they played against each other? I don't actually have the right answer, but it must be a long time ago.
2011. And also, there was a period where these two were the only players signing up to one of the Chinese, like, I say weekly cup, but it happened 3 times a week. And these two just met in the finals, like... These two and Alive were just constantly in the finals with each other. They played so much back in, this was probably 2016, 2017, around that sort of era, is when Byun came back and like stormed the online scene and then kind of, you know, made it big in GSL and everything as well. But I mean, these two have absolutely had a history. I mean, it's hard not to when you've been around so long.
You're absolutely right. Both of them extremely experienced. They've been playing this game professionally for over a decade, and they're still at the tippity top of the skill level. I find it difficult to predict who's going to win this. I'm slightly leaning towards Byun just because overall he is usually the slightly stronger player. But Gumiho is perfectly capable of throwing a bit of a curveball, and already that is a nice and quick factory.
Yeah, the last couple of times they met online, Gumiho did get the better end of things, and yeah, just a couple of open cups, but that is, you know, valuable information as well. It was 2011 when they first played, by the way. So
nice guess.
Real throwback. That makes sense. I don't think Byun was as big of a player in the first like beta years of StarCraft II, right? So
yeah,
a year after still Wings of Liberty. An educated guess, I suppose.
Faster comment center right now for our player in blue. Faster factory right here for Gumiho. This is a difference that we see quite frequently in this matchup. You always have to make the decision, do I want more economy or do I prefer more tech and more units? This does, of course, mean that Gumiho will be a little bit more aggressive, or at the very least, he's going to have to make up for making some more units here earlier on.
Yeah, you want to try and get out onto the map. You want to be the active player. This is what Gumiho's build is going to enable him to do. He's going to be an SCV or 2 behind eventually as well because of that later CC, so that's why you'd like to put some pressure on. And that's why it comes down to how well can Byun defend, who just goes, by the way, a Reaper, 2 Marines, and now a Hellion on the way as well. So Not really a lot of focus on early game units. Instead, just kind of setting up to be a little bit defensive and then going from there.
Absolutely. Starport's coming up right now. Reactor here also building on both sides of the map. Slightly different approach so far, but of course this is what usually happens in the mirror matchups. Small deviations can lead towards very large results. Gumiho right now will scout the timing as well of that CC on the low ground, and well, you will see exactly what he's playing against.
Yeah, single Cyclone on the way from both players as well, so we get that Cyclone stage started. We'll see how many we build, because you don't have to build all of them, right? Some players build one, and then they look for that faster siege tank and so on. They're both going to get the medevac up, though. And Gumiho not really finding too much straight away. His orbital only just start morphing in. That's where Bjorn might take a 1, maybe 2 worker lead.
High-level SC2 mirror matchups are incredibly dynamic, but they can still be over in a heartbeat. A lot of these units have a ton of micro potential, and if you mess it up, that might just be GG. Now, luckily for us, both of these players are very good at controlling their units, but it's a very explosive game. And, well, we have the first medevac moving across right now. Liberator coming okay, right behind it, too. Bjorn, he may very well meet his opponent here in the center of the map, although I think they're going to pass each other by.
Yeah. Bjorn taking that kind of upwards edge. Gumiho coming more to the left-hand side, so they miss each other a little bit. I mean, it's kind of an expected situation. Bjorn wins the slight fight out on the map. He's going to get a Hellion for the cost of a Reaper. The Edge gets both, but that's not... None of those units really help you in this situation. His own Cyclone has landed as well. He does have 2 Cyclones here, and he's going to be able to lock on quickly and deny this. Locked onto that medevac as well. It just has the boost to get away, and Bjorn is continuing to be aggressive across the map. He's the one finding SCV so far, Loco, and it is Bjorn to definitely strike first.
Yeah, Hellion now also driving into that natural expansion here of Gumi, dealing a bunch of damage. He's still losing SCVs in the main base. This is not being properly handled yet. Reinforcing Cyclone Dome does pop up. SCVs get the repair going, but this is still very close here for Gumi. It's like a house of cards, right? When it starts falling down, it's very hard to stop, and that's how the mirror matchups in SC2 can feel. If you make one little mistake, that may just be the end of it. And, well, Gumiho holds on for now, but he's already more than 10 workers behind.
Yeah, I mean, that was horrible for Gumiho. They both went for a very similar attack, and Bjorn absolutely just bopped to Gumiho's attempts away, while Gumiho clearly struggled. You know, there was SCVs pulled, he had to mass repair one of his Cyclones, and it really comes down to follow-up. Gumiho is still not reactoring Cyclones, he's reactoring Marines, which just don't trade well against those Cyclones. I'm not quite sure what the goal of Gumiho's build is. Like, the Viking, I don't mind, maybe you zone out the Ravens with that, but you're playing off a Cyclone deficit. The Marines aren't going to make up for it. He needed a tech lab and to start building tanks like yesterday, because that's meant to be his, you know, outcome if he's not going to match Bjorn in Cyclone numbers.
Exactly. Yeah, now Cyclones are going to be phased out here for Gumi in just a moment as he is building a tech lab. That Viking is going to be nice as well to shut down this aggression once and for all, so those units are going to pay the price. Well, apparently Jimmy also will get shut down.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to shut that down. Bjorn has much less army supply, but I mean, I still like what he has in his army so much more. More Cyclones versus the Marines. I don't see the Marines doing enough. Here's the Liberator going to try and get an annoying position here, going right above those engineering bases, so it's hard to get units in range, so just making the most of it. Bjorn is obviously busy out on the map. The Cyclones, though, of Gumiho are dead. To me, this attack has been stopped already, and now Bjorn has to just go deal with his Liberator, and he's going to be right back on track. Those engineering bases delayed, which is an annoyance, so he's slowed onto his 1-1, but I mean, Gumiho still needs that, because he doesn't have anything similar for himself yet.
Yeah, leading right now with the low HP Cyclone as well. He's got to be very careful. Auto turrets will be able to get rid of that Liberator once and for all. Cyclone number 1 falls. SCVs pulled away from the mineral line. That is a lot of workers going down, though, here in blue.
Yeah, the Ravens were obviously in the back dealing with the Liberator initially, so Bjorn has to use his workers to defend, and Gumiho is able to leverage that army advantage into enough worker kills to equalize this game. And what a play that is Gumiho going to play a very different game as well. More gases, Banshee on the way. He wants to play this into... Well, I thought he was going to play this into Meg, but he drops down some barracks.
Yep.
Actually kind of surprised, no?
Yeah, that is a bit strange for sure.
I guess he was only on 2 gases all this time, so usually in TVT you kind of want 3 because that's just how expensive everything is. Things are a little bit cheaper nowadays. But then coupled with the Banshee, I was like...
Yeah, he skipped a Raven for now, so I guess he's had a little bit of gas left over there, but he's decided to transition towards bio instead. Now, that does mean that his upgrades are going to be quite a bit later, though. We've already got that 1-1 coming here for Bjorn. Yes, the engineering bays were delayed, but they ultimately did start up, right? We're going to go ahead and head on over into that combat shield research, too. That means that Bjorn is going to hit a big power spike on his Marines. Gumiho, of course, does have defensive siege tanks, and that's what makes this matchup so difficult. Even when you are ahead, you need to, well, stim into siege tanks, right? And that is a decision you would rather not make. So Gumiho going to try and lean into that, but 1-1 starts up here for the player in red as well.
Well, this is just fascinating because there's going to be this little bit of Banshee harass from Gumiho as well, who already has a little bit of a worker lead. Bjorn, his army supply is in the lead, but some of it's made up of Cyclones, which are definitely being phased out at this point. They don't have as much of a role to play any longer. It was a really cool turnaround from Gumiho. Let's see what Bjorn can get here. Maybe a couple Marines, nothing too crazy, right? I mean, at least he's got map control with this.
Yep. He's going to try and harass here. Cyclones at this point, they just don't survive for long enough, but he's getting a bunch of value out of it, though.
There's a lot of Marines and a missile turret in position, so just denies that Banshee coming in for the moment. It will find a different position, a few Marines stim across, and that's the difference, man. We're on stim. I believe we're on combat shield as well. Yep. The bio, if it was across the map and could fight right now, it's a one-sided battle. Doesn't matter about the tanks, because with combat shield and stim versus none of that, and 1-1, your Marines will just carry that fight anyway.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Bjorn is going to try and do. We're still about maybe 45 seconds or so away from Gumiho finishing up all of those upgrades. They're on the right side of that production tab, although we have the upgrades right now in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, but good example, right? Just look at everything that Bjorn has that Gumiho does not. And with the matrices, you can take away the one defense advantage, which is the tanks. This is going to be a terrifying couple moments for Gumiho if Bjorn goes right now.
He did research the interference matrix as well, so those Ravens are going to be temporarily able to shut down those tanks from Gumi. This is not looking good right now for Gumiho. The siege tanks, though, going around the side here, not engaging over at the third base. This is very, very close, though, to finishing up those upgrades here for Gumiho. Look at that production tab. There they are on the right side of your screens as well.
Yeah, Bjorn didn't know. He just didn't know.
No,
he saw no combat shield, but he might be expecting combat shield to finish any second, not stim in 1-1. And so he's going to take a much slower effort here. He is going to lose one siege tank, but he's going to deny the mine, and position is so important still in TVT. So while Bjorn doesn't get into completely take control, he didn't know that he could, he's still going to gain something from this advantage, being able to get out onto the map early.
Gumiho manages to stay alive here. Needed almost a little bit of luck. Decides to stim down some of those tanks here in blue. Bjorn not quite reacting to this yet, but he knows that there's a lot of Terran units here nearby as well. Cyclone still on the right side of the map. Both players transition towards 2-2. I'm not loving this game here for Gumiho. He's survived a few times already, but, you know, his economy is not bad. His upgrades are looking solid. It's looking a little bit better now than it did a few minutes ago, but this is not over yet. Bjorn actually driving up towards that high ground, trying to cut off some of these Terran units.
And don't forget that he still has Ravens, although he just loses one full energy Raven. He will drop two Matrixes now to try and get the jump into this base, and he is going to be able to move into the natural. The tanks will unsiege to relocate a little bit, and the natural is just in trouble here. Gumiho gets one tank sieged up, but he's going to have to come in from a couple directions. He comes from the bottom left as well. The SCVs are pulling through. The tanks need to focus on the Marines. The Marines of Bjorn will do what they can. He's got a supply lead as Gumiho is going to get the cleanup, but Bjorn, of course, he kills a lot of SCVs. He killed a decent amount of army, and while he lost his tanks, he killed a good few tanks of Gumiho as well.
An absolute bloodbath right there. Gumi forced to pull the SCVs, but he does stay alive. Bjorn, right now, he is the one who will need to play here defensively. He's got a supply depot on the left to see any incoming medevacs or liberators or all the rest of it. That is not all too important at this stage in the game because he knows it's going to be a full frontal attack here from Gumi. Well, fourth command center, okay, trying to grow a little planetary fortress hat. It is going to finish that up here momentarily, and Bjorn deflects it. Cyclones, by the way.
They've just been waiting, man.
These have been incredibly cost efficient.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, don't forget they got a bunch of Marines before they went down earlier as well. They're going to get a couple extra at the end, too. Just another little nail that kind of tightens the coffin closing for Gumiho. We're maybe not quite there yet, but it's definitely a lot of advantages to Bjorn. I'm yet to see something that Gumiho's going to make me go like, oh, yeah, that's good for him for. There's drop loads up. I mean, Bjorn just saw all these red dots disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you do with that, as Bjorn's also going to load up himself. Gumiho's just going to retreat.
The thing is, though, when you're behind in TVT, that's also the moment where you can start playing crazy. Okay, gets a bit unlucky here. Bjorn loves to do this. He doesn't necessarily need to do something like this, right? But he's going to try and see if he can force the issue. Loads up his medevacs, but indeed, Gumiho right now, he knows he's not in the greatest of spots, so he decides to take a chance. In the meantime, though, Bjorn has arrived on the other side of the map. Liberator of Gumiho is harassing over at the fourth base, too. Gumi does have a lot of reinforcements, but his drops do get spotted.
Yeah, and not just spotted. They might be trapped in the corner a little bit. Bjorn Bjorn lost one of the medevacs here full of units just because he didn't really go deep enough, but he was chasing those medevacs down. They really are stuck in a corner. There's Vikings there as well. Bjorn, he needs to go back down. He's got a surround on this entire army. There's nowhere to run to. I mean, we go further north, but you just can't get away. Gumiho's supply is slowly dying, and he's going to spam the recall ability on his command center, but he's not a Protoss!
Oh no, accidentally picked Aaron on the loading screen. Hate it when that happens. That is, though, about 50 army supply down the drain for Gumiho, getting absolutely nothing. He does have a planetary fortress set up over here, but the siege tanks of Bjorn have already arrived. I mean, you can repair, but how in the world are you ever going to shut this down? The army is way too big right now. Gumiho is going to have to defend with whatever he's got. Okay, instead he decides to go across the map, but I just don't see how he's going to be able to pull it off. Well, he will try go for one last-ditch effort.
Mass marine across the map is a classic Terran strategy when you're in trouble, and it's brought so many players back before, but Bjorn has not rallied everything across. He's got so many tanks here, and as Gumiho sees this, he's going to realize the trouble he is in. Bjorn gets rid of one of the tanks here as well. He'll just step back. He doesn't need to rush into it. This CC goes down. That's absolutely fine, as Bjorn is getting rid of the third, and Gumiho knows, can't recover from that. Bjorn is able to grab the first game of this best of 5.
Very well played right there by Bjorn. Not really making a whole lot of errors here. Playing it slowly. I mean, he obviously did get a bit aggressive with his Cyclones, but ultimately every single trait that we saw, he just got small advantages, right? And ultimately that leads towards a very notable one. And obviously getting your entire army trapped inside a medevacs in the top left-hand corner. Not ideal right there for Gumi.
This is definitely interesting because Gumiho brought himself back from trouble, and I think he brought himself back, but what Bjorn didn't realize right now, he's probably like, oh man, he just equalized the game. But Gumiho's infrastructure was so far behind. He was so behind on the upgrades and everything. If Bjorn recognized that sooner, he could have done more. And what he did was still enough in the end because he used it to leverage other advantages. This was a cleanup, but look at Gumiho's supply during this. He's losing so many SCVs, and Bjorn's got a 4th base up already during this as well. So that's why Bjorn is always going to just be in a bit of a better spot. He had the Cyclones around to get a few more kills, and he just did that very, very nicely to get himself into the advantage in the game 1. And this was kind of the game-ending moment because Gumiho just got stuck, and those 2 Vikings guaranteed that these medevacs would not get out.
You're absolutely right. He decided to go for one last-ditch effort there, one big drop into the main base. Sometimes if you can get, for example, sieged up, right? If you can get sieged up inside of the main base of your opponent, it can still do a lot of damage.
All right, we're going to take a moment here for a quick break. We will be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome to our stats comparisons. I'm joined here by friendly guests Astrea and Skillas. I think you might know them. I'm of course Kellizer, so let's dive right into it.
All right.
So, that is actually higher than I thought it would be. It's hard to have a reference of who's the lowest and who's the highest, but it says overall I'm 77.
Okay.
Actually, attack is not my highest. It's 77, but defense 74, strategy 77, speed 75, macro and micro 78. What do you guys think?
That sounds about right.
Yeah?
Yeah. I could put you higher, but... Yeah.
Higher?
Yeah.
So
I think you're powerful.
I'm powerful?
Yeah.
But like above average?
I don't know what average is, but...
Yeah, like what's the average for this tournament? It has to be the highest because, you know, the best players are here.
Yeah.
What's yours, for example?
Okay, I've got 81 overall. I've got 77 in attack, 83 in defense, 86 in strategy, 77 in speed, 84 in macro, and 79 in micro.
Okay. So you're 4 points higher than me in average? Or in overall?
I think I was 4 points below you in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's true actually. Somehow the system changed, I guess, from Atlanta, where it was, before it was the event that gave us the scores. Now we rated ourselves. So I can see the players think a little bit less of me than the organization. What can you do?
What do you think? What do you guys think is my other score? I think you got maybe about the same or slightly higher than me.
Okay, so what's the number?
Maybe 80, 81 also.
Okay, what's the thing there?
Yeah, I think like 80 average sounds about right, 80 overall.
I'm 78.
78?
78. But it looks like I'm a very well-rounded player because I have 79 in attack, 79 in defense, 79 in macro, and strategy, speed, and micro is 77. So I'm like, you know,
Just
Not good at anything, but also not bad at anything. That's good.
You're a jack of all trades. Good stuff. Okay, so I guess that's why they paired us up, because we're all pretty similar.
Maybe.
Like imagine there was me, Cyril, and Clem, you know. I would feel pretty bad. So I like the way it was arranged this time. But yeah, you guys have any final thoughts on our stats? Are you happy with our stats?
Yeah,
I'm quite happy. I thought we were going to be in 60s or like low 70s, but it's solid.
For now, I'm happy. I want to see who's the lowest to have some comparison. But
well, I'm happy I got an 86 in strategy. People are recognizing it. NA has big brain strategies.
But there's no way that's correct though, because you got 77 attack and 83 defense when it should be the other way around.
Do you think I'm better at attacking than defending?
I think so.
I disagree.
Why?
I don't think I'm good at attacking.
Well, I mean, you're better than defending. That's all you do is attack. Big attacker.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I disagree.
I have more experience playing against you than you do.
I guess that's
I know
true.
better.
Okay, if you say so.
All right. So, guys, this was the stats comparison. Hope you guys enjoyed it. What do you think? Let us know in the comments.
I love these little videos, Wardy. Always nice to hear the pro gamers talk about their ratings and their stats. So to clarify, those are the ratings that the pro gamers gave each other. So they had to fill out a form and basically rate each other. And well, ultimately, I guess that's as fair as it's going to be.
You know, I love Kalza's like, man, I feel like, you know, you're not as good at defending. I'm like, Kalza, it's probably because you're dropping him all the time, like non-stop. Everyone else is like a bit more chill attacking into his strength. Like, oh, he's pretty good. You just attack him anyway. So maybe that has something to do with his opinion. As we hop back into this TVT2 World Match players based on player ratings in this one as well, as we are going to be starting to the upper right-hand side of Equilibrium. We don't get this one every day, so let's make the most of it. From Cloud9, our Red Terror looking to bounce back in the series is Gumiho.
Gumiho, of course, known for his strategic variety, right? He probably has a very high rating in that department. His opponent, though, the top left-hand corner of the map, very high in that attacking stat. It's Björn. Equilibrium, a map we haven't seen all too much so far in this tournament. Obviously, in a best-of-5 series, you only get to veto, well, 2 maps each. A little bit different than what we've had so far in the best-of-3s.
And you pick a map after one veto.
So you do 1 veto, 1 map pick, 1 veto, 1 map pick.
And in TVT, you know, you could have just let Equilibrium go to the second round of vetoes.
Ooh.
But Björn was like, no, let's play Equilibrium. He picked it, so kind of interested to see what his plan is. This one doesn't get seen a lot of play. It's a massive map, so you naturally get split up a lot. You naturally end up in very long games. And in TVT, it just feels like if you get an advantage early, it's then very difficult to take that advantage, and it's already tough to do that in TVT, to like do something with your lead. On a map like Equilibrium, even more so. So for an aggressive player,
wide, right? It takes ages for dropships to arrive.
So an aggressive player like Björn, I'm like, well, what are we seeing on this map? Like, do you love the drop patterns? Like the ability to kind of hit the main base a lot? Well, the moment Gumiho puts 5 turrets in his main base, that's over. So very intrigued to see what Björn is going to do here overall. He is going to expand more quickly here in this game too.
Absolutely. Faster factory once again here for Gumi, just like what we saw in game number 1. We'll see him follow this up, though, with a command center on the low ground momentarily. It's just a single gas geyser here as well for the player in red, so nothing all too crazy, as both players are trying to scout out and see if there's any, well, early game proxies on their side of the map. Equilibrium, though, together with Raduset, those are the most vetoed maps in the current StarCraft II map pool. That being said, of course, the longer that this tournament runs, the further we go into it, the more best-of-5s and, well, ultimately a best-of-7 we will get to, so the more map variety we will see as well.
Very true. As you see, Reaper showing up is going to start going on to this SCV. Is going to be able to grab that straight away. Nice start, as actually it's a Marine out already here from Gumiho's second unit. It will get some shots off, and that means the Reaper showing up will then chase. And the Hellion popping out means that Björn will lose a Reaper. I don't hate this. He got an SCV, and he dragged the units all the way into the main. So it's going to take a few extra moments to get across the map as Gumiho gives Björn a little bit more time to get a Cyclone out, and then he should be absolutely fine.
The factory advantage here for Gumiho, slightly deflected already. It's minor, but it's not a bad start right here for Björn whatsoever. He also slowed down that command center from Gumi ever so slightly. And, well, considering Björn's CC was a bit quicker, that'll be something he will be relatively happy about. Now the Cyclone is just about to pop. It's going to be excellent at, well, defending that base. And Gumi sees right now, hey, I do not really want to hang out here. There's a command center on the low ground. I know that the Cyclone will be out in just a second or two. I need to preserve that Reaper and not give anything away.
This time we do have a reactor up from Gumiho, and he is going to start reacting out some Cyclones. I kind of agreed with the desk where it was like, I don't think these guys are necessarily going to build as many Cyclones, but so far that's clearly not been true. I mean, in the first game, Gumiho tried to go without, then it got all messed up, and he had to build an extra, and then he was kind of like in a bit of a weird spot in his opening altogether. Well, we're going to see Gumiho immediately go Hyperflight Rotors this game, so I mean, that's one thing to expect on Equilibrium, perhaps super big map.
Yeah. So that is the Banshee speed upgrade. Generally one of the least seen upgrades in SC2, although it's gotten more love over the last year or so. With Banshees, whenever we do have Banshees, it's pretty much always the cloaking upgrade first. Apparently Gumi, with his special tactics, is ready to go for a little bit of variety there. He is going to go for a second tech lab as well, so he's not just going to stick around on, well, a bunch of Cyclones and Banshees, but we'll have to see what he decides to do with it.
Yep, as do have RCC dropping down on that natural location. The Interference Matrix upgrade starts from Bjorn. Getting that Raven underway. There's a couple extra Cyclones about to be done. And obviously just get set up from there. Immediate siege tank from Gumiho, so he just wants to get defended basically against any Cyclones from his opponent. And this Liberator is going to show up. There were Cyclones in the main base. I believe they're still there a little bit south of our camera right now, so they will be nearby to deal with this. But the idea from Bjorn should be to do something to force those Cyclones to defend at the front. Then the Liberator heads into the main mineral line.
Gumiho hiding, by the way, that Banshee all the way in the top right-hand corner. He's also decided to go for the threading upgrade for those Cyclones. So he's going for a speed boost for his Banshees, as well as a speed boost for his Cyclones. He's going to try and get the jump on his opponent. In the meantime, siege tanks already being produced as well, as Bjorn decides to go for a cheeky gold base. Scan right now reveals that something is a little bit fishy. Oh, Bjorn is on the way. He accidentally queued up on a tech move there.
Don't tell him, Bjorn. Yeah, we are going to see Bjorn just instantly taking the gold, which if you get away with that, brilliant. But if you don't get away with it, I mean, Hyperflight Rotor Banshees, that speed, it's more distance for Bjorn to cover. So that's already an interesting little question mark if Gumiho can stop him from really taking advantage of a gold.
And do you really read this properly as Bjorn, right? So the Interference Matrix upgrade now is something that needs to be researched. So he sees the green light inside of that tech lab. It's a relatively quick research. So there's a chance that Bjorn picks up on it just based off of the timing that it is going to be Banshees, but he does need to respect them because they do a lot of damage very quick.
And then we're just going to play BIOS, Gumiho, like, fascinating. Who goes Hyperflight Rotors no cloak into bio?
Well, Gumiho has probably got like an 89 or something in strategy.
93.
Maybe. Okay, yeah.
I mean, this is a level 93 strategy.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it works. I mean, this is why he's got that high score.
He doesn't know about the gold, though.
Yeah, he missed it. He just missed those couple SCVs going over there, which is a bit of a shame. He's going to come from the south side and end up in this natural, and Bjorn going to have to pull away and start dealing with this. And he's going to lose a few of these SCVs. Not as good target fire as it could have been.
Yeah, we definitely want to be targeting those SCVs. The reason you go for 2 Banshees is so you can perfectly one-shot those workers. He's still going to get into the main base, though. You don't need cloaking, as you can just run away. Get the reactors cancelled, goes into... no, sorry, yeah, the other way around, yeah. He wanted to go into the tech labs there for just a moment, decided to go for the reactors instead.
So he thought it was mech, and he was going tech labs for Marauders.
Yep.
He's picked up on the fact it's not mech, and he's getting reactors from Marines. So that's the right call from Bjorn. That puts him in a better position, because if he builds Marauders, it's really funny. Marauders are usually very useful in bio, but in TVT you play Marine Tank on Marine Tank, and it's simply because the tankiness of the Marauder does not make up for the DPS you lose that you could have had in Marines instead. And it costs a bit of gas, so pretty much if you build Marauders, and it's not against mech, you're going to lose out in the Marine Tank fights.
You're absolutely right. Banshees have still not seen the third base, though, and this can backfire really quickly. Bjorn has decided to take his third base all the way over at the golden minerals, and now he's going to check for it. Those golden minerals, of course, they return more. They return 7 minerals a trip rather than the conventional 5. There's a rich Vespine Geyser, too. All right, and the missile turret. That rich gas geyser, it returns 8 gas a trip rather than 4. So this is a very nice base here for Bjorn to have. Those workers that he's lost, you can make up for that pretty easily just by having the more powerful resources.
Yeah, that's very true. Less workers, but Bjorn's income is probably in a pretty good spot anyway.
And I guess we're just waiting on 2-2 upgrades to start very shortly, as 1-1 is done. See Gumiho getting his fourth already building up as well, so he's not slowing down in the slightest as this Liberator gets by.
Yeah, he does slip by into the natural expansion as we switch to the first-person view right here of Björn. Roaming around the map, trying his very best to stay ahead of his opponent, looking for a fourth command center himself right now too. He sees the siege tanks though. Not much he can get done, but he can grab one of those cyclones. Needs to start up the fourth command center here.
Yeah, 2-2 upgrades as well. I'm not sure if I think he has just started those, hasn't he? So
yep.
I guess that fourth CC on the way. The nice thing about already having the gold is you're already drawn out a bit on the map, so then it's like taking a fourth isn't as difficult. I'm still worried about this triangle base because it's so important for Björn to hold the top of the map, because the moment Gumiho gets through the top and sieges towards the main using that triangle base as a siege is super terrifying. So that's going to be a very important part of this. You can see Björn running into a little bit of a fight here potentially. He's going to back it up. He's going to be okay. Takes that watchtower. And you can just see him figuring out if he wants to take some kind of a fight or not.
Absolutely. He's got a bunch of Ravens here in the mix. Very useful unit in this particular matchup. Hits a small little supply block, starts up a depot, drops a depot out of the high heavens as well. And now we're going to go for the final 3 barracks.
Yeah, going to swap that barracks off the tech lab as well. You can probably put a factory or so on that. Yep, going to do exactly that. So we're going to see the Cyclones a little bit off guard. He gets only 1 medevac out of this. The Marines will chase. Is there anything nearby to help? His own Marines will stim down to try and save the day, and 2 Cyclones live. I mean, it's nice to just keep them alive. We saw them just run into a mineral line in game 1, get a little bit more damage. It was very cool to see there as well. We're going to lose 1 more now. These few Marines give themselves up for it. I mean, I don't hate it on either side, right? You get rid of those Cyclones, a few Marines are replaceable. As beyond, you get a few Marines back. It's a very 50-50 trade.
Absolutely. I always love seeing the first-person view. It's always really nice to see exactly what these players are looking at. It's a little different than just watching their perspective from a replay, of course, because you can't quite see the exact mouse movement. Either way, Gumiho is setting up that 4th base here over on the right side of the map at about 3 o'clock position. Björn at this point has not quite picked up on it yet, but he does see the sensor tower on the mini-map, and that's a clear giveaway, as we do have the fleet beacon, or the fusion core rather, the Terran fleet beacon on the production tab right now for Gumi 2.
I know Gumiho wanted to be a pros to recall in that last game, but that is still going to be a fusion core, as Björn is going to be completely out of position with anything here. This drop gets 14 SCVs. Björn's army is massive.
Yeah.
But how do you take advantage of that?
So hard, right? Like, he needs to interference matrix the opponent's siege tanks, but getting perfect vision is really tough. Gumiho right now also sieging up like a bunch of those Liberators as soon as he gets them going. Well, apparently this is the moment right here.
Yes, it's going to be the moment he gets the matrixes on all those forward tanks. His own tanks will get siege. There's a tank further back. That might be as far as we go, but he will get in position, take a few SCVs, and now potentially jump in the main while the Vikings are out of position. His gold under fire as well. He goes past the missile turrets and just hits this main. Gumiho has nothing here at all. The Marines have to run across, and this is where Björn is going to fight a whole bunch of extra SCVs before this is cleaned up. So Björn making some moves. Gumiho's supply is dropping. Remember that Björn will lose a lot on the tail end of this, so his supply will drop a little as well, but he is denying that 3rd base from mining, and that's going to add up also.
You're absolutely right. There's not really that much income right now here for Gumi. Björn trying his very best to deal as much damage as possible, and he's reinforcing this with mass Marine siege tanks. Starts up the +3/+3. The armor upgrade first, because of course this is Björn. That's what he loves to do. Liberators up in the sky are going to try and get rid of as many of the tanks as possible, but in the meantime, Björn has arrived with all of his reinforcements, stimming forward, trying to get as much damage done as he can. Ultimately, though, I think Gumiho should be able to deflect this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Björn wanted to try and get towards the libs on that top side. Gumiho is making the tech forward into Liberators. Björn is playing super mass Marine tank, right? So it's actually very important that Björn doesn't give a pressure. His army supply advantage is good, but because it's a worse army as well, so he needs to keep on using it. Stuff like 3-3 will help him out with that, but it's terrifying when these Liberator counts get up. And that's why he's got to keep this game chaotic. He's got to keep this game with him just mining more by denying this base. And drops like this are so important as well. These tanks are not sieged up just yet, so a big drop in. And Gumiho is going to be losing a couple of tanks. All these Marines, the Vikings and Liberators as well, not great on their own against this Marine drop. We have the Marines finally showing up. There was a tank here as well, gets a few hits, and Björn even escapes with a couple of units.
Yeah, Command Center also not in a very good position there as it ends up falling. Björn getting so much damage done, creating chaos all over the map. He is going to lose another, well, siege tank, I thought at the very least, if it would be targeted. Instead, a Marine decided to jump there. Gumiho decides to go for the golden minerals, but he has taken this one blindly. He has no clue where Björn's army is currently at. He just knows that it's coming. This is incredibly difficult right now for Gumi. He almost needs to get a little bit lucky, and lucky he will not be as that command center gets spotted. Even the siege tanks on the high ground are not safe. This is going from bad to worse right now.
Bjorn is one of the only players who plays like this in TVT. Like, he is one of the few players that says, TVT, the most defendable matchup of all time, I will just mass units and run into you repeatedly. And he just has the ability to keep it going and keep it chaotic enough. So it's scary, though, because even though he's ahead on supply, he's ahead on bases, he's got the better upgrades, one extremely bad fight loses his momentum, and that could be Gumiho's road right back in. So it looks great for Bjorn, but it can all come crashing down.
You're absolutely right. There's so many siege tanks, right? And those siege tanks just need about 3 shells or so to go well. And suddenly, this army may not look quite as menacing as Bjorn decides to commit for another wave. This time around, though, there are so many tanks. Is there enough here? I don't think so. And Bjorn's army supply plummets.
It does, but he got a few shots off, and he was able to at least take out a few Marines of his opponent in the meantime as well. He's going to run over here to try and chase these medevacs down. But yeah, too many tanks in this position, and maybe he needs to work his way down the bottom side, but that's difficult because of the sensor towers. Yeah. So that's why Gumiho is holding on. He's like, okay, this is the only real position I have to put focus on right now. As they're going to aim and get rid of that Liberator here. It's going to knock that down. This tank will unsiege, back it away a little bit. And we have Bjorn still just sitting about 20 supply ahead with that upgrade lead as well. I mean, 3-3 to 2-2 means that any of these Marine fights are super Bjorn favored.
Absolutely. Gumiho trying to build up as many siege tanks and liberators for the most part as he can. He wants to obviously make sure he's got a sufficient amount of Marines too. Bjorn once again found a bit of an opening inside of his opponent's main base. I would not mind seeing another missile turret or so, but obviously Gumiho is just trying to play the survival game here. Fires up 3-3 though. Apparently he's got a feeling that this game may go on for a lot longer and he can actually get value out of it, but this is pricey. Good scan right there as well for Bjorn.
I think he has to though, right? Because in theory, he's not going to end the game soon. So unless you're going to say, I'm going to play this entire game a set of upgrades down, you have to fit the upgrades in somewhere, because if you don't, then you're saying, well, either Bjorn kills me or what? You know, I play from behind the entire time. Again, Bjorn diving in, this time getting some tanks a bit further forward. I feel like the tank line is disintegrating here. There's a couple left over there, here and there. We're even trying to repair tanks against Marines. That doesn't usually end well, but Gumiho's just trying to find any moment that he can. Now Bjorn says, I want to go after these Liberators, protect my own siege tanks. We'll get the Liberators. That tank is pretty unprotected. Gumiho says GG. He just cannot regain control of this endless stream of Terran that comes from Bjorn.
And that is exactly why the pro gamers, they rate Bjorn incredibly highly in that attacking stat. He's always, well, had a relatively low defense compared to his offense, and it's extremely obvious in this match. The man loves making Marines. He loves, well, sending them across the map, and usually as soon as he gets a medevac out, he will be loading it up, and he will try and send it towards the other side. And once Bjorn starts, he never really lets go, right? He tries to get that tempo advantage, and then he just goes across the map. Wonderfully played right here by Bjorn, but obviously, you already brought it up. It's very easy for this to completely misfire, right? Like, you look at this, you're like, oh, I'm going to do this in my own games too, and you give it a try, and you run all your Marines into siege tanks.
It's almost impossible. You have to never miss a round of production. You have to have base after base coming up online, and you always have to be making a move, because you saw it, the moment Gumiho sort of got entrenched on that third location, it was like, okay, interesting. You got entrenched in that third base, and then it's much harder for for Bjorn to break. In the end, Gumiho types GG, only 10 supply behind, but because he just knew he couldn't get enough stuff in the right places at the right time. And so now Gumiho sits down 0-2 in this best-of-5 round of 12. Bjorn is a map away from a quarterfinals against Maru. Well, that's a tough TVT, but hey, if you win this one convincingly, maybe there's some chances tomorrow.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Very well done so far here by Bjorn. He needs to win one more map to get that chance against Maru. Maru's Terran versus Terran, of course. Very well known. Either way, we've got a small technical difficulty. We'll be right back. We are going to continue our round of 12 match. It's a best of 5 series between Gumiho and Bjorn. At this point, Bjorn is 2-0 ahead in this series. Do you think Gumi can bring it back?
Yeah, I mean, TVT's volatile enough, right, that even if you get behind in one game, you can bring it back. I think in a series, it's possible. Do you think Bjorn's playing well? But it's just little things that are getting him ahead, right? The tiniest of advantages that he's able to keep on pushing. And the style he just played works on very big maps in a way, because it's like your opponent gets more drawn out. Don't necessarily know if you'll be able to find that sort of style again. So if you go back to the more standard TVT, don't see why Gumiho could not get back into it.
Absolutely. It's the little things that sometimes go wrong and they can lead to very large results. Now he needs to win 3 in a row, though, against one of the greatest Terran players of all time. Bjorn feeling comfortable. In the past, we have seen Bjorn have some wrist issues, especially on long tournament days. He seems to have that under control a lot more over the last year or so, but it is something that has haunted him as well with this particular tournament in the past. So hopefully it's not going to be an issue for him today.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we just get some clean, good StarCraft as we get ready to go on Oceanborn. And we get this ready to rumble. So we're going to get this up and running in a second. We get this onto the 3rd map. In the top left-hand corner, down 0-2 and fighting for his tournament life. It's time to make some noise for Cloud9's Gumiho!
Down here in the bottom right, 2-0 up. It is Bjorn.
Game number 3, Bjorn sends an SCV forwards. He's got a couple game advantage to play with. He can get a bit cheeky here.
Yeah, no gas, no barracks, no nothing so far. Okay, we are going to start up the barracks eventually at home. That one started up at about 200 minerals. I thought for a second we had something crazy in mind.
Yeah, the second racks, I think, on the map, right? So you build second racks on the map, and it's still a good way to control the game early. Maybe get a quick win if your opponent miss micros. But it gives, I think Bjorn loves these kind of builds. Clem as well.
Yeah.
You get control, you're able to show off your own micro early in the game, and you can play into a lot of just the active styles that those sort of players generally love to play.
Absolutely. Bjorn and Clem, well, those are also, in my mind, the 2 best micro Terrans in the world. So I can imagine that indeed they do enjoy playing these Reaper-based openers. Bjorn in the past, massive fan of the Reaper. Got it nerfed a couple times, and then ultimately he stopped playing it for a bit. Went off to the military, came back. Took a little bit to get back into the swing of things when it came to that Reaper micro. But these days, it is once again phenomenal. We'll see. Can he win the game with it straight up? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not obviously something that's designed to win the game straight up. This is very much so that one of those pressure builds. So don't be worried if he doesn't, as we're going to see Gumiho's first-person view here early. Gumiho is once again going into something actually a little different, right? He's been pretty active about going into that second gas. This time it's 1 gas. He does at least put something extra down before he goes for the expansion, though.
Yep. He is once again going to go for that single gas expo. But this is after a factory, so at the very least he will be able to pump out a Hellion here relatively early.
Marine isn't good against the Reapers, though. So that's actually going to be a little bit interesting. And did he go just Marine first, and that's why he's able to afford the factory? Because if so, that actually could be weirdly susceptible to this, because the Reapers will do very well.
Yeah.
Okay, he does have 1 Reaper here, but he actually gets it caught. He's going to lose it. It gets grenaded forward. He's going to lose the Reaper. This is really bad, because Gumiho is now going to lose the Marine as well. And now, yes, you're going to get a Hellion out, but a Hellion dies very quickly, and he knows it. He knows that that's bad.
He was already shaking his hand, even taking his hand off the mouse for just a moment, it seemed, but okay, even that command center right now in so much trouble, right? The problem is, how in the world are you gonna finish it up? There's, well, okay, at least he gets the snipe right there with the Hellion fire, but there's so much time already being bought right here for Bjorn. That command center will probably finish eventually, but it's gonna take a while.
Yep, absolutely. He's going to try and come back up. This is why he was sad about losing the Reaper, because he has the potential to kill the Hellion and go for more. The Recyclone is on its way, but not ready just yet. 3 Reapers will 2-shot SCVs. We're going to start getting some extra kills. The more kills you get right now, the better off this is. The Cyclone pops, though. Multiple Reapers going down. This will be the end of Bjorn's aggression. Yeah, Bjorn slamming his head off the chair because he knows he had potential to end the game here, possibly, and he mismicroed it.
Losing about 3 Reapers there in total is going to slow him down, and it is going to force him into a more defensive position. And if you look at the production tab right now, how bad is this really for Gumi?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a tech advantage, right? Is one of those things. The CC is at the same time, at the very least. He is a couple of workers down. That can be impactful, but he actually has a little bit more army supply. The starport being further along means the medevac is here already, so that will help as that CC going to be finishing up shortly from Bjorn, and he's trying to keep some map control. 3 Reapers and a Cyclone still sitting out in the center. Considering how many Reapers he lost, he's built a lot of Reapers this game, so that's a lot of gas invested.
No, you're absolutely right. Gumi needs to be very careful. It's easy to get in over your head here and move across the map. You're like, oh, I just killed my opponent's Reapers. How much can he really have? And then suddenly on the high ground, there's a large army waiting. Gumiho is going to scout instead right here using just 1 Hellion as bait. But Bjorn has mostly just given up on this aggression, right? He's decided to go all the way back home. Problem with having to fly that barracks all the way back is that your add-ons that you might be able to produce on it, well, they're going to be quite late. Luckily, it was a second barracks, so he's not completely slowed down in that department. But now it's, well, Gumiho's turn to put on a little bit of pressure.
Does Bjorn also take his Cyclones across the map? Because I actually really hate this if he does. Because he's got a medevac popping. He kind of feels like he needs his Cyclones to defend, and if the Cyclones go across, that's going to be so late for Bjorn in comparison. So I like that they're staying back at home for now. In the medevac, so they can go wherever they need to be quickly. And he's going to be able to do just that, boosting across here. Instantly forces the lift off, the boost away. Medevac takes quite a few shots. Good defense from Bjorn, did exactly what he had to there.
He's got 150 health on the medevac and 72 remains, so more than half of it is gone. That means that Gumiho needs to be very careful. He can really not commit once again, because it's very easy to lose that unit, and at that point, well, I think that's basically the game, right? So he's going to be flying back home. Instead, now it's Bjorn, who's also making that assumption, who will be sending a similar set of units towards the other side. There is 1 Viking available here for Gumi, so at the very least, he's going to be able to shut this down a little bit, but, oh, well, Bjorn just boosts straight into it.
Yeah, not only because he didn't see it, right? He's going to unload now. He does not have interest in committing further through on that one. So those Cyclones are going to take a step backwards, loading back into the medevac, and away we go. The stim pack is halfway done from Bjorn already, so he's very quick to transition through. He already had a second Rax. Yes, I had to float home, but once that is home, that transition to the bio comes very naturally.
Double engineering bay coming up right now for Bjorn. He is ready to play a bit of a macro match, as he did go into that stim pack upgrade as well. Second tech lab right now, or even third tech lab coming up.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you can see the army supply advantage for Gumiho, and he is pushing, so it's going to be tough for Bjorn to defend against this. This is tanks, this is marines. This is just a lot of firepower. Bjorn is going to have to absolutely just sit very, very safely here, but that's going to be tough. Gumiho is going to have air control. The Liberator can push back siege tanks as well. Let's see what happens here. Bjorn doesn't know. He sees it right now. Recognizing it. Gets the tank siege. The Liberator will come forward. The Cyclones need to get rid of that Lib, I think. That's got to be their priority. SCVs pull immediately from Bjorn as he recognizes the need to defend, but he's going to start losing a lot.
Yeah, he's already lost so many workers. Stimpack finishes up right as every single Marine has died. Bjorn realizes that he had a chance to win this game with the Reapers if he would have microed them perfectly. And obviously, well, he takes his own control very seriously. So that mistake, it's going to cost him. And it's Gumiho who gets a point on the board in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, Bjorn was a little bit micro away from a 3-0 here. You know, if that Hellion had gone down, if he kept the first Reaper alive, so many little moments throughout that could have been great for him, and just none of them were quite what they needed to be. You know, then he tries to fight the Cyclone, loses 2 more Reapers, and he knows it, man. Like, he knows the situation was great, because killing that first Reaper, killing this first Marine is so good for you, and he's so smart to jump out here, not go for too much extra, wait for 3 Reapers, try and kill the Hellion. That was a good bit of micro from Gumiho, and then the Cyclone pops, the Reapers start dropping, you lose actually 2 here, because he turns onto the Cyclone, but he doesn't have the numbers to do that.
No,
so,
you ran the wrong direction there for just a moment, and that may have just been all it took. Sometimes in your own mind, you've already won the game, right? You're like, oh my god, I'm doing so well, I'm moving on to the quarterfinal. Never mind.
Yeah, brutal moment from Bjorn. Needs to reset after this one and say, well, hey, look, the first couple of games still very much so went my way. I went for something here, and yes, I had a chance, but hey, I've had the chance every game so far, right? So keep that momentum in mind and just take it into the next one. Try and do it again in game number 4, as Gumiho will at least give us a series here on the stage.
Absolutely. Yeah, Bjorn needs to make sure that this does not go into his head all too much, though, right? Because that is one of those moments where you can start criticizing yourself a bit too harshly. This may already, yeah, all that Gumiho really needs. Man, he's really good at typing with a towel on his hand. He's done this a couple of times on camera already. I think I would miss every key.
You can do anything with practice.
That's true. Well said. Thank you.
Gumiho, little smile on stage, little giggle. Maybe something fun said in the lobby here. Bjorn's like, go to a micro or something, because you know what Bjorn's like. He's a fun character. He will make a fun little comment before the game gets going. As we are looking into our game 4 here very shortly. Bjorn, a little bit more of a smile on his face, getting back on control of his emotions perhaps after that previous game. and readying up to try and still take this series down, book himself into those quarterfinals. Maru waiting in this TVT onslaught on the bottom side of the bracket.
Absolutely. In case you're wondering why Gumiho is playing with a little towel, he's had this for a very, very long time, to the point where some of the other Korean Terrans have also been mixing it in themselves. Apparently he has excessive sweating from the hands, and this is his solution. Can imagine that when he first found out about that, he's like, oh man, it's going to be so hard to be a professional gamer. He just found a solution around it, and it's been working really well for him, to the point where we were talking about it actually earlier today as well, but even players like Maru, they've been playing with a little towel.
Yeah, Maru actually usually sets up a little fan to the side of his mouse and just has that like on his hand the entire game.
I think that's quite clever. I'm surprised we haven't seen more pro gamers do that.
Usually I think
hand cooling.
Well, I think some players have the opposite issue, right, where they need their hands to be warmer. Like you see a lot of the time the hand warmers on stage as well. That's definitely an interesting situation. Everyone's a little bit different in that regard.
Absolutely.
I get that. When I play, my hand gets really cold.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, on the situation, right? Especially when you're not playing from your own home. Sometimes in these convention centers it can get pretty cold, and sometimes it's incredibly hot with all of the computers running at the same time. So having a bit of variety available there can be very handy.
We are going to go to another quick little break. We still have some tech issues here during this series, so we'll see you on the other side.
Hello everyone, I'm Showtime, this is Sarah, this is Rainer, and we will be reviewing our player cards. I go first?
Sure.
Yeah, the middle one is always first. Okay, not bad actually overall.
What does it say?
Okay, I have attack 79, defense 88, solid, strategy 75, speed 81, macro 88, and micro 82. Overall 82. Actually, quite happy with that. I think it's better than last year.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah,
it's all around solid. A bit low on the strategy department.
I think it's fair. I'm quite predictable, so I don't mind.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I have seen some nasty reminds, you know.
I remember the Proxy Twilight build.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, the light shade game? Yeah, I remember as well. Besides that, yeah, attack's a bit low, but I mean, it should be lower than the defense.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Attack is 94, defense 99, strategy is 94, speed 96, macro 99, and micro 98.
That's not bad.
I feel like this card is for maybe on Mondays I'm here, but...
You're a Zerg player, it should be below 90.
No shot.
What?
No Zerg is known for micro, come on.
What?
You see the link split, it's against the mines though.
No.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, that's fair, against mines, sure.
Yeah.
The link splits, the link ban in CVZ.
I'm not sad.
No shit, you're not sad. You're 97, dude. How much?
You're the highest of all, right?
I don't know.
Probably.
He has the star, I think so.
Yeah. Well, it means that there could be some others with the same as well.
Sure.
Do I go?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
94. That's not bad, actually. I have 95 attack, 93 defense, 89 strategy, 98 speed. I don't have the star on the speed. That means I'm not the fastest anymore.
How much?
I think the yellow means it's the highest, probably.
Isn't the star usually?
No, I don't have any stars here either.
Oh.
It's just the yellow.
Okay, I guess I'm still the fastest. Macro 96, micro 93. 93, come on, man. My micro is insane.
Good old micro.
Yeah,
on, man.
I have seen the link by micro. It's pretty nice though.
It's nasty.
Nasty, yeah.
I guess mine's as well, come on.
Are you pleased?
Yeah, I'm not sad about it. 89 strategy, I think it's a little bit low.
Yeah, considering you are somewhat of a mastermind yourself, it is a bit low.
They used to call me the build genius in elementary school. I was just the head behind all the builds. To be honest, let's be fair, I invented a lot of stuff in StarCraft. And there's countless stuff that I invented now, it doesn't even come to mind. But yeah, I'm happy about it. I mean, it could be higher, but it's gonna get higher after I win.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're not a believer in the ring?
I'm not a believer.
I'm a believer, but I'm just not sure when the next card is gonna be, so...
That's a fair point. I could be washed between... I mean, that's kind of what happened with Gamers 8.
No comment.
I won, then I was washed, and then... Yep, that's it. Thanks for watching. Let us know your opinions down in the comments. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
We are back with the round of 12 here at IEM Katowice 2024. We are in a series between Bjorn and Gumiho. It looked for a little bit like this was going to be a clean sweep for Bjorn, where he was going to be able to get a 3-0 win, but ultimately Gumiho managed to get a point on the board as well. And, well, Bjorn really seemed to take it personally.
Yeah, I think Bjorn just knew. He's like, hey, I'm known for my micro. I micro great all the time. 9 times out of 10, I win from that position because I got the first Reaper. You saw Gumiho's reaction, right? When the Reaper and Marine went down, he was like, it's happened. I've lost it. He stayed in it. He made it work out. Bjorn made the mistakes. And that led us to this game number 4. So we get to go for one more at the very least here in this TVT. Here in the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. Gumiho taking on Bjorn, with Bjorn still on that 2-1 lead on match point. Once again, going to be starting, though, in the bottom right-hand corner with the red Terran player from Cloud9. It's Gumiho.
And his opponent in the top left, make some noise for Bjorn. Oh, really? We're going to go ahead and do it again. This time around, very offensively.
Double racks this time around, so is going to go 2 racks straight away. Puts them down the ramp from the third base. This is not somewhere you would typically check with the SCV as Gumiho if you do go checking for proxy racks. Let's see if he gets gas number 2 on the way. It is time. And if he does not, that's already a little build order advantage here for Bjorn in the early stages.
Absolutely. Getting those barracks up unscouted is absolutely massive. So far, Gumiho has not really been opening up with too much scouting information, right? In the previous game, he went for a single gas, barracks, factory with a Marine, and then into a Reaper eventually, and a command center on the low ground. It's not an opener where you can get a lot of vision. So if he once again is going to get completely unscouted, I think Bjorn is hoping he's playing against the same build once more. It's going to be very tough for Gumi.
This is honestly, I mean, the fact that Bjorn's now proxy 2-raxing means that the first Reaper shows up sooner as well, so the timing altogether is quicker. I mean, I love it for Bjorn. This does not feel like it gets much better for him.
It's the same opener again right here.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, right? It's the Marine into the Reaper, so the Reaper is on the way. The Marine goes down the low ground, he's going to check the natural, but there's no way this Marine goes far enough out to check the third, or down the ramp from the third. There's just no way. Like, you can't risk it. So, yeah, you're blind to this.
Now, Gumiho will be starting up a command center as well, and that is another really big target here for Bjorn. There it is. This is a very greedy start indeed, especially when you're 2-1 behind against one of the world's greatest Terrans. Gumiho believes he can get away with it, but this is the moment where Bjorn reveals what he's up to.
Yep, yeah, Gumiho not going to react just yet. He is going to have the Reaper here for a moment. Bjorn is going to lose a Reaper. He's going to get a Reaper in return, but 1-for-1 is good for Gumiho. That helps a lot. You want to lower the Reaper numbers to make it possible for your Hellion to come through and to not get killed off. So that's the big plan. We're even going to go second Hellion this time around from Gumiho.
Absolutely, and with the double barracks over here on the other side of the map, Bjorn's follow-ups are going to be quite a bit weaker. Now, we are here, the Hellion is already out. He's going to try and just line those units up as best he can, but I'm liking this a lot here for Gumi.
Yeah, this was a good defense so far. Bjorn definitely did not find the damage he was looking for. The CC continues to build. Obviously, Bjorn's going to have a couple more Reapers in a moment, but as those couple of Reapers come out, like, it's getting dire, man. There's already 2 Hellions here. Now a Cyclone starts as well. These 4 Reapers have to put in some work. The Hellion, the damage taken there is going to be repaired just as the Reapers have healed up as well. It's important to not take splash damage off the Hellions, but he didn't get really damage done on the Hellions there either. So the major threat to these Reapers is not doing anything, and this attack from Bjorn is not succeeding at all. And just Bjorn losing 1 Reaper straight away, it just makes it then so much tougher to get the Hellion afterwards, right? And if you then can't get that Hellion, it just starts to snowball, and Gumiho holds on. And I wonder if, in a way, that faster factory does make this overall a bit better against the proxy 2-Rax Reaper, because then you have that Hellion a little bit sooner.
The Reaper and the Marine were together this time around as well, which makes it much, much easier for Gumi to hold on. The Reaper count is big, but honestly, with a Cyclone out and 2 Hellions, I don't know if you can really get much done. You can bruise that command center, sure, but the orbital command, and that's the most important part, is already building here, and you're certainly not going to get the full kill. So the longer that this goes on, the better it's going to be for Gumiho here defensively. Now, 1 barracks is going to be used for scouting, the other one will be flying all the way back home, but that does mean that Bjorn in the meantime is not really using any of those structures. I was just smiling right there at the Hyperflat rotors. He's not using any of the structures, of course, to build add-ons. That means any follow-up is much slower. Now, the green light is once more spotted. Reapers are going to try.
Whoa!
And he gets one of the Cyclones.
He's going to get one. He's going to find number 2, maybe. He missed-targeted for a second. Couple grenades. Now the Hellions come back home, so they did not go across the map. I mean, you get the 2 Cyclones. It's something at least, but your army supply is already still in trouble. And Bjorn just not making it happen with these proxies. I mean, he scouted with the barracks as well. Again, his own Cyclones coming up with the Raven. Bjorn basically needs to play very well from here and not take any damage from these harassing units, because if he takes any damage at all, he's going to end up in a pretty rough position. He's already a little bit behind. Any further damage is going to cement that lead for Gumiho.
Yep, Gumiho essentially playing an identical build here once again, but this time around his start is a lot nicer. Hyperflight rotors, are we going to go into any sort of... No, we're not going to be going into the upgrade, it seems, for the Cyclones. He's not making quite as many of them, but Hyperflight rotors still a very handy upgrade to get those Banshees across. Yeah, now it's Bjorn who has to play a much more defensive strategy, right? Like, he's got a very mobile army, but can he really just sit back with it?
Yeah, I mean... I'm just so worried about Bjorn taking more damage, right? That's the problem. You see, Gumiho is going to go into the extra factory. He is going to play into the mech this time around. As Bjorn tries to find those Hellions, but they're pretty speedy as well, so Gumiho will just get chased off with those. Hyperfly Row is about to finish. We'll see if Banshees can find anything in the end. As Bjorn just continues into Cyclones, the Ravens. This really was a very Cyclone-heavy series so far. I really wasn't expecting that between these two, but... Alas, here we are. Turns out Cyclone's still pretty good. Gonna watch Bjorn's first-person view as he works his way around here. I mean, the problem is you can see the lack of vision, so if there's a Banshee coming from any angle and it moves quickly, you have no idea about it, and now most of your anti-airs across the map.
Maybe I'm looking into his expression a little bit too much, but he does not really quite look as confident as he did earlier when we had his first-person view and his camera as well. Right now, he seems to be struggling a little bit, trying to make the best out of this very rough early game. Not that long ago, the man was leading 2-0. This is the moment, though, where he finds out about those Banshees. Sure, he's got a Raven, but the Hyperflight Rotors is done, and they're just going to fly away.
Yeah, he's going to try and go for an attack into the natural. He knows he needs to deal damage, and he might have the Cyclone advantage right now, so he's going to try and make it happen. He's got all the turrets he can put down. That's something that Gumiho does not have in return. So you do see the instant pull on the SCVs. Bjorn will get a lot of SCVs. The Cyclones of Gumiho not fighting, so this is 3 SCVs right now, and Bjorn has some very good numbers here. Now he's taken a lot of damage as well. We can't see how much that is just yet, but that's definitely going to help Gumiho to stabilize from the damage he's taken. Bjorn sits at 51 supply. Gumiho sits at 48. Bjorn has 8 more workers. An army supply deficit, though. He kind of just needs to get home and defend himself, and he's kept making Cyclones. That will help. Using the line of sight blockers with the scan, allowing him to get triple kill with the 2 Cyclones. Bjorn shuts down the army lead, and he's going to be able to defend from here.
Banshees also have gone down in favor of Bjorn right there. Well, the Banshees at least that Gumiho made. Now Gumi, by the way, goes for that threading upgrade, so he is going to be able to get the speed boost on those Cyclones. But this is a different approach than what he did in the first time around. We saw that strat. I think this was on Equilibrium earlier. Third Command Center is going to finish up here as well for Bjorn. He's got a nice advantage right now, but it's important he does not get too aggressive.
Did all the Banshees die? Can we just get a
yeah, they
check?
died.
So everything's dead. All right, so it's 1 Raven, 5 Cyclones against 8 Cyclones. I mean, a little defensive advantage, I suppose. Pre-split, kind of concave, for example, right? Gumiho is up 11 army supply. Can he translate that into something? Bjorn is still up a few SCVs, so he can pull some SCVs if he needs it for the defense.
Cyclone versus Cyclone, mech versus mech. There is 1 Raven in the mix as well that can put in quite a bit of work. Nice concave right there for Bjorn. He pushes it back for now. Any time right now that he can buy is good.
Yep, absolutely. Anything will help, as we are going to see some SCVs. He's going to have to actually get in the front this time around. Bjorn is making a lot of Cyclones himself, also his own Liberators, as we do see Gumiho. I mean, this is the fact. He is just ahead in army supply. Has been for a while. Couple of Cyclones loaded into the Medivacs. He loses Bjorn 1 more Cyclone there, though. And this is Gumiho, who's still just being able to get a little bit ahead on the production from the early game. Bjorn shaking his head. He's realizing that Gumiho has enough. SCVs are dropping for Bjorn more than he can afford, and he's not going to have enough Cyclones here. Gumiho, across the map, ties up the series. We're going to Game 5.
I love those Medivacs in conjunction with those Cyclones, right? It's such a funny combination of units. For the longest time, we only ever saw them being used with biological units that they can heal up, but it turns out they're pretty fantastic as well against units that lock on to certain targets, because you can obviously decline that lock on there. So what was previously a 2-0 lead for Bjorn is now turning into an even score. And this micro over here, this engagement over here, I'm not exactly sure how Bjorn took it.
Yeah, well, he split the damage as well. He shot Reaper, then Marine, then went back to the Reaper. And you just got to be so decisive if you're going to go up the ramp and take the first shot. So this is obviously Chaos. This is where we were kind of obviously in Beyond's first-person view as well, and we saw him trying to defend this. So these are what the Banshees were up to in this time. They got so many workers quickly, but then Beyond was able to, with these auto turrets, do so well. And these SCVs were then just kind of taking damage without dealing damage at the same time. Honestly, if Beyond like walked away right then, maybe he's okay. But the problem is he stayed and fought. The next couple trades weren't as good for him. And then Gumiho, just because the start was better, already had the factories in play to have more Cyclones producing, so his reinforcements across the map were way too good.
Absolutely. Gumiho looking confident right now. Not really too concerned anymore about how this particular series is going. And look at Björn, right? The body language here really is speaking volumes. He's checking, yo, is my mouse still okay? Should I be cleaning the mouse feet right now? Is everything all right? Those are the sorts of things that you don't worry about when you're feeling really good about the way that you've been playing. Gumiho looking stoic. Our final game here is going to take place on the map Solaris.
Yes, it is as these two stare each other, well, not really down, but in a way. In the top right-hand corner, he's brought it all the way back from 0-2 to give us a full series. Katowice, let's make some noise for Gumiho!
And down here in the bottom left-hand corner of this final map, he needs your energy. He is Björn.
Big fan of not proxying after the last two games.
Yes. You want to have an hour-long TVT, Wardy?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Why not? It's been a fun series. Lots of action, lots of little micro fights. That game 2 on Equilibrium was really a little bit more drawn out, but not the kind of stalematy TVT way you usually see. Solaris wouldn't, I don't think, allow Björn to play like that, though, so
no.
If this does go longer, expect a bit more of a split map scenario. It can just as easily come down to those Cyclones early, though.
Absolutely. This series can be decided in the next couple of minutes because you need to do everything right for a macro game to happen. Gumiho has been playing a similar strategy in every single game. Single gas into a barracks, into a factory, and then eventually a command center. Yeah, Marine into Reaper. It's an interesting combination, and I wasn't 100% sure about it, but the way he defended in the previous game was really stellar.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's got to be something about that. You're playing so greedy, you don't do any scout. And usually, at least with the one gas expands, you would take some kind of like SCV across the map, because then at least you know before you put the CC down that there's a barracks missing, right? So there's got to be something about which Gumiho says, okay, actually, yeah, I'd be able to like defend this. So maybe with that factory coming in sooner, you get the Hellion a bit faster. Like, you've got a moment of weakness, but if your opponent banks up 2 Reapers and doesn't go straight away, you've got a Marine and a Reaper, and it's kind of okay on the high ground. You're gonna have a little split screen here as these two set up, and it is different setups. Björn will be the faster expander this time around. He's had enough of that proxy in action, and Gumiho does go with that faster factory once again, just to get up defensively if needed.
It's a modern art here, man. What a beautiful thing. You could print this screenshot, put it on the wall.
And they say StarCraft couldn't be beautiful.
All right, Gumi defending here, but yeah, you're absolutely right. He doesn't really know about what's going on in this game, right? Björn has decided, though, to also do a scoutless opener, as he is going for that command center here. He hasn't seen where his opponent is at, but luckily for him, Solaris is a 2-player map.
It does usually give it away, doesn't it? Yeah, well, I know he's not in the bottom left, so...
You start scouting the top left, we're like, no,
no, not this time. Hellion comes in, just going to move into this natural. CC will finish in time so the SCV can run away up the ramp if the Hellion chases too far. There's a Reaper and Hellion in the wings waiting to jump on that. And we are going to be already a difference here. Reactor on the way from Björn, while Gumiho is actually already got a reactor, just waiting to move the factory over to it. So, slight difference there. He's actually, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Björn expanded sooner, so he's on a bit of a later factory, so he's got a slightly later Cyclone.
Absolutely. Gases are being taken right now as well on the low ground. Cyclones are real good, but Ravens are very powerful too, and they're an extremely expensive gas unit. Very popular, of course, in this matchup. We don't see them as much in the other matchups, although they've been making their way into the Terran versus Orcs as well.
Yeah, every now and again they get some popularity. TVP, obviously, they're pretty popular unless they get shot down by Phoenix. So.
Yep, absolutely.
But TVT, the Ravens really are just an imperative thing, right? Like, the player who doesn't go Ravens is so often just, like, in a more difficult position from the very get-go. Because Reaper wants to get in, just wants to scout, draw some units over here. Maybe just doesn't want these units coming across the map as quickly, just to kind of join the medevac or anything. So, Yeah, this medevac is making the move, and I don't believe Gumiho is set out just yet. He does load up, though, so maybe not a lot of defense in the main base as we come across here. And Bjorn will at least be able to poke and prod for maybe an SCV or so.
He's set up defensively. Yeah, he's going to boost after this medevac right here from his opponent. Those Marines are not going to get the pickup, or at least one of them managed to sit in the plane at red hit points right now. But indeed, those Ravens are coming up. They have that ability to temporarily shut down the opponent's units. We do get a bit of damage done once again. Just more than half HP done is not bad at all, because that means it's very difficult right now for Bjorn to escape.
Yeah, and we've talked about just how important that damage is, right? A little bits add up, because now Bjorn can't realistically harass with this. So he's going to keep it up on that top side and may keep a couple units back from Gumiho, but nowhere near as threatening as it once was. So Gumiho will move out with that medevac finally himself to look for some harass. Bjorn actually is going to find the exit down the left-hand side, going to go join up with everything else and together this little force. I wonder if he can find something here. The Hellion might get the spot on these units, and he does. So Gumiho now knows once again where Bjorn is at, and he has got that medevac moving down the left side dangerously. We'll see what Bjorn has at home to defend this.
Yeah, Bjorn at this point must realize that that medevac went somewhere, and the odds of it going home, it's pretty low, so he decides to ride his units back as well. And 3 SCVs, he's going to have to pay that price, but that is relatively okay, right? If you don't have anything to defend against those Cyclones, they can kill a mineral line very rapidly. As Bjorn is making a transition towards that bio army, and we see the same thing as well happening on the other side of the map. Barracks coming up, we have engineering base as well. Stimpack being researched on both sides of the map.
Yeah, they're both getting that Stimpack up. The Ravens coming through, so we're going to see Marines on Marines this time around. Bjorn has moved away from the Cyclones a little sooner, so it's important he stays well defensively, and, you know, don't take too much damage or anything, and just make it as, oh, good Matrix is going to guarantee you that you get rid of the Cyclones, but you do lose a Raven in the process, so a little bit of a shame there. At least Gumiho got something out of these losses.
Absolutely. The medevac is going to be able to go back home. There's the upgrade starting up, though, for Bjorn. Engineering base a little bit later here for Gumiho, playing it just a bit more defensively overall, right? Really the way that we expected this particular series to go. Bjorn has got that third command center already landed on the low ground. This does get scouted here as well by an empty medevac. Gumi, okay, we want to try and save that.
Yeah, it would be nice to keep it alive as well. Oh, the boost, and that's a complete shutdown as well. Man, Bjorn not having a good time trying to be aggressive this game. Gumiho's defense has been great, and Gumiho says, you know what, I see you being a little bit faster to everything, so you've got to have missed something somewhere along the way. I've killed a bunch of units as well, so he's going to try and go across the map, and I love this responsible decision from Bjorn. He says, you know what, I get it. This game hasn't been going great for me. Let's not go overboard. Let's not die trying to hold a third, or let's not lose that third when I can't defend it. Just going to pull it back, and I think that, like I say, is a super responsible choice.
Gumiho sees that right now. He decides to load up those units that he can inside of the medevac to put on maybe a little bit of harassment here and distract the opponent. Stimpack is finishing up right now, though, here for Bjorn, and that's going to make those Marines, even though it's not that many, they're going to be significantly more powerful. 3 Cyclones have been split up from the main pack to try and go after the ones inside of the main base, and they are going to fall. Medevacs in the meantime decide to load up over here. That is a little risky by Bjorn, but he slithers away.
Risky, but if he gets across the map with stim and everything done, a lot of potential, right? So maybe an opportunity he can gain, something he can get from all this. He scans into the main base and he sees the units positioned there, so we'll see if he commits or not. There's even missile turrets already in location, so Gumiho is being very cautious about potential drops like this. And now we're going to see the masses of Ravens coming through. They're going to go shooting down some add-ons. Combat shield will be denied. Not the worst thing to lose out on. We're going to drop another order turret because we just want to get rid of the reactor. Reactors are expensive. Bjorn says, okay, well, I'll get some SCVs. He has been behind an SCV, so it's good for him to catch up a little bit. Still has this drop aiming toward the main base. There's still units nearby from Gumiho, but he's going to be right in the back here, Bjorn, and he is going to be able to get a few SCVs here also.
Yeah, Hellion also in the mix, by the way, which is kind of nice. The leftover Reaper from the early game apparently also got a trip in the plane. Sadly here for Bjorn, those upgrades have just finished up, so he's just a few seconds late. Gumiho will be very happy about that. And this is quite expensive here for Bjorn to lose. Gumiho is starting to grab that supply advantage. These auto turrets are not going to be able to achieve too much, but
yeah, they're going to do a lot.
SCVs. Yeah, I was going to say, he was on top of them at the very start of it, but ultimately a ton of SCVs in red do fall.
Terrifying for Bjorn, though, because A, is without combat shields for a while, and B, he does not have as many Ravens. So any fight, Gumiho is going to have more Raven energy, and we praise the Raven in this matchup, you know? So to be without those Ravens really is, or with just less Ravens, is tough. Gonna go back in the main base here. There's a tank in range, so this shouldn't go very far. You can't get on top of the tank because of the missile turret. Get a couple more SCVs, then we're gonna take our leave through the top side. Only a few Marines left there. Throughout all of this, Gumiho has been a little bit ahead in supply here. Bjorn gets some lock-ons, but he's got less numbers, so it's not really a fight he wants to take. Yeah, somehow he trades fairly evenly on the Cyclone War there.
Yeah, sometimes the Cyclone Wars do look a little funky like that.
Medevac's dying on the top as well.
Yep, and that is very expensive. Those were not empty. One other thing here as well, by the way, is that Björn has decided to go for double upgrades. They're just about to finish up here, maybe a half minute or so away from finishing. Whereas Gumiho has only just now started the +1 and the +2 for the infantry weapons, and now he just started up the armor upgrade too. Björn is forced to remake that combat shield. Very easy upgrade to forget. We saw that earlier today as well from Bunny in that series against Clem, which is certainly not what you're looking for, but especially when you lose it, right, and you have to remake it, it's easy to forget, but Björn, he is on point here.
No, doing the right thing, as these Medevacs will find the entry point through the bomb site. I believe that's a missile turret in the main base of Björn, so a little bit of damage on the way, in fact, double turret. So the Medevacs will not have a free entry into that base. And as the Sensor Tower will finish up in a moment from Gumiho, just as Björn opens up these rocks, and Björn's army will be in range of that Sensor Tower. Only one missile turret fires, the drop will get all the way in, and at the same time, Gumiho is obviously looking to take position around the left-hand side, so a lot for Björn to react to and defend, and obviously Gumiho being the aggressor is going to give him a lot of opportunities now.
Yeah, Björn is moving on the right side of his bases. He is not quite prepared for this move into the natural expansion, and here we go. Siege tanks trying to get up onto the high ground. Björn's, well, siege tanks here are interference matrix, massive anti-armor missile too. Björn cannot go up on this high ground. Those siege tanks, I mean, I guess they can get matrixed here, but this is dangerous.
I mean, this is horrible, really. He was just super out of position. He had no idea where Gumiho's army was. The lack of map control really biting him in the end. He has a concave, and he has 2-2 to help him out, and that is going to help him out. As Björn pushes through, he will get a cleanup. He lost a lot of SCVs, and he's still down, but at least he ain't out. He's lost more. Does he have any tanks? He really needs something to hold position and just to stabilize, but even if he does, there's 4 Ravens still of Gumiho. They've gone unhindered throughout this game.
Björn indeed not losing, or sorry, not having any...
Oh, 4 Ravens!
Here made those Ravens sleeping on the job for just a moment. Gumiho loses a huge chunk of his army. Siege tank there unsieged as well. It does get saved, but just barely, but that green zone allows Björn to cross the distance to that army.
He's gonna get the siege tank as well, and Björn with the armor upgrade helping him win the Marine versus Marine battles. He is going to be able to come through here and somehow keep this game within reach. He's sieging tanks. He's taking position without Ravens. It's so difficult for Gumiho to break tank positions now, and so Björn is working on something beautiful suddenly.
Okay, Björn, can he keep his head cool here? Gumiho just lost all the Ravens that he had. He's not in a position to really rebuild them either, so both players have been reduced to just siege tanks, Medevacs, and Marines. +3 was started up, by the way, here. Björn going for his signature armor upgrade first. Always an interesting one.
Yeah, don't love that, and obviously in this situation, you're the one with double engineering bay. Go get that +3 attack as well. It is going to be Gumiho taking the better and faster upgrades overall, then, as Björn has to build his 4th base up on location, so that's still setting up here. As we try and take position around the left side, we're going to load up and go towards the main base. A little bit crazy. He's got a step ahead of the units of his opponent. He's just going to decide not to go for it. I mean, I guess that's fine. Your opponent had to respond with the lift up as well. Your tank still holds a position here. And then Björn will just drop back down. More reinforcements joining. He's got a slight army supply lead, but attacking in is much harder.
Absolutely. Björn, he's got to be careful here. It's easy to get over-eager. He's still pushing into somebody who has tanks. That green zone is nice. Your units are faster, but you have to be cautious. Gumiho's units, of course, also are spawning closer to the battle. Defender's advantage is nice, but these siege tanks in blue, they're putting a ton of pressure here on the left side of this 3rd base.
You know, it's funny because defender's advantage is a very real thing, but so is the positional value of an army in TVT. So sometimes being the attacker can feel so good because moments like that, positions like that are so valuable. Unprotected base here, double lib on that, could get rid of a bunch of SCVs and just knock down that little bit of a supply lead in terms of workers that we've got. Björn pushes forward once these siege tanks right now, gets one of them. The base lifts off and the Liberators are chunking through SCVs. 10 workers will go down here, and Björn has equalized the worker count. 1 lib in the natural as well to add to all of this. Yeah, nicely done. The Vikings will come clean it up, but, well, here's Gumiho. He's making that big move through the middle of the map, and I think Björn's realizing that he's realizing, hey, you're not fighting me anymore. Let's go back home and defend. He will have some reinforcements back on the other side.
There we
not
go.
soon enough, perhaps. Oh, just saves the tank.
Yeah, Björn does have a couple tanks at home ready to defend. That is incredibly handy because he was just about to meet a massive army from Gumiho up on the high ground. This game was flipped upside down when both players ended up losing their Ravens. Initially it was Björn, then Gumiho lost all of them as well, and that has made this game incredibly scary.
It's super close, man. We are talking about 3 bases at Gumiho against 4 of Bjorn right now because Bjorn has denied that triangular base, right? So that's a pretty big deal. Upgrades are going to be slightly different times here as well. Gumiho will have the 3-3 fully in play. Bjorn missing that attack upgrade for a few moments, so a small factor to consider there that maybe the next couple moments of Marine fights will be slightly better for Gumiho, but it's so hard to notice that in the chaos that is ensuing right now as we just have tanks trying to clip edges of Marines' armies.
Those Liberators are lovely though, because they can of course be used to force the opponent's siege tanks to either commit or to unsiege. So Gumiho, at least he will be able to re-secure that base. Bjorn is not going to be able to resist and load up those units into medevacs. This is what he loves to do. This is what he's very good at, but it's also incredibly dangerous because he doesn't know where those Vikings in red are. They are moving further up north, but not quite far enough.
No, they've stopped just shy as we are going to see Bjorn boosted in. He will get a tank to siege up here as well, and the Marines just unloading in the back of the mineral line. It's just a distraction as well. It takes so much effort to clean this up versus doing it. And now we can go on the other side. At the same time, Gumiho dives in the main base of Bjorn. So we've got chaos all over the map. Gumiho's the first to take damage. Bjorn is pulling home to deal with this. Nothing here from Gumiho at all. What is happening? Well, Bjorn has the supply lead. That's the most important thing to note right now, but he will still lose a bit of production before this is all said and done. He's dropping the 3rd loco. Yeah. He's loaded up all of his units and he's going to hit the 3rd hard.
Bjorn loves these chaotic situations and you can see it reflected right now in the supply count. Damage all over the map though. 3rd base gets evacuated here from Gumi. Main base, okay, is safe. Bjorn is going to be able to continue producing over there, and he is still harassing his opponent's side of the map. Bjorn is just so good in these scenarios when you're both making the same units and it's all about the aggression. That is where Bjorn shines.
And Bjorn still has a 5th base just taking position as well.
Yeah.
He's got an extra base up. It's still easy to lose fights, but he's going to get a siege on some of the production. Couple tanks unprotected as Bjorn dives the main base once again. The medevac cannot save the tanks. We're going to try and siege. It's messy. It's chaotic. Bjorn fighting here in the main. He's got the tanks in the low ground. Going to get sieged by a Liberator. The Marines come to save the day in that regard, and he's pushing the bottom side. We try and fight in with the medevac, but Gumiho keeps on losing, and Bjorn has so much more army in the middle of the map. Gumiho is recognizing that this game is slipping away from him.
He does drop these siege tanks though. He's going to be able to clean up all 3 of them, it seems. Maybe even get the 4th one as well in just a moment. Here's a reinforcement showing up right now from Bjorn. He's decided to stiff moment, and he takes down the army. And with that, he is moving on to the quarterfinals of IEM Katowice 2024 to do it all over again against Maru. But man, this series, it was starting to slip out of his hands. He had a 2-0 lead, then it looked like his opponent made the complete reverse sweep. But ultimately, it's this man on your screen right now who obtains the victory.
What an insane series. He dominates the first 2 games, quite frankly. Then he loses control. He missed micros, all the rest of it. He really makes a mistake. He's been baiting people with his jacket all weekend. It's a badass jacket. Bjorn, if you're going to throw it to anyone, I want you to throw it to me. But real talk for a moment, like, this was insane because he was a couple micro moves.
Bjorn getting a little overeager there, trying to grab the trophy already. Bjorn put it back down, maybe on Sunday.
Yeah, he's a couple micro moves away from winning in Game 3, and it feels like he gets completely mentally broken in Games 3 and 4, right? Loses both of those in quick succession through his own decisions, and it comes to this Game 5 where it doesn't start well. He gets in a troubling spot, he gets in a weird place, and he really was just able to outposition and retake control. That moment where he caught the Ravens was the game-changing moment, because with a few more Ravens still around...
Imagine 4 Ravens this entire late game. Like, that would have been...
He couldn't do anything.
No, he would never have been able to play this one out. So I'm happy right here for Bjorn that he managed to bring it home, because that would have been a series that he would have remembered for a very long time as an incredibly frustrating one. But obviously, he was creating that moment, right? He created that chaos. Gumiho was not paying attention to his army for just a second, and, well, that cost him 4 Ravens, and I think ultimately the game.
Yeah, this is the end of that Game 3. This is where Bjorn just didn't do enough early, basically, when he had the opportunity to. That's how those proxy builds work out, and Gumiho was very good at coming across the map and just closing up nice and quickly to make sure that these didn't go any further. This was, I mean, this point it was already kind of in a bad spot for Bjorn in this game as well. He needed something sooner. This kind of started to look hopeful, but of course he was playing from so far behind. It was still going to be troubling throughout. And of course, he was taking damage at home as well. And that led us to that crazy final game.
All right, here's that final game we just witnessed. An incredibly action-packed game. This is that moment where Bjorn
Saved
loses
by
all of his
upgrades.
Ravens. Yeah, he gets the 2-2 done before his opponent, but he loses the Ravens, right? And that is painful. Then just a couple seconds later, he snatches the ones that Gumiho still had up in the sky, but that was on a razor's edge.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Just a great display of being able to go all over the map, control the pacing, turn it around in a moment. We're going to have Bjorn on stage to talk about this series.
Here with Bjorn, congratulations. What an explosive victory. What a celebration in the house. Bjorn, right off the bat, I want to give you an opportunity to address this crowd who has been behind you, who has enjoyed this game so much.
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 역시나 진짜 되게 멋진 이제 세레머니까지 보여주시면서 관중들을 이제 사로잡으셨는데 마침 또 이제 많은 관중들께서 이렇게 또 변현 선수의 경기를 보러 와주셨다 보니까 한번 관중들께 먼저 인사 한번 건네주시죠.
Thank you.
Bjorn, we saw some incredible games for you there. Game 1, Game 2, it looked like you had this in the bag. Game 3, it came down to a little mismanagement of the Reapers. Tell me, what did that do as far as your mentality, as far as your approach for the next couple games?
일단 3세트 때 좀 출발이 좋아하셨던 것 같은데 사신 컨트롤이 갑자기 좀 무너지면서 거기서부터 좀 경기가 좀 이상하게 흘러갔어요. 그래서 그때 좀 멘탈 상태가 조금 안 좋으셨을 것 같은데 그때 이후로 이제 경기를 좀 어떻게 풀어가셨는지 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 그 3세트 때 제가 절대 컨트롤 실수를 하지 않으면 제가 이기는 상황이었는데 아니 그 절대 막히면 안 되는 상황인데도 불구하고 제가 컨트롤을 너무 못하더라고요. 그러니까 전에 아까 1세트 때 클램 선수 경기 보면 클램 선수랑 비교도 되고 나도 어릴 때는 그래도 만약에 좀만 더 어렸으면은 여기서 끝냈을 텐데 그게 좀 너무 아쉬웠고 이제 이제는 컨트롤이 한물 같다 생각하고 그러니까 좀 운영식으로 했던 게 좀 주요했던 것 같아요.
Well, first of all, I mean, yeah, if I micro perfectly, I could have won that game. I mean, I was really, really ahead. I thought I could win that, but still, my hand was actually kind of denied me, I guess. My hand is not feeling well. It's not like 2016 anymore. So, well...
None of us are 2016 anymore, man. It's okay.
So, like, I feel old, and now I don't feel like I'm good at micro anymore. So, like, oh, yeah, let's go macro then. Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely a choice that worked out for you. Your TVT really was on point, really showed through in that final game there. So tell me, as you were making those decisions, you were watching Gumiho, an opponent that you know very well. What was it that allowed you to kind of outthink him in those final moments?
확실히 고병준 선수도 3세트 이후로 되게 이제 매섭게 전략 구사를 하면서 확실히 좀 전략 싸움 계속해서 이어나갔는데 고병준 선수와 이제 또 많이 붙어온 만큼 또 상대를 그만큼 잘 아실 거잖아요. 그래서 고병준 선수와의 이제 대결을 함에 있어서 좀 그런 심리전이나 이제 전략적 관련한 부분에서 좀 어떻게 대처를 하셨는지 좀 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 심리적인 싸움이 너무 치열했어요. 워낙 제가 가장 공유를 많이 하는 테란이기도 하고 워낙 친하기 때문에 그래서 어떤 식으로 할까 플레이를 생각을 했는데 평소 같았으면 그냥 전진배럭 많이 섞으면서 했을 텐데 병정이 이렇게 워낙 저를 잘 알다 보니까 그거를 아예 맞춤으로 준비해 오셨더라고요. 그래서 그거를 빨리 눈치채고 저도 더 부유하게 갔던 게 그래도 다행이었던 것 같아요.
I mean, we share a lot of history together, so like we share a lot of research together as a Terrans. So like, of course, he knows me so well. And normal times, I mean, I would have proxied a lot more, but still, Gumi knows me and he prepared a lot for my proxy. So like, okay, let's go greedy. I think I trying to outthink him. And there was a lot of mind games going out there, so I think that helped me a lot.
Well, Gumiho was an incredible opponent for you. He really brought out the best in your play and was thrilling to watch. Now we get to see you go on to Championship Sunday with the potential to go to the Esports World Cup. So, Bjorn, so many people have supported you. So many people are excited to see you take this to a World Championship title perhaps this year. Anything you want to say to everyone out there? Anyone you want to thank? Anything? The mic is yours.
이제 내일까지 살아남으셨고 또 이제 내일 8강부터 이제 e스포츠 월드컵 그리고 또 우승을 향해서 이렇게 또 경기를 치르실 텐데 하루 더 이제 경기하시는 걸 앞두고 이제 한번 각오를 좀 말씀을 해주시죠.
일단 그래도 마지막 날까지 라스트 데이까지 경기를 하게 되어서 너무 기쁘고 뭐 e스포츠 월드컵 시드가 결렸다고 하는데 저는 그런 거에 연연하지 않고 그냥 앞에 있는 한 경기 그냥 팬분들 앞에서 이렇게 많은 팬분들 앞에서 하는 경기가 모두 다 e스포츠 월드컵 시드컵 그냥 그런 수준이라고 생각을 해요. 그리고 이렇게 많은 팬분들 앞에서 하는 게 프로게이머로서 너무 기쁘고 또 이렇게 제가 경기마다 유니폼을 던지는 척을 하는데 제가 언제 던질지 모르니까 그래도 내일도 많이 와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
So obviously I'm feeling good. I survived to tomorrow, and honestly, like everyone's still saying that like a lot of at stake, but I don't really feel that like that game is important because that like there's a lot of things at stake. I mean, every game is important to me. Every game like in front of the crowd is very important to me and very cherishing to me.
Beautifully said, Bjorn. Beautifully played. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But for now, let's take one last look at the games you played today.
What a slugfest between these two here, but Bjorn with a pop-off worthy of pick from WCS. It is time. Bjorn makes it through into a qualification match on the road to the Esports World Cup. Joining me, we have Jess as well as Roddy. Roddy, why are you smiling so
Yeah, because you're talking about this big pop-off, and what did that remind people of again, Clara? Oh, just that one? Okay, yeah.
That one. It was
iconic. Iconic, yeah.
Iconic,
I give that impression a 0.
Aww. Okay.
Now, 6 series, honestly, very well deserved by Bjorn. I was proper scared for him in Game 5. It really didn't look very hot. Took that fight with that upgrade advantage. I was like, okay, that's good, but I still think he's in trouble. And then Gumi was like, well, let's fight again, right before the key upgrades are ready. And we've seen this before in the TVT series as well. I think it was Clem versus Oliveira on Solaris. These Raven fights are always weird, but if Ravens are near acceleration zones, it gets extra weird because they just go forward. Marines gun them down immediately. I don't want to say Gumio had Game 5 in the bag, but it looked really good. He was this close to the reverse sweep, but super nice to see Bjorn advance into the round of 8.
Yeah, just a fantastic back and forth TVT, really, ZG.
Yeah, I think we got exactly what we wanted from it, which is that bit of a comeback. We had some proxies, we had a little bit of cheese. We did have cyclones, but the more enjoyable cyclones, which is the action-packed micro on either different side. Not a long stalemate of cyclone versus cyclone. So both of them really delivered. Unfortunately, only one could advance. This is Bjorn's first time in the round of 8 in 7 years. For Katowice. Yeah.
7 years.
For Katowice, obviously he went to the military, so that took 2 years away, so you got to be fair on that. But the last time he was in the round of 8 was just shortly after he won the WCS Global Finals. That was when he was still very, very hot. So I think a lot of people look at this and they're like, yeah, Bjorn could actually do it. We're looking for it.
Looking good, but now he goes up against Maru in that quarterfinal. Let's take a look at the bracket here and confirm what we already know for the TVT marathon that goes on down there. Bjorn versus Maru will be that fixture, and the winner will not only go through to the semi-finals but also qualify for the Esports World Cup. So there's some good matches already lined up for us here, Roddy, in those quarterfinals.
That is an understatement, James. I mean, we've got Cero versus Clem. I think that's going to be fireworks. That could be a best of 5 for the ages. That could go on for a very long time. Maru and Bjorn have so much history with each other as well. They are incredibly good friends for all these years that we went to different IEMs around the world. They're always like side by side. They're pushing each other. They're playing with each other. They're having a good time. They are very different players, but yeah, it's going to be awesome. Quarterfinals are going to be sick. But before we do that, one more round of 12. We have our final Protoss to get excited over, and he could still go all the way. Like, he could catch fire in PvT. He's pretty good in the matchup as well. So before we talk about TVT marathons, one more round of 12.
He could, but Kyo, no slouch in the matchup either.
Yeah.
Was better in the previous patch, though.
Yes?
Yes, yeah. His TVP has fallen off a little bit, but I still think it's his highest win rates and just generally the highest out of the Terrans, I want to say. So.
He just almost never died when it came to the matchup
that's the thing.
sometimes.
Like, he will look as, like, maybe like even as clumsy now as he actually did back then, but he'd always pull through the victories.
Yeah.
So that's just what's really intimidating. And then I know Hero had a really nice statement at his interview, right, where he's like, I'll stop giving you guys heart attacks. Like, I'll make the wins easy from now on, which is really nice of him to say, but it's actually hard to do, and I think that series is going to be absolutely full of heart attacks for Hero fans.
Yep.
No, definitely so. Any final thoughts before we move on, Roddy?
No, a heartbreak for Gumi, just like it's heartbreak to see some of these other guys get eliminated earlier, especially when victory is so close and they can almost taste it. But yeah, that's the beauty of competition, right? Relief on one side, an amazing pop-off for Beyond, heartbreak for Gumi. But I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of Gumio in 2024, and he will find a day, Kalaris, to make Cloud9 proud.
There you go. There you go. All right, it's time for a break. When we return, we have one more series here to go in the round of 12. Hero versus Kyo. Stay tuned.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, it's been a long day. Let's keep it up. It's day number 3, and we've got one more series for you at home, in the audience, around the world. We have got our next round of 12 match, and it's a good one. It's a banger. We have got Hero going up against Cure here to determine who gets a chance in that round of 8. I expended a lot of energy doing that. We've got ZG as well as Pig here to talk about this one. I'm excited. It's to absolute... You're so happy about this. What's going on?
Because I'm thinking, you know, 2 years ago, it was a kind of late start to the final match.
Yes.
It was you, me, and Pig.
What was it?
And it went till 1 in the morning.
Well, here we are again. We're going till 2 a.m. Let's do it. It is going to be Hero... No, it's probably not going to go that long. It will be Hero versus Cure. These are 2 absolute mammoths of the scene, Pig. Fantastic in execution. Hero was looking great in Masters Coliseum. Cure, I love him in this matchup because for a long time, as we were talking about before we went on the break, he just didn't die. He just survived and always came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really did. That's Hero. I mean, Hero is a heart attack waiting for his fans. He is an exciting player to watch because Hero is so dynamic, aggressive, and volatile. Yes. He has the most chaotic, disorganized system of play. We've talked about it many times. He does not control group his army. He control groups the last thing he looked at. So that sounds chaotic. It is chaotic. It's why he's very good at adapting on the fly. It's also why his door's always left unguarded. He's very wild in his play. And what I love is you never know what's going to happen next. He is probably one of the players who gives up leads more than anyone else at the top level, but he's also capable of making amazing comebacks that no one else can make. It's this weird nature of just how he plays the game, and I'll never forget, I think it was one of the interviews maybe at Gamers 8 last year where he said, my only real goal when I'm playing is to harass my opponent to annoy and frustrate them as much as possible.
That's awesome.
That's where he derives joy from as a StarCraft player. It makes perfect sense.
Yes, no, absolutely. And then there's the potential they trip over themselves, that causes them to stumble, and they end up losing the match. But DG, your thoughts coming in?
It is, that's a very apt description. Cure is kind of someone who can look like he's a little faulty, like he's a little off balance in the matchup, but then he pulls through anyway. But then looking at their specific history, I was right. Cure's best matchup is still TVP, but perhaps that is a relic. Maybe that's not the form, whatever. But between him and Hero, this was a really relevant thing to bring up back at Gamers 8, that Cure was just so freaking amazing at TVP that even if it looked like he wasn't doing well, he would win. And that actually is what happened. Yeah. But it was a very close 2-3. Since then, they have played like 20 extra times at least. 20? At least. Yeah. Like, I actually think it might be 30 because this is comparatively like much earlier on Gamers 8, and then they just got to scroll and scroll and scroll, man. They have been playing non-stop against each other. And right now, Hero in the last year, and maybe a couple months, is actually 67-59 in games, 21-17 in series. So he has absolutely taken control of the matchup, specifically versus Cure, most recently getting 2 victories in best of 5. So really, you got to look at this and think that Hero is very much favored. But I'm going to come in here with a controversial statement.
Oh, yes. Come on.
I really kind of hope that Cure wins. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, and I should be biased towards Hero. He's always been my favorite. I made sure to get his card last time we were here. Yep. He's the last Protoss, so that, you know, should do something. But they said it in the beginning of this tournament. Cure just feels like he really deserves something in the international championship form, and it feels like he's always getting so close, and he's got a good bracket, and then something does go awry, like meeting Raynor in his peak form, and perhaps meeting Hero after a long slew of losses. So
yeah. I like this idea, Zombie Grub. I got to point something out though. In the next round, isn't Maru waiting for the winner of this match?
No, Maru is up against.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
So it'd be a bit further. Tira Marine.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right,
Either way,
guys.
some big obstacles in terms of the championship, but it is a more doable path in terms of qualifying for the World Cup. So
let's figure it out.
Yeah.
We are ready over on the stage as we now go to Rachel for our final round of 12 match.
Thank you so much. It's late on a Saturday night, and I can't think of a better place to be than here in the arena watching the final map of the round of 12. It's the final match, yes. Best of 5. We're going to be here for a while, so get comfy. We are featuring Cure from Team Liquid, and he's going up against Hero from DKZ Gaming. Let's see.
It's been a fantastic long day over here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and it is time for our final round of 12. We had 4 best-of-3s, 3 best-of-5s, and this is the absolute last one to complete all 8 series. A TVP between Cure, the man who made it to the finals of Gamers 8 a little over half a year ago, versus the Protoss, who was awfully close to making it into the grand finals of Katowice last year. Back then, Oliveira stopped him. This time, Ben, if he wants to go to the grand finals, he has to go through like 4 Terran players.
Absolutely, and I mean, there is one scary PvT player out there, and his name is Hero. I mean, like, we're looking at one of the best PvTs on the planet, right? One of the best PvZs, PvPs, you name it. This man is so damn scary. But on the other end of the coin, Cure, for a large portion of 2023, he was very much looked at as the best TVP on the planet. And he's looked a little bit shaky this tournament thus far, but mainly in, like, the TVZ matchup. And you talked about it's a road of TVTs, or PvT or TVT. Yeah, that looks good for both of them on paper, right?
Yep, they both have potential, though. Look at this bracket. I mean, we can't just look at Hero Marine and pretend that that is going to be an easy quarterfinals, because obviously Gabe has been on fire. 5-0 in best-of-3s, 10-1 in maps. But in the end of the day, a guy like Cure, a guy like Hero will think like, well, that could have been Clem, that could have been Cero, that could have been Maru. Hero Marine is going to be very difficult, but I will believe in myself there. And I said 4 Terrans, obviously I mean 3 Terrans, but potentially a 4th Terran for Hero way down the line if he makes it all the way to the grand finals. But then we're getting way ahead of ourselves. I think this is going to be an awesome series, man, an awesome way to wrap up this very long day of StarCraft. You can truly see it going both ways, right? Like, you can see those forward blinks working out. You can see him get punished. I'm very curious to see if Cure is going to do one of these crazy builds. I know you love your proxy barracks Marauder, but there's another man here that we are looking at that also loves the occasional proxy barracks Marauder.
That's the build I call the Roddy Killer these days, Kev. I stole so much MMR from you, and I stole it from that man that is
It's impressive that your MMR is still so low after you took so much from me.
What can I say? You don't give much, you know?
Okay, good comeback, good comeback. I'll give it to you, Benny. That's a good one.
But no, this one I'm very excited for. This should be a good one, right? Because, I mean, Hero's chaotic, he's cool, and Cure, he's good at taking the punches. You loved it, Kev.
You got me. What can I say? If you got me, you got me. All right, here we go. Final best of 5 of the day. In the bottom right side of Site Delta, we are looking at the main base of the man that's representing Team Liquid. 1 Terran already did it for them. Will this be the 2nd TL Terran in the quarterfinals? This is Cure.
And spawning over in the top left-hand side, he made it through Group D, the group of death, and he's here, and hopefully to stay in his eyes. From Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it is Hero.
Definitely been a very stressful day for Hero, obviously. He had to play against Showtime with his tournament life on the line. And coming into that series, I call it a 50-50. I think you kind of agree with that assessment. I think Hero looked at it as a 50-50 as well, because these guys, they rate Showtime incredibly high, and rightfully so. So you go through that roller coaster emotion, your entire mind is focused on PvP. You think of all these scary PvP scenarios, then there is that huge sense of relief where you do finally make it through. Don't ask us how, but he made it through. And then you look at the record and you're like, all right, time to switch gears. Now I have to think about another matchup, and obviously this is going to be a very different series. There should be some more macro, but Cure can send it early, Hero can send it early, and it's still going to be a nail-biter.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're Hero, Cure to me is kind of like a bigger Gabe, and I mean, that doesn't necessarily, well, I mean, it says a lot.
Not possible, by the way.
Not possible? Not possible. Well, not in stature, right? But in gameplay, I think they're very similar. So if Hero does well here, it could be looking quite confident going later on against Gabe, but I mean, it is Katowice Gabe. Anyway, this opening here from both of them, all very neat and tidy, very straightforward textbook stuff, and Reaper with a Marine following after. It was like barracks gas opener, and on the other side from the Protoss, very, very standard stuff. And
no SCV Scout though, right, back here?
No SCV Scout. I mean, that's also a Benny special, Kev. But, ooh, very fast Twilight Council. And I do like the fact that the probe kind of went a little around the map as well, because you never know what Cure's going to do, especially with that proxy marauder stuff.
Not just that, but also if it would have been Reaper fast expand into a attack lab or a reactor, most of the time a reactor, obviously once in a Blue Moon attack lab, and that Reaper is on the other side of the map, that's actually super annoying for a Terran, because then you have 0 DPS, so you need to pull more SCVs to complete your command center there. I stopped in my sentence, because that was awfully close to getting its second hit off. We'll still get the second hit off and gets the third hit off. Honestly, that's a Reaper kill that you're not supposed to get that easily as a Protoss, and you can really tell that by Cure's face as well. And this is not just mega annoying, because we already mentioned he did an SCV scout. Cure's got no idea what he has to worry about.
He is a blind boy, Kev. He did go for a 2-1 opening here, so it was barracks into factory. We'll get a Hellion out, so we'll be able to deal with this and get a scout off across the map. But 3 barracks before a starport going down. I mean,
the Riyadh.
Is this the Riyadh?
I mean, back a couple of years ago, right, when Riyadh had a great run at IEM Katowice, he truly made this opening popular in TVP. 1 barracks into expand into 1 factory. Back then we didn't have this current Cyclone, obviously. We made siege tanks, and then he would just push with a crazy amount of bio units, and often without starports. And a lot of Protoss players were just like, what the hell is this? Like, where is your starport? Why do you have so many barracks units?
Absolutely. These 2 adepts will be annoying, and they're kind of hard to really get sorted, and Cure does run it away, does make sure that his Hellion will escape and will be able to get out on the map, and that is so important for him. We talked about losing that Reaper. Definitely messed up a little bit with that, and that's definitely going to throw you off a little bit, but so far, just going ahead with his plan. It's a very quick stim, a tech lab going down on... You see either the factory or another barracks, but 4 Marines at a time. Okay, it's on the factory. This could definitely be the Riyadh, Kev.
I kind of think that Cure was hoping that Hero would stay low on the gases, rush into 3 bases, and then just make a couple Zealots, couple Stalkers, and take it from there, because Marines in high numbers obviously trade very well with gateway units. It seems that Hero's game plan is a quick Colossus, and there's not a whole lot that Cure is going to have that's great against Colossi, other than the Marauders if they can stim forward and get in range. I think I like it for Hero. As long as these Blink Stalkers will go out on the map, it is incredibly important in PvT, in these scenarios, to have your Stalkers on the other side of the map, have them start chipping away at Marines the moment that these Marines want to move out. I assume that Cure wants to move out, otherwise I am wondering what on earth is he waiting for to drop a starport. He kind of has to go, right? And if he is going, the Stalkers of Hero need to be there immediately.
So he's got his Cyclone in a position here because he's really looking for an observer with this. Like, I think he's very about just denying the information of what he's sending. And here, look, I think he was absolutely hoping for that to happen, just denying, absolutely. And with where he's placed his buildings as well, it is all lining up for a big push. But I'm with you. I like what Hero did. He was fairly hesitant or late about taking the 3rd, but it's because he's got so much tech on the go. Not just a Colossus. Charge is almost done as well.
Yep, the Stalkers need to go out and about, though. They need to buy time. If you don't buy any time, 1 stim is all it takes. And Hero's Observer, as Mappo, who is our lovely observer here, is going to barely miss this move out. This is going to come as a total and complete surprise to Hero. That doesn't mean that he's straight up dead, but he needs to be laser sharp, and the crisis management needs to be picture perfect. This Colossus alone is not good enough. Benny Marauders can stim forward. They will stim forward. And Cure has done a 10 out of 10 job in keeping Hero in the dark. And Hero loses his most important unit.
Straight away as well in the Nexus. I don't think that's going to be long for this world either. This build has worked out crazy good. Charge about to finish as well, but the damage has been done. Doesn't mean he's necessarily going to get out of here scot-free, because his units are wounded. Yeah. There's no medevacs on the field yet either.
It's one of these moments where this went about as good as it ever could go for Cure, and you still kind of think there is something to be hopeful of for Hero, right? Because he's got another Colossus, he still has all of his workers, he's going to clean up every single Marine and Marauder, and it's like, okay, Cure, it worked, but how far ahead is he? Like, I guess kind of ahead. Maybe he can find some momentum when the first 2 medevacs are online. I think 1 of them is out, maybe 2 already, and then he can start dropping. But honestly, if I was Hero, I'd be like, well, if this was the worst case scenario, I guess I'm kind of okay.
Yeah. The fact that he stayed around to kill that pylon over on the far left side, I feel that really trapped him a little bit. So, yeah, didn't start off good for Hero at all, but he's not down and out just yet. I guess, like, if you're a Protoss player out there and you're like, well, starting your 3rd base when the 3rd CC starts is never a good situation, but...
No, but if you're a Terran and you have to worry about 2 Colossus with extended turbulence, you got 0 Vikings, that's also not that good.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that Hero has to be careful about is getting enough Zealots out.
Yeah.
Because that Marauder count already is very very high, and you do need to make sure that you've got force fields out, just making sure that you don't get surrounded. And oh, unfortunate. He did see it with the Observer, though, getting loaded up in the natural, but whether he saw it or not,
Okay, quick recall. The recall is actually excellent. It's super important for Hero that he doesn't take any damage. He recalls the entire army. It kind of makes you wonder if the third is not wide open. Cure is wondering the same thing, so he's going to stim from downtown. A couple of Zealots and Stalkers are going to try to buy some time. I believe the Colossus are already on their way over again. This could have gone a lot worse for Hero. Like, legit 3 Colossus against 0 Vikings is actually pretty mental. Economically, I'm sure Hero's not in love with this game. But when it comes to the army strength right now, like head-to-head, face-to-face, if they stand there, I think Hero's army would win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, though, this absolutely is still a scary position for Hero, because I don't think he's aware of necessarily all the units that are out on the map. I mean, this is a great observer positioning, obviously, but that is a lot of bio. If he gets into the main from the right side, because I think the Stalkers are just behind the base, right? But that pylon nicely situated. Oh, kind of dancing around here, having a few units in those medevacs. You can't really tell how much or how big the army is, but...
unlucky for Cure, because he just loaded...
Oh, a little bit of skirting there around the pylon, but Hero with very good scouting here, and Cure feeling, all right, you've checked me out here, and does have to run away with his army, but this doesn't mean it's an army that's going to die, right? It's very quick, and you can't really hunt that down.
No, but you can't really chase, because the only thing that can really catch up are the Zealots at first. They will just get picked off one at a time, and then if the Stalkers blink forward, the Marauders will turn around, and they're going to rip their way through these Stalkers real quick. It's super important to keep a close eye on that red dot on the minimap in the top left side. That medevac is still there. So far, Hero not F2ing those Stalkers away. That is important. You're spot on, by the way, because obviously while all of this has happened, even if Cure didn't find any follow-up damage, he's still building SCVs. He has taken the worker lead. He's getting 2 upgrades at a time. The armor is about to come online. Very quick ghost, by the way, so he doesn't have to worry that much about force fields or all those proto shields or even Archons if Hero wants to make some Archons. So I think a lot of things still going incredibly well for Cure, but I think Hero has potential to take a good fight, especially defensively.
Ooh, this was 2 scans and not getting the Observer. 3 scans for that. So he lost the Widowmine because he knew an Observer was there, obviously. 1 scan, 2 scan, 3 scans. That's going to make Hero smile a little bit.
I call that the cuckoo.
The cuckoo? Poor cuckoo. I can call it the Benny as well. I've done that a few times in my life. But Ghosts are coming out in high numbers, as are the Vikings as well. And I mean, the medevac count, not insane, but does Hero want to take this fight against this army? I'm not sure he does, and I don't think he thinks he does either. And a Warp Prism flying into his doom. Oh, I call that the Neeb.
Yeah, that wasn't much by Hero. I feel like Hero underestimated the amount of Marauders. Cure does need to be careful with these stims, by the way, because now he has stim twice already. He's still chasing. Most of these Colossus are still here. That stim is going to run out, and if you stim again, this entire army is 1 Zealot swipe away from getting picked off. So I think Cure needs to chill a little, heal up these units again, and take it from there. Hero did sneak in this base in the bottom left. It's an interesting way to expand over here on side Delta, but I've got no problem with it. Cure is close to being maxed out. Starts up +2. Dark Shrine, though, man, we didn't mention it yet. Was walked in a while ago. Dark Shrine is online, and I think those DTs, they can buy some time, right? Because then Cure's like, oh, DTs, I need to check all my bases, make sure I have detection everywhere. And I think right on this moment is when Cure wants to fight. These DTs are going to show up on a sweet moment, man, because there are disruptors here as well. I think as painful as it is for Cure, he might have to turn around to deal with these DTs.
I mean, does he want to, though? Like, his army is definitely stronger right now. Okay, back at home, deals with it with an EMP, I do believe. So he is still all about the aggression here, and I think it's the right move. Picks off a disruptor, and honestly, that Protoss army, even though it's got like a decent number of Zealots, that is so many Ghosts in the mix. He's got like 6 in this blob alone. He's going for 2-2 upgrades behind it. Cure's macro's been solid this game.
Hero started to catch up a little bit, though. He's got more workers. Another DT is going to sneak in. This is the hard thing, though, because Cure cannot look away from his army. He knows there are some disruptors out there. His army has stimmed quite a few times. He wants to get on top of this 4th base, but he's like, I also don't want to walk into a trap. This game is about to get scrappy and hectic, and that's normally where Hero shines. Bit of an adventurous blink on those Stalkers, but Zealots are coming in from the bottom. Colossus are doing their thing from the top right. In the end, a couple of Marines and Marauders do survive. They're going to stim away, but every single Viking died. Didn't hate it for Cure, who finally moved that medevac, by the way, now into the natural of Hero. And Hero did not have any units to deal with this medevac.
No, he didn't. All the Vikings dying definitely hurts, because I think he's only on 1 starport, right? Maybe that second, or that reactor on the product tab. Oh no, still on just 1 starport. It's going to take a while to build them back up. I mean, the Colossus definitely bought him a lot of time and value. EMPs for days, man.
It is also worth mentioning that Hero has not started a Forge upgrade in forever. Like, he's been on 1-1 for quite some time. He's been under a lot of pressure. He probably felt that he needed those resources in those DTs, disrupt this Colossus, but you cannot fall too far behind in upgrades. Hero is aware of that, so he's going to Chrono Boost out +2 right now, but he's going to click on these Marauders in the near future. He's going to be, whoa, +2? That's kind of scary. What an EMP, by the way, on the Disruptors, on the Sentries as well. Hero's going to have to buy some time and just run away. Nice snipes on the Vikings, but he needs a battery.
Absolutely, and now 2-2 is coming online for Cure. This is when this army really rinses the Protoss army. That is a risky move. Yeah, I mean, these Stalkers can't fight for long, especially when they are EMP'd like that, but this drop, is it entirely necessary? I mean, if it works out, then it's great for him, but I feel he had Hero on the back foot, but Hero definitely clawing his way back in.
Yep, and this is also a bit scary. Q is now forced to bring all those units back because he's like, wait, you're going for this base? And he was like, yeah, is that okay? And Q is like, well, not really, because I just picked up 3 medevacs full of units. So he's going to unload them, I think, on the top side there, but he's not quite able to flank this army. I mean, so far this hasn't really done anything for Q, right? Because he picked everything up, he flew it to the center of the map, then was forced to bring it back, and the supplies have now swung a tiny bit in favor of Hero, who's still doing some stuff with the DTs. The flank is coming, though. Oh, Hero, I think you're stuck. These balls need to be big. They are decent, but I don't know if decent is good enough. He needs massive.
He needs absolutely massive at this point. Zealots come in from the left side as well. The Colossus are down now, and when it comes to a no-splash army against this much bio, I think Cure is running away with this one. That is so much upgraded bio. I mean, getting a juicy shot here on the run, but it's not enough.
No, it's going to be very difficult to survive because obviously Cure wants to continue pushing right now. He's got 3 upgrades on the way. Battery overcharge is going to get activated immediately, and apparently that's scary enough to push this army back. But there is another incredibly important base over here, and I think that's a base that Hero cannot save at the moment. Maybe he could run all the probes to the bottom left and recall them. Instead, he's going to fight with the probes, but probes are not going to cut it against this many Marines, Marauder goals, and the medevacs, even though they're low on energy, they are still doing their thing. It's that one mistake of Hero there in the center of the map that he truly gets punished for. Cure with a perfect surround, a nice ambush. Hero didn't see it coming. Cure takes the 1-0 lead.
Very good play out of Cure. I mean, it was kind of a funky build, right? But it worked out very well. And that Cyclone that he used, you could see that he was hiding all his tech in the back of his base, waiting for that observer to come. So even though he didn't get that much scouting information going on, really felt like he had a read of his plan that he wanted to do. That second observer missing the move out as well. I mean, it started off as bad as it could for Hero here in this moment.
Yep, because imagine if that Colossus isn't there. Okay, then maybe your Pylon dies, your Nexus dies, but then at least your Colossus doesn't die, because that will be saving a natural. Do you feel that Hero found some decent fights? This wasn't quite one of them, but he had 1 or 2 nice moments, especially in the bottom left when he wiped in all those Zealots. I think this is the fight where it's like, okay, this is going to be kind of a close fight. The Novas are coming in, and then while you run towards the bottom as a Terran, you get flanked by Zealots, and you're like, that's not really the move, because you need to go somewhere, but wherever you go, your Vikings are going to be exposed. So all those Vikings died. That was kind of decent for Hero, but we didn't see it here. But the most important fight obviously was in the center of Side Delta. Those rocks were still up. Imagine a world where those rocks are down, Ben. Then you can just kite backwards as the Protoss, and yeah, it might be scary, but it's not all that bad, because Terran cannot keep on stimming and cannot keep on chasing. But Hero walked straight into the trap that Cure set up.
Yeah, it was very good by him, because, I mean, Cure kind of got himself into a bit of a tricky spot, having his army fly out there, and Hero decided to attack into the PF. Almost got it, by the way. His army packed a big punch, but I really thought Hero could have backed off from there. I thought he was, like, avoiding all those surround potentials, going down the chokes instead, but nice play out of the Team Liquid Terran.
Absolutely, but this is a best of 5, and Terrans can only veto 1 map before the Protoss can pick a map, and it seems that Cure hates a Ro12 set station, so that means you're going to be forced to play an Equilibrium. Needless to say, this is a must-win map for the Protoss in this best of 5. Let's see if this man has a very special plan for this map that is not considered to be very Terran-friendly. In the top right side, taking the 1-0 lead in this round of 12, best of 5, you're looking at the main base of Team Liquid's Cure.
And spawning over in the top left-hand side, he is the last Protoss still in this tournament. It is DKZ Hero.
What do you think we're going to do an equilibrium ban as Hero? Just the one gate, fast expand, take the gold as the third, or is Hero the kind of guy to take it as his natural?
You know, I think going for it is your third. Or this is still a very decent Blink Stalker map. Like, there's a massive area to blink into the main, making it very tricky. There's a lot of things that you can do. But Cure, he started off with the gas first engineering bay block. And I mean, that could absolutely make you go, hey, you know what, you're blocking that? I'm going to go for the cheeky gold base instead. But then that opens up a whole can of worms with Hellions on the field early on.
Sure,
like
but you can still just go take your natural at the gold and get quick blink. A couple of Stalkers. It is double gas already, by the way, so I'm not totally sure what Hero is cooking here. Maybe he does want to take the gold and then he's okay with having slightly later mineral income. It's definitely a bit odd. What is Hero up to over here? If I was Cure and I go into the main base right now, I'd be like, what the hell, Proxy Tempest or something? Like, what are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'd be like, what the hell is even that, you know, all of a sudden? And he's like, okay, no gold, what's going on? Is Hero just going to go for like a really fast Stargate before a Nexus? I mean...
That could be the play, but you can also... This is such a good Twilight map, though, but no, he is going to go for the quickest possible Stargate. The SCV was just there, by the way, to potentially even further delay a natural expand of Hero, but that is not going to be the case, because it is now checking. Like, Cure actually is pretty confused at this point. He's like, mate, I'm blocking your natural.
Yeah, and look.
You don't have the gold, you don't have your triangle, you don't have the base at 8 o'clock. Where on earth are you expanding? What is happening over here? In the end, it is just the gold, but Cure scouted it, but too early. It wasn't there yet. I mean, right now, I really wonder what's going through the mind of Cure. Yeah, you said it already. Look, we can see that bunker. He's clearly afraid, and rightfully so. If I was him, I'd be afraid too, but he has no idea what he even needs to be afraid of.
You know what's even funnier? He hasn't started his CC yet either. Like, he is putting himself in a massive deficit here economically, and that's one of the tricky things about this map. And yes, he's a shade there, and he's like, all right, what's after this shade? What's after it? And still hasn't seen anything.
It's painful for Hero to lose in a depth because you don't have a lot of units early. SCV gets the scout on the Stargate. That is actually very big because now you know. But you know, the good thing about Hero losing that adept, nothing's good about it, but he did see that it died to a Cyclone. So that is very useful because Oracles actually died to Cyclones very quickly. And since Hero is taking his natural in a rather awkward spot, that gold, that's kind of exposed in the center of the map, Oracles don't fight very well against Medevacs, Marines, and Cyclones. I kind of feel as a Protoss, the only thing you really need to do on this map is make sure you don't die in the first 5 minutes. Once you get blink, charge, you're so much richer than you are in every other map. We call that center base the mega base because it's not just gold minerals, it's a very rich Vespian geyser as well, to quote you, Ben. So all you need to do is get the blink, get the charge, but if you open up with Oracles, that obviously means those Twilight upgrades are a bit later. I'm somewhat scared for Hero because I can totally see that Oracle get locked on and he's in trouble immediately. Is he just building multiple Oracles, by the way? Like, he already has one, he's building a second one. Is there a third Oracle? He's building Oracle number 3, all right. It's a play.
It's a play. I mean, what else can you do with that Stargate to deal with what's being thrown in? By the way, these stasises could be absolutely huge. And, I mean, this one, just on the cusp, I mean, could potentially get a lot of Marines here. I mean, he wants to bait him into it.
And it's going to work.
He baited him into it. Absolutely juicy play out of Hero. And I saw the little lips purse from Cure there, feeling like, damn, you got me with that, didn't you?
Yeah, that's awkward. It's like, okay, it's everything. I mean, that stasis is so good, it's almost too good. Is he going to try to renew the stasis? Like, you can kind of time it where you can drop another stasis right next to this army. So the moment that it runs out, you have another trappy. But Hero just wants to warp in a few more Stalkers. They may not have Blink yet. Hero is enjoying a 9-worker lead, though, Ben. And with that third, like the triple gate before the Twilight, he has plenty of units. With or without Blink, these Stalkers are fine. And you mentioned it. That command center of Cure was pretty damn late.
And I mean, we're 5 minutes into a game and all those resource arrows pointing massively in favor of Hero. This command center's not even halfway done yet. Hero is in a phenomenal position. That stasis definitely bought in the time that he needed.
Yep, Cure wanted to strike early and hard and he's not finding any damage. We're now getting Interference Matrix. I feel like this is the last game ever where you need to get Interference Matrix. I'm very confused about it. What are you going to Matrix?
I mean,
Stalker?
Yeah, what's he worried about? Like, interference matrixing an Oracle, maybe? Like, to stop it from dealing damage, but damage is going to start happening whether you want it to or not. I mean, does have Cyclones on the map, but defending against this, a different story entirely. And Blink is very close to being done here. Like, was he worried about a potential Colossus follow-up? Yeah, it's so weird.
I think he might be thinking of Phoenix Colossus, but I don't see a universe where Hero is playing Phoenix Colossus and then he takes the gold, because that's not where Colossus shine. That's something you worry about way down the line. And I would love to see Hero immediately fire up Charge though. Like, whether you love that or not against Terran, this is really one of these moments where the moment Blink is done, you're gonna get Charge immediately. It's definitely a bit of a strange game, triple Oracle, and he still missed that move out. He drops the Revelation. These 3 Stalkers, they are gonna give Hero the heads up that this is happening, and he might just do one of these crazy Hero blinks. There's a lot of firepower in the Terran army. That is a lot of Marines, that's a lot of Cyclones. Hero, if you want to blink into this, please be damn certain about it.
I mean, yeah, because the Oracles, they can deal damage, but he's going to go for it, Kevin. He gets the tank immediately. Turrets are dropped, but that army is melting at the firepower that Hero beholds, and even going to... Oh, I thought he was going to get the Raven for sure then, but kind of split his focus there. Didn't get either one. Might be able to chase it down. Oh, getting the Phoenix. Nice play out of Hero. Honestly, really good decision-making out of him.
Yep, that's the double kill there. He gets everything, and yeah, Hero's just ultra far ahead. And a lot of Terran players will look at this game with a disgusting look on their face and be like, Equilibrium is stupid. Now Hero is going to go double robe and a robo base, so maybe we get to see some Disruptors or Colossus, but I legitimately think you can play double Forge here as well and just keep on building probes, keep on making Stalkers, keep on making Zealots, because I think with the economy that Hero has over his opponent, is there such a thing as a bad fight, Ben?
I mean, no, there isn't. And I mean, we haven't seen the income tab for a while between these players. And by looking at the mineral stuff, it seems that they're both going up quite nicely. Mules are a pretty good thing to have. But even this Liberator gets a probe, but it is going to get shut down. Lost mining for sure. But every second that goes by is just really good for Hero.
Yep. He's got the Stalkers, he's containing it. Cure is dropping 2 more Rexes, so I guess there's Rex 4 and 5. I don't think he ever built a 3rd command center. He's gonna build it now. That's interesting because he's definitely in some trouble, but okay. He's gonna try. Stalkers might actually cancel it.
Oh my. I mean, everything's gone wrong for Cure this game. Absolutely everything. The misscouting to start things off, and Hero, you don't necessarily have to be here, but he is getting just tags going on. I mean, if Cure does move out, it's nicer to see it and slow it down. What are you giggling at?
What I'm witnessing is I feel like Hero is fighting every fiber in his body that's like, just blink forward, man. Like, you've got triple Oracle, you already wiped on his army once, bring the sentries, a Guardian Shield, blink forward, get it over with. And then there is that little voice in the back of his head like, no, Hero, you don't have to do that. You just invested in a 4th Nexus, double Robo, extended Turbulence. Don't do it. He's like, yeah, just a little blink, man.
Just
like,
a little blink. It can't hurt. I'm so far ahead, right? Like the little devil and angel on his shoulders. I mean, he is...
Come on, Hero. All your favorite Protoss players have done a little blink forward. You can do it. And he's like, no, this is not the moment. In a weekly, sure, I would have gone for it, but not at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Nah, that Colossus count's growing as well and phenomenally fast. And I mean, Cure, this is the kind of game where you're watching it and you're like, you know, most Terrans would have GG'd by now, but this is the IEM Katowice. You're going to give it every shot that you have, and well, that gets a nice little pick in there. Not the worst stasis to happen either, but he's got a long road to go.
Yep, one of these 3 Oracles drops another Revelation. Curious is going to very slowly try to take the 3rd base. Hero is definitely worried about something going wrong as he's walked in a decent amount of cannons and batteries where maybe he just thinks like, man, this is all going so good. This has been so easy. I'm sure he's thinking of something.
I think that Angel's talking too much, Kev. Like, you know, the fact that he's waiting this long, like, I really feel he's going to pull the trigger fairly soon. These stasis, the baiting has been very nice by him, by the way.
Very frustrating for Cure as well, right? Where he's like, it's already an annoying game, and whether or not there is a fight that happens when a couple of your units are stuck in a stasis, I feel that every Terran just hates it to see them staring like, yeah, you got me. Great job. You've got the entire map. I see nothing. You've got 3 Oracles. You're dropping stasis left and right. This has just been a frustrating experience for Cure from the beginning to the end. He does have some tanks here. One of the tanks is going to get lifted. Stalkers blink forward. One of the tanks will fall. We have Zealot charge, by the way, but there are like 7 Zealots on the map. I don't really see them yet. But as I said earlier, I just don't believe that Hero can possibly take a bad fight. Even if he's going to try, that orbital will fall. All of these SCVs get roasted and toasted, and Cure is just just gonna tap out. He had more than enough of playing on Equilibrium TVP. This one belongs to Hero. Very fun game. Cure getting, I think, a bit unlucky in the beginning because he was scouting so well. This is one of these games where if Cure would not have SCV scouted, or he would have just sent the SCV back after doing the eBay block, he would have been better off than what actually happened now, because the eBay block, he checks the third, he checks the gold, he checks the fourth, he goes back to the third, he's like, what on earth is happening? And then he even built a bunker with a one base setup while his opponent went for that mega base. I still don't understand the interference matrix, by the way. That made very little sense to me. We never got to see it.
No, we never got to see it. Got the upgrade, and then the Raven died to the one Phoenix on the map. And I mean, that Phoenix was a bit of a hero getting that kill as well. And even here, getting the tank as well. These force fields might have hurt him a little bit more than they should have, but honestly, it was a nice game out of Hero. He was tricky, and maybe he was planning something a bit wily from the start, because he went for the double gas before he even scouted anything.
There was one scary moment, and that's when I felt all those Marines, even without stim, without combat shield, were on the other side of the map. There was a tank that sees up on the high ground. That tank is in range of some of those probes that are mining from that mega base. I'm like, Hero, if you like, you know, there are moments where Protoss players kind of panic, or they think they're super far ahead, so they blink a couple stalkers forward, then they blink a few more, then the Oracles engage in an awkward manner. But I love that Hero slowed the game down a tiny bit for himself. He's like, oh, okay, that's actually a lot. I need everything here. So he dropped that Revelation in the center. He knew some of the units were missing. Then he waited to warp in a few more Stalkers, grouped up all of his forces. Then he blinked forward, immediately picked off the tank, and he probably thought, as long as I get that tank, that's when I can start kiting with the Stalkers. And the Oracle showed up at a picture-perfect moment. We're all tied up after 2.
Absolutely. Both players looking pretty calm, it has to be said. Lives are on the line here. We're currently 1-1, and we're going into hard lead. Spawning over on the bottom right-hand side, the Team Liquid Terran, it is Cure.
That man needs a hero. Can this hero be your hero? On the top left side, representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming, it's Hero. Looking at the minimap, Ben, you see some SCVs leaving town?
This could be the Roddy Killer. This could be the Roddy Killer, Kev. I see one SCV out on the map. In fact, okay, it's just going to be one barracks. Pretty damn close to the base, honestly, and it's in a spot where probes can't really deal with it properly. But Hero with a very quick scout this game. So he knows that there's a barracks missing, and he knows his opponent's up to no good. It's just a matter of where is it and what is it.
Yeah, it's very hard for Q to get that barracks any closer to the main base of Hero as he actually went for. Sometimes we call things a proxy, and then people are like, it's not a proxy. It's like, proxy is proximity, and it's still close to his own base. Like, I think this qualifies as a proxy, man.
This could be a giga proxy, Kev. It really could. Okay, this is a big deal. The fact that he scouted it being double gas means that he knows it's not proxy racks Marauders. Like, that's one thing for sure. You can't afford it to do it. So at least Hero knows he's not going to die to something like that. And he's going to keep this probe around for as long as he can, just to see if there's a factory going on here, something like that.
Shouldn't Hero build a Zealot?
I can build a Zealot for sure. I mean, that would definitely help him out. But
I have the feeling that he's misreading this a tiny bit. I think that he assumes Cure has just built a barracks on Cure's side of the map, and he is just trying to scare him. And Hero's like, I'm not going to get scared, but this Reaper is going to show up so early that I think unless a Protoss loses a guaranteed 3 workers here, maybe Hero can limit the damage to 1 or 2, but it's going to be incredibly hard.
I like the fact he had the probe on the low ground there, because that stopped a bunker from potentially going up there. But yeah, Chrono Boost the Stalker out immediately as soon as this came, and so far he's dealing with it okay, but Cure with a little bit of a misclick there on the probe, and could have got surrounded. So far, Hero's dealing with this very nicely, and he knows that he's on a bit of a clock for how much this can do, because...
And the Reaper is actually low on HP, so if it goes too greedy, that Stalker is about to come out. This is not an Adept, it's a Stalker. Can the Stalker get another shot up? Oh my! You are kidding, he lost 0, Ben!
He lost 0. He handled that so damn well, and Cure stayed around far too long, but he knows there's some damaged probes in here, but...
Now you're gonna lose this Reaper too, though. The Reaper is already in too deep. I mean, he does get 2 workers. He might actually get number 3. So you get 3 probes with the second Reaper. And yeah, that's annoying for Hero because you work so hard, but that's actually not bad, though. 2 Reapers with a proxy barracks for only 3 probes. But it's almost sad because that initially was picture perfect. I thought, Hero, if you limit this damage to 1 or 2, you're already an absolute stud. and he lost 0. That's fascinating.
Yeah, he microed so well. Even losing 3 probes for 2 Reaper kills, that's kind of like, that's still a decent case scenario. Oh, going for a 3rd Reaper? Okay, that's very unexpected. And I mean, I'm not entirely sure why. Just hoping to catch him off. Maybe like combining it with a Widowmine drop elsewhere just to cause chaos, you know?
This almost screams armory to me.
It could be. I mean, he's going for a 2nd barracks back at home as well. And, ooh, nice Widowmine kill there. And Hero, his face grimaced a little bit.
Yep, this Reaper is going to show up at a very unexpected moment. The 3rd Reaper, is that going to be the most successful Reaper of them all? 1 probe is attacking it, putting out some damage. So far, it's 2 probes falling. The Stalkers will be able to keep it at 2, I believe. As long as that probe doesn't go too close to the Reaper is stuck.
Oh!
And the Reaper will get picked off. What is it, Ben?
Was it really stuck there? I feel like he could have went out through that little gap.
The Stalkers have a shortcut.
Ah, okay.
The apex right around that nexus. Always cut it off. It was not walled in, but it's absolutely stuck.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like buying even more time. Okay, so there's 3 Widowmines in the medevac, right? I mean, that can deal a lot of damage. I mean, Hero still has to tick some boxes here just to make sure he isn't too much in trouble, and obviously Widowmine on the map as well, but Hero in very good position to deal with. He's playing good, man.
Yep, that's a lot of Stalker shots immediately. Ooh, love the whole position around the Nexus as well. Nothing going wrong so far. The only thing that is not going well there is that he doesn't guarantee himself the kill on the medevac. There is another Widowmine just casually waddling in. That is a risky defense. You're going to have to split off your worker. That is exactly what Hero does. And I think Hero's pretty on point. Ideally, you would have taken out the medevac. Because if you take out the medevac, you don't have to worry about those bloody Widowmines anymore. And then you can send your Stalks to the other side of the map. You can make sure that the Terran can move out. The worker count does not look that hot. But it's also not like Cure is about to have 1-1 with Stim and Combat Shield, right? It's gonna all take a little while before Cure's army gets a whole lot better too.
And by the way, I love this little wall he's making with this engineering bay, the infrastructure, the production buildings, just to make sure that if it is a blink build, that tank will be safe. And I mean, Cure, he doesn't exactly know what he's up against, but nice foresight by him. Charge very quickly on the go along with a Warp Prism.
I feel like this is the kind of game where it would make sense for Hero to go up to like 8 gates, +1 on a forge, and only afterwards start worrying about tech units. Because I feel like if you go into the Robo Bay and Colossus too quick here, I think you could potentially get overrun by just a slightly bigger army. Cure actually started Combat Shield there before Stim, and for a split second, then he cancelled it. He's like, no, I need Stim first, but he's like, never mind, I've got 2 tech labs, I can do both.
I mean, if that was going to become the next trend of Terrans, where they start like armor before attack, and then they start getting Combat Shields, that would be problematic. But here, he's moving out across the map, is Hero. He's got 4 Stalkers, I believe, with this Warp Prism, so going to be able to get a bit of harass of his own, and this Raven definitely annoying over here, but not getting ridiculous damage done. I mean, 2 extra probes, definitely not bad. Nice tank positioning over there. Can get behind the mineral line, though.
Like 1 Stalker missed the memo. Or maybe that's on purpose, but it just seems very odd to me to drop 3 Stalkers. I'm pretty certain he maybe just misblinked or misclicked, because normally you always do this with 4 Stalkers. Since 4 Stalkers is the magical number to one-shot Marines without Combat Shield or one-shot SCVs. If you want to go for less than 4 Stalkers, then you may as well do 2. Because you don't get any value out of dropping with 3.
No, absolutely. And that tank getting some nice shots off. Nice blink, though. And Hero's getting a little bit of his own eco damage done, but honestly, I don't think that was bad for Cure at all. Softening up those Stalkers helps a lot. But Hero's on 3 bases. Probe count still not the best. And you can see in that production tab, he's not producing probes like crazy. He's even getting cannons here. So that says to me that he is very worried about a move out. And maybe he's absolutely right, because those upgrades are lining up very nicely for Cure.
He has gone up to a lot of gateways though, and he has not tacked up to that Robo in the Robo Bay. I like the choice. That doesn't mean that you're out of the woods. You still need to find a good engagement, because if you are indecisive with your Protoss units, if you eat a tank volley too many, or if the Widowmine shots are good on your Zealots, even with this good setup, you could still be in trouble, because Cure does have +1. Cure just has a little bit more. Ooh. This is very nice for Hero. He finds one of the Widowmines and he gets a lot of damage on the second. I would say that this actually went all pretty decent for Hero. That Observer is giving him so much useful intelligence at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually very worried for Hero, though. Like, oh, I say that. That is a nice hallucination here. The Raven's not involved in this fight. 2 tanks, if they start firing at that Colossus instead, I mean, actually, they didn't fire at much useful there. Very nice hold so far, but 14 probes died.
Widowmine drop in the main. Double drop. That's the downside of warping in a cannon in your mineral line. It actually makes the probes clump up a little bit more. If he did not have that cannon in the mineral line, even if you don't pull any workers, you're going to lose a whole lot less. 14 probes died to a double mine drop in the main base. That auto turret is now being dropped in the natural, and there is a cannon, but cannons just don't kill auto turrets that quickly. So Hero has taken a crazy amount of economic damage in the last, 30 seconds of this game. I honestly didn't hate the game for him at all, but it is hard to recover from. The one thing he does still have is that he's mining off 3 bases. Cure is only mining off 2. I don't like the idea of attacking into this natural. I think it's too much bio, and I think it's way too many Widow Mines.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, this army's so sentry heavy. Like, he's hoping that he runs down the ramp or something like that, right? So he can actually split the army off. But Hero, what does he massively need now? Time. He needs to get those probes out. He's got Robo Bay on the go, getting the +2 attack as well. And with this Warp Prism set up over here, that is one way that he can use to deal damage and really get himself some time in this game.
Yep, the SCVs have been moving out. Maybe that Warp Prism can just leave 1 or 2 Zealots behind. I think Cure initially wanted to take the third. He's like, nah, that's going to be annoying. So hard to go down that ramp. Let me just go ahead and take that base at 6 o'clock on the left side of my natural. Hero's going to queue up extended thermal lens immediately as he supply blocks, so he can actually start a Colossus. I like what he's doing here because he needs time, right? With 1 Colossus, these fights can go very different. Without a Colossus, it's going to be very hard.
Bio, so much bio behind these force fields. And
Zealots in the natural, though.
Yeah, they're dealing good damage. Cure, very quick to pull. Warping in the main as well. Hero starting to cause that chaos that we all know he loves.
And he needs, because he needs time. He needs time for that Colossus. Cure looks at that Sentry army and says, man, that's really not that good of an army. Maybe I can chase it. The Zealots have definitely found very good damage in the main. 18 SCVs have died. So just when Cure killed like 20 workers, Hero does the same. And the script has flipped completely. Cure was up in workers before. Cure is now down 15 workers. Colossus number 1 is out. Colossus number 2 is on the way.
Ooh, and I mean, okay, did the Raven get sniped here? I mean, dropping an anti-air missile here in the middle of the map, I've got to assume that Raven died to those bad boys, and yes, it did. That takes out one of the thorns that's been in his side this game, but
Hero's playing sick, man. He's down a lot of army supply, but he has done a great job in buying some time, and it kind of feels that if Hero can make it unscathed through the next minute of this game, +2 extended thermal lens, he's going to be fine. But Cure is obviously going to do whatever the hell he can to make sure that that does not happen. Zealot warping is quick. The Stalker count is very high. He's going to try to gun down a couple of Marauders. Few Zealots, few Stalkers is not going to be enough, though, and Cure is obviously bouncing on the third base as well. Where are these Colossus? And don't forget that Recall is on cooldown because he used Recall on the Warp Prism.
That is true, and he blinks aggressively into this bio, going to be losing a bit over there. Nice force fields over at his third base. Overall, he's doing as good as he can to hold this game. I mean, the Colossus does fall to those 2 Vikings over here, but can he hold on against this conga line of bio that's just smashing every unit he has, trying to keep that Immortal alive? He does it. The Warp Prism, is it actually going to fall here? I mean, all these units getting so ridiculously low. Gets back to the shield battery overcharge. Got to keep that Colossus alive. He does that, so he does hold against the aggression of Cure. I thought he was down and out, Kev.
He walked into a lot of mines because he was microing in the main base, and Cure really felt that he had Hero on the ropes, but in the end he's just left with a crazy amount of medevacs, and that's not a bad thing, but you also need some bio units. He's immediately going to try again, but it feels that at this point Cure is just lacking a bit of firepower. But what Cure did manage to do is once more tie up the work account. Right now they're dead even, 55 apiece. What a hold by Hero, what an attack by Cure. These gamers are gaming, and that is everything we expected. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
They're playing really good, both of them. And I mean, this game's very different to that first game. Cure's tech isn't super high, doesn't have 2-2 on the way. I don't know if he even has a Ghost Academy this game, actually.
I don't think so. It's pretty expensive.
It's decently pricey, These Stalkers, they've done such a good job of being out on the map and not actually losing many of them, and both of them looking to deal damage on the other side of the map.
Recall should be available again, but obviously you just want to be in the right position for once if you are Hero. These Zealots are going to buy him a tiny bit of time. Cure is going to look at it, he's going to micro against it, he's going to clean it up, and then he's ready to drop into the main base. That cannon actually is still alive. I'm sure it was somewhat useful in helping out. There are 4 medevacs waiting. Cure just saw where Hero's army said, these medevacs are so low in HP. Hero's going to recall immediately, and he's very happy. Stalkers might blink, by the way, towards the edge, and no, do not get a volley off.
Very good retreat by Cure. He totally respected that. I was almost thinking, like, is he going to load all that? That's going to be so troublesome.
Hero's hunting.
He's hunting. He really is. He's got a group.
Oh, those 4 Stalkers. The Medivacs alone HP. First Medivac goes down. Second Medivac goes down. The third one goes down as well. Hero is hunting and he gets what he's looking for. What a move by Hero. Incredibly well done.
Incredibly well done, but also Cure, like, he saw those Zealots at the tower, like, should have started loading them, right? It was very, very, very scary when you have so many low health Medivacs. Now the supplies very even between them. Hero with a current upgrade advantage, but if Cure can buy himself some time, that would be nice for him.
Hero's got a Wings of Liberty army, man. 22 Stalkers with Blink and a bunch of Colossus. Hero has not gone up to 4 bases. Hero has not really recovered from this work as Hero just wants to win the game right here, right now. And 23 SCVs have died immediately. That War Prism is sitting pretty in the back and should be able to save 1 Colossus temporarily. It's not going to happen, but the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Immortals. Hero picks up over 30 workers. Cure is forced to pick up these units, but I think that Orbital will die if Hero wants to. Hero says, nope, I don't want an Orbital. I want the final Vikings. I want those final Marauders. And Cure, right when he's transitioning into Stalkers, that Blink prevents Cure from retreating into the main base. And just like that, it's Dragon Kaisi Gaming's Hero who wins a spectacular game on Heartland.
That was not easy. None of that was easy. Any of those drops in the main base could have dealt way more damage. Dealing with that fight on the right side as well, keeping that Colossus alive and the War Prism for so long. Very nicely handled. And you got to remember how this game started off. Getting that Reaper kill at the start definitely was great for him, but then the follow-up Reapers did damage. That Raven continuously, and those Widowmine drops did so much damage to his eco, but what a good job by him.
I think Hero should really build the cannon right behind the mineral line, because the cannon that he built in the main, it legit hurt him, but it also truly helped him out later against the drop. But I think it would have helped out just as much if it's on the left side of the minerals rather than in the right side, because once the probes have to go past that cannon, they kind of clump up, and then Widowmine shots become even bigger than they normally are. This was obviously a real game changer. Hero reacted to that drop immediately, the super quick recall, and then he hunted those Medivacs down and he picked all of them off before they made it home safely. And at this point, that good old Wings of Liberty army band, couple of Zealots, 1 Immortal, 22 Blink Stalkers, and 4 Colossus. Good enough to get the job done.
That's the kind of army that gives me a bit of PTSD, Kevin. Like back in the Squirtle days, I remember Night End even doing that build every day of the week. But no, Hero, he pulled that out, and that was pretty special. I don't know how many probes he lost throughout the game, a good 30, 40.
Yeah, but how many SCVs did he kill, though? Because he had the Zealot run-bys, he had the War Prism harassment. At one point, I was thinking as well, like, they have both killed a ridiculous amount of workers. And not one of these games where they base trade, so they kill 50 at once. It's just like, I hit you, you hit me, like 2 heavyweight boxes standing in the center of the ring, just swinging for the fences. And it turned out that Protoss boxes are built different.
Yeah, they certainly are. Spawning at the bottom right here, up to some cheeky shenanigans, and yet again, Team Liquid's Cure.
A wise Terran in this tournament often tells us that SCVs beat Stalkers. This man is showing us that probes can beat Reapers as he defended that proxy without losing a single one of them. Truly spectacular early game defense, 1 map away from the quarterfinals. This is Dragon Kaisi Gaming's Hero.
He's doing it. He's doing the Roddy Killer, man. This is the Roddy Killer. Now, for it to truly be a true Roddy Killer, the Protoss needs to not scout at all, then it will truly kill them. But this is going to be Proxy Rax Marauders.
Hero scouted very early on Heartlet, scouted somewhat late some of the other PvTs we've seen. So far, Hero has not seen anything other than the edge of his ramp. Now, the thing is, though, this is an incredibly committed build where sometimes you can kill the Nexus, and even then you could still be in trouble if Hero just has quick tech, as we are going to switch over to first-person view of Hero. So what we're following right now is only what Hero sees. We can see that he is checking. That probe is going to check. He's building a Zealot. He checks a little bit, but now he goes back and he's going to make the Nexus. If he lets the Zealot finish up, it's actually kind of good. But a lot of Protoss players will blindly cancel that Zealot. With the Zealot, though, you already have something that you're looking for. I want to see his gate. Hero, show us your gate. I think he, yep. That's actually kind of good, though, having that initial Zealot. Because if you would scout this build, you would build this Zealot to buy time for your Stalkers. And then what Hero wants to do, as soon as he knows what's up, is build shield batteries in the natural. Not 1, but multiple.
What is he built? Is he building an Adept? If he's building an Adept, that's
in trouble.
Yeah, that's one of the only units you don't want to make. And even that pylon being far forward on the natural, you want the pylon way further back. This is going to surprise him a lot. And having a Zealot on the other side of the map, that's all well and good. But he's most likely going to run into a depot wall at the top of that ramp. So much trouble Hero's in right now.
I wonder if it's actually going to be a triple depot wall, but yep, that Zealot is going to see there is nothing there. Oh, Twilight Council, the natural hero, you are crazy.
Ooh.
That Zealot has crazy potential. Now, he's going to try to build shield batteries immediately on the low ground. I wonder if that's too late, because I feel like you cannot defend the natural. I think Hero needs to go back and he needs to try to get some batteries in the main. Wonder how that Zealot is doing. That Zealot is doing its thing. Probes are here. One probe surround is all it takes for Hero to punch his ticket. He cancelled that Nexus immediately. And you know what, Ben? I don't hate it because he's killing SCVs on the other side of the map. He gets one Marauder rather quickly, but he needs more than one Marauder.
He certainly does. I mean, these probes, remember, he's not mining anything right now. This is a crazy situation. Those barracks are very far away. He is getting some surrounds on some of these, but...
Oh, he gets all of them.
He gets all of them over here. This is actually really bad for the Terran.
Yep, I think that Cure is in a lot of trouble. Sure, he has a tiny worker lead, but the only thing he can produce are 2 Marauders at a time. He's got a bunker in the main base of Hero, but he's got nothing to put in it. Hero is going to make a robotics facility now. In the end, Cure has a 5 worker lead. I still think it's uncomfortable for Cure. Not bad, but definitely uncomfortable, right? Like, what do you do? Where do you take it from here? He wants to obviously get Steam.
What? He cancelled the Robo. I'm actually I'm very surprised about that.
Yeah, maybe
because if you get a Warp Prism online, those Marauders technically cannot hit anything, but he's worried about the follow-up of the Marauders.
If you get a Void Ray out, though.
Yeah, that absolutely will deal with this. A little bit indecisive.
Does he have a battery still in on the edge of his main somewhere? Okay, no battery, but he does have high ground vision. These Marauders will reveal themselves. Maybe that the depth is going to go to the other side of the map, but that depot wall you mentioned earlier is now completed. Cure is crazy. He's going to try to get high ground vision, and he's going to go for it, and he's going to receive the great news that there is no shield battery. It is a 2-for-2 trade so far. One more Marauder is going to show up. That Stargate is not quite done yet. Stalkers are getting tagged left, right, and center. One very healthy Marauder, one very low HP Marauder. Hero needs that Oracle or that Void Ray. I personally would love to see a Void Ray, but maybe he feels that that takes too long.
I think so. Maybe he didn't have the money for it either. I mean, it's not that much cheaper, but so far meeting that depot wall has Cure got himself.
This is crazy, by the way, that Cure walked into the main, because he has no idea what's waiting for him there, right? He could have been force-fielded in, he could have walked into a battery and just donate one of the Marauders, but Cure decided to just send it with his tournament live on the line, and he gets rewarded for it, as these Marauders are going to tuck themselves into the corner of the main. The Oracle is out, but Oracles run out of energy. Void Rays do not, Oracles do, and Hero knows it, man. He has messed up. He is in trouble. In this 5-minute game, Hero build a Twilight Council, build a Robo, in the end settled for a Stargate, and the only thing he gets out of that Stargate is a single Oracle that ran out of energy.
And that is the saddest recall of all time. Getting one Adept to try and deal with these Marauders that, yeah, GG, the Roddy Killer comes back again.
Crazy by Cure that he doubled down even after he killed a bunch of probes. And sure, he had a 5-worker lead, which is big, but it's very awkward for a Terran to have 2 barracks with 2 tech labs in the center of the map. So for Cure to make that call to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and take another sneak peek up that ramp and see if I can find more damage. That could have gone terribly wrong, right? Imagine if that Robo finished up and he built one Immortal already, and one Immortal stands there, soaks up those first shots with its barrier, then walks forward. You gone down 2-3 Marauders, and then I think Hero's in an amazing spot. But what killed Hero here is something that normally not kills him, and that is him being indecisive. Warped in a Twilight, cancelled it, warped in a bunch of batteries on the low ground, realized that it was too late for that as well, so he cancelled those too. Then he built a Robo and he ends up cancelling that. Like, he can't make that many choices and then go against them in a 5-minute game.
Absolutely brutal game, honestly. And I mean, Cure, like, this was so risky by him, because Hero's been mixing up all his scouting during the series. Like,
not even that. I find the second move into the main even crazier than the first. Like that he goes for this build that you like to call the Roddy Collar. I think it's very risky, but the Ben finds pretty, I would say, a very high success rate with it. I've seen him lose with it as well. I think He lost the game on Ancient, but I forgot who the Protoss was. Maybe it was Hero, maybe it was Max Pax, doesn't really matter. So he does not always win with it, but he's got a pretty high win rate with it, so I don't think that's too crazy. I did think it was kind of crazy that he got himself a tiny bit ahead, and then he decided to walk up a ramp while he had no high ground vision. I think that's the craziest part.
I think he lost to a Classic with it on Ancient.
On Ancient?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the match. Anyhow, getting down.
Did he end up winning against Classic, though?
Yeah, he beat him. Then he got into the round of 4, and then he got into the final.
Yeah, I know, but then he won. He messed up the start, but he won in the end. Is that what you're telling me?
I think he lost.
He won on Ancient, though, because that was a crazy game.
Oh, then I've got my memory messed up. But I definitely know he's pulled it out more than once. All right, final game 5 here. Who moves on in the IEM Katowice? Spawning over the bottom left-hand side. Maybe one final time. Team Liquid's Cure.
I just remember that Marauder build because there were like 7 batteries and there was one Zealot in the mix that tanked forever. And I know it was Cure who was involved because he loves this build, but it does not matter. Game 4 is history. It could have been so different. Instead, we find ourselves here in Game 5. This man said he would stop giving his fans heart attacks. Well, Ben, I'm a fan. I've had a heart attack or two so far. But can he still advance into the quarterfinals of this edition of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice? It's Dragon Kaizi Gaming's Hero.
And Cure is going for something that he did over on Equilibrium, which is the engineering bay block. And on Alcyone, double gas already by Hero again.
That's also something he did on Equilibrium.
Absolutely. So if that's...
You can take the gold here too, by the way.
You can take the gold. I mean, it's a very, very different gold. I would say a worse gold overall to go for, but it doesn't look like he wants to go for it, right? I'd say keeping your probe down here, I mean, it's Hero, man. I don't know what he's going to do.
Up in Game 5, I do think that Hero does his best work with just opening up Twilight Console, but obviously Cure is incredibly good against the standard openings as well. Cure goes for a very quick factory, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Hero, his probe is going to mine out these mineral patches. You say he doesn't want to go for it. It may very well once more be Stargate into a gold base.
You know, if I was Cure at this point, I'd be thinking about getting a bunker behind that mineral line. He's already making it like a... In fact, wait,
he's going to build some Cyclones, mate.
I think so, I think so. And I mean, this is already a bit of a spicy situation. I haven't really seen this play out on this map too much. I mean, Equilibrium for sure, but... I mean, surely Cure's going to be far more aware of what's going on. He followed the probe going to mine out those minerals, so we can expect it. And it's going to be a Stargate again.
Very scary for Hero, right? Because if you build an Oracle's bad in battling multiple Cyclones. If you build Phoenix is not that good against reacted Cyclones either. But he has already invested in that Stargate. In theory, I really don't like it for Hero, but I'm sure that Hero is already thinking about the possibility of this being quick Cyclones.
And I mean, this is such a different game from the Equilibrium, right? Because he is not super confused that he's getting all in from a one-base Hero.
Look at this. Oh, this is kind of nice. Because now Hero gets the super important scout that there is a reactor on that factory. And sure, you may think, hey, is it Hellions? No, it's not Hellions. It's Cyclones. And I think those Cyclones will reveal themselves as he is leaving this probe behind. And yeah, it sucks to lose a probe. Absolutely worth it to get the confirmation. Now you need batteries. You need a battery in your main base. You need a battery at the gold. The problem is, Ben, there is no pylon there.
2 extra gates coming down as well.
That's what he did on Equilibrium too, by the way. He did go triple gate before Twilight.
I mean, the Cyclones do have to be careful, because getting one lifted up, but there's not really anything that shoots up.
It's actually very smart, I think, by Hero, because you cannot possibly defend those probes without a shield battery there. And even with a battery, it gets a little bit awkward. So Hero is going to go for multiple Phoenix, triple gate, warp in a lot of Stalkers. This is fun. Both players, I think, having a cool idea of what the right move is. But I feel like both of them are also trying to like almost out-level each other. So far, I think I like it a tiny bit more for Hero. But that pylon is somewhat close to the Nexus. Hero has to be aware of that. The Adepts are going to shade into the center, but they have cancelled that shade as they see all the Cyclones there.
Cure's so cautious here. He's also only making one extra Cyclone. I mean, if he doubled down on that and just made a lot, I think Hero would be in trouble. But you're always worried about the Stalker count because lifting up a few of these Cyclones really takes the wind out your sails. And he's actually doing a really mature move here where he's just gone back, getting a bunker. And I think it is the right call.
Yep, that bunker is not totally done yet. Hero needs to be careful. The Phoenixes, they can't lead the charge. The bunker is sick, by the way, because there is nothing in Hero's army that's good against that bunker. I don't think this is really the fight for Hero to take, but Hero says, well, watch me whip, watch me Nene. He's gonna fly in. He lifted a mule by accident. That is a mistake because he needed to reduce the damage of these Cyclones. Don't think this attack truly worked out. There is a Cyclone about to hop into the main base, by the way. That Phoenix is gonna buy so much time. Hero getting a little bit lucky there with the timing with that Phoenix popping, because imagine if that Phoenix is halfway across the map. We've seen Cyclones kill so many workers throughout the weekend. They don't need a lot of time to make their way through SCVs, drones, or probes.
No, they don't. I mean, the Phoenix count definitely lower than it wanted to be at this point. Even the single Hellion over here, I like that.
Move the ropes. He needs to move the ropes away from the mineral line immediately because a lot of probes will fall. This is very painful for Hero. He's going to take the fight regardless. That battery is going to take a little while. The Phoenixes are trying to do their thing. Stalkers are trying to win the fight against the Cyclone. There are so many units dying on both sides. More lock-ons from Cure. Another Stalker falls. The last few Marines and Cyclones really doing their thing. Cure has an 8-worker lead, Ben.
Oh, and I just saw so many of those gold mining mineral probes go into the gas as well. Didn't even drop them off. I feel that Hero's flustered. Whatever plan he had, Cure moving back and getting that bunker and defending.
Ruined it.
Ruined it entirely. Very nice play out of Cure, and this is already a bit of a disaster. It's good to clear out those rocks so we can actually move about. Cure, even losing that last Phoenix there as well. This is brutal. Stim already?
Yep, Stim is done now. All the Cyclones have died. Stim obviously will not last forever, but it is good enough for these Marines to get on top of these Stalkers. Most of the Stalkers have died. We're going to Stim again. That one final Stalker might just win this fight, but obviously these trades are okay for Cure because Cure is working with an 8-worker lead. The only thing that Hero has is that gold. That's not even fully saturated yet, and he's going to go for Phoenix Zealot. And you know what? It may be the only thing in this game that he can really do. Even if he lost every single Phoenix man, if he doesn't, I just don't see him ever turn this into a competitive game.
No, I mean, third CC's on the way here. Stim obviously done, +1. Weapons coming online along with that combat shield as well. And this is a funny little hit squad of Marines just left behind here to catch some of those probes that are transferring. And even another one over here might be able to get that with those Stim Marines as well. And does see Adepts walked in, which is definitely unusual. Little Jimmy down there trying to do what he can, but won't train that shield barrier, I don't think.
Feel overall, Hero made a crazy amount of Adepts in the beginning. Adepts are not necessarily great against Cyclones, and I guess the idea was just to lift every Cyclone, let the Adepts kill the Marines, and then a combination of Phoenixes and Adepts would eventually clean up. But as you said, Cure moving back, building that bunker is natural, realizing that, hey, you don't have any probes here. I don't really need to be here right now. It's scary for me to be here. I just think it kind of ruined the play and it made those Adepts rather lackluster. Hero had that misclick in the natural, lifting one of the mules absolutely did not help. He's gonna try to make something out of it with Phoenix Zealot. This could work. I love Phoenix Zealot, but Phoenix Zealot is normally something you play while you're ahead or you try to get ahead. Making a comeback, being down 14 workers with this unit composition, I want to say it's borderline impossible, but let's rather cast a cliche. If anyone can do it, it's Hero.
It certainly is. I mean, Cure keeping that Marine alive, just comes in, gets to see that the natural isn't online, but gets to see that Hero wanted to take it. Cure's been annoying, and honestly, this game, he's played near perfect TVP.
He played very smart. Like, he just played incredibly smart.
And that's just Cure in a nutshell, isn't it? Like, sometimes he just plays incredibly well. Like, he's not the fastest Terran out there, but he's definitely one of the smarter ones.
Yep. Not the fastest, doesn't have the fanciest micro out there. Doesn't necessarily come up with a whole lot of unique stuff, but he's so good in making the correct decisions in the heat of the moment. He has split off 8 Marines. He's going to send those 8 Marines into the main base. At the same time, there is a Widow Mine drop in the gold. One Widow Mine gets picked up. The second one will fire. It's only 2 workers. That's not too bad. The medevac drop in the main actually kind of gets picked off as well. This would have been something that made a lot of sense, by the way, against Blink Stalkers, which I think is probably what he expected after Hero lost his Phoenix, made a bunch of Stalkers. Against Phoenix Zealot, it's not needed to make this play. All that Cure really needs to do is keep his army together. And his army in a straight-up fight ban is just a lot better than Hero's army.
Yeah, it's about to finish +1 armor as well, I think. And look at that army. I'm just watching Hero's face here. He's trying to do what he can. I can't believe he's pouncing on this. Tries to get some friendly fire with the mines, but what can you do when your opponent just has twice as much as you, and you see it in his face? Here's Katowice run. He made it out of the group of death, but it may be coming to an end right here. He's trying to have one last fight, and he's seemingly pushing Cure back a little bit, but he's not. Cure just taking the best fights he possibly can here.
Yeah, but this army of Cure is unstoppable. Not even battery overcharge. He's probably going to try to drag away the mine shot above the army, but Cure is aware of it. He's going to unburrow these mines, and that will do it. It's Team Liquid's Cure who wins a nail-biting best of 5. And he is going to punch his ticket into the quarterfinals, where he's going to duke it out with Big Gabriel. Heartbreak for Hero, heartbreak for all the Protoss fans out there. Hero had his moments, was incredibly close, I think, to winning Game 4. If he has one shield battery, if he lets that Robo finish up. He didn't win it yet, but I think he was in a very good spot. And even here in that final game, right? Even if the adapts initially don't work out, we need a battery. If we have a base in the center of the map against all these Cyclones, you need a battery. And he was building it, Ben. But like so often in these big moments, it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, it certainly was. This game also, or rather this series all started off on site Delta, and Cure just played a really solid game, man. I can't even remember necessarily what happened right at the start, but Cure got a little bit of a lead.
He went for the Riyadh.
Ah, he went for the Riyadh, of course. Yeah, the barracks factory into 3 barracks and hit it. It was very smart play with the Cyclone and stuff again. And Game 2 was a bit of a disaster for him. Misread the whole situation. Scouting actually hurt him in a lot of ways, right? But yeah, Hero did everything right and played all the right moves afterwards anyhow.
Yep, close it out convincingly, but then it was Cure's time again to shine. Well, not yet. First we had Heartlet, and that was actually an awesome game. I think the most fun game of the series. Just incredibly hectic. Hero with some great defense in the main base in the third. Could not believe that he was able to keep that Colossus alive, that War Prism lived for a while. And then obviously trademark Hero. He's going to kill it. He's going to end it immediately when he can. And this is the one that is going to hunt Hero for a little while. At one point, he could have stopped chasing, right? Like one base against one base doesn't have to be all that bad. Chasing these Marauders all the way down, that's okay. But in the end, Cure just said, you know what? I'm committed already. I have 2 barracks. I have nothing else. I'm going to try my luck again. I have no idea what's waiting for me on top of that ramp, but I'm going to go for it anyway. It was 3 Stalkers and a Zealot. Not an easy fight. Cure took that fight. Cure won it. Cure wins Game 4. And Game 5 was all over the shop. Lifting this mule was incredibly painful. Because if he lives one more Cyclone there, the Adepts fire for a little while longer. It's more